Chapter 131. However, Yin State is right to attack Sangshu State. After all, it was Sangshu State that attacked Yin State first. Even if Mu Zhong's ability is exposed later, Yin State can stand up straight. But attacking Bang State and the Three Kingdoms is simply a historical issue and political relationship, which is not suitable to be put on the table. After Wei Huan told General Mu about their plan, General Mu certainly supported it, but he also remained rational and said, "This time we only provide intelligence, and people will not go. Your ability is hidden, but entry and exit is a big problem. I think Mu Zhong's mecha is not within the scope of intelligence, and it may change its appearance after the next upgrade. You two should go for this mission." Mu nodded. "We think so too." Mu Dihao watched Mu Zhong take out the mecha and searched for where to hang Wei Huan. He hesitated and said, "There was a very good professional in the Three Kingdoms, an angel. She and her team successively developed a number of high-level ruins, has long been in the top 5 on the battle power list. But just last year, they explored a ruin, and everyone disappeared in the ruins and did not come back, and the angel was removed from the list. This time, nothing else matters. If we can get the angel's phone, we will have our own strongest angel." The two nodded and took the order. "We will try our best to find the angel's phone." Looking back, Mu Zhong said, "How about we squeeze in? It should be okay if it's just the rush mode." Wei Huan nodded, glanced at the open hatch of the mecha, picked up Mu Zhong like a child, and then jumped up and jumped into the cabin easily. The mecha cabin was very small, only 1 square meter, with a height of no more than 2 meters. A white egg-shaped seat stood in the middle, and the 3 walls were all human body connectors. Wei Huan looked around, sat down on the seat directly, and hugged Mu Zhong in his arms, and the two of them fit tightly together. In front of the mecha, Mu Dihao, who was smiling, suddenly stopped smiling. "Yes, he is so big. Can't he become a daughter?" The sudden thought almost killed Mu Dihao. Mu Zhong didn't pay attention to his father's expression. In fact, he was a little uncomfortable, but this method was proposed by him, and the size of the mecha was also determined by him. Now if you want to put 2 people in the mecha, you have to stack them, and he has no choice. He can only pretend to be calm and start the mecha, then connect the connection line to his head, and finally close the cabin. "Let's go," Mu Zhong said. Mu Dihao continued to be hit, and did not answer. Mu Zhong's ears turned red, and he started the mecha and flew into the sky without waiting for an answer. The mecha flew upright, with a speed of nearly 300 kilometers, faster than a helicopter, which was probably why Mu Zhong was able to arrive in time. The screen in front looked like looking out from the car, but this was only what the eyes could see. Wei Huan knew that the docking device connected to Mu Zhong's head would make the picture he saw different from his own. They started from the bathhouse, which was very close to the sea, so they quickly drove out of the island and came to the sea. The sparkling sea was dazzling, and the sun was rising in front. The mecha shook slightly, and the hand on the waist tightened slightly. The driving feel is not bad. Along with a low voice reaching the oracle, there was also a gust of warm wind, which almost made Mu Zhong's ears explode. "This is terrible." Mu Zhong didn't dare to look back, and whispered him, pretending to concentrate on driving, "This is just a second-level mecha. Subsequent upgrades will become stronger and stronger. Its level should correspond to the vehicle classification of the challenge world. Each upgrade requires a lot of materials. It is another big spender." Mu Zhong's attention gradually shifted as he spoke. The body against his back was very hot, especially. Mu Zhong didn't dare to look back, nor did he dare to pierce it. He just endured it, and didn't know when he forgot to speak. Wei Huan behind him was even more silent. In the narrow mecha cabin, it was so hot that it seemed to explode. In the end, Wei Huan couldn't stand it first. He was really struggling to endure it. He said hoarsely, "It's dawn. I don't know how the opening battle is. Let me see. I can project the screen onto the screen. Let's watch it together." Mu Zhong said, his voice hoarse. Wei Huan's low voice touched the ear, like a string being hooked by a finger, and Mu Zhong's heart trembled violently. He was in a hurry, and used a much clumsier speed than usual to open the live broadcast screen. The scene of the front battlefield appeared on the screen in front of him, and it really drove away the atmosphere that was gradually getting out of control. On the ancient battlefield, the sky had already dawned. But the dark beasts did not stop attacking because of the dawn. The continuous gap between the two sides and the loss ratios stimulated the dark beasts to go crazy. The Dark Beast royal family had used the royal family's talent to make the dark beasts enter a violent state, turning them into real bloodthirsty beasts. The Dark Beast royal family also truly showed their true strength, and turned into a group of wild beasts. In comparison, the Dark Beast royal family that Wei Huan killed, sure, was really just a cub. Even if he could destroy the territory, with his current ability, he couldn't kill the Dark Beast King. Fortunately, the human race had the advantage, and was well rested. Although there were some injuries, under the tight defense of vehicles from various human race countries, it was unknown how many Dark Beasts would be needed to destroy one vehicle. This kind of war damage was already the smallest base number since the confrontation between humans and Dark Beasts. The fierce battle on the front line attracted the attention of the two men, and they even forgot their posture at the moment. Mu Zhong watched intently until humans finally resisted a wave of attacks from Dark Beasts and got a rare rest period. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "There are still 3.5 days left before the end of the battle. These 3 days will be the most difficult 3 days." Wei Huan recalled, "Defense is always better than offense. In the opening battle of the 4th level world, the number of soldiers we sacrificed at the last moment was twice the total before, but in the end, we still lost. I remember that battle was broadcast live to the whole school. Everyone stayed in the auditorium and the playground at night, watching with gnashing teeth and indignation. Were you there at the time?" Wei Huan raised his eyebrows. "I was there. Although I was already working in the military at that time, I was not a challenger after all, so I could only be responsible for some civilian work, which was relatively easy. Since you are in the rear, how can you go to the front line?" At this point, Mu Zhong was silent for a moment, and then suddenly relaxed and leaned into Wei Huan's arms. He looked up at Wei Huan and looked deeply. "Did I forget to say thank you?" "What? You avenged me." "Well, no. Thank you." Mu Zhong's ears were hot when he spoke, and the temperature in the cabin, which had finally dropped, rose again. After finishing speaking, Mu Zhong couldn't help but glared at Wei Huan in a complaining way. Wei Huan was not a person who liked others to be long-winded and overly polite. After all, everything he did was just because he wanted to do it, not because he wanted to get endless thanks from others. Yes, he did it on purpose. Wei Huan always liked Mu Zhong's eyes the most, which seemed to contain the magnificence of the entire universe. After being glared at like this, Wei Huan felt dizzy in his head, as if he was hit by the universe. When he came back to his senses, he was moving away from Mu Zhong's lips, looking at the man in front of him with a flushed face and a slightly panting breath, and his lips, that were too rosy like peaches. Wei Huan felt his teeth itchy. If he bit it, would the juice that flowed out be as sweet as honey? Thinking like this, he did it. With both arms, he held the man on his body, held his head, and pressed against him again, deepening the kiss. In the driving screen, the smoke gradually dissipated. The battle on the battlefield ahead had just stopped. The Dark Beasts temporarily returned to the city. I don't know what conspiracy they were planning. The human side did not relax. Instead, they took the time to dispatch troops and replenish energy. The damaged leader car was repaired overtime. As soon as it was repaired, it returned to the front line immediately. The chariot opened a wide front. The people in the car did not dare to relax at all, and always kept a close eye on the territory wall ahead. Finally, the army of Dark Beasts was assembled, and they swarmed out of the city wall like black venom. A new round of battle began. At this time, Wei Huan and Mu Zhong had arrived in Bangua and came to Bangwa's military camp in the north. They didn't even get out of the Mecca. They found a hidden place, and Wei Huan's undead had already been sent out. After a while, Wei Huan looked at Mu Zhong with his half-burning green face and said, "There are many awesome people in this military zone." Of course, didn't I say that? Bangwa is a country built on the awesome military base. It's abnormal not to see awesome soldiers. A country that almost completely surrenders its national war sovereignty and allows people to squeeze it without any national stance. It's no wonder that this country is Osam's second lackey both before and after the end of the world. Sangshu country is, Bangwa is also. When they opened up their national territory and allowed Osam to station troops in their own country, the country existed in name only. Do they dare to oppose Osam? Do they dare to say no to Osam when there is a conflict in political stance? These two small countries, as the bridgeheads of Osam's confrontation with Yin country, are just like two fangs in a dog's mouth, trying to get stuck in Yin country's neck. The countless contradictions and hundreds of years of accumulated hatred made Wei Huan not polite at all. Not only did they take away the discarded mobile phones piled up in the warehouse, but if there was an armory nearby, no matter whether it was new or old, they were all taken away as waste. As for being afraid of affecting the allies in the challenge world, no. Compared with the Mulberry country, which is still quite strong in military terms, the performance of the Bang country, which is only rich in handsome men and beautiful women, in the challenge world is very average. After the advent of the challenge world, the Bang country's regime was almost controlled by the generals of the Osum garrison base. It is not a joke to say that the Bang country is a country established on the Osum military base. Wei Huan took away the old inventory of the Bang country, although he also took away the inventory of the Osum garrison. But this is the territory of the Korean country after all, and the owners of these discarded mobile phones are also Koreans. If Osum wants to come forward to ask for them, his position will be somewhat untenable. It is not easy for the Korean country to cry to the real father just because some discarded mobile phones were discarded. In fact, after the mobile phones were lost in the Korean country, the logistics supervisors of several military regions, who were responsible for managing the inventory, neither took it seriously nor dared to cry and complain. One or two of them kept the secret very tightly. It was only after the revelations that the Korean country dared to say, with grievance, that they also lost their mobile phones. It was very fast to go around the Korean country, but the warehouse was also full very quickly. Even if Wei Huan had recruited and trained 4 big dogs and 30 puppies in the past, it was still not enough. It is worth mentioning here that Wei Huan thought that the mobile phones swallowed by the puppies could be placed in the tomb, but after trying, he found that it was not possible. The tomb does not allow non-undead beings to enter. Even dead objects such as mobile phones cannot be brought into the tomb. Wei Huan is obviously the only special existence in the tomb. The cell phones and obsolete weapons that could not be put into the tomb could only be stored in the puppy's space. After looting the country, it was completely full. The two could only fly back to China, contact the Qinglong army to vacate a base, and then dump out a small mountain of obsolete cell phones in everyone's astonishment. In addition, there was another small mountain of cell phones that Mu Zhong had recycled and traded on his way back, because he was bored. Without the challenge materials, these cell phones became real discarded cell phones, and had no value. At the same time, Mu Diheo's cell phone kept flashing messages about the arrival of various material transactions. At first, he was still staring at it. Occasionally, a piece of silver-level equipment would make him happy. Later, he became numb. There were too many silver-level equipment, and now only gold equipment could make him happy. But what Mu Diheo didn't know, or maybe he knew but wouldn't say, was that Mu Zhong had first screened out the materials that were useful to them during such a transaction. The potions must be left behind. It didn't matter if there were too many. You could drink the ones that didn't have the properties you needed. Isn't Hexagonal Warrior good? There were also level 5 blueprints. Although there weren't many, they would keep them as long as they didn't have them. With the blueprints, plus the materials they had opened before, and the materials they had opened from these mobile phones, it was only a matter of time before they could upgrade to a level 5 car. As for gold level equipment, there was some. However, there were a lot of gold equipment on their cars. Considering that they couldn't take all the good stuff away, and the Legion also needed to be upgraded, Wei Huan gave them to Mu Diheo, unless they were extremely special equipment. Mu Diheo, who didn't know that the equipment that appeared in his mobile phone was the leftovers, would be happy every time he saw the gold equipment appear, as if he had won the lottery. He also said that since his son married Wei Huan, his mentality has improved, his strength has become stronger, and he has become more considerate and filial to his father, so it was all Wei Huan's credit. Good boy. After clearing the inventory, Mu Zhong and Wei Huan, who went to the 3 kingdoms again, were immersed in the joy of opening blind boxes, and even forgot about love. Of course, once the bottom line of intimacy was broken, Wei Huan now didn't need too much preparation in advance to kiss Mu Zhong again, and would kiss him when he was happy. Mu Zhong let him kiss him, more actively than him, sometimes even deliberately kissing the half of his face where his lips had melted off. Wei Huan was uncomfortable, and couldn't hide, being held on the face, and licked like a kitten. If it weren't for the joy of opening blind boxes pulling him back to reality from time to time, perhaps he would have taken Mu Zhong back to the car. The process of going to the 3 kingdoms to get discarded mobile phones was very smooth. For Wei Huan and Mu Zhong, it was more like a rare vacation. There were only the 2 of them. They stayed together during the day, watching the live broadcast of opening blind boxes and being affectionate, and returned to the room to practice and rest at night. Of course, they had to separate at night. Wei Huan locked himself in the room, looking at the 2 energy tanks in his hands, feeling happy. In the past 2 days, Wei Huan's strength has doubled. Especially the reserves of Hellfire bombs, it seems that they have been full again after just a few days of use. Even the dog-headed people that Wei Huan didn't dare to cultivate in large numbers in the past were cultivated by him. Gnolls are a very special species. To cultivate an elite level, big dogs need to devour each other. That's right, puppies are not the cubs of big dogs, But after big dogs devour each other, the stronger one controls the other and transforms into puppies. It is reasonable to say that puppies are the ability embodiment of big dogs. Wave 1 is not sure whether living gnolls use the same method to advance, but if it is the same as in the undead state, then this race is very cruel and bloody. The probability of transforming into a puppy is very low, and it takes 5 or 6 to transform into a puppy. This probability can foresee how competitive this race is. It is no wonder that in the War of the Dark Beast Lords, when the Magic Eye Lord appears, it is often more than 10 times that of the gnolls. Even if Wave 1 is reborn, humans don't know much about dark beasts like dog-headed people. Wave 1 now has an extra energy tank, so he dares to do what he has always wanted to do, raising poison. He ordered his newly recruited big dog to feed one of the big dogs. The recruitment of each dog costs about 300 dark power, and he can often only train 2 or 3 puppies a day. He didn't dare to think about this kind of dark power consumption in the past. As for now, it is a waste if the dark power is full, so naturally he has to train a higher-level dog-headed man. For the Gravekeeper, the strength of the undead is his strength, but he can't just care about the number, and it is also very necessary to cultivate one direction. For several consecutive days, Wave 1 has been training big dogs. On this day, he finally trained a hero-level big dog, and the ancient war finally ushered in the final settlement moment. The war in the last few days was indeed fierce, but this time compared to the 4th level battlefield, the mentality of the human side is much better. Humans harvested dark beasts in their chariots. Looking at the falling corpses, everyone felt relieved. At the last moment, the loss ratio between humans and dark beasts even widened to 16%, which was a real victory. When the bell rang and the war was completely over, the whole world cheered. The leaders of various countries returned to Blue Star as soon as possible, and the first question they asked was, "Where are the reward materials?" Half of them appeared in Yin country. There were 3 mountains near the capital, which were rich in resources. In addition, there were changes in the ocean on the continental shelf of Yin country. We are arranging people to investigate. Another third of the remaining part appeared in Osum and Big Bear country, another third was taken away by the European Union Legion, and another third was scattered in small resource points in other countries. This is the rule of Challenge World. In the 2 sides of the plain war, the loser loses 1/10 of the land, and the winner obtains a special resource point of 1/10 of the entire planet area. In addition, the appearance of resources will appear directly in the territory according to the contributions of each country in the war. It is a kind of reward for those who perform well. In the battlefields of past victories, Yin country has also been the country that obtained the most resources. But no matter how much, there is no time to get half directly. Considering the efforts of Yin country in the war process, no matter how you calculate it, it is not proportional. The final answer is finally in front of everyone. Wave 1, the newcomer of Yin country who changed the situation at a critical moment, is the real reason why Yin country has the highest spoils. He not only made humans win in this battle, but also made Yin country the biggest winner in this battle. Most importantly, Challenge World also sent a signal through this incident. The distribution of spoils is not just the point seen on the battlefield, but the contribution made by the entire camp during the war, which is distributed according to size. Wave 1's performance in the random challenge affected the opening battle, and even became the key to the turnaround in this battle. Challenge World gave half of the spoils to Yin country, which was well deserved. After hearing such an analysis, the leaders of various countries were annoyed, but they had to admit that if it weren't for Wave 1's brilliant idea, humans might have lost this battle again. So why aren't such outstanding young people from our country? Yin country is already so strong? Why does such a genius still appear in Yin country? Jealousy. Commander Omura returned to Blue Star and appeared directly in the underground safe house of the general's mansion. He looked happy and asked General Nagasaki the first time he saw him, "Where are the supplies refreshed?" General Nagasaki endured the cold sweat on his back and said, "I have arranged people to check. You have fought hard. I have arranged hot springs and food for you." Commander Omura noticed something unusual. Although it has been a while, he remembered that he would receive good news as soon as he returned to Blue Star. Why didn't he say it directly this time, unless... Commander Omura's smile disappeared, and he walked to the door while asking coldly, "What happened?" General Nagasaki's waist almost bent down, and he said carefully, "Commander, you have made great contributions to this great victory of mankind. Perhaps our people were negligent, and they are exploring the coastline. Even in the sea, there will be abnormalities. Are you an inexperienced newcomer?" Commander Omura shouted, his voice raised high. "Yes, yes." General Nagasaki was so scared that he dared not breathe. Finally he said, I don't know why, this time we didn't find any warnings about the resource points appearing in the country. It must be that Yin country took too much and took our share. Humph, Wei Huan. Commander Omura squeezed out 2 words, but found that he couldn't say anything. The things Wei Huan did could not be blackmailed even by him, who was full of hostility. However, Pa! A sudden slap hit General Nagasaki in the face, and General Nagasaki flew away and slapped against the wall of the safe house. General Nagasaki covered his face and climbed up with difficulty. He spat out a fallen tooth, which made him painful and embarrassed. For a moment, it seemed that everyone in the room was laughing at him. He looked at Commander Omura, but didn't dare to say anything more. He could only look aggrieved. Yes, it's my fault. I didn't investigate it accurately. Commander Omura said, do you think I hit you because of the spoils? No. It was you who tried to induce me. You told me that Wei Huan had a divine suit, but you didn't investigate him enough, which made me lose face at the alliance meeting. If it weren't for him, we would have lost in the ancient battlefield. But? General Nagasaki covered his face and said unwillingly, Wei Huan is our enemy. He has no friendship with us and is an absolute enemy. Please forgive me. As he said that, General Nagasaki knelt on the ground, gritting his teeth, and said, Wei Huan is our enemy. He has no friendship with us and is an absolute enemy. Please forgive me. As he said that, General Nagasaki knelt on the ground, gritting his teeth, and he said to his bloody mouth, not long ago, when you led the soldiers to fight for their lives on the battlefield, do you know what he did? He sneaked into our 3 military regions, looted our warehouses, and bombed the Shihun Group's mansion. He is so bold. He ignored the war alliance. He ignored your painstaking maintenance. He attacked us. Commander Omura felt dizzy. What did he loot? How much? The missiles that Osum sold to us some time ago were also taken away by him? How did he do it? How dare he? General Nagasaki, who was crying, froze and found that he seemed to have set himself up unconsciously. How can he explain this? Wei Huan took away only a discarded mobile phone. Chapter 132. Wei Huan could have taken the cell phone without anyone noticing. After all, the dog-headed man's actions were covert. As long as he could avoid surveillance, no one would know that the things in a warehouse were taken away by a dog-headed man the size of a mouse. Moreover, the dog-headed man is a kind of zombie. As long as you don't get close to it and take a picture of its eyes, most people will only think that it is a dark beast that escaped from the space rift, and will never think of Wei Huan. But Wei Huan attacked the Shihun Group. On the same night, when the Legion supplies disappeared, the trap set by the Shihun Group and the Osum garrison was not only broken, but also lost a 5th-level stacking explosion. That night, the Shihun Group was bombed by green fire all over the sky. Among them, whether it was the Yin Kingdom's actions or the green fire bombing, it was enough to make people focus on Wei Huan. After all, it was not the first time that Wei Huan took action on Blue Star. Just over a month ago, he bombed a base of the War Clan in the suburbs of Yin Kingdom. Intelligence departments of various countries have long collected Wei Huan's abilities through various means. This green firefly bomb is unique in the world, and only Wei Huan can use it. It is impossible to hide it. But if it is only aimed at Shihun Group, other countries may regard it as a personal grudge for the sake of Yin country's prestige, and not bother to care about it. The premise is that Wei Huan did not sweep through the abandoned mobile phone warehouses of 3 countries, and other countries could turn a blind eye. Of course, it is not possible now. The abandoned mobile phones piled in the warehouse have been gathering dust, and no one has thought of taking one away. No one is interested in garbage, unless it is not garbage, or a way to turn waste into treasure has been found. There is no doubt that Wei Huan, or Yin country, must have found a new use for discarded mobile phones, which is why they looted warehouses in 3 countries in just a few days. Other countries that realized this immediately locked the discarded mobile phones in the safe and sent heavy troops to guard them. In addition, no one cared about celebrating the victory of the war. At the moment when people all over the world were rejoicing, a new round of storms was set off again. All countries joined forces to put pressure on Yin country, using Wei Huan's actions against Sangshu country as an excuse, in fact, to force Yin country to hand over the secret of conquering discarded mobile phones. Spies between countries frequently exchanged, and international relations were turbulent. Only the people of various countries were still immersed in the simple beauty, and happy, as if it was the new year. Yin Guo said, let's not talk about this matter, and it has nothing to do with Wei Huan of our country. Let's take a step back. Have you forgotten who was the hero who won the greatest victory in the ancient battlefield? If any country wants to do anything wrong against the great hero of Blue Star, and the hero of the people of the world, they are all enemies of Yan Guo. It's just a verbal attack. Who is afraid of who? The diplomat pointed at the diplomat of Osum and said, and do you have any evidence to say that it was done by our country? At present, it is the world of challengers, and there are countless challengers with special abilities. I am also here to remind a certain country not to make trouble out of nothing, to reverse right and wrong, and to kill oneself if you do too much injustice. The confrontation at the negotiation table ended, and the diplomats of Yan Guo received private calls from diplomats of more than 60 countries as soon as they came down. They all spoke to the diplomats of Yan Guo in a soft tone, and some of them flattered them, and sent a lot of foreign trade orders and materials that Yan Guo really lacked. The diplomat was sour on the phone and summed it up in one sentence. Brother, what good way to make a living is to make money with your brothers, but no matter how other countries use both soft and hard tactics, the huge waves that hit Wei Huan were stopped by the country. This is the advantage of being in a strong country. Maybe this country is not perfect and sometimes difficult, but it will do its best to protect its citizens and will not let the heroes down. Wei Huan was well protected in the rear and could not feel any aftermath of the wind and waves. This day was the day they officially joined the Qinglong Corps. The annual enlistment ceremony is in August, and now it is only April, but the Qinglong army held a ceremony for Wei Huan's convoy alone. Wei Huan had just returned from a mission in the Three Kingdoms. Before he could hand over the mobile phone that might be the relic of the angel, he was hurriedly pulled into the Qinglong military camp. Although the ceremony was short, it was complete and grand. Almost all the Qinglong army generals were present, and they were afraid that if they were a second late, Wei Huan would be snatched away by others. Finally, after the ceremony was completed, Wei Huan wore the military emblem of the Qinglong army and participated in the awarding ceremony with Mu Zhong, Su Qingqiang, and other crew members. Wei Huan skipped the lieutenant rank and was awarded the rank of major. A 20-year-old newcomer who had just joined the army was given this rank right away. Of course, it was too high, but in special wartime, there was no need to wait for seniority. The competent ones would take the position. This was the result of the discussion among all the generals of the army. Wei Huan stood on the awarding platform, and Commander Chai personally put on the major's shoulder straps for him. Finally, he hugged him, patted his back and said, "Good boy, I can't do better than you, you don't know how happy I am now." After they separated, the emotional Commander Chai saluted Wei Huan's military cap and collar. Then he looked at the other person. Mu Zhong was next to Wei Huan, sitting in a wheelchair, waiting for his rank. His captain rank had been taken off, and his empty shoulders looked a little thin, but when Commander Chai put on the major shoulder straps for him, his whole body stood up straight. "Major Mu." Commander Chai stepped back, stood up, and saluted him. "Here." Mu Zhong returned the salute, and although he was sitting, his momentum was not weak at all. "You will always be the pride of our Qinglong army." "Yes." Mu Zhong answered loudly with tears in his eyes. Mu Dihao watched from the side, also with tears in his eyes, full of relief. Others may not know how important this moment is to Mu Zhong. He is a man who crawled back from hell, and all the bones in his body have been broken. How painful this healing process is, outsiders can't even empathize with 1%. But he stood up in the end and continued to live proudly. After Mu Zhong, it was Su Qingqiang and others. As the main combatant on the car, Su Qingqiang had applied for merit for him at the beginning. But the Corps had never awarded the rank of criminal sequence, and it was a one-time application for senior officers. In addition, Su Qingqiang's political review was also very troublesome. He was a bounty hunter, and had done things against the authorities in the past. Although there was no need to settle accounts later, many of his past affairs were recorded, and the review was very difficult. In the end, it was Commander Chai who went there twice in person to get the matter done. The rank of lieutenant hung on Su Qingqiang's shoulders, which was the ultimate that the Qinglong army could do at present. Commander Chai was still worried that Su Qingqiang would be unhappy, so he patted his arm and whispered, "Perform well and leave the rest to us." Su Qingqiang nodded. How could he be unhappy? Didn't he know what kind of background he was? He had never dreamed of all this. Commander Chai awarded titles to other people, all of them second lieutenants. This level is normal, and it is already very high for students who have not yet graduated from Challenger University. After a special awarding ceremony, Commander Chai left. He wanted to continue to quarrel, and staying here for a while would have saved a lot of saliva. The subsequent arrangements were handed over to Mu Dihao. Because of the excellence of his son and son-in-law, Mu Dihao, who had been marginalized and almost sidelined, regained the power of the Qinglong army. He not only managed the logistics and training of materials on both the Challenge World and Blue Star, but also had a lot of level 5 chariots and professionals. He is a well-known and powerful figure in the Qinglong army. He was responsible for arranging the Wei Huan convoy. Of course, it was also because Commander Chai had given him the power on purpose. From accommodation to the distribution of supplies, as well as the authority to enter and exit the military camp, everything was handled by Mu Dihao in a neat and tidy manner, and it was obvious that he was taking special care of them. If it were someone else, the soldiers of the Qinglong army would have criticized them to death, saying that they were relatives. But it's different now. When a passing soldier found that Wei Huan and others were being taken away by Mu Dihao, he excitedly rushed into the dormitory with a red face and shouted, "Wei Huan and others have finished their rank awarding and are heading to the dormitory in Area A. Fortunately, Wei Huan is a family member of Commander Mu. I heard that he almost joined the Suzaku army, but our army intercepted him. Ha ha ha, Commander Mu is awesome. Yes, it's just double standards. Others can't get in through connections, they are relatives, they are paratroopers. But Wei Huan joined the Legion through connections, that is our competitive advantage. Fortunately Captain Xiao Mu, no, it was Major Xiao Mu who used beauty, no, male beauty, In short, it is an honor for the Qinglong army that Wei Huan can join. This is a tragic era. Countless martyrs are often buried in the eastern suburbs. But it is also a brilliant era. Heroes are dazzling and compete for the genius. The new order is built on the ruins, and admiration for strength is the main theme of this era. There are no literati and poets, nor are there noble families. Only the challengers who show absolute strength in dealing with the attacks of dark beasts can be truly respected. There is no doubt that Wei Huan's team is not just strong, but so strong that it shakes the world and makes ghosts cry. For the Qinglong army, since it was confirmed that Wei Huan and others really joined the Legion, the most heated discussion in the past few days is not the end of the war, nor the joint blockade that Yin State encountered in international diplomacy, but the 2 remaining empty seats in Wei Huan's car. Ordinary people only care about small things. Soldiers in the army only care about the little things in their pit. Joining Wei Huan's team means joining the future leader car. If nothing unexpected happens, Wei Huan will sooner or later become a figure like Captain Fang. Then the people in his car are all real heroes. In this era, no one cares whether you are a glamorous star, a decent person, or a wealthy child of a big leader. These glories are dim and unattractive in front of the heroic leader car. The charm of Wei Huan's Qinglong army is real. Charm. After joining the Qinglong army, Wei Huan lived in seclusion, or almost seldom appeared in front of us. Every day when he was free, he would soak in the Soldier King simulation training room to learn the combat skills of the Soldier King. But the other people in the car, as long as they left their residence and went out, they would have countless chance encounters and direct self-recommendations. Even Mu Dihao asked Mu Zhong privately if he had any thoughts on the remaining 2 team members in the car. Mu Zhong said, "It is up to us, the captain, to decide on this matter, or do we have to absorb the soldiers of the Qinglong army?" Mu Dihao shook his head. "Of course not. As a special team, you must have special authority. But there is one thing to remember, you can choose not to absorb members of the Qinglong army, but the people who get on your car must be members of the Qinglong army." It's a very difficult sentence, but Mu Zhong understood it. He nodded. "Don't worry, strength is not the key point, adaptability is more important, we have a bottom line." This matter stopped here. Mu Dihao asked again, "Have you asked Wei Huan when he plans to participate in the 4th level assessment? With Wei Huan's strength, he can indeed go to the front line. If he stays in the back, it is obviously a waste of resources. Mu Dihao has already found a position for them in the Qinglong Corps, and there will be a corps to lead them as long as they come up." But Mu Zhong said, "Wei Huan is about to advance, and we will go back to challenge the world after completing the advancement." Advancing soon? This is the first time Mu Dihao has heard of this news. It has only been more than 50 days since he was promoted to the 3rd level. At present, the fastest speed from the 3rd level to the 4th level on Blue Star is 160 days. When did Wei Huan go through according to the usual practice? Mu Dihao thought about it, and it made sense. It's only 50 days. Will it be stable so quickly? I don't know, but I believe Wei Huan will handle it well. He is not a person who is eager for quick success. I believe it too. After Mu Dihao finished speaking, he reminded, "Ask more questions and show more concern. Also, you should choose the right direction for your own career. The shaman sequence is the top priority for your team, but the pilots already have a training ground, which will improve the overall performance of Blue Star. You have to make a good choice between them." Mu Zhong nodded. After the father and son finished chatting, Mu Dihao left and went to the office building. Mu Zhong went to the training ground with some urgency. The good news he had been waiting for a long time finally came. In Yin Country, the training equipment of Farmer Sequence is the most complete. Yin Country not only has the battle tower, a warrior training ground, but also has training rooms for various combat skills developed on the basis of the battle tower. Just like using the microcosm to increase spiritual power, doing burst exercises to increase agility, and training in combat skills will also increase strength. Wei Huan stopped at the level of a real soldier in his last life. During the 5 years he stayed there, he practiced the real soldier combat skills thoroughly. Now that he has been reborn, although he has taken the path of a summoner, Wei Huan has never stopped training the real soldier combat skills. This set of combat methods may be more standard than most of the farmer sequence, and it also provides him with 2 or 3 points of strength bonus every time. These days, after Wei Huan joined the Qinglong army, he finally had time to devote himself to training, so he almost stayed in the combat training ground every day. The King of Soldiers combat training ground, which requires queuing and has a high degree of secrecy, he can go there anytime and train at any time, and he can stay there for a whole day. It might affect the training of others, but Wei Huan must learn the King of Soldiers combat skills and learn them absolutely correctly. He knew that he would not stay in Blue Star for long, so a set of standard King of Soldiers combat skills was the foundation for him to remain strong in challenging the world. So even if it might affect others in the past few days, Wei Huan could only say sorry. But what is the reality? When Mu Zhong rushed to the combat skills training ground, he saw Lu Xiaotian and others standing outside the training ground, stretching their necks to watch the live broadcast of the monitoring in the training ground, and then a group of people kept TSK here. This is the most powerful summoner I've ever seen. Come and take a look. I usually let you train, but you guys cheat and act slack. You get so proud of your small achievements. Why is Wei Huan so strong? He even practices the warrior's fighting skills meticulously. How can he not be strong? Wei Huan subverted my definition of a back row mage. Look at the strength of his punches. It's not just fancy moves. He uses his strength perfectly. Maybe he can fight a warrior in a one-on-one duel. Lu Xiaotian remembered that Wei Huan had attacked him in Sangshu country before. It's so low to fight a warrior in a one-on-one duel. Wei Huan and I have been on a mission together. I feel that his strength is not inferior to that of the King of Soldiers. Of course, he is far inferior to me, especially if I were the King of Soldiers' armor. I can easily beat him twice. Brother Xiaotian. Hearing this, Mu Zhong couldn't help but speak. Although I think you are really inferior to a long range, I must say that you may not be stronger than Wei Huan without armor. Lu Xiaotian was instantly like being stabbed in the lungs, and his cheeks puffed up with anger. I am Lu Xiaotian, who will soon become the king of martial arts. Don't use me as a comparison group when you praise others. It will ruin my reputation. If I, a king of soldiers, can't even beat a summoner, what am I doing? Mu Zhong smiled but said nothing. It was not that he blindly believed, but that a lover's eyes see beauty in a woman. It was true that if Lu Xiaotian did not wear armor, he would not be able to beat Wei Huan. Wei Huan's attributes were too high, and he had drunk all the strength potions, including the gold level ones. He also had to train real soldiers in combat skills when he had time. In addition, the most important thing was that Wei Huan had a pseudo-artifact, which had a 25% bonus to all attributes. Anyone who used it knew that, plus the 25% bonus to all attributes from the title of King of Dark Beasts Nemesis Country, it was extremely powerful. The Soldier King without armor was half as weak as he could be, and he would definitely not be able to beat Wei Huan. Besides, Mu Zhong had glasses. Lu Xiaotian's strength was stronger than Wei Huan's, but his agility was much weaker than Wei Huan's. When he met Wei Huan, he was just a target, and could only be beaten. Mu Zhong saw it clearly, but there was no need to say it too clearly, and it was even more impossible for Lu Xiaotian and Wei Huan to fight because of a little verbal dispute. Why should I let him fight with just one sentence? How shameless. However, because of Mu Zhong's words, the people watching the excitement had a subtle change in their views on Wei Huan, no longer being careless, like an expert looking at an outsider. With a changed mindset, they found that Wei Huan's punching power was indeed much greater than they imagined. It was not clear whether he could beat the King of Soldiers, but he had no problem fighting with real soldiers. Unconsciously, Wei Huan finished a round, took a short break and drank a sip of water, and returned to the middle of the venue to continue. The people watching outside also came, and went in waves. No one said that Wei Huan was wrong to occupy the training room. Most of them gathered together to watch with relish for a while, and then sighed, a summoner can be so strong, Why am I wasting my life here? After observing for a while, Mu Zhong breathed a sigh of relief. It is difficult to describe his current mood. If I must say, it is like taking his lover back to her parents' home, and he is afraid that he will look down on her family, and that her family will gossip about her and drive her away. Now all these concerns have disappeared. Wei Huan's reputation in the army is probably much higher than his. After waiting for more than an hour, Mu Zhong saw Wei Huan taking a break, so he pushed the door in. Wei Huan came over, sweating all over. The steaming heat seemed like real hormones, making Mu Zhong slightly drunk. After a pause, Mu Zhong said, "Ji Tianshi is here. Come over after you finish training." Wei Huan nodded. He knew about this. "I take a shower and go." After saying that, he was about to go back to the car, and saw Mu Zhong standing there, and asked him, "Did everything go well on the way? Do you want to wait for me?" Seeing Mu Zhong nod, Wei Huan said, "I be quick." After saying that, he really got much quicker. Less than 5 minutes later, Wei Huan, dressed in a clean outfit, reappeared in front of Mu Zhong. As soon as he arrived, he went around Mu Zhong's back and pushed Mu Zhong's wheelchair forward, while talking in a low voice. Soldiers passed by from time to time along the way. Seeing them, they all stood in awe and saluted. The two of them stopped to return the salute, and barely finished chatting when they were almost at the destination. Both of them were busy these days. Wei Huan learned the combat skills of the king of soldiers, and he also had to adapt to the scope of responsibilities he needed to be responsible for after becoming a mid-level general, and he had to get to know a lot of people. Mu Zhong was busy unlocking the ownerless mobile phone. More than 80 million mobile phones filled the Qinglong Army's military warehouse at once, which was 100 times higher than the value of the materials stolen from the Qinglong Army. In addition, the materials that were stolen at the beginning were also recovered one by one. This time the Qinglong Army won. In the past 2 days, Mu Zhong was invited to various military regions to retrieve the relics of his fallen comrades, and to refill the stray supplies into the military warehouse of Yin State. After the war in the ancient battlefield, Yin State's warehouse was full. Compared with other countries that were exhausted, Yin State could fight another war of the same intensity at any time. In addition, Mu Zhong was also discussing the construction of a mecha corps with various military departments. Mu Zhong got the steel factory, a professional training ground for drivers. The mecha technology he possessed was much ahead of Tula, which had been developing this field 4 or 5 years earlier. It was imperative for Yin State to form a mecha corps. When they arrived at the destination, Mu Zhong finally said, "The formation of the mecha corps has been put on the agenda, but what our team needs now is the in-depth cultivation of the shaman sequence. I think the commander's ideas are to let me focus on improving the driver sequence level. I didn't expect such a conflict to occur. I'm sorry. I will try my best to arrange it." Wei Huan patted Mu Zhong's shoulder comfortingly. "Do whatever you want to do, and I find a way for the rest." "What?" Mu Zhong looked up at him and wanted to say something, but another soldier passed by and saluted. "Hello, Major Wei. Hello, Major Mu." The two stopped talking and raised their hands to return the salute. This interruption made me not know where to start. What is finding a way? What can an individual think of for such a national direction and strategic action? Unconsciously, they came to this 4-story building built in the military district. "It's here," Mu Zhong said. "Let's go in." There is nothing unusual on the outside of the building, but the building is filled with an indescribable element. It was an extremely gentle element with healing power. Everyone who entered this space would feel the air was fresh, their eyes were bright, and they felt extremely comfortable. Mu Zhong felt that even the temperature in this building was just right, neither too much nor too little. The anxiety of the previous moment faded away here, and the tense shoulders relaxed. It is worthy of being a place where angels live. Even the air has become different, Mu Zhong said relaxedly. But Wei Huan behind him changed his expression slightly. Chapter 133. Mu Zhong did not realize that Wei Huan, who was standing behind him, had frowned since the moment he entered here. In stark contrast to Mu Zhong's feelings, Wei Huan did not relax at all, as if he had met a natural enemy, with a sharp edge behind him. Similarly, this sense of conflict was obviously not felt by only him. Just when they entered the building less than 3 meters away, suddenly, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. As soon as he appeared, he brought with him an overwhelming aura of light, and rushed towards Wei Huan like a tidal wave. In just a moment, Wei Huan was stimulated to release more dark energy, which was not inferior to the opponent's strength and thickness at all, like a towering black mountain, about to face it head-on. At that time, the waves would hit the shore, and there might be a conflict of attributes, and the whole building might be destroyed. "Wait!" Mu Zhong shouted, opened his hands, and the natural force from the shaman sequence, like spring rain and sprouting branches, tried to block the two sides. But he was too weak. Even though he had taken so many potions, and had the microscopic world, he was not outstanding here. After all, he was facing the perverted Wei Huan and the 5th level professional. Once he was hit by these two forces, he would be the first to be injured. Wei Huan was the first to withdraw his power. Even if the light power had hit him, he would be injured without resistance, but it was better than Mu Zhong being injured. Then, the light power on the opposite side finally stopped at the critical moment, and was retracted. After the calm, the three people looked at each other, with their throbbing hearts. The man who came was a man in a white coat. He was not tall and slightly fat. His belly protruded from the middle of the white coat, which was as conspicuous as his bald hairline on both sides. He has big double eyelids, a high nose bridge, and good facial features. He should have been handsome when he was young and thin, but now, he is a middle-aged uncle with a beer belly. He was taking away the vigilance in his eyes, and then his eyebrows and eyes relaxed, and he smiled very friendly. It's Major Mu and Major Wei. You are finally here. I have been waiting for you. Mu Zhong introduced to Wei Huan. Colonel Ji, also a Sequence 5 angel, has been treating critically ill patients in various military regions since returning from the ancient battlefield. Now it's a rare rest, so I asked him to come and help you look at your face. Wei Huan nodded, he knew this. He didn't feel anything about his injuries, but Mu Zhong and Commander Mu were very concerned. If the war hadn't just ended and people were needed everywhere, they would have asked him to come long ago. It's a pity that they came in vain. They knew the answer without diagnosis. Wei Huan simply asked, can Mu Zhong's leg injury be cured? Colonel Ji's answer was the same as what he knew. The regeneration of a broken limb requires the power of a life angel. But if there is an angel in your car, you can also nourish the broken limb now, so that the broken limb will not be too painful when it regenerates in the future. Okay. Wei Huan was already thinking, for his own face, whether he could ask for a level 5 angel to get on the car. But it should be difficult to think about it. Mu Dihao must have known about his son's situation a long time ago. There is a reason why he did not make any arrangements. Just like the special care that Yanhui gave to auxiliary professions in the primary track, it is difficult for auxiliary professions to grow without the protection of teammates, so the healer, who can grow to angel must have a very good team. Even if it is Mu Dihao, there is no reason to force him to leave. But if I train them from scratch, maybe the angels of life of the vanguard have appeared, but the angels in their car have not been trained yet. This matter needs to be thought about carefully. Then you take a look at Wei Huan's injury. Mu Zhong still said unwillingly. Colonel Ji said, go to my office first and take a look. When they got upstairs, in Colonel Ji's treatment room, he let Wei Huan in, and Mu Zhong stayed outside. Wei Huan stood in this environment full of light elements and sharp edges, sighed, and then took off his glasses. A hideous and terrifying face appeared in front of Colonel Ji. Colonel Ji said calmly, as soon as you came in, I felt that my field was invaded, but after all, I promised Commander Mu, I will take a look first. Wei Huan nodded. Less than 5 minutes later, the door opened again in front of Mu Zhong. Looking at the two people who came out, and the glasses on Wei Huan's face, Mu Zhong's eyes could not hide the disappointment. Is it really not possible? Mu Zhong obviously knew everything, but he didn't give up. Wei Huan came to Mu Zhong and looked at Colonel Ji together. Colonel Ji nodded. Yes, Major Wei's injury is easy to treat, but the light power conflicts with the dark power, and his energy is dissipating, which is a sign of his upcoming advancement. If I forcefully intervene, it will definitely affect his advancement this time. The fact that Wei Huan is about to advance has been confirmed again, but unfortunately Mu Zhong is not happy. He grabbed Wei Huan's hand and asked, what about after the advancement is completed? Tian Shiji still shook his head. It's not that I haven't come into contact with professionals in the dark sequence, but the intensity of darkness on Major Wei is the most I have ever seen in my life. Perhaps only Agris can compare. So, I can neither do it nor can I do it. This concentration of darkness should be the reason why Major Wei is so powerful. Mu Zhong looked at Wei Huan's attribute panel, and there was always a special description of the dark force is accelerating the erosion. So will Wei Huan live like this for the rest of his life? Mu Zhong just felt sorry for Wei Huan's hard work every time he ate, and don't think he couldn't see that Wei Huan had some inferiority complex about his current appearance. Just thinking about Wei Huan, such a strong person, but was shaken by this incident, this was more painful in Mu Zhong's eyes than Wei Huan himself. Mu Zhong's eyes were full of disappointment, and Major Ji said, I have also done research on the dark system. If I am not mistaken, The sleepless sequence is the healer of the dark system. If you want to be safe, you can go to Agri's, she should have a way. The core profession of Insomniac sequence is Dark Knight Apostle, which is a dark mage in layman's terms. Darkness heals dark mages, which is very reliable. Mu Zhong asked, don't we have high-level insomniacs in Yin country? Colonel G sighed, it's not a very compatible problem, and there are not many of them. There are almost no high-level ones officially, but you can ask. On the contrary, there are a few high-level insomniacs in the civilian world. They are all coming to Qianmen from all directions, so you need to communicate with them. Okay. After saying goodbye to Colonel G, the two were somewhat disappointed when they left. The angel that was finally waiting for didn't solve any problem. Finally, Mu Zhong sighed. It can only be said that the ability of the angel is far from enough. Humans have just broken through the 5th level. When will the life angel of sequence 6 appear? Wei Huan said, I'm going to advance, this is a good thing. Mu Zhong nodded, it's a good thing indeed. Then he said, leave it to the Legion to find the Apostle of the Dark Knight. You can advance with peace of mind first. Wei Huan nodded. After thinking for a while, he walked around to the front of Mu Zhong, squatted on the ground and looked at him at eye level. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. Mu Zhong didn't say anything, just raised his hand to touch the corner of Wei Huan's mouth, where the gums were exposed, but before his fingers touched it, Wei Huan subconsciously dodged. Mu Zhong felt as if his heart was stabbed with a knife, but he joked, what's good about it? You are as miserable as me. What kind of unlucky couple are we? Wei Huan grabbed Mu Zhong's hand, held it tightly, and looked at him. It will be fine, and it will be level 6 soon. My leg injury is not urgent. It is not difficult to stand up. I can make a prosthesis at any time. I want to say that you... Wei Huan pinched Mu Zhong's hand and said, don't care about these details. You have to stay alive first. Mu Zhong was stunned by this sentence, leaning on the tire, holding his forehead and looking at Wei Huan with a smile. Yes, stay alive first, so upgrade quickly. Yeah, that's it. After a few days of peace in the Qinglong military camp, Commander Mu came over and said, you know, the 4th level highway is a global assessment, and the day of this assessment is not far away. I came here to ask you if you want to sign up. Listen to me first and then decide. You may not know the situation outside. Those people want to know the reason why we took the old mobile phones like crazy. Fortunately, Yin country is strong, so they dare not mess around. But they will not give up. There are many ways to get intelligence. Now not only are there many intelligence personnel outside our camp, but they have also contacted your father, Wei Huan. These are not important. The main thing is that the level 4 highway assessment is a global assessment. No matter which batch of assessment you sign up for, I am afraid that other countries will follow suit. After saying this, General Mu was a little embarrassed to speak. If you continue to stay in reality, you will be too conspicuous. You should know that the military camp is not a brick that is airtight. So I will arrange a job for you to patrol the city in the level 3 world, and I will send you the transfer order later. Of course, this is just a cover. When you return to the challenge world, whether you sign up for the assessment or patrol the city, you don't have to explain to anyone. Everyone listened quietly, and Lu Qingji was the first to say with emotion, General Mu is really thoughtful and really loves us. Mu Diheo was touched by the hair and felt happy. He opened his mouth and was about to say something, but Wei Huan spoke first. Wei Huan asked, if you sign up for the assessment directly, will there be any problems? I mean international relations and the like. Mu Diheo was stunned for a moment. That won't happen. It's just your safety. There may be a siege. Wei Huan said, we sign up directly. But hide your troops when you are weak, and deter when you are strong. If we hide, they will think we are easy to control. Mu Diheo was really stunned this time. He held his forehead and laughed for a while. Ha ha ha, hide your troops when you are weak, and deter when you are strong. Good, 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 a good sentence to hide your troops when you are weak, and deter when you are strong. After saying this, not only Mu Diheo was shocked, but the crew members around him also fell into a brief contemplation, and then a dazzling light burst out in their eyes. The strong morale ignited on his body, looking at Wei Huan like a flame. On the second day, the diplomat of Yin State said in the tug-of-war with other countries, I advise all countries not to always stare at our genius with a magnifying glass. He is destined to go to the front and become the backbone of our Yin State. All provocations against him will be regarded as disrespect to our Yin State. The gap between countries is never without reason. When your young people are afraid to move forward, our young heroes have already overcome all obstacles. Look forward. There will never be any nonsense in the mouth of the diplomat, and every word is carefully considered before it can be spoken. This long paragraph seems to point out that other countries are not enterprising, but in fact it reveals the arrangement of Yin country for the younger generation. To talk about Yin country's latter development, of course, young people of different ages will be stationed in different challenge worlds. Batches of newcomers come in, batches of old people go up, not only in this process to train soldiers, but also eventually form a benign frontline output, to ensure that everyone who comes to the front line is a veteran and will not easily make mistakes. Calculating the time, it is indeed time for Yin country to dispatch troops and rotate upwards. However, this kind of normal thing does not need to be brought up in this occasion. No matter how you think about it, the genius young man in the mouth of the diplomat has a meaning. Could it be Wei Huan? Does he mean that Wei Huan is going to the 4th level highway assessment? It's not surprising to think about it. Wei Huan has never stopped the assessment since the 1st level highway appeared, and when he is strong enough, he will be promoted to the front line directly. This is normal. Wait, he said this to compete with us in talent? How do you understand it? Is he showing off? This Wei Huan is very strong. There is no newcomer who can be stronger than him. Even the old challengers who have stayed on the 3rd level highway for 5 or 6 years cannot be stronger than him. But, yes, I understand what you mean. I will go back and persuade our commander to join forces with your country. Or, we can form an alliance, and see whether the power of an individual is stronger or the power of unity is greater. The news that Wei Huan will participate in the level 4 highway assessment spread like weeds. As the key figure in the final victory of the ancient battlefield, Wei Huan's name is still talked about by people all over the world even though the battle has been over for a week. And not only his achievements, his appearance and deeds, but also the other people in the team have become synonymous with traffic. There is Lu Qingji, a fat 3rd-generation rich man who can cook delicious food, there are cute twins, and there is Ding Qi, a new generation of national goddess. Of course, Su Qingqiang, Zhou Yong and Lin Su are representatives of self-improvement who came out of the welfare home, and are especially praised by the people. Even if Su Qingqiang is a criminal, and his combat state is hideous and ugly like a demon, there are girls holding their hearts and screaming, so handsome. These days, when I open the Challenger forum, I see all about them. Message. Participants in the discussion are both domestic and foreign. Anyway, Challenge the World will transform all languages and texts into information that can be communicated and understood. In the international version of the forum, the keywords of Wei Huan team are floating around, and the popularity is high. In a way, Wei Huan team has indeed saved the world, which is worthy of praise and written into textbooks, and is an outstanding achievement that will be passed down through the ages. But today, many people woke up from a nap, or finished their work, and picked up their phones again, and found a new post on the forum that topped the list. Wei Huan team level 4 assessment. Level 4 challenger in 4 months, the strongest in history. I have stayed in the level 3 world for too long. How did it come out that Boss Wei was going to take the level 4 assessment? Is there a traitor? What posture do I need to take to join Boss Wei? Open the hot posts. Some are simply worship and praise, and the whole article is a confession. But some posts are full of doubts, especially in the traitor post. Everyone is worried about Wei Huan. How could such a secret news be exposed? Especially as expected, there are indeed a lot of posts that want to follow Boss Wei to pass the level 4 highway assessment. The whole screen is full of them, which makes people anxious for no reason. They want to see Wei Huan continue to be invincible, and don't want to see Wei Huan dragged to death by this group of drags. Last time, there were 70,000 people participating in the assessment. I'm afraid there will be 700,000 this time. It's scary. A friend of mine, who has stayed on the level 3 highway for 5 years is really considering whether to sign up. What's that? Our grade received a notice today, asking us to consider signing up for the level 4 assessment. I would like to mention that I am a senior student in the excellent Class 1 of Southeast Challenge University. The school used to suppress us and prevent us from moving forward, but now it encourages us to follow Boss Wei and slack off. Our chief found me and asked me to sign up for the challenge and join Wei Huan. Not long ago, our commander just received a call from the Prime Minister and screened out the list of 3rd level professionals. Wait for notification and sign up for the assessment at any time. The chief is here. I'm afraid the whole world is watching Yin country. I would like to advise unrelated people not to join in the fun, so as not to be accidentally injured. This spokesperson is from a small country in the European Union. Obviously, they received different notifications, and couldn't help but speak out online to remind them. Unfortunately, the post was too popular, and soon the truth was buried in the deepest place, and no one noticed it. No, or rather, only people without connections and relationships were unaware. In fact, after the diplomats of Yin country made such a voice, the senior officials and relevant soldiers of various countries received more detailed and specific information. And deep in the message Wei Huan is going to the fourth level world, there is an unconcealable hostility. We thank Wei Huan for his contribution to all mankind on the ancient battlefield. But the abandoned mobile phone is of great importance. We are united not to harm Wei Huan, but to contact him in this way. We are willing to trade to get the truth. This is what the generals in charge of various countries said on the surface, but secretly said to their soldiers. We must catch Wei Huan and force him to tell us how to open the abandoned mobile phone. Any price is acceptable. Wei Huan is a human hero, who should be respected and praised by everyone, but such a dazzling identity cannot cover up the light of desire of real interests. In recent years, there are too many silent materials in mobile phones, including some materials that make a country feel distressed, just sleeping in the mobile phone. No one can ignore it. Especially the three countries whose abandoned mobile phones were stolen by Wei Huan, almost hated Wei Huan. They planned to send the strongest troops to stop Wei Huan on the road to the assessment, and they did not intend to let him come out alive. Among them, the country that prepared for war most actively, and shouted the most arrogantly was the Mulberry Tree country. Mulberry Tree country was the only country attacked by Wei Huan's dark fire. Even if it was only an attack on Shiheng's group, no country would tolerate such a lunatic behavior of dropping bombs on their territory. Of course, how much greed and how much flattery to the Big Daddy were in this hatred was unknown. Politics is a complicated thing, and it is difficult to sort out the interests involved. That day, a man with half of his body bandaged and his face as blue as iron came to the office of the Chief General of Nagasaki. Shiheng Chuanjing was carried in by someone. He was seriously injured. He had been treated by the divine healer several times in the past few days, and barely saved his life. But the first hellfire bomb exploded next to him, steadily blowing his mother into pieces, and taking away half of his left leg. Neither the divine healer nor the angel could regenerate a limb. After everyone retreated, Shiheng Chuanjing lay on the ground and cried loudly, crying to General Nagasaki, "He killed my mother, destroyed my son, and took away one of my legs. I can't reconcile with him. Please support me, General. I will be the sharpest knife in your hand. I want to kill him." General Nagasaki looked at this embarrassed man in silence, with a hint of annoyance in his eyes. 3 generations of a family were controlled by a young man, and they still had the face to cry here, which was simply a disgrace to their mulberry country. But this emotion cannot be expressed, because General Nagasaki knows that a piece of trash that is about to be scrapped should burst out all its glory at the last moment, so as not to waste his trust. So in the midst of the cries, General Nagasaki said sadly, "Since you are eager to take revenge, I will allocate equipment and materials to you, but we have limited manpower for the assessment of the 4th level highway, and you have to find a way yourself." "Yes." Shiheng Chuanjing left gratefully, and his face changed as soon as he closed the door. This is the last chance for the Shiheng family. If the Shiheng family, whose foundation has been greatly damaged, cannot stop Wei Huan this time, the Shiheng family will only decline and perish. On the contrary, if the Shiheng family can get the method of transferring discarded mobile phone materials from Wei Huan, it will usher in a new round of takeoff. By then, not to mention the Mulberry country, even the entire Blue Star might be able to speak up. With this idea in mind, Shiheng Chuanjing asked for a large amount of supplies from General Nagasaki, and then organized a large number of 3rd-level professionals from the Shiheng group to form a death squad. In addition, the wealth accumulated by the Shiheng family over the years was spread to the dark webs of various countries to recruit bounty hunters who dared to kill Wei Huan. Go all out, and die if you don't succeed. Shiheng Chuanjing, who returned to the mansion in Nai City, looked at the morning hall that was barely built on the ruins, and the black cloth strips flying in the wind. He almost broke his teeth, and was supported by someone and limped in. When Wei Huan decided to participate in the assessment openly, he knew that this incident might be a big deal. But since he said that, he would not be afraid. What is deterrence? Is it to win 1v1 in an absolutely favorable situation? Not really. But in the unfavorable situation, facing countless opponents, he can still walk leisurely in a crushing way, which is called deterrence. Instead of looking for and fighting opponents one by one in this process, it is better to gather people together and kill them directly. Perhaps some people will ask, how can you be so cruel to your compatriots? But did the other party regard him as a compatriot? Even after he made such a contribution, he still planned to attack him. Is such a narrow-minded and selfish person a compatriot? Does the Blue Star Army really need it? Moreover, a group of selfish and self-interested rabble gathered together, and it is easy to imagine that it is impossible to have the consciousness of fighting to the last man. To deal with this kind of garbage, you only need to throw a heavy punch, and others will flee in fear. Fighting 1 against 100, or even 1 against 1,000, may seem to be overestimating his own ability in the eyes of others. But it is the best solution to the current situation after careful consideration. The strength of Yen country does not need to hide its troops. He is so strong that he doesn't need to hide his troops. Chapter 134. After making the decision, Wei Huan led his team back to the challenge world. As for the ups and downs outside, he didn't want to care for the time being. Everyone wanted to go back to the challenge world to see what the level 3 world was like. After completing the assessment, they returned directly to Blue Star. To this day, the car is still parked in front of the portal where the assessment ended, without moving a step. When the level 3 was upgraded to level 4, the humans of Blue Star stayed here for more than a year and built many bases. After that, challengers came and went, and these bases were slowly built into cities. Although there is no city style like the level 4 highway, I also want to see it with my own eyes. These are all traces of history. Mu Zhong said this and looked at Wei Huan. In addition, we have a lot of treasure maps that need to be excavated in the public areas here, including a high-level relic map collected by the Qinglong army, which also needs our support. Return early, before waiting to enter the level 4 assessment. We have a lot of things to do. Wei Huan nodded. Recently, he could feel the breath of breaking through level 4, but there was no progress on Blue Star. So he returned to the challenge world, hoping to find an opportunity to break through faster through adventure and battle. If exploring ruins and relics can speed up his breakthrough, he doesn't mind drilling underground every day. As he was talking, the countdown of the AI housekeeper ended, and the level 4 car that had stayed in the rest space for more than a month finally appeared in the challenge world again. The level 3 challenge world is a hilly world, and Wei Huan has entered this world once before. The highway assessment is also a microcosm of this world, and the scene that appeared in front of him was not unexpected. They stopped at the exit of the highway assessment, the location where they returned to Blue Star. Many people in the car still remember clearly the scene when they led the convoy to destroy the territory of the Dark Beast Lord and celebrated the clearance. So many cars lined up on both sides, letting them pass the finish line first and honking to congratulate. Thinking about it now, it still makes people feel excited, just like yesterday. Nothing happened for a while. Lu Qingji and the twins, Ding Qi, went to the balcony first. The balcony on the 4th floor is a huge open space, enough to accommodate a regiment of troops. Lu Qingji asked for a corner here, and asked Mu Zhong for a sky garden. The sky garden was used as an outdoor restaurant, with a dining table set up between the pavilions and pavilions, filled with delicious and beautiful food. Okay, I go down and call everyone up. After the preparations were completed, Lu Qingji went downstairs with a smile, and took a look at the 2 cars parked outside before leaving. These 2 cars were the 3rd-level cars sent by the authorities to pick them up. After knowing their online time, they waited here half a day in advance to be responsible for their safety. Although it was unknown who would protect whom if something happened, this was also the treatment of 2 school-level officers on the car and all the heroic vehicles. Lu Qingji smiled from ear to ear, thinking that he had become a hero and a 2nd lieutenant. This time he came back randomly, and his grandmother didn't even mention that he was a dandy. I heard that some people who did bad things to Xingdong also stopped at once. Going downstairs all the way, occasionally looking outside the car, you can see a thin mist covering it. This is upgrading the car shell of the 5th level. After upgrading the 5th level tires before, they open the 5th level car shell, and the 5th level engine during this period. In addition, Mu Zhong picked up scraps, and left behind a large number of drawings and materials for level 5 vehicles. Now, as soon as he left the repair space, he chose to upgrade everything, saying that he only needed 3 things to upgrade to a level 5 vehicle. What can he do? It's only less than 2 months before and after, and they are going to upgrade to a level 5 vehicle, and catch up with the main force in front. It's so happy to follow the right boss. Thinking of the points on his car, Lu Qingji's breathing became heavier. Too awesome. The boss is too awesome. The purchasing power of 1 point is so strong, enough for a person to live a day in the challenge world without worrying about food and drink. How many points do they have? A full 1,000,000 points. Hiss, how can I be so lucky? Hee hee hee. Lu Qingji shook the fat on his belly and smiled to the 1st floor. To say that the only trouble he has about his life is that he can't lose weight no matter what. Even in the challenge world, he seems to eat better than Blue Star. In the reception room on the 1st floor, Mu Zhong and Su Qingqiang are receiving guests. There were 4 people in total, all from the drivers and deputy drivers of the two cars outside, looking at Mu Zhong and the others with a passionate and cramped look. There are still too few people in Blue Star who don't know Wei Huan. As a rising star of the younger generation, his brilliant light almost overshadows Captain Fawn William. Of course, as the world's top combat force, Captain Fawn William has become another existence in the hearts of people around the world. People in some countries even erected a monument to Captain Fawn, prayed for him every day, and called him the Guardian of Blue Star. Let's not talk about the older generation. Among the young people in the past 3 years, Wei Huan and his team have indeed become the first. The two drivers and his deputy driver who came to escort Wei Huan at this moment were all young people. The principle of Yin State is that young people stay in the rear more, adapt to the war, learn to fight, and strengthen themselves. Only when they grow up fully will they go to the most dangerous front line. Therefore, young people naturally pay attention to young people, which makes Wei Huan's prestige among young people unparalleled. Even every crew member in his car is talked about with relish. As soon as Lu Qingji showed his head, Su Qingqiang saw him and asked him, "Why are you sneaking around like a fat thief?" Lu Qingji was so angry that he said, "I'm standing here upright. How can I be sneaky? My meals are ready. Why don't you go upstairs and eat while chatting?" Su Qingqiang immediately became interested. "Okay, let's go upstairs." Mu Zhong invited the 4 drivers to go upstairs and said, "And your team members have worked hard too. Call them all over, and we eat while chatting. This is Lu Qingji, our excellent ghost step, and also the chef who is like a treasure in our car. His cooking skills are unparalleled." Lu Qingji was praised in front of him, and he smiled so hard that his teeth were exposed. He laughed hurriedly. "That's right, you will never forget the dishes I cook. I'm not modest about other things, but I'm not modest about this." Su Qingqiang rolled his eyes at Lu Qingji's immodesty, but when it comes to his cooking skills, there is really nothing to complain about. Moreover, when he thought about the delicious food that the fat man spent time preparing, which turned out to be really delicious in the end, his mouth watered with greed, and his steps became faster. Finally, Su Qingqiang and Lu Qingji took the 2 assistant drivers to the balcony upstairs. Mu Zhong and the 2 main drivers, who stayed behind, also separated. The driver needs to call the people who are left behind in the car. In addition, the follow mode of the vehicle also needs the consent of the main driver, because only the main driver can nod to let the other party's AI enter his system to take over temporarily. Mu Zhong went to the cab to call Wei Huan. Only Wei Huan and Mu's cousin are left in the cab, and Zhou Yong, who is responsible for helping, is on duty. Wei Huan has a lot of things to do now. As soon as he left the rest space, he upgraded the vehicle parts that can be upgraded, and then bought advanced AI in the mall to replace the original smart housekeeper. The moment the advanced AI is loaded, it makes more subtle adjustments and optimizations to the performance of the vehicle. Advanced AI is definitely a very useful vehicle auxiliary function, and even the speed of vehicle upgrades has been shortened by 2/3. There are more functions, whoever uses it will like it. Except for the high price, there is no problem. But is the high price a problem in Wei Huan's eyes? Slaughtering 100,000 dark beasts and getting 1,000,000 points is definitely a big harvest. After upgrading AI and vehicle parts, it is time to upgrade the microcosm. This is especially important. The advanced microcosm can bring a lot of spiritual power attributes to Wei Huan. At level 2, each spiritual power entanglement can increase spiritual power by 5 to 6 points under the amplification of pseudo-artifacts. He expects to get more than 10 points of spiritual power each time he practices after reaching level 4. It is terrifying to think about it carefully. How much more spiritual power will he get every year? How many undead can he recruit? Microcosm space upgrade rule. 250 points/piece. The internal space increases from 4 square meters to 16 square meters. Space upgrade. 2,500 points/piece. 256 square meters. Space upgrade. 25,000 points/piece. 65,000 square meters. Upgrading to level 3 requires 25,000 points, which is an astronomical figure for most people. And even if they finally save up so many points, they will buy advanced potions instead of spending time in the microscopic world. Wei Huan clicked the purchase without hesitation. Purchase microscopic world space upgrade rule. 3. Spend 25,000 points/piece get 65,000 square meters. Purchase microscopic world space upgrade rule. 4. Spend 250,000 points/piece get 4,295 square kilometers. That's right. He not only bought level 3, but also level 4. In an instant, the land area of the entire microscopic world expanded to a point where the edge could not be seen at a glance. Wei Huan roughly calculated in his mind that this upgrade was equivalent to obtaining 1/10 of the capital, which was close to the size of the entire Yanqi district. Before the end of the world, at its peak, that area was home to 3.5 million people. Even now, there are more than 1 million permanent residents. With such a large area, not to mention the endless plowing of land, even livestock and horses can run wildly. For a level 4 vehicle with only 12 people, it is absolutely too large and an overinvestment. But if you add the spiritual power attribute it can increase, that's another story. And Wei Huan's upgrade is not over yet, and he turned to look at the microcosm time upgrade law next to him. Time law, the time ratio is 4 to 1, 1 hour in reality, for hours in the microcosm, which can accelerate the growth of crops. Time law 2, the time ratio is 8 to 1. Wei Huan first spent 25,000 points to buy time law 3, and got a 16:1 time bonus. Then he spent 250,000 points to buy time law 4, and got a 32:1 time bonus. Now, 1 day in reality is almost a month in the microcosm, and the rice planted can be harvested in 3 days. With such efficiency and area, it is no problem to feed the 10 people on their car, let alone half of the Qinglong army. So far, the space law and time law of the microcosm have been upgraded to level 4, and 550,000 points have been spent directly. Anyone would be heartbroken. Wei Huan can't do it, and the other crew members can't do it either. At worst, if the points are gone, they can just go and challenge the purchase randomly. The number of dark beasts exceeds 100 billion. How many points are converted into? Not enough, far from enough. In addition, Wei Huan also upgraded the twins microcosm to level 2. The reason why he didn't upgrade to level 3 even though he had the ability to do so was that he considered that when he went to challenge randomly again, the microcosm that was too large could not be brought in by the dog-headed man, so it was best to leave the microcosm of the appropriate level. After sorting out the microcosm, Wei Huan took out the treasure map from the warehouse. He served as the leader car in the level 3 highway assessment, and he didn't take many low-level treasure chests, so he hardly got any treasure maps. So far, none of them have been collected. But he didn't, the Legion is large. Before they came to the challenge world, Commander Mu transferred some complete treasure maps to them. Treasures can produce gold-level equipment, which are all good things. Commander Mu said, the people in the Legion went to the front and couldn't bring the car back, so these treasure maps were piled up. You can go and open them along the way. After opening them, pick out what you want first, and bring the rest back to me. Wei Huan took these treasure maps in his hand, and heard the smart housekeeper asked, do you want to scan these treasure maps? Wei Huan nodded. The smart housekeeper said, I have stored them on the map, and the nearest one is also far from our destination. Wei Huan nodded, then forget it for now. Then, Wei Huan took out an ancient scroll of parchment from the warehouse, opened it, showed the map inside and asked, this is the complete platinum level treasure map we obtained. Is it in this world? It was at this time that Mu Zhong opened the door of the cab and came in. As soon as he came in, he heard the housekeeper say, yes, it is in this world. Mu Zhong understood as soon as he saw the parchment scroll in Wei Huan's hand. Wei Huan looked a little surprised. He had always thought that the platinum treasure map should be in a higher level world, which was why he asked this question. But after thinking about it, he suddenly realized. Yes, they went to a level 3 random world, so it was normal for the treasure map to be in a level 3 world. In order to ensure that they could go on an adventure and find it, they were given a treasure map of the Yin Kingdom plate. The challenge world is sometimes very considerate. They never waste their time on meaningless things. Dropping such a treasure map is to encourage them to open it and evolve, which is a reward. Of course, they may die in it, so only by being strong can they become stronger. The butler said, Captain, the area of this platinum treasure map is remote and deep in an area that has not been developed by humans. It is completely opposite to the direction we are going to. Where do you decide to go first? Wei Huan looked up with a surprised expression. As expected of an advanced AI, it has reached the level of an intelligent life in terms of the ability to analyze and collect information, and is very proactive. Let me think about it. Wei Huan has not decided yet, mainly because the people who came to pick them up have arrived, otherwise he would have to open the treasure first. The butler who got the answer said, in addition, report to the captain, the iron heart carried by the deputy captain has been constantly asking me for contact since just now. Do you want to give a response? Mu Zhong was surprised. He looked at the black cube floating beside his shoulder, iron heart. Since he came to the challenge world, it appeared and followed him, and there was indeed a voice in his ear all the time. But he didn't expect that Iron Heart was actually hooking up with the car AI at the same time. This was an inquiry that could easily lead to misunderstanding. Mu Zhong immediately asked, "What are you doing?" Wei Huan heard the voice and realized that Mu Zhong had come. There was no doubt or anger in his eyes, only trust in his calmness. Mu Zhong relaxed and said, "I will ask it, wait a moment." Wei Huan nodded. It was not a blind trust. He hoped that Mu Zhong would find the truth, not to prove anything to him, but to let others know that they were absolutely of the same mind. In addition, Wei Huan also asked, "Didn't it contact you in the rest space before?" "No, the rest space cannot connect to external signals, including the 2 signal sources in the car." Wei Huan was a little curious. Whose level is higher now? Heart of Steel. Wei Huan nodded. This was expected. Then the housekeeper said, "Don't worry, the first rule of existence of intelligent life is never to harm humans and obey humans. Heart of Steel will definitely obey the orders of the deputy captain and will not attack me. After connecting with it, I can continue to upgrade. It will only take a while for me to become an intelligent life of the same level as it, second only to the core system of the world." Mu Zhong on the side also got the answer and nodded, "Indeed." Wei Huan suddenly thought of something and said, "If I don't upgrade you, after contact, can you upgrade from the level of intermediate AI to the level of challenging the core system of the world?" "Of course, it will take longer to upgrade." Wei Huan suddenly felt distressed, as if he had missed 100 million. He said with a pained heart, "Allow access." After saying this, Wei Huan had almost completed most of the piled-up work that needed to be solved urgently, and the remaining things were some more fragmented things that could not be completed at the moment. Then he turned to look at Mu Zhong. "What do you want to see me about?" "The rooftop party that Lu Qingji mentioned is ready. Let me ask you to go up." After that, Mu Zhong asked again, "Have you decided where to go first?" Wei Huan said, "There is still more than a month before the opening of the level 4 assessment. Let's go see old friends first, and then slowly explore this world and open the treasure chest by the way." "Old friends, is it Captain Shui?" Mu Zhong thought that Wei Huan said this because he regarded his friends as his own friends, and his heart was sweet, with a smile on his lips. "Okay, I listen to you." The two had already left the cab while talking, leaving Cousin Mu and Zhou Yong looking at each other in bewilderment. Let's not talk about the sticky relationship between the two from time to time. After all, they are certified, and single dogs should eat dog food. Cousin Mu just glanced at the points that were instantly reduced by half, and his mouth twitched with real pain. 550,000 points, just gone? Do you know that other people may not get so many points in their lifetime? Alas, they dare not say that as a captain faction, the captain must do everything right. Even if they can't understand it, it's just that their awareness is not high enough and their vision is not big enough. It's definitely not the captain's problem. Yes, it's not. The people on duty in each car stayed behind, and the rest of the people went to the roof balcony to participate in the so-called rooftop party, eating, drinking, talking, and laughing while hurrying on their way. However, the only ones who were eating, drinking, and chatting were the people in Wei Huan's car. After all, the members of the other 2 cars came here with a mission, and they knew how dangerous this seemingly peaceful jungle was. So even if they couldn't refuse the food plates that were delivered to them, most of them stood on the edge of the balcony and looked out, always on guard. Men and women were like this, focusing on their own tasks. Only the captains of the 2 cars were a little relaxed. At least they sat at Wei Huan's table, and got familiar with this big star at the moment. After eating for more than 20 minutes, facing the still calm journey, one of the captains finally couldn't help but say, "Did we bypass the group of wandering monsters?" They also said they wanted to see the style of Major Wei's undead army. Mu Zhong smiled and said, "Not bypassed, it should be destroyed." "What? This is really hard to understand." Mu Zhong looked at Wei Huan and said, "How about you let them show their faces?" As Mu Zhong finished speaking, within a minute, a member standing on the side of the vehicle couldn't help but shout in surprise, "Monster!" Then someone else shouted, "Be careful! The monster is following us!" Finally, someone else shouted, "Get ready for battle!" Lu Qingji was grilling skewers. When he heard the noise, his body trembled, and he became excited. There are monsters! DKB! It's time for him to earn pocket money DKB for himself. What kind of fairy monster is this? It can dodge the boss's undead rake. If you meet it, you should at least give it a thumbs up before killing it. But when Lu Qingji dropped the oil brush and left the oven, and his hands had already thrown out the dagger, he looked out and his murderous aura was like a deflated ball. Completely deflated. TSK, what kind of monster is this? It's obviously the boss's undead. What a waste of joy. Lu Qingji cursed, and went back to the grill to continue grilling. The others gradually reacted at this time. Is this Major Wei's undead army? I have seen the skeleton of the running wolf. Major Wei doesn't have many battle videos. I have watched each of them several times. So handsome. He looked so impressive in the video, and even more handsome in person. The two tank commanders couldn't help but go to the guardrail to watch. The running wolf and the ghost crow appeared one after another, and then hid in the woods. Looking at the directions, they scattered in all directions. They knew why there was no battle along the way. The two tank commanders who came back looked at Wei Huan with even more admiration. Knowing that Wei Huan is strong is one thing, seeing him with your own eyes is another. In order to complete this escort mission, they arranged two cars to cooperate with each other, set off 2 days in advance, and stopped and started along the way, and took a lot of detours before arriving. But when it came to Major Wei, he could move forward at a constant speed throughout the journey. I am afraid that if it were not for the concern that their level 3 car was too slow, Major Wei's level 4 car would have been ahead long ago. You are indeed a person who can do earth-shaking things. Major Wei, you are too capable. I am really happy to get the task of escorting you. Although we did not play any role, we were able to meet Major Wei, Major Mu, Lieutenant Su and others. It was worth the trip. For a while, the atmosphere became more and more harmonious, and even the crew members, who were on alert around relaxed. At least they could eat the cold meat on the plate. Rooftop play is a good suggestion. It not only entertains friends, but also allows members who really come to the level 3 world to see the scenery of this world more clearly. In addition, Wei Huan also demonstrated the power of the undead army through the ruins he encountered along the way, and let the visitors understand how strong the strong who can influence the overall situation are. Even if it is just a silver level ruin, we need to gather enough challengers every time we develop it, and we must have a 4th level or higher soldier king to act. It turns out that the development of ruins can be so easy. The people who feel the disparity of this world are envious and happy at the same time. The stronger Wei Huan is, the stronger Yin country is, and the stronger Yin country is, the stronger Blue Star is. In the end, they will defeat the Dark Beast and win. They don't have to worry anymore, fearing that Blue Star will be gone when they wake up one day. After a day of traveling, we didn't stop at night. We arrived at our destination after 9 o'clock in the evening. It was a city, built on the top of a hill. At first glance, it reminded people of the city wall of the Dark Beast Lord, but the flag flying above the city wall was the flag of Yin country. It fluttered in the darkness. We arrived at Qinglong City. The height of the city wall was about the level of a 3rd level territory, but it occupied a large area. It covered the entire hill, including a canyon and the city wall under construction on the next hill. As the first real city of the Yin country Qinglong Legion in challenging the world, it really took a lot of effort to build it, enough to accommodate 1 million people. At that time, there were many people of all ages who entered the highway to challenge, and many people died. The generals knew that they would not stay here for long, but they still spent a lot of money to build a city called Qinglong City here, leaving a safe place for the people who insisted on coming here. The person who spoke was one of the drivers. He looked at the city wall in front of him, and said excitedly with pride, "Qinglong City has been under construction over the years. There have been more than 200 million challengers in total. Although there have been many challengers coming and going, and there have been monsters besieging the city, Qinglong City has been perfectly defended and has become the safest city within 1,000 miles. Chapter 135. After listening carefully to the other party's proud speech, Mu Zhong also said seriously, "You have worked hard. The stability of Qinglong City is due to the efforts of all of you. A word of affirmation is better than any reward, not to mention that this is a compliment from Mu Zhong." As a leader of the new generation, Wei Huan's words are also very important to the deputy captain in his car. Moreover, Mu Zhong said, "I have confirmed with Commander Mu before coming here. We still have 4 pilots in the city, right? We will provide 100 mechas before leaving, hoping to contribute a little to the defense of Qinglong City." 100? So is there any necessary connection between the number of 4 pilots and 100 mechas? Mu Zhong nodded and smiled. Yes, 100, and the function is definitely stronger than the mecha corps of Tula. We will first establish a mecha battalion in Qinglong City. During this period, I will continue to provide mechas to our battalion, and then promote it nationwide when the effect is significant. Establish a mecha battalion? The first battalion in the country, and it is authorized. When the commanders thought about the varied life of the Suzaku army with the battle tower, their backs straightened. From today on, we also have professional training grounds. In the future, not only the whole country, but also the countries around the world that are jealous of mechas will have to come to our Qinglong army for help. Just thinking about it makes me feel incredible. So what kind of awesome god car is this? The commander, the deputy commander, and even the chef are all YYDS, severely shocked by Wei Huan's strength and stimulated by the good news from the deputy commander. Several commanders, who came to do the mission, almost rebelled. What should we do if we can't bear to get off such a god car after riding it? As they were talking, several cars came from the direction of Qilong City, and the lights of the cars flashed in the distance, sending out the light language of welcome. Wei Huan, who had received the news long ago, ordered to slow down the car and answered the video request sent by the other party. Captain Shue's big face appeared in front of everyone. Ha ha, welcome Major Wei, Major Mu and everyone to Qilong City. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Old acquaintances. The materials for Wei Huan's level 4 car were sent by them. At that time, the environment of General Mu was not good, and the materials he had gathered with difficulty were arranged by his confidants to be sent over. So Captain Shui and his wife, Li Shui, can also be said to be Mu Zhong's brother and sister. They knew each other on Blue Star, and had a very deep relationship. Now that Wei Huan has returned as a hero, Captain Shui naturally has to greet him in person. In addition, Captain Shui also connected with another person. It was a woman who looked to be between 40 and 50 years old, with short hair and average looks, but a capable and heroic temperament. Without Captain Shui's introduction, Wei Huan knew that this was the current city lord of Qilong City, Lu Fei. A 4th-level divine healer, she will soon get resources and become the healer of Angel. In addition, City Lord Lu Fei has very strong management and operation capabilities, which is why she can serve as the City Lord of Qilong City for 4 years even though she is only a healer. In Wei Huan's previous life, the City Lord of Qilong City was also Lu Fei. He stayed in this world with Wei Jinhong for 3 years, and he didn't know how many times he had seen City Lord Lu Fei. However, the situation on the front line was tense later, and City Lord Lu Fei was transferred to the front line, and Wei Huan never heard from her again. After all, too many people died during that period. Seeing City Lord Lu Fei, Wei Huan first thought of Wei Jinhong, and then a bad feeling came up. Sure enough, after a brief greeting with City Lord Lu Fei, this City Lord Lu Fei looked back and said, "It's a coincidence that Major Wei's father is in the city recently. After knowing that you are coming, I arranged for someone to contact him. I heard that you have been busy recently, and haven't seen each other for a long time. Chief Wei missed you so much that he got into my car." After saying this, City Lord Lu Fei turned sideways, and a middle-aged man, with a hateful face appeared in the camera, smiling very flatteringly. It was indeed Wei Jinhong. "Son, I have been busy working on Challenge the World recently. I am so happy for you to know your recent achievements." Wei Huan's face became visibly cold, and he said him indifferently, and stopped talking. His reaction made City Lord Lu Fei's face change slightly. How could he not know that he seemed to have misjudged the situation? Wei Jinhong was also frozen by Wei Huan's cold face, and his eyes twitched. But after he finally held on, he turned to look at Mu Zhong and said, "Mu Zhong, long time no see. Dad misses you guys very much. Is your leg not better yet? City Lord Lu Fei is a very powerful healer. Dad has asked her to see you. This challenge world is so dangerous." "Okay." Wei Huan interrupted Wei Jinhong, not caring about his own face, nor wanting to save face for the other party, and said bluntly, "Long before becoming a challenger, we no longer have a father-son relationship, and we have written a letter of severance, so don't mention our relationship all the time." The smile on Wei Jinhong's face disappeared for a few seconds, and then squeezed out again. "You kid, didn't you just quarrel with your father? The rebellious period hasn't passed yet? Okay, this time Dad will apologize first, sorry, okay?" Wei Huan ignored Wei Jinhong, and looked at Lu Fei and said, "City Lord Lu, Wei Jinhong and I have a very bad relationship, and there is no possibility of repairing it. Please let him get off the car after returning to the city." This time, Wei Jinhong finally couldn't help it, and raised his voice. "Wei Huan, you have forgotten your parents' kindness after you have achieved success. It's okay for your mother to remarry after I passed away, right? I should have given her living expenses, but you turned your face, and refused to recognize your father. You are worse than pigs and dogs." Wei Huan just looked at Lu Fei and said, "I can't see it, but I won't be bothered if I don't see it. But since I saw it today, please collect the information about Wei Jinhong's violations from the army later. Please handle it according to the law." Hearing this, Wei Jinhong's voice was shrill and high-pitched. "Wei Huan, what do you mean? You will be struck by lightning, don't you know? You treat your father like this. Even if you are a hero, what's wrong with you? You still have stains, and everyone will scold you. You will be poked for the rest of your life." Before he finished speaking, Lu Fei asked the people around him to invite Wei Jinhong down. When Wei Jinhong shouting and cursing faded away, The 3 cars on the video call were all dead silent, and the atmosphere was extremely awkward. Finally, before Lu Fei wanted to say anything, Mu Zhong rushed to speak. There must be a reason why the relationship between father and son can be so bad. Please handle it properly, Aunt Lu. If you need my cooperation during this period, please contact me. Lu Fei nodded, looked at Wei Huan again, and lined up in a breath. Major Wei has saved Blue Star from danger many times. Your righteousness is like the sun shining on the stars. Lu Fei sincerely admires you. Regarding Wei Jinhong's illegal establishment of forces, seizure of materials, illegal transactions, etc. in Qinglong City, I will handle it according to the law. These words are obviously full of human relations. Not to mention Lu Fei, even Moody Heo, who doesn't know how many things Wei Jinhong did by using Wei Huan's name that shouldn't be done, but considering Wei Huan's contribution to Yin country, as long as Wei Jinhong doesn't go too far, they can be accommodating. But Wei Jinhong had to dance in front of Wei Huan, which made people unhappy. Now Wei Huan's words set the standard of not condoning. This time Wei Jinhong is going to have a hard time. Of course, Wei Jinhong's face is Wei Huan's face, and Wei Huan's face is also related to the prestige of Yin country. How to deal with it specifically, there are more twists and turns. In short, professional matters should be left to professionals. Wei Huan has his own track. As long as he is always consistent, there will be someone to help him deal with all the things that will affect him. This is the treatment of absolute strength. After solving Wei Jinhong's episode and having Mu Zhong's greetings, the next trip was comfortable. The convoy drove into Qinglong City. There were bright lights along the way, and the escort vehicles lined up to welcome them. After Wei Huan's car drove past, they followed closely behind the queue and drove all the way to the city lord's mansion in the middle of the city. It was not clear at night, but Wei Huan knew that this city was very lively during the day and was the largest city in the north. Countless challengers stayed here, some only lived here for a short time, working hard to reach a higher world, while others regarded this place as their second home, running their own business, traveling north and south to fight and adventure. Starting from the third-level world, a large number of civilian convoys stayed here, working to develop ruins and earn a lot of money. The Gong family convoy run by Wei Jinhong can also be regarded as a second-rate organization in Qinglong City. Because of Wei Huan, Gong's team has been recruiting troops and horses recently, and it seems that they are about to step into a big organization. But after tonight, Wei Huan's car drove directly into the city lord's mansion in the most central area of the city, and then entered the city lord's mansion to attend a dinner. The challenge world strictly follows the time of 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., and even in the city, there is limited nightlife. Many people return to their cars or residences in the city as soon as it gets dark. In the challenge world where strength is respected, cultivation is a very important thing. But today, in order to wait for Wei Huan's arrival, the city's prominent people waited in the banquet hall of the city lord's mansion before it got dark, and they didn't eat the first bite of food until they arrived at 9 o'clock. Socializing at banquets is a very troublesome thing. Wei Huan doesn't like it, but it doesn't mean he can't. In addition, he is surrounded by Mu Zhong, Mu's cousin, and Lu Qingji. Not to mention the 2 brothers of the Mu family, even Lu Qingji is very familiar with such occasions, and perfectly supports the whole scene. The dinner ended after 12 o'clock, and Wei Huan and others were arranged to live in a luxurious small building. Owning such real estate in the challenge is much more difficult than on Blue Star. The city lord used it to entertain VIPs, and it was also of a very high standard. But in the end, Wei Huan and his friends still chose to live in the car. There is no place like home. The city lord's mansion gave the standard and respect, but when it comes to living environment, it must be your own car. Back in the car, everyone went their separate ways. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong both went upstairs and said good night. But it would be a pity to use such a night to sleep. After Wei Huan went to bed, he naturally went into the tomb. The scenery in the tomb remained the same. But if you look down from a high altitude, you will find that the undead, who have been ignited by the fire of death, have already reached their limit. They wander aimlessly in the area designated by Wei Huan, waiting for Wei Huan's order to turn into the enemy's nightmare and attack fearlessly. But there are also special ones. For example, several elites sensed the appearance of Wei Huan and rushed to the place where Wei Huan appeared. Among them, the point beast did not move an inch from the last time Wei Huan left, and stayed at the place where Wei Huan left, waiting for his arrival. As soon as Wei Huan appeared, the point beast made a joyful cry, and the 8 legs exerted force one after another, slowly stood up, carried Wei Huan on the back shell, and stood up. Then, Go Zi, Du and Gu and Yajia came first, and the zombie violent bear with a hero panel walked at the end. not close to Wei Huan, because Wei Huan did not like the rotting appearance and smell of zombies, so it never approached. There is also Moji, who is more lively and has his own temper. Wei Huan feels like he is a cat. It comes when it is happy, and it can't be called when it is unhappy. This time, it just looked at him from a distance, which probably means I know you are here, that's it, and then it disappeared. Wei Huan retracted his gaze and looked up. It looks like a golden monkey, the only flying monkey among the dark beasts that meets human aesthetics, flying around above his head. None of them took the initiative to contact him, which means there is no smarter elite, and his ability is obviously insufficient. It seems that before advancing, he doesn't need to think about recruiting it. Withdrawing his gaze, Wei Huan looked into the distance. With a thought, the beast hummed softly and walked forward. Behind him, a group of elite undead followed happily. Today, Wei Huan planned to recruit only Zayuroma. As a war weapon, Zayuroma is a little lower in level, but before there is a better replacement, Zayuroma has always been Wei Huan's main combat force. The main combat force of the next level is the two-headed hidden demon. It is still early for Wei Huan to recruit them, and it is probably not that easy to recruit. These two-headed hidden demons are hiding in the tomb, and have been observing him with arrogant and picky eyes. Wei Huan has no intention of recruiting them. Of course, as his ability gradually becomes stronger, some existences in the tomb have indeed wavered. Recently, from time to time, Wei Huan will feel some auras from the depths of the tomb, with a bit of flattery. So, all pride has a price. As long as the price is right, even the most arrogant undead will bow to Wei Huan. Today, Wei Huan also continued to ignore the flattering atmosphere and expanded the Zyro Legion according to his own ideas to strengthen its strength. In this way, training at night and handling work during the day, several days passed. The most important thing is to wait for Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong needs to form the first mecha core of Yin country in challenging the world. Although it can only provide level 2 mechas now, excellent mecha divisions are not achieved overnight. Blue Star is actively recruiting pilots. Some need to be promoted from low-level worlds, and some need to rush here from other places. After these pilots arrive here, they will participate in the training of mechas. Mu Zhong can ignore the training matters, but he has never thought of giving up all the power to form a successful and destined mecha core that can only be formed with his ability. Wei Huan was very supportive of this. The power must be in one's own hands to be assured. So Wei Huan, who knew that he could not leave in a short time, simply calmed down. He left the car and people in the city to protect Mu Zhong, and only took Lin Su and Zhou Yong out of the city. He still had a bunch of treasure maps waiting to be developed. Those with less than 15 fragments were all low-level treasure underground palaces, which Wei Huan's undead army could directly solve. The reason why Lin Su and Zhou Yong were taken out was because everyone agreed that it was unsafe after he left his vision, so 2 close combats were arranged. At least there were small things that could be ordered to them. In this way, Mu Zhong formed a legion in the city, and Wei Huan explored and opened treasures outside, and half a month passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, Wei Huan was developing a treasure underground palace 3,000 kilometers away from Qinglong City. 12 pieces of iron treasure map fragments opened the door of the underground palace, and a bunch of zergs poured out from it. As we all know, the zerg took the same route as Wei Huan, and both won by numerical superiority. However, zerg of this level can only be abused by Wei Huan. Wei Huan's undead army didn't even take out 1/10 of them, and flattened the entire underground palace. The Zerg underground palace has a bad environment. If it were other challengers, they would have walked through it in person. Wei Huan was not interested in entering this stinking place, so he directly arranged for the undead army to open the last big treasure chest. The starting point of the items opened in the treasure underground palace is gold level. However, the difficulty of the treasure chest is slightly lower than that of the gold treasure chest monster, and the materials dropped are relatively small, often only 1 or 2 gold level equipment and materials. The treasure chest was opened, and the materials went directly into the warehouse in the car, and no one knew what was opened. Wei Huan left the car, and Su Qingqiang to Mu Zhong before he could leave with peace of mind. He was protected by the army of undead when he was out there, and the speed of the point beast was more than 500 miles at full speed. The others could not be stubborn with him, so they had to agree. The only requirement was to return on the same day, so everyone would feel at ease. This treasure palace was the second treasure that Wei Huan opened today. Today's plan was originally 3 treasures, and he should be able to return before dark after opening them. Everyone recognized Wei Huan's strength, and was not too worried about his actions outside without a car. I don't know if other tomb keepers are like this, and there is no comparison for the time being, but Wei Huan's ability is really comprehensive, with extremely strong combat and auxiliary abilities. The army of undead scattered within 6 kilometers is enough to sift out all the unsafety like a sieve. So after developing this treasure palace, Zhou Yong looked at the map and said, "Walk in this direction for 2 hours, and you can reach the last coordinate." If you want to say the worst thing about not having a car, it's probably that everything has become primitive, and even the coordinates of the treasure land need to be measured manually, which is a measurement ability that most people can't do. Zhou Yong's special skills were discovered. Although they were useless most of the time, it was thanks to Zhou Yong that Wei Huan could move freely outside this time. After listening to Zhou Yong's words, Wei Huan said, "Go back now, that's all for today." Lin Su asked in surprise, "Are you going to advance?" Wei Huan nodded. He was indeed going to advance. The feeling of breakthrough was very strong, but it was not safe to advance here. He had to go back to the car. Zhou Yong laughed heartily. "Oh my god, it's hard to imagine how powerful our car would be if Boss Wei advanced to the 4th level. You are already so strong that it is terrifying. After you advance to the 4th level, and with the participation of the mecha of the deputy vehicle, I even feel like I can go to the 5th level world." Lin Su nodded. Yes, the 4th level world is not enough. After spending half a month together, the two people who were originally in awe of Wei Huan finally made a few jokes in front of Wei Huan. They are happy from the bottom of their hearts that Wei Huan can advance. In this world where the strong are respected, they know that their abilities are limited, and they can only rely on the strong. The boss is strong, so they are strong. They can enjoy the good life by following the boss. "Captain, please take a rest." "Captain, would you like some water?" The two were mainly responsible for taking care of Wei Huan, and the undead army was actually responsible for their vigilance. They were rushing back to Qinglong City under the protection of the undead army, happily imagining the future all the way, not knowing that a team of tailmen was hanging far behind them. Yes, that's right, Wei Huan's almost regular actions were finally spotted, especially after he didn't drive out. In the eyes of others, it was no less than a mountain of gold taken out of the safe, right at their fingertips. Money can move people's hearts, and it's really hard not to have some crooked thoughts. Challenging the world is still a place with weak laws. Where there is light, there is darkness. There are always some people who are more willing to plunder the achievements of others, and they are happier than accumulating every penny themselves. There were 5 cars in total, driving in the dense woods, always maintaining the same speed as Wei Huan, and the distance was not far or close. From the appearance of the upgraded plug-in parts, it can be confirmed that there are 4 level 3 cars and 1 level 4 car. Moreover, this level 4 car has obviously upgraded to a level 5 exterior protective shield. In this level 3 world, it is definitely a strong one. These 5 cars have been staring at Wei Huan for 5 days, but Wei Huan has not discovered them. As Wei Huan became famous, his abilities were gradually known, including his limited summoning distance. Besides, following Wei Huan for the past few days, it is clear enough that the number of undead running in the sky and underground is huge, and it seems that the area covered is very large and boundless, but in fact, they are simply following Wei Huan in the central area. And the most obvious thing is that when some undead are trapped and accidentally exceed the summoning distance, they will be swallowed by darkness and return to the tomb. This also shows that Wei Huan's summoning distance has a limit. These followers followed slowly about 3 kilometers behind, keeping a range that the undead could not find, but their car-mounted AI radar could scan. In these 5 days, they spent most of their time arguing whether to fight against Wei Huan. It said on Blue Star that he cracked the cell phone and can retrieve the stray supplies. This is a huge fortune. If we can really get a way out of him, we will be rich. Yes. He looted warehouses in 3 countries. Who would steal abandoned cell phones for no reason? He must have found a way. He also has a magic weapon. It's a magic weapon. As long as we get the magic weapon, we will become the real strong who challenge the world. At that time, we can ignore anyone's orders and start a new business. Enough, don't say this nonsense. The Zhang clan protects us, cultivates us, and treats us well. This Wei Huan has ruined our Zhang clan's good things time and time again. This time we take action against him to avenge the Zhang clan. Everyone in the car talked one after another, looking at the red dot scanned by the map radar, and everyone showed a smug look of the Oriole is behind. They were in the dark, Wei Huan was in the light, and Wei Huan had no car, and most of his teammates were still in the city. With such a rare opportunity, they couldn't find a reason not to take action. Even if Wei Huan is strong, there should be a limit, right? Chapter 136. However, the boss in the level 4 car said, "Just in case, I asked you to contact the high-level cars in the nearby organization. Have you contacted them?" The people around him replied, All those who can come have come. Today's is the last one, and they will be here soon. Who is the driver? The boss of the level 4 car asked casually. Sun Jianqing, the guardian of the Holy Sun. Which Holy Sun? The boss frowned. How can the guardian of the Holy Sun be surnamed Sun? Have you verified their identities? Verified, they are indeed the Holy Sun's people, but not the Holy Sun, but... Just when he was about to explain in detail, a crew member said, Are they heading towards Qinglong City? Are they going back today? It's only noon. After watching Wei Huan for these days, his movement pattern has been almost discovered. It's not even noon yet. Logically, Wei Huan will go further, and then return to Qinglong City before dark. It's not even noon today, and he's going back, which is bound to make people wary. Will he not come out after opening all the treasure chests? It's been known to everyone that Wei Huan has arrived in Qinglong City for half a month. Even if he took the Qinglong army's treasure map, he should have opened almost all the maps after opening them continuously until now. Mu Dihao was feared by Chai Ke, so he was not assigned to lead the troops in this ancient battlefield. It's the limit for a poor guy who has lost his power to take out all these treasure maps in one go. The person who said this could not hide the sourness in his tone. Wei Huan went out continuously for more than half a month, changing at least 2 places every day, and opened at least 30 treasures, which is at least 30 gold equipment. Who wouldn't be jealous? They followed Wei Huan like flies for 5 days. Wasn't it because they were jealous of the things in Wei Huan's hands? Hearing this, many people agreed, but some people said, Didn't Mu Dihao go to the 5th level world to preside over the overall situation of the Qinglong army? You went to the 5th level world? Or is there someone in our organization in the 5th level world? They are all rumors, don't believe them. In short, if Wei Huan doesn't have enough treasure maps, this is our last chance. We can't wait any longer, we must take action. Okay. The boss of the 4th level car nodded after thinking, We will go around to the front to ambush. We must hurry, and we can't let him return to the city. After saying that, he thought about it and said, Let the new guy go to the front to wait for us. Some people also said how to fight in front of Wei Huan without disturbing his undead soul. But more people firmly believe that with their strength, as long as they take action, they can directly push in front of Wei Huan. So what we must do is to prevent him from sending out signals and contacting the team. Challenging the world is not a scenic spot. He dared to come out like this, and he must pay the price for his arrogance. In the end, it was the boss of the 4th level car, with a superior smile on his face, and at the same time led the team to bypass the vigilance of the undead army and sped towards the route in front of Wei Huan. Only 10 minutes after walking back, Wei Huan pressed his forehead and said uncomfortably, I'm afraid I have to advance. When he looked up, his eyes were extremely dark, and the whites of his eyes were almost invisible. Visible black mist came out of his eyes. There was still some black mist lingering around his body, and the increasingly strong dark aura made Zhou Yong and Lin Su feel extremely uncomfortable. Lin Su suppressed the cold sweat on his back and said, Boss Wei, please bear with it for a while. It's not safe to advance here. Wei Huan thought for 2 seconds and said, No problem, it will be soon. Then, Wei Huan closed his eyes. His consciousness had already flown into the tomb. As always, his return was cheered by the army of undead. Compared to the number of undead outside, which was already extremely surprising and fearful, the undead hidden by Wei Huan in the tomb were really scary. Among them, there were elite and heroic undead who had just finished fighting and returned to the tomb. After seeing Wei Huan appear, they suddenly stood up and made sounds, Ka ka ka, ho 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 roar ho. Wei Huan raised his hand and waved, and these elite undead were caught out of the tomb by him, and went to challenge World to protect his body closely. Even the heroic zombie Violent Bear, who he never liked to let get too close, was carried out by him. In addition, hundreds of female crypt beasts were arranged to carry the less capable Shiroma, a total of 300, to guard him. Finally, after releasing all the ghost crows and protecting the area where he was, Wei Huan stopped caring and focused on himself. This time the advancement seemed a little different. In the past, he only felt that the dark power had broken through, and the dark power was strong, and he had already completed the breakthrough. This time, he felt like he was a little melted. Yes, it was melted. In the physical body in the challenge world, the dark energy had already dissipated very obviously. This situation became very terrifying in the tomb in the pure spirit state. He seemed to be melting and invading everything visible to the naked eye uncontrollably. He got into the brains of the undead and captured their violent and worshipful emotions more clearly. These emotions seemed to him like small balls of different colors, red for violence, yellow for excitement, and black for worship. When he tried to take away the red ball representing violence, the zombie bear he invaded instantly calmed down. Then he stuffed the red ball into the body of a Shiroma, and the 6 pairs of eyes of the Shiroma instantly became green, with red light coming out from the depths, and finally turned into yellow light. However, this yellow light was different from the yellow light representing excitement. Wei Huan clearly felt that there was nothing left in its brain except the desire for destruction. After a simple attempt, Wei Huan gradually realized the true meaning of Gravekeeper Sequence 4. Psychic. He could truly communicate with the undead. This kind of communication is not a traditional conversation, but not only can he invade the other party's brain, which is pitifully empty, he can even control the other party's emotions, stimulate or reduce them, so as to improve the level of combat effectiveness. In other words, after reaching Sequence 4, Psychic, Gravekeeper Sequence finally stopped relying on numbers, and began to focus on improving the ability of individual units. After all, without the undead ranch, even if the Gravekeeper Sequence wins by numbers, it can only scrape against the strong and pose no threat. It is normal to start elite training after reaching Sequence 4. Of course, this improvement in ability is dispensable for Wei Huan. He has the blessing of Mu Zhong Shaman, and he will recruit flying monkeys later, which is equivalent to bringing a low-profile shaman with him. The blessing of the psychic on the undead can only control a few at a time, and the improvement of Wei Huan's ability is really limited. As for the psychic being able to communicate with those in the tomb, it is even more dispensable in Wei Huan's eyes. What Wei Huan really cares about is the data, that has increased a lot after his advancement. The most obvious is the dark power. Even without the glasses to assist in datization, Wei Huan feels that his dark power has at least increased by half. Half is more than 800 points of dark power, and then with the blessing of the pseudo-artifact Mofati Ring and the Dark Beast King Nemesis, the dark power number instantly reached 1,200 points. Wei Huan's dark power also rushed to 3,000 points in one fell swoop. 3,000 points of dark power. I'm afraid it's hard to find a second person with stronger single attributes than him at the moment. Not only did the number of undead he could recruit every day increase, but most importantly, he could finally try to recruit the flying monkeys he had been thinking about for a long time. Wei Huan ignored the auras in the tomb, whose attitudes had subtly changed, and instead set his sights on the flying monkeys floating overhead. They were like puppets without souls, flying aimlessly. There were not too many of them. After all, they were already 6-star bloodline dark beasts, and their numbers were visibly decreasing. Wei Huan's eyes fell on the nearest flying monkey, and his spiritual consciousness had invaded the other party's spiritual world. He could sense all the emotions of this flying monkey, just like other undead. But this also shows that this flying monkey is just an ordinary flying monkey. It's a pity that he hasn't encountered a flying monkey with elite potential after observing for so long. Wei Huan was still worried about the outside. After all, he was in the wild without vehicle protection. He couldn't spend too much time here, so he could only recruit the flying monkey in front of him. When the full dark power was poured into the flying monkey's body, trying to ignite the fire of death in its body, it was like pouring into a piece of dry land. No matter how much dark power was poured in, there was no movement. Soon, the amount of dark power input reached his previous limit. Wei Huan, who was clearly aware of this, understood that the critical moment had arrived. Next, every millisecond seemed to have passed a minute. Wei Huan felt that his dark power was running out little by little, and it was about to be exhausted. No way. A 4th level psychic with a 50% attribute bonus can't recruit a 6-star dark beast. Just as Wei Huan was thinking this, the dark power that was drawn out finally stopped. Then, green light emerged from the depths of the flying monkey's dark eyes, and then a green flame burned with a bang. Success. After the flying monkey's eyes were lit up, the whole face became a little more lively. It looked down at Wei Huan, and in its empty mind, it had a simple consciousness for the first time since its death. This is the master, and he will become its absolute master. Undead control is the most basic and core skill of the Gravekeeper. The undead whose death fire he lit will always be loyal to him. The same is true for this flying monkey. After the summoning was successful, it fell from the sky. Golden hair, a slightly blue face, a pair of big eyes that almost occupied 1/3 of the entire face, green and faint, looking both scary and cute. It also has a pair of dragonfly wings, with transparent wing membranes flying behind it, and the speed of waving is not fast. At this level, they are all magical creatures, and flying does not rely solely on the wings behind them. After completing this step, Wei Huan ignored the calls from the tomb, pulled out his consciousness, and left the professional temple. At the moment of returning to the body, Wei Huan himself did not feel it, but Lin Su and Zhou Yong, who were protecting him beside him, instantly felt the feeling of being suppressed by the dark power, the hair on their backs exploded, and breathing became difficult and painful. Every time a professional advances to a higher sequence, it is an evolution of life. The 4th level professional has a clear suppression on the 3rd level professional. The two had to bend their backs painfully because of the sudden release of Wei Huan's power, but the expressions on their faces were happy. They looked at each other, and smiles appeared in their eyes. Boss Wei has advanced to level 4. Their team has become stronger. Captain! Congratulations, Captain, you have reached level 4 so quickly. Yes, I thought it would take a long time. Is it so fast because the awakening potion is of a high level? Anyway, it's great that the captain can advance. It didn't take long. Should we go back and develop the treasure palace according to the plan? The two of them were talking back and forth, obviously excited and a little incoherent. But Wei Huan didn't answer them. Instead, he felt the feeling of advancing to sequence 4, and with a thought, the portal opened again behind him. Chirp, a crisp sound like a bird sounded, and then a golden monkey flew out of the portal. This little monkey is really small, only the size of a palm, with a round head and big eyes, and a slender and flexible golden tail behind it shaking, turning into, from time to time, shaped. It chirped, waving its dragonfly wings behind it, flew around their heads, and landed on Lin Su's shoulder. Lin Su turned his head, and looked at the flying monkey with some fondness. Of course, he knew that this was a 6-star dark beast, a well-known status master among the dark beast lords. But he was still instantly conquered by the small and sweet-looking flying monkey. Of course, the loyalty of the undead summoned by Boss Wei was beyond doubt. Moreover, this cute little thing was the size of a palm, and the way it hooked its hands when squatting on his shoulders stimulated his fatherly heart that had never existed before, and he just wanted to pick it up and rub it. But before Lin Su could make more moves, the long and flexible tail behind the flying monkey suddenly wrapped around his neck when he was caught off guard. When the fragile neck was entangled by the monkey's tail, Lin Su's stress reaction came into being, and he had already clenched his fists. Until he saw the calm eyes of Boss Wei, all thoughts of attacking stopped abruptly. This was absolute trust, believing that Boss Wei would not hurt him no matter what. Sure enough, the flying monkey just wrapped its tail around his neck, and did not attack him in any other way. And even the strength of the tail wrapped around his neck was just right, neither loose nor tight. Then, the flying monkey left his shoulder, and flew up again, flying to a height of half a meter before stopping. Lin Su looked up at the flying monkey, and felt like he was flying a kite. So this is Kite State. This time Zhou Yong spoke first. He looked at Lin Su curiously and excitedly. What does it feel like? I heard that the Kite State can restore blood. Is the blood recovery skill of the dark beast effective for us? Lin Su felt it for a while, and said, I don't know. How about you stab me? Ah? Will you know if you can recover blood if you try? Stab it yourself. I can lend you my knife. TSK, who doesn't have a knife? Lin Su turned his wrist, and transformed into a dagger. The tip of the knife was against his wrist. He glanced at Wei Huan with the corner of his eyes. He gritted his teeth and slashed hard, and blood came out. The so-called blood supplement is certainly not like in the game, where a rain of blessings falls from the sky and all diseases are cured. Even Su Qingqiang's blood supplement is just a professional ability, which allows him to digest and absorb the food he eats in an instant, completing the level that others may need 3 to 5 days to achieve. So Feiho's treatment should theoretically be an energy input, supplementing nutrition to stimulate healing, so as to achieve a strong vitality in a short time similar to Su Qingqiang. Such a wound should be easy to heal in theory. But after the three of them stared eagerly for a minute, Zhou Yong asked, Is this drop of blood squeezed out by healing? I don't know. Lin Su thought about it, and pinched the wound, and a stream of blood spurted out. No effect. No doubt, no effect. Wei Huan was disappointed, and ordered the flying monkey to leave Lin Su's shoulder, and then let it wrap around a zombie violent bear. Just as he was about to order other zombie violent bears to fight in a group, a quack-quack sound suddenly came from above his head. Wei Huan looked up, and then his face changed. Then, his breath became sharp, like a sharp blade out of its sheath. What's wrong with Boss Wei? Lin Su asked, wrapping the wound on his hand. Wei Huan said, We are being targeted. Lin Su stood up. What? Being targeted? How strong is the opponent? How many people? What is their purpose? And Wei Huan did not answer him. He released a magic eye lord. His vision followed the leading crow's sister, and flew in the direction of the enemy. Soon, Wei Huan's vision reached the original limit of 7 kilometers, but he did not see the target here. Of course, it was because the opponent knew his ability, and avoided his maximum vision. It was indeed a very sensible approach, but he was unlucky and happened to meet him when he advanced. After reaching level 4, Wei Huan's summoning distance increased to 15 kilometers, and the opponent was instantly in his encirclement. He had just advanced and the new order had not been delivered, so the undead army was still distributed at a distance of about 6 kilometers. Only elite-level undead like Crow's sister would move freely and take the initiative to patrol far away. This patrol made it discover the abnormality. A line of 5 chariots moved just outside his defense circle. If it was just a coincidence that they were passing by, the distance between the opponent and Wei Huan's warning circle was quite subtle. Regardless of whether it was an enemy or not, when such an abnormality occurred, Crow's sister chose to report it. When Wei Huan controlled the demon I lured to observe the other party's radar also detected him. There was a tense moment in the level 4 vehicle. Have these two undead discovered us? Don't Wei Huan's undead have a summoning distance? Are they beyond the limit? Boss, what should we do? Should we still act? The level 4 commander did not hesitate too much and said bluntly, of course, we must act. Such a good opportunity, Wei Huan without the protection of the vehicle, I am afraid it will be difficult to meet again. Even if he is discovered by Wei Huan, it doesn't matter, the advantage is on their side. If he is so timid, he doesn't need to survive in the challenge world. Now? Obviously, there were many challengers who had the same idea as the level 4 captain, and they were ready to fight with their arms and sleeves rolled up. The level 4 captain said, be steady first, intercept in front according to the original plan, and order that person to arrive within the specified time. The deputy driver reminded, Sun Jianxing Lao Sun. The level 4 captain didn't take it to heart. A useless protector of the Son of God, who was thrown there because others didn't want him, was not worth his trouble from all aspects. The level 4 captain chose to bypass the plan in front, which accidentally deceived Wei Huan, and made Wei Huan stop the order to attack. Isn't it the enemy? Wei Huan took back his vision thoughtfully, and at the same time ordered the army of undead to spread out to 10 kilometers. The reason why he left about 5 kilometers was not because he didn't have enough undead, but because he suddenly realized that the summoning distance should also be one of his trump cards. Besides, the distance of 10 kilometers was completely enough. Any attack at this level would be enough for him to react, even an intercontinental missile. The summoned undead were not in a hurry to be recalled. Those who could keep up would follow, and those who couldn't would be caught by the tomb naturally, so Wei Huan didn't need to do anything extra. Wei Huan's attention fell on the flying monkey again, and he remembered that there was still an attempt to be made. With a thought, a big dog-headed man with a height of more than 1.5 meters opened his mouth and spit out a big black coffin. Undead Ranch, a professional training ground for the Gravekeeper sequence. During this period, he felt that he could break through at any time, so he carried the Undead Ranch with him. It turned out to be the right thing to bring. I went in quickly. Wei Huan thought of the suspected convoy that was following him, and added, if I don't come back, if there is any accident, don't fight without authorization, and cooperate to escape. Without waiting for the two to answer, Wei Huan opened the coffin and teleported to the professional training ground. The flying monkey beside him also disappeared. Entering the Undead Ranch, Wei Huan summoned both the new and old undead and ordered them to find grass suitable for their level to evolve. Then he ordered the flying monkey to go to the primary grass with great expectation and drilled into the large yellow colloid that looked like a tree tumor. Small size does not mean lower consumption. The durability of the grass decreased under observation. Soon the flying monkey broke out of the cocoon and reached the second level. After the second level is the third level, and after the third level is the fourth level. Wei Huan followed the flying monkey and came to the location of the fourth level grass. There are already many undead here who have evolved in the grass under his command, but this is his first time here. The branches of the fourth level grass are obviously thicker and more ferocious than those of other grasses. The yellow colloid hanging on the tree is also extremely thick, and there is even a faint red color like blood in the deep, which reminds people of the process of a successfully fertilized egg turning into an embryo bit by bit. It takes about 2 hours to evolve to the fourth level. Wei Huan is worried about the outside and turns to leave. He returned to the challenge world and saw Lin Su and Zhou Yong looking at him anxiously. Without waiting for him to ask, he pointed to the ghost crow circling in the sky and said, Sister Crow just came over and kept calling. It's a pity that we can't communicate. It looks a bit anxious. Quack, quack. The fourth level captain led the rest of the cars and went around in front of Wei Huan, waiting on the road he had to take to return to the city. The intelligent AI calculated the time of the encounter. As the last moment approached, everyone was nervous and their hearts were beating like drums. Captain. Suddenly the deputy car whispered behind him. The startled fourth-level captain turned his head and glared at him. The deputy driver said, "Old son is here." The level 4 commander was happy when he heard this. More people means more strength. He said it was fine, but he didn't dare to underestimate Wei Huan. But when he saw the ordinary level 3 car flying from behind, his face was obviously disappointed. The Holy Sun's Guardian is really just a level 3 car? It's the candidate Holy Sun. I don't care what Holy Sun he is. I want to ask what the strength of the car is. Well, it should be an ordinary level 3 car. The level 4 commander lost interest when he heard this. The cars he brought were at worst medium-level level 3 cars. What use could an ordinary level 3 car have? While he was talking, a red flash suddenly appeared on the map. The red dots approached from the edge of the map, and the number increased. They were all Wei Huan's undead army. The level 4 commander tightened his lips and spoke in a hoarse voice. "Get ready. Get started." Chapter 137. The attack tower popped up from the roof of the car, and the weapons were loaded. The ranged professions in the car stepped onto the war platform, either shooting arrows or waving magic wands. From a distance, you could already see the smoke and dust of the running undead, and the trees shaking due to their collisions, all the way to meet you. The distance is getting closer. The map is basically occupied by red, and the undead army is like a process stained with blood, revealing a very ominous process. The fourth-level captain hesitated for a moment and realized something was wrong. There are too many. Could there be more undead in front? If I had known earlier, I would have rushed in from the side, but now that things have come to this, he has no chance to choose again. Hit it. The only way is to attack with all your strength, hoping that these undead armies are just silver spears and candles, and they are vulnerable. Attack with all your strength. Don't stop. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Rub, rub, rub. Boom. Boom. A hail of bullets shot out from the forest, and a dense artillery fire covered the ground, blowing the wolf army into pieces. The fourth-level tank commander's eyes lit up when he saw the result. Hey! It seems that he can really fight. Fight them. For a moment, the fourth-level tank commander was in high spirits, and his voice was a little brighter. Caw, caw, caw. Brother Taogang gave an order, and the wolf army instantly divided into dozens of teams, dispersed, and hid in the dense forest. Some rushed straight, some moved in a snake-like manner, and some went around in an arc and pressed from both wings. Brother Taogang's military command class was good. Compared with the wolf's moderate deployment, the opponent obviously did not have an excellent commander, relying on the vehicle's attack system and bombing randomly. If there is no intelligent AI in the car, the attack power will be even worse, right? Of course, in the third-level world, these cars are more or less equipped with primary AI, and the fourth-level car is even rarer with intermediate AI, and the lethality of intelligent attacks is greater against the army of running wolves. This is probably why he dared to target Wei Huan. Bombs washed the ground, and dense ammunition caused rocks to splash and mud to fly. In a blink of an eye, most of the running wolves were killed, and the bones were scattered all over the ground. For a while, no undead could get close to the vehicle. The people in the car laughed conceitedly. You still say that Wei Huan is the first of the young generation, bah. If I kill him today, will I be the first? He will die of arrogance. He dared to leave the car and act alone in the challenge world, and he could only regret it in hell. Kill! Kill Wei Huan! He has a magic weapon. In the excited howl, the running wolves on the front battlefield were killed without a single one left. The sneak attacker was so excited that he howled. However, the captain of the level 4 vehicle also issued a warning. There are still many undead approaching on both wings. Don't let them get close to the vehicle. Kill them. Yes. Captain. For a moment, the answer was as powerful as a rainbow. But before the two wings of the wolf army approached the attack distance, a group of ghost crows holding hellfire bombs arrived first. Be careful, it's Wei Huan's bomb. He used this to blow up Shiheng's house. In the past 5 days, this group of people did investigate Wei Huan. Assemble. Assemble. Continue to attack. The captain of the level 4 vehicle shouted, and opened his level 4 protective shield at the same time. A blue spherical haze appeared outside the car, instantly sheltering the other 5 vehicles in the protective shield. The hellfire bomb also fell at this time, and hit the protective shield. Boom! The huge sound made people's scalps numb, as if the world was about to end. The 4th level commander saw that just one explosion instantly reduced his shield energy by 5%, and his face changed drastically. He had always misjudged the small green light. The world had seen Wei Huan use the hellfire bomb twice, both of which bombed blue star buildings. One was an abandoned factory building, and the other was the old house of Sherhung Group. These buildings could be blown up by ordinary bombs. He never thought how powerful they would be. But reality taught him how to be a man. When he saw the dense green fireflies falling above his head, he screamed, "Open the protective shields! Open the protective shields!" Boom! Boom! For a while, the people in the car seemed to hear nothing, only the roar of the continuous explosions, and their own heartbeats. All the third-level vehicles responded to the order of the fourth-level commander, and opened the protective shields on their vehicles, one layer after another. It's not that there are no protective shields that have been upgraded to level 4 in advance. But there is still a premonition that he will be blown up at any time. It's too terrible. Even the aftermath of the explosion will blow up the energy of the protective shields that are not directly impacted, not to mention the protective shields that are supported on the outside. The damage will only be greater. Indeed, the level 4 captain looked at his own protective shield energy falling off a cliff with horror. He has been challenging the world for so many years. He dares to do anything with a level 4 car. Who doesn't obey him? This is the craziest and fastest defeat he has encountered. It is hard to imagine what effect the bomb will have once the protective shield is broken and falls on the car. Although the damage that the vehicle can withstand is stronger than the protective shield, it is also limited. The most important thing is that once the vehicle is damaged and can't withstand it, the next person to be attacked is the person in the vehicle. This tank commander has never felt the defeat so quickly, and felt the crisis of being suppressed by absolute power. More importantly, a large number of undead appeared in his radar. Those undead were like viruses, jumping red light, and surrounding from all directions. This feeling of being surrounded and approaching made his soul tremble, his legs weak, and he made a new decision almost instantly. Retreat! Retreat! Run! That's right. From the beginning to the decision to escape, it took less than 3 minutes, and the tank commander made the decision to run away. It's better to be embarrassed than to die here. And there is no false reputation under the reputation. Wave 1 is really too fierce. Is this still a challenger? Is he going to be super god? While shouting retreat, the 4th level tank commander also ordered the tank to set off. A second before the shield was broken, the engine of the level 4 vehicle roared, and it was ejected with a buzz like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, there was no trace. The remaining vehicles also fled in all directions. Some of them still had shields, and some were better. Once they left the bombing area, they could still escape. But some reacted slowly, the shield was gone, and the shell of the tank was damaged. They ran crookedly, and their butts were smoking. It was so embarrassing. It was so embarrassing. It was like a stray dog, howling and running with its tail between its legs. Every decision they made before, and the 5 consecutive days of following, seemed like a joke. The gap between the front and the back was like a thunderbolt, chiseling their hearts, and they were so sad that they almost vomited blood. Wei Huan saw with his own eyes the enemy's battle line and psychology collapse, and the 4th level vehicle was the first to escape through the eyes of the Lord of the Magic Eye. It was a pity that he could not stop it. The flexibility of human chariots was fully demonstrated at this moment. Especially the advanced vehicles that have been upgraded with special tires and can fly in the air. Even if Wei Huan had arranged the undead to block the road ahead, he could only watch the opponent leave helplessly after the opponent dodged for a while. Some of the other 3rd level vehicles were lucky enough to find a weak point in defense and rushed out. Some were unlucky, and were hooked on the body of the car by the melon seeds of the showroom. After the car shell was continuously attacked, it finally relied on the sawtooth outside the car, the sentry tower outside the car, and other means to throw the showroom off and escape. In a blink of an eye, Wei Huan looked back and saw that there was only one 3rd level vehicle left in the encirclement. This 3rd level vehicle was also the worst. Not only was the protective cover destroyed, but the car shell was also blown into a mess, and the damage degree reached at least 70%. Even so, the car shell was still firmly hooked by 7 or 8 Xyromas and fixed in place. If Wei Huan hadn't wanted to keep them alive, the car would have disintegrated in an instant. It was a pity that only one car was left. Facing the chariot that only wanted to escape, Wei Huan really had no way to keep them when the mother of the crypt beast hadn't been sent to the front line in time. But it doesn't matter, he will know next time. Then, Wei Huan's vision and Sisteria both fell in front of the windshield of the damaged car. The car was quiet. After staring at each other silently for a long time, after realizing that the other party didn't appreciate it, Wei Huan had an idea, and the Xyroma nails that were hooked on the chariot extended and began to tear the shell of the vehicle. Cracked here. Finally, the door opened just before the vehicle was about to be dismantled and scrapped. 5 men with their hands raised above their heads walked out. Surrender? Don't kill us, we surrender. The men who came down looked quite old, and they squatted on the ground, very obedient. Zhou Yong, who received Wei Huan's order, rode a Xiao Ma and hurried over. As soon as he got close, he jumped off his horse and kicked a man who looked like the driver, knocking him to the ground. Tell me everything. If you dare to tell a lie, I will eat you alive. Zhou Yong pulled the man up by the collar again, put his face close to him, and threatened him viciously. I. The other party was so timid that he immediately replied, I will tell you anything you ask me. Half an hour later, Zhou Yong brought this group of people who were as droopy as cucumbers to Wei Huan. Wei Huan sat cross-legged on the back of the dog beast, as if he was sitting on his high throne, looking down at the group of people under his feet. These people also looked at him, and their eyes dodged as they looked, their backs bent, and they could no longer straighten up. Familiar faces, terrifying strength, and this impenetrable army of undead seemed to be pressing on the hearts of these people, making it difficult to even breathe. Wei Huan. Only after seeing this 20-year-old young man with my own eyes did I know that he really had the aura of a king. That was the supreme strength, the crown that was put on his head. They actually tried to attack such a person, just like a mouse trying to provoke a lion. The outcome was doomed from the beginning. Speak. Zhou Yong knocked a bearded middle-aged man down and shouted, Speak. Speak word for word. Who are you? Why did you attack? Who is the leader? I tell you. Although this was the second time he was asked, the man didn't dare to complain and said obediently, We are members of the Zhan clan's pioneering team. The leader is Liu Yan, the captain of the 3rd Brigade of the pioneering team. He has a level 4 primary car, and is also a sequence 4 soldier king. In addition, there is a sequence 4 wing who is the deputy car captain in the car. I don't know about the others. We just came out to buy, and were caught temporarily. We were forced to attack you without knowing anything. If you don't believe me, look at the route map on my car. We were just caught by you when we arrived at the place. Please let us go, we are really innocent. What innocent? If we lost this battle, you wouldn't be so angry. Lin Su sneered. He stood one step behind Wei Huan and said with a bit of pretentiousness, There is no good bird in the Zhan clan. Who can you hide your plan from? I tell you that it's best to tell the truth and don't force us to do it. Really, everything I said is true. The bearded man spoke sincerely, and looked at Wei Huan timidly. Wei Huan did not say a word until the atmosphere became so cold that it was suffocating, and the bearded man could no longer hold back and wanted to say something anxiously. Wei Huan said calmly, Take them back. It was confirmed that this guy was not telling the truth. At least, he certainly did not say anything that was unfavorable to him. Wei Huan was too lazy to interrogate this old-fashioned man like squeezing toothpaste. There were many people in Qilong City who were good at interrogation, so he just had to take the people back. As for what he said about being from the Zhan clan, this was 100% credible. After all, he had met the Zhan clan more than once, and even made enemies with them. Whether it was on the secondary highway, when he saved Su Qingqiang and blew up the White Rhino, or when he tracked down the theft of supplies for the Qinglong army a month ago and destroyed a base of the Zhan clan. The only option for the relationship between him and the Zhan clan was hostile. The Zhan clan had a reason to attack him. If he could also obtain discarded mobile phone supplies, this hungry wolf would have set his sights on him. Be honest, don't think about running away, you can't escape. With the cooperation of the undead, Zhou Yong and Lin Su tied all 5 people to the back shell of a crypt beast mother. In addition, there was a crypt beast mother holding their broken car behind them. The chariot was very important to the challenger, and the vehicle was also a trophy. After doing this, Wei Huan ordered the undead army to go back and continue on their way. The crypt beast mother moved faster than a racing car at full speed, and the wind hurt when it hit her face. Wei Huan and others had long been accustomed to it, and the challenger had a high physical fitness, so they didn't feel uncomfortable. Some of the captives were out of breath and almost rolled their eyes. Then Zhou Yong kicked them twice, and they were fine immediately. Seeing their sneaky eyes, Zhou Yong kindly reminded them, Do you see these undead? Not just a small part in front of us, more undead are moving with us. Not to mention that you have no car, you can't escape even if you have a car. If you want to survive, you might as well cooperate and make up for your mistakes. Maybe you can even use this to clear your name. Don't you want to go back to Blue Star to see? Do you really have no relatives? At least on Blue Star, you don't have to worry about the wandering monsters that refresh at any time, and there are no sudden attacks. You can always sleep peacefully. Following Zhou Yong's words, the eyes of several people also became a little dazed. obviously recalling some past experiences, with a little more nostalgia and sadness. Seeing that they were calm, Zhou Yong stopped talking and watched over them with Lin Su. Only occasionally, the two could not help looking in the direction of Wei Huan. With his own strength, he killed the following vehicles, including a level 4 vehicle. Even if this is just a group of rabble, they will flee at the slightest danger, but even knowing this, how many people in the world can do it? Underworld fire bombing plus undead scourge is simply unsolvable. And this is when Boss Wei has just been promoted to level 4, and has not had time to settle down. If it were another time, when Boss Wei's strength would be fully improved, maybe even the level 4 vehicle would be captured. Following such a boss would make them look extremely incompetent, but they would also feel safe. How many people dare to leave the car and run around in the challenge world to get the treasure? They obviously don't have the strength, but because of Boss Wei, they think it's natural and have been crazy for so many days. This is probably why the Zhang clan thought they had picked up an advantage and dared to attack them. Don't think about it. Since they dare to be so abnormal, they must have a way to survive in this world. The 5 captured people gradually gave up the idea of escaping after observing for a while. It was because Wei Huan was too strong that they couldn't escape, and it was also because Zhou Yong broke their bottom line and made them realize that, yes, the worst case scenario is that they will be sent back to Blue Star, which is their hometown after all, so how can they not want it? Thinking about it this way, it's a good thing. As they gradually approached Qilong City, the ground was full of wheel marks that had been pressed today. The bearded man exchanged glances with his companions, then suddenly turned to Zhou Yong and said, "I tell you everything you want to know." Zhou Yong didn't quite understand why the bearded man suddenly changed his mind, but since he had given in, he went to report to Wei Huan, and after obtaining Wei Huan's approval, he brought the man to Wei Huan alone. The bearded man was old enough to be Wei Huan's father, but he didn't even dare to think of such an offensive idea. Looked at by Wei Huan's dark eyes, he dodged and lowered his eyes, and then he confessed everything without asking any more questions. It was not unexpected. The captain of the 3rd Brigade named Lu Yin did come for them from the beginning, and had been watching them for 5 days. After talking about the war clan and Lu Yin, the bearded man said with a wronged look, "Our car is not a combat vehicle at all. This time we came out mainly to purchase supplies for the Holy Sun. The Holy Sun is very interested in the items of Blue Star. We also trade in the city and abide by the law. Who knew that we were called here in a daze, and they ran away because they couldn't beat them? We are left. You see, although we are the war clan, we are really good people. We have never killed a fellow countryman from Blue Star. We have no choice but to hide in the challenge world. Whether you have violated the law or not, and what law you have violated, there will naturally be a legal settlement by Yen country. No matter how much you say, it will be useless. Anything you have done will leave traces, and paper cannot cover fire." Zhou Yong said, and what he cared more about was, what is the Holy Sun? When Wei Huan heard the word Holy Sun, his eyelashes trembled. He knew. But obviously no one else knew. Fortunately, in order to survive, the other party did not care about selling any information, including the Holy Sun, that was very important at the first sound. They said, Holy Suns are humans born in the challenge world, children who cannot return to Blue Star. They seem to be more recognized by this world, and their strength and talent are stronger than our challengers. This made Zhou Yong even more curious. Children born in the challenge world will be forcibly sent back to Blue Star to grow up. There are actually children in this world. The other party said, as a matter of course there are. As long as an environment where they cannot return is created, the benevolent god of challenge will never kill innocent children, so they will be preserved. What is an environment where they cannot return? Zhou Yong thought about it, and soon figured it out. It means that the beacon of the parents is buried, and the deep sea state, high altitude state, etc., right? Speaking of this, after seeing the other party's confirmed expression, his eyes suddenly became fierce. You will artificially create this state, right? For the Holy Sun? The bearded man didn't expect this topic to be a thunderbolt, and hurriedly repaired. I don't know. I only know that the parents of the Holy Sun are usually noble in the war clan. They are the ones who completely give up and return to Blue Star. They are recognized as real war clan. Lin Su suddenly said, So, you are the nanny who takes care of this group of privileged people? Are you sick? It's not good to be free on Blue Star, but you run to Challenge World to work like a cow and a horse for others. The key is that you are quite proud. You have been fooled, right? After the truth was exposed, it was even more embarrassing. But the bearded man dared not lose his temper, and continued to say honestly, the Holy Sun is different. Those children can only be called war sons, Only the Holy Son is the most special. War Son and Holy Son. Zhou Yong repeated in confusion. The bearded man nodded. All the privileged children born because their parents sacrificed the opportunity to return are just war sons. And holy sons are truly excellent and special. The Holy Son is the most talented child selected from all the war sons. There are 4 in total, the Holy Son and the Holy Son substitute, the Holy Girl and the Holy Girl substitute. We are responsible for taking care of the Holy Son substitute, who is stronger than the Holy Son in terms of strength and talent, but lost in the selection because he had no parents to help him, and now we are responsible for taking care of him. We are just the logistics personnel who take care of the Holy Son. Our combat effectiveness is really very poor, and we have almost no combat ability. If you don't believe me, go to our car and see that we have purchased a lot of supplies in the car, all of which are non-combat supplies, and some local specialty toys, all for children. I didn't lie to you, I swear, I didn't hide anything this time. Wei Huan nodded, it was true. But he asked, what is the name of this substitute for the Son of God? This point is quite strange. Most people can't think of why they would ask a child's name, even if he is the Son of God. The 2 words Son of God are enough to be used as a name. The other car captain was also stunned for a moment and said, Lin Lin. Which Lin? Wei Huan's question was even more strange. Lin in the forest. Lin of the forest? Wei Huan lowered his eyes and fell into deep thought, with a slight wrinkle between his eyebrows, indicating his confusion. Seeing Wei Huan silent, Zhou Yong took over the conversation. What is this Lin Lin's profession? What is his strength? Why can he become the Son of God? What is your purpose in training the Son of God? What exactly does the Zhan clan want to do? He asked sharply. We don't know what the Zhan clan wants to do, but Lin Lin. The driver over there answered Zhou Yong's question obediently, while Wei Huan over here was already recalling all the memories of the Zhan clan Son of God in his previous life. It was already the 16th year since the advent of the challenge world. A very powerful God-given, who was both good and evil, appeared on the human side. Chapter 138. The God-given one is a fortune teller sequence 6, with the ability to predict and control the future. This God-given one is particularly powerful. With his help, humans have had several outstanding victories in the era when they were suppressed by the dark beasts. The media of Blue Star reported the life of this God-given one in detail. It is said that he is the War Clan orphan, a lonely soul who cannot return to Blue Star and drifts in the world of challenge, but still loves humans. At that time, the War Clan had long become a thing of the past, and only a few scattered War Clan members who had been integrated into the human beings of Blue Star were left, living in hiding. This War Clan orphan is obviously the War Clan remnant, but he has earned the friendly title of War Clan orphan through his own efforts. Wei Huan remembered his name, Do Lin, who was once the holy son of the War Clan. Lin or Lin, but considering the pronunciation problem, Wei Huan is more inclined to believe that this Lin is the Lin he knows. So Wei Huan, who thought of this, just happened to hear the bearded man saying, he is 7 years old this year, and is already a sequence 4 astrologer. When we went out to purchase this time, he said that we would encounter danger, but behind the evil star there is a lucky star, and that good and bad are interdependent, and we have to choose our own future. Zhou Yong was shocked. The astrologer is a sequence 4 fortune teller. It is ridiculous that he can reach this level at the age of 7. Is there no limit to him in challenging the world? Yes. The bearded man answered honestly. First of all, the warriors don't have chariots. They can't participate in the road test if they haven't reached the age. In addition, each time a war child advances, he needs to take a promotion potion, and will also be limited by the overall progress of humans. The advantage of the war children is that they can enter the professional temple for training from a very young age. 7 years to the 4th level is not bad. Lin Su counted on his fingers. Brother Chan only took 2 years to reach the 4th level. It's different. Infants and young children cannot practice independently. Infants are playful, and will not practice too seriously. So if they are 7 years old, they will start to practice intermittently at the age of 5 or 6. It is already very outstanding to have this achievement at this age. The bearded man said, the Holy Son is the most sensible of all the war children. He has no parents since he was a child, and has been bullied in the war child training camp. If it weren't for the Holy Son's own efforts, and relying on his strength to become the Holy Son substitute, his life would not be easy now. It's a pity that the Holy Son is not a main combat profession. It would be better if he was a farmer sequence or a gardener sequence. If not, he could become a gambler or a wise man. But he awakened to the least popular fortune teller sequence. Sometimes fate is so unfair, always bullying the poor. Wei Huan listened silently, and he had already matched the person in his heart. Maybe the name is different, and it may be changed in the future, but the experience and professional ability will not change. This Lin Lin is the Do Lin. For a while, Wei Huan had a lot of ideas. Wei Huan spoke again. Take them back to the car first. The other two naturally had no objection, and they took the men away on the left and right. At this time, they had arrived at the gate of Qinglong City. In the daytime, it looked more like a prosperous big city. The tall city walls do not look simple and quaint, because the materials used to build the city walls are mostly alloys, and there are various large and small cannon barrels hanging on them, which are thicker than tank barrels. The appearance of sticking out from the city walls is just like a hedgehog. In the challenge world, it is easier to refresh wandering monsters in places where people gather, so there will be 1 or 2 monster attacks every month. In order to protect the challengers living in the city, the officials spared no expense to arm the city to the teeth, and now the equipment has far exceeded the level of this world. At least in Wei Huan's memory, until the defeat of mankind, the Qinglong City in the 3rd level world still stood and protected the stability of one side. I don't know what these people will experience after the defeat of mankind. Will they regret their own self-preservation? Most of the undead army was taken back before entering the city, but the number left was enough to attract the attention of passing vehicles and challengers. Even though the challengers in the city have been accustomed to Wei Huan sitting on the back of the undead swaggering through the city for more than half a month, they will still be shocked every time they see Wei Huan. No matter how bizarre the challenge world is, this kind of pure underworld sand value lost scene has never appeared before. Although the style is not what I like, it does not prevent me from respecting Wei Huan. What's wrong with this style? I like it. It's so majestic. The absolutely loyal undead is awesome just thinking about it. It's really fun to enslave the skeleton of the dark beast. It would be a relief if Wei Huan could lend me an undead to beat me up. Wei Huan changed the situation of this ancient battlefield. From now on, I will be a member of Wei Huan's sect. No one can stop me. Wei Huan sat cross-legged on the back of the mother crypt beast, walking slowly on the main street of Qinglong City, and there were people stopping and looking on. Some people would shout Wei Huan's name loudly, but Wei Huan was not friendly at all and basically would not respond. Even so, the onlookers would still be very happy. There were also chariots that would try to come to Wei Huan's side and want to get close to him, but they would almost always be blocked by the undead. This is why Wei Huan left some undead to protect him. In the city, the spacious street under his feet was also built of alloy, and cars came and went. When they saw the huge crypt beast leaving a large shadow on their heads and then walking away, they couldn't help but step on the brakes and turn their heads to look. On both sides of the street, there were countless people and vehicles. After getting the news, they came out to see the hero of Yin Country, the world's only gravekeeper. There were men and women who screamed and cheered for him, shouted Wei Huan's name loudly, and confessed to him. Their love for him was simple and passionate, which was an admiration for the strong and also a thank you for him. Ah! Wei Huan, we love you. Amid such cheers, Xiaodian walked towards the city lord's mansion like a jellyfish swimming in the deep sea, seemingly slowly, but actually quickly and gracefully. Gradually, the shouts became quieter, and the city lord's mansion appeared not far ahead. Before they reached the gate, the twins who had received the news when they entered the city came out to greet them. They had already walked fast enough, but every time it was like this, they would meet Wei Huan before they reached the gate. The speed of the female crypt beast moving in the city is faster than that of a chariot. Wei Huan also dismounted the crypt beast at the gate of the city lord's mansion and took back his undead. It was a bit impolite to use abilities on someone else's territory. The twins came to him, one with a smile on his face, the other serious, and shouted at the same time, "Boss, you are back? How was the journey?" It was obviously not good. What good could it be to be attacked? But because the captives were useful, Wei Huan put the 5 people into the stomachs of 5 small dogs before entering the city. Compared to the anger of Lin Su and Zhou Yong, Wei Huan asked calmly, "How is the city today?" Jia Yang knew who Wei Huan really wanted to ask, and replied, "Boss Mu went to the mecha camp early this morning." Overnight, the mecha camp added 3 more mechas, and now there are 50 mechas in total. There are not many newly recruited pilots who can come at the same time, so 2 mechas are enough for each person. Today, I heard from Boss Mu that he can take a break after this busy period, and he also said that he wants to go to open the treasure with you. Wei Huan nodded, and his tense face relaxed. "Get ready, we really need to prepare to set off in the near future." At this moment, the twins immediately became happy. Being a guest in the city lord's mansion is not as good as following the boss to make achievements and open treasures. They don't know how much they envy Zhou Yong and Lin Su. As they walked towards the city lord's mansion, Jia Yang briefly talked about the movements of others today. Ding Qi and Lu Qingji went to the Mecha camp with Mu Zheng. Su Qingqiang stayed in the car every day, either sleeping or watching movies and drinking milk tea. He was the only one among them who was really relaxing. Because the bosses all had their own things to do, the diplomatic work on behalf of their car could only be handed over to Cousin Mu. In the past few days, Cousin Mu met many leaders and strong men of major forces in the city, and also helped deal with the trial of Wei Jinhong. Yes, Wei Jinhong was tried for illegal profiteering, threatening the personal safety of others, and other illegal acts with irrefutable evidence. According to the verdict, Wei Jinhong's team will be banned from using license plates for 1 year, and all vehicles registered with the Gong family team will not be able to enter the official city during this period. For ordinary teams, it is a terrible thing to not have a stable foothold in the challenge world. In addition, they cannot enter and exit the city, and the materials they risk to obtain cannot be traded better. This verdict is fatal to a team. Although Gong Lianing, the daughter of the Gong family, was dissatisfied with Wei Jinhong, she eventually made many efforts and submitted an appeal in Blue Star. Wei Jinhong's case will be retried in the near future. In fact, punishing Wei Jinhong is not the purpose. The real purpose is to convey a message through this incident that pleasing Wei Jinhong cannot get close to Wei Huan, and investment in Wei Jinhong should be cautious. Another thing is to let Wei Jinhong return to Blue Star for a while, so as not to let him go free during this period and affect Wei Huan's mood. In short, it is right to separate the two. As for punishing Wei Jinhong harshly, that is absolutely impossible. A fool cannot sit in the position of city lord. If he gets too involved in other people's family affairs, he will easily be in trouble with both sides. Who knows if the father and son will reconcile after a few years? Wei Huan did not comment on this punishment. He hated Wei Jinhong, but he did not hate him to the extent of killing him. He just hoped that Wei Jinhong would have a bad life, regret every decision he made, and stay away from him. It is not worth it to bear the crime of patricide because of Wei Jinhong. After listening to the report, they also arrived at their residence. The residence is a small building arranged by the city lord, but most of the time, they live in the whiteboard minivan in the parking space. Regarding the appearance of the chariot, everyone has held meetings to discuss it, and there have been all kinds of strange ideas. But in the end, everyone's ideas are unified. Just don't change it. In the advanced world, the whiteboard car is unique and more distinctive. In addition, it is difficult to satisfy everyone, so it is better to keep it as it is. This small car is pleasing to the eye and cute. Simplicity is also a kind of beauty. When Wei Huan arrived in front of the car, the housekeeper opened the door automatically, and his vision in front of him changed, just like entering the door of a hotel. After entering the door, there was a large empty square in front of him, and Su Qingqiang, who was sitting in a cafe in the square drinking juice, waved his hand in a frivolous way when he saw them coming back. Wei Huan nodded to the others. Nothing, go and rest. Others were fine, but he was. First went downstairs. Downstairs was a parking lot and a cell. After putting the captives in, Wei Huan went upstairs to his room, and then he could not wait to order the dog-headed man to spit out the undead ranch, opened the coffin and walked in. All other things are not important. Consolidating one's own strength is the top priority. He has already reached Sequence 4, so all the undead should be upgraded to Sequence 4. There is also the newly recruited Flying Monkey, which he needs to learn about. The Flying Monkey has abilities similar to those of a shaman, but the attribute increase is relatively random, and the increased value is not high, so it can only be said to be a low-end auxiliary. But its kite state is relatively strong. In fact, this ability is not a treatment, but more like a life-sharing. If Wei Huan had not received the reward of the Dark Beast Manual, he would not have known that the kite state of the Flying Monkey can reduce the damage of the bound person by half. But because the Flying Monkey's own endurance is not high, after being bound, the Flying Monkey often dies before the bound person dies after receiving damage. This is also the reason why the Flying Monkey will not easily use the kite state. But the undead are not afraid of death. If the Flying Monkey still has the ability to share life after death, binding death is just a waste of ghost power to revive again, and at most a few more blood bags will be hung. Wei Huan thought well at the beginning. He recruited dozens or hundreds of flying monkeys in one go. He, Mu Zhong, and everyone in the car, like bringing pets, each brought 2. Even if the mushroom exploded on the top of their heads, it would probably be difficult to die. But Lin Su's experiment failed. What Wei Huan wanted to see at that time was not that Lin Su's wound healed too fast, but that Lin Su could not cut the skin on his arm with force. Just like light and darkness are incompatible, it seems that the flying monkeys resurrected by the power of death can only strengthen the army of the undead. In this way, it cannot be said that this ability is bad, but it is much worse than what he expected. It is a little disappointing. Wei Huan walked on the ground covered with rotten black mud, passing through hideous and twisted trees. The trees with fangs and claws, and the tree tumors with yellow-brown sticky gelatinous substances, wrapped in a skeleton, or a rotten walking corpse, occasionally twitching, are like walking in the scene of a horror movie. Wei Huan walked deeper, and came to a thicker tree tumor, with blood threads appearing in the gelatinous substance. Under his gaze, the durability of the tree has dropped until it reaches the expected value. The tree knot suddenly breaks open, and the sticky liquid wraps a small thing and falls to the ground. The moment it landed, the little thing opened its eyes, propped up its body with its limbs, and then shook to shake off the mucus on its body, then raised its head, opened its big round eyes, and looked at Wei Huan with those eyes dyed with green fire. This is a look of absolute submission when seeing the master. Then, under Wei Huan's silent command, it flapped its wings and flew up, floating in front of Wei Huan. The flying monkey that has been promoted to the 4th level is more beautiful, with golden fluffy and clean hair, and it feels very smooth to the touch. As the only dark beast that meets human aesthetics, its evolution did not disappoint Wei Huan. In addition, its attributes have also changed in the glass's display. 6-star Flying Monkey. Flying Monkey Zombie, 4th level, Wei Huan Summon. Endurance, 1800/1800. Strength, 80. Agility, 120. Spirit, 220. Special status, none. As a low-end shaman, it has spiritual power. It has 220 spiritual power at the 4th level, which is not good, but not bad. As a 6-star life, what is really surprising is that it has 1800 endurance at the 4th level. Although this endurance is not as good as Wei Huan, if it can kite around Wei Huan, it is equivalent to giving Wei Huan an extra 1800 life points. Before Wei Huan came in, he took a special look at his attributes after he was upgraded to level 4. Name, Wei Huan, Pseudo-Artifact plus 25%. Title plus 25%, Age, 20 years old. Gender, male. Occupation, Psychic, Sequence 4, Endurance, 3700. Strength, 660. Agility, 620. Nether Power, 2700. Special Status, Dark Energy Accelerated Erosion. Number of Summons 20,000 plus. This attribute panel, once the 1800 endurance of the flying monkey is added, Wei Huan's health will be as high as 5,100 points. In fact, all countries have conducted experiments with small mushrooms, and then concluded that the damage caused by the frontal bombardment of small mushrooms is about 3,000, and there is also high temperature burning, up to 500 per second. This value is not absolute, but it is divided according to different professions and professional levels. In addition, fire resistance and so on must be considered. Of course, in fact, what is more likely to happen is that he may have escaped through the teleportation function of the dog-headed man before the explosion. If we only go by the data, Wei Huan's current blood volume can survive the frontal explosion of the small mushroom. Wei Huan's mind moved, and the tail of the flying monkey was wrapped around his neck. It felt light and fluttery, like wearing a plush necklace. It was a feeling that he could quickly adapt to and forget. Then Wei Huan cut his wrist, looked at the back of his hand that was still bleeding, and was silent for a few seconds. Is it not what he thought? Until Wei Huan looked up at the flying monkey, he found that its endurance value had dropped by 5 points. Wei Huan was happy, and he was not afraid of trouble, and hit himself a little harder. This time, under his gaze, Feiho's health dropped by 11 points again. Wiping the wound on his wrist, Wei Huan satisfiedly let Feiho get out of the kite state, and bound the big bear next to him. In order to distinguish this heroic zombie violent bear from other violent bears, Wei Huan casually named it Big Bear. Lu Qingji called it Brother Bear. There was a golden collar on the big bear's neck, and the collar was connected to a half-meter-long rope, and the flying monkey floated behind his neck. The big bear was 6 meters long, and its shoulder height was more than 3 meters when its limbs landed on the ground. The flying monkey, which was as small as a palm, was tied to its body, and it looked like a small dragonfly. Every time the big bear takes a step forward, it can move 2 meters, and the flying monkey will float 2 meters. Wei Huan suddenly raised his hand, grabbed the Mafati ring behind him, danced a black afterimage, and whipped the golden kite line that the tail turned into without saying anything. Huh? Something interesting happened. He whipped directly from the tail, as if he had hit the air, and the tail was safe and sound. It seems that what the Dark Beast manual said is right. The flying monkey has spatial ability, which is a bit similar to the ghost crow. After evolving to a high level, it can escape into the cracks of time and space to ensure that it will not be attacked after the kite state. This ability is invincible. As long as it is bound to a dark beast of the tank level, the tank will be more tanky, and the flying monkey will be easier to survive. Perhaps when the flying monkey first evolved the kite ability, it was not to sacrifice for other dark beasts, but to hope to rely on each other through this benign parasitism. Of course, the premise is that the evolution level is high enough. In many of the flying monkeys on the battlefield of the Dark Beast Lord, their bloodline awakening is not enough, so they will not choose to enter the kite state. Once bound, they have no ability to escape into the void, and they are simply helpless targets. But the 4th level flying monkey can enter the void for a short time. Although it can only stay for a few seconds, as long as the timing is good, the flying monkey and its binder are in a semi-invincible state. After that, Wei Huan did a lot of experiments. After confirming that he had basically mastered the flying monkey's ability, he let it leave the big bear's neck and return to Wei Huan's shoulder. The big bear shook its big butt and found a 4-star grass with full endurance and got in. After completing the 4th level of evolution, it will become even stronger. Wei Huan has been obsessed with this evolution for quite some time. No one would not like to become stronger, especially in such a precarious world. If Wei Huan had not been strong enough today, he might have died when he met the group of attackers from the War Clan. So if you want to live well in the challenge world, you must become the strongest and become stronger. Wei Huan stayed in the undead ranch for a day and a night. He even accumulated the power of the underworld and recruited 3 more flying monkeys, so that at least several of the main combat forces in his vanguard troops would have the cooperation of flying monkeys. In addition, the low-end auxiliary of the flying monkey may not increase the attributes under the premise of Mu Zhong, but it is also an improvement when encountering such a single action occasionally. In a battlefield with low intensity, it can also reduce Mu Zhong's pressure. Even though Wei Huan was obsessed with advancement, his army of undead was too large, and the number that could evolve in one day and one night was limited. Finally, Wei Huan finally staggered out of the coffin with an empty stomach. "What time is it, butler?" Wei Huan asked, splashing water on his face. The butler's answer sounded above his head. "It is 2 o'clock in the morning. It has been 35 hours since you entered the professional training ground. During this period, Major Mu came to visit you 17 times, Lieutenant Su went upstairs 4 times, and Chef Lu." The butler answered rigorously, and then said, "The food has been prepared for you downstairs, you can go downstairs to eat." Wei Huan wanted to hear the last sentence the most. He was so hungry that his mind was confused, and he couldn't remember anything until he opened the door, and saw Mu Zhong coming out in a hurry. "Go!" Wei Huan woke up, and his eyes fell on Mu Zhong's legs first. It was a pair of legs that looked almost normal and intact, but because they were in a hurry, and had no time to cover it, the fact that they were made of metal was exposed. "The prosthetic limbs are finally here?" Wei Huan said in surprise. Chapter 139. Mu Zhong came over, looking a little awkward, but he tried to walk steadily, and stopped in front of Wei Huan. It was the first time that the two looked at each other like this. Wei Huan saw the distress in Mu Zhong's eyes, and heard him say, "What are you busy with? You can't even eat?" Wei Huan didn't care about being hungry. All his attention was on Mu Zhong's prosthesis. Prosthetic manufacturing can be made with real technology, and senior pilots also have this ability. At first, they all agreed that Mu Zhong would make his own prosthesis, but because they were too busy, the production of the prosthesis was handed over to General Mu. This prosthesis was still asked to be completed by a mecha technician from Tula. Mecha technician is a profession of Driver Sequence 5, and this profession can make mechas by hand. It was because of this mecha technician that Tula formed a mecha corps. But the appearance of the professional training ground steel factory instantly wiped out Tula's 4-year lead. When Commander Mu found this mecha technician, Tula State proposed that Wei Huan be able to extract stray materials from abandoned mobile phones. The mecha technician himself asked for a 2nd-level mecha produced by a steel factory, and also hoped to make an appointment for the 3rd-level and 4th-level mechas. He said that he was willing to pay for all the materials, and spend the full amount to buy the mecha. In terms of mecha technology, Mu Zhong did not have the idea of cherishing his own possessions. The world's only professional training ground, every one of them is very important, and it has a huge improvement in the war against the dark beasts of mankind. Not to mention that the mechas produced by this steel factory can be traded directly for money. Even the battle tower with daily entry and exit restrictions will be allocated by Yin country, just because the fate of mankind is common. As for why they went far away and found a foreign mecha technician to make prosthetic limbs, of course, it was because his level was high. And this prosthetic limb is a special item that can be taken out to challenge the world. Mu Zhong tapped his thigh and smiled. This way I don't have to sit in a wheelchair when I return to Blue Star. Good. Wei Huan pinched Mu Zhong's waist and kissed his smiling eyes. Very good. Mu Zhong also took the opportunity to hook Wei Huan's neck and whispered in his ear, "Let me hold you for a while, I'm not used to it yet." Yeah. Wei Huan tightened his hand around his waist. Mu Zhong has been losing weight, and he has lost a lot more than 2 months ago. He used to exercise, and he was in a good mood and ate more. But after 3 months, the meat on his waist and abdomen has become soft, and he can touch the bones. Wei Huan felt distressed, hugged him tightly, and said, "Come downstairs and have a meal with me." Okay. Wei Huan helped Mu Zhong, who was still adapting, down the stairs. The two walked slowly downstairs, chatting about what they hadn't seen for more than a day. Mu Zhong said, "I'm almost done with my work, and we leave in 3 days at most. You should organize your abilities, and have a good rest in the next few days." Wei Huan said, "No hurry, there's still more than a week before the level 4 assessment." Mu Zhong said, "I have interrogated the group of people you brought back. I think you may be a little interested in this holy sun. And what about the war sons? These children who can't return to the challenge world are also the country's concern. We must find a way to get them back to Blue Star." Wei Huan took a deep look at Mu Zhong, and he could not hide anything from him. He did have the idea of going to the so-called Holy Sun's mansion in the near future, and the sooner the better. After all, he had captured people, and he might have alerted the enemy, and it would be bad if the group of people escaped. He was not interested in other people, he just wanted to find Do Lin. Do Lin was a genius prophet. There were so many 6th level masters in that era, but only Do Lin could emerge suddenly, of course because of his extraordinary talent. Such a genius, even if Wei Huan did not leave him in the car, he would hand him over to the Legion for training. In short, facing the fate of the war clan being doomed to be wiped out, and Do Lin's upcoming wandering fate, such a young child, it is more stable to work and live for the country. Wei Huan did not say too much about Do Lin's arrangement. Mu Zhong was too smart, and he would make mistakes if he spoke too much. In addition, the coordinates overlapped. Mu Zhong said again. Wei Huan did not understand. Mu Zhong explained in detail. The coordinates of this saint's mansion overlap with the platinum treasure map we obtained. Wei Huan was surprised. This was completely beyond his expectations. At this time, Lu Qingji went downstairs, rolled up his sleeves, and went to the kitchen with sleepy eyes. "Boss, what else do you want to eat? I make it for you." Wei Huan came back to his senses. "No, I heat up the food in the kitchen." Lu Qingji yawned and continued to go to the kitchen. "I make you fresh food, it will be quick." Lu Qingji quickly brought out a stomach-nourishing preserved egg and lean meat porridge. The food placed in the auction house not only kept fresh, but also locked the temperature. Lu Qingji used this method to prepare some simple food for Wei Huan. In addition, there were braised spare ribs, steamed chicken, and a portion of pickled pepper beef, accompanied by a large bowl of steaming rice, which were served to Wei Huan. "I go and stir-fry 2 more vegetables. Boss Mu, please have some too." Lu Qingji was about to leave when another person came down from upstairs. It was Su Qingqiang. "Add some bowls and chopsticks for me too." Su Qingqiang sat down on the other side of the table, lit a cigarette for himself, and glanced at Wei Huan and said, "When are we going to leave?" "Let's leave tomorrow. It's so boring." Wei Huan wanted to wait until Mu Zhong was done. Su Qingqiang said, "Take me with you next time you go out. With me here, those idiots will never come back." If he didn't mention this, Wei Huan would have almost forgotten that he had been followed and attacked. It was really that the group of people who attacked him were too weak, cowardly, and useless. They were not as strong as the wandering monsters in terms of combat power and presence. But Wei Huan remembered that the Zhan clan attacked him. This matter is not over. Anyway, he knows where the Zhan clan's base camp is. When he reaches the 4th level world, he will settle the score. "I won't go out tomorrow." Wei Huan said, "You play for 2 more days." Su Qingqiang was helpless, and then said, "Let your monkey out for me to see." Lin Su is useless because he is a warrior. Wei Huan raised his eyebrows. This idea is right. They are all dark professions, maybe they are really useful. Wei Huan's mind moved, and the portal appeared, and the flying monkey flew out from it. I don't know which one it is. Wei Huan has not found the elite flying monkey until now. It seems that different races have different ways to create elites. Brother Taogang has found the 16th elite running wolf for himself. Recently, After the third elite running wolf also evolved into the hero level, Brother Taogang automatically evolved into an epic hero, with attributes 10 times that of ordinary running wolves. But he couldn't even find the elite flying monkey. However, as soon as this palm-sized monkey came out, it attracted everyone's attention. Lu Qingji, who was coming out of the kitchen, saw it and exclaimed, "So cute." Mu Zhong said, "It's really cute." Su Qingqiang raised his eyebrows. "This rubbish can be exploded with just one finger, what's the use?" There's a backup of the Dark Beast manual in the car, but Su Qingqiang will definitely not read it. Wei Huan did not explain, ordered the flying monkey to go over, and directly bound Su Qingqiang in kite mode. Facing the monkey tail wrapped around his neck, Su Qingqiang endured it so hard that the veins on his forehead burst out, and he did not take action. Just like that, after enduring for 3 seconds, Su Qingqiang asked, "How is it?" Mu Zhong looked at Wei Huan. "Did you see it?" Wei Huan nodded. "I saw it." Su Qingqiang's attributes were displayed in Wei Huan's glasses. Name: Su Qingqiang, title attribute plus 25%, age: 22 years old. Gender: male. Occupation: Berserk, sequence 4, endurance, 3210, plus 1800, strength, 680. Agility, 700. Spiritual power, 120. Special status, none. The brackets of Su Qingqiang's endurance attribute are the extra numbers that appear after the flying monkey kite. The fact that it can appear in the attribute glasses proves that it really exists. In other words, as a dark profession, Su Qingqiang can indeed hang up a blood bag. I try. Mu Zhong was eager to try. Wei Huan summoned another flying monkey to kite Mu Zhong. The first time Mu Zhong was entangled, he said, "I don't feel very comfortable. The dark energy attribute conflicts, and there is also the coldness of the dark power. Am I ineffective?" Wei Huan's silver glasses flashed, and Mu Zhong's attributes also jumped out. Name: Mu Zhong, title attribute plus 25%, age: 20. Gender: male. Occupation: shaman, sequence 3, junior technician, sequence 2, endurance, 1400. Strength, 240. Agility, 180. Spiritual power, 1800. Special status, depression. Wei Huan's eyes stayed on the special status for a moment, and then he said nonchalantly, "There is indeed no bonus." Mu Zhong nodded. "Sure enough, the feeling of discomfort is obvious. There can be no bonus in this state. And I am a natural system. I heard that the healing effect of the druid's tree state is effective for shamans." Wei Huan thought for a while, and said, "The advanced world is the attribute world. We must stock up some high-resistance equipment and potions in advance." Wei Huan remembered that the 6th level world is the ocean world. In that world, there will be many ocean monsters with elemental damage. Not only water attacks, the ocean is so big, there are still volcanoes, soil, metal, there are 5 elements attacks, and even additional damage from darkness and light. Mu Zhong was also saying, sequence for shaman high priests can place totems to increase resistance, which does indicate that the future world will have additional attribute damage. The two chatted back and forth. "Hey!" Su Qingqiang interrupted their conversation and asked, "Why don't you try to tie a few blood packs? You suddenly talked about elemental damage. Isn't the topic jumping too far? I'm still hanging by the neck." Mu Zhong laughed at this. He held the flying monkey, rubbed its furry head, and said with regret, "What a pity." Then he threw the flying monkey to Su Qingqiang. The flying monkey came to Su Qingqiang's head, and wrapped its tail around Su Qingqiang's neck in the same way, so 2 monkeys floated behind Su Qingqiang's head. "How is it?" Su Qingqiang asked expectantly. Mu Zhong shook his head, still at 1800. "Brother Chang, don't worry. The reason why the flying monkey attributes cannot be superimposed is that each of them is a separate individual, so it cannot be simply calculated by adding the numerical values. I am more inclined to believe that after the first flying monkey dies, the next damage will be taken over by the second flying monkey." Su Qingqiang thought for a while. "The guess is not true. How about letting me go out and fight?" Mu Zhong smiled. "There is no monster that can make Brother Chang have residual blood within 100 miles around here, not to mention that there is now 50% damage immunity. Wait a little longer, I will be done in 2 days, and we will go to the distant ruins. Do you still remember the Platinum Treasure Chest reward we completed in the random challenge, which opened a Platinum Treasure map? You can try this ruins." "Yes, try with Platinum Ruins," who would not say arrogant when hearing this. But everyone present looked as if it was a matter of course. Su Qingqiang also nodded. For Platinum, it should be possible to measure it. After saying this, Su Qingqiang glanced at the flying monkey behind his head, then looked at Wei Huan, and said expectantly, "How about trying to tie a few around my neck?" Mu Zhong and Wei Huan, 2 days later, Mu Zhong finally finished the work at hand temporarily, and their chariot finally started, ready to leave Qinglong City. This departure may be forever. They plan to find the son of the war clan first, and then develop the Platinum Ruins. If there is time, they will go around the nearby ruins. If not, they will directly enter the 4th level highway assessment. This assessment will be difficult, many countries are watching them, and there are bounty hunters and killers waiting for the opportunity. Wei Huan has already prepared to face the whole world with one car. Even if he may die on that road because of his arrogance, he has only 2 options, moving forward or dying in battle, and he will never look back. After entering the 4th level road, the car can no longer turn back. It is also very likely that it will be difficult to return to Qinglong City. I don't know how long it will take for us to meet again after this separation. Li Shui wiped her tears, and looked at Mu Zhong with tears in her eyes. She said with a sigh, "Goodbye, Qinglong City." Captain Shui beside him wiped his wife's tears distressfully and said, "If you want to come back, I will bring you back later." Li Shui sniffed and held back her tears. "You don't have to force yourself." "No." Before Captain Shui finished speaking, he saw Li Shui's face was already smiling. "I heard that Qinglong City on the 4th level highway is more prosperous, and it is developed like a cyberpunk. Come on, don't waste time, let's go quickly." Captain Shui's tenderness was wasted. Mu Zhong and City Lord Lu Fei beside him saw this scene, and couldn't help laughing. City Lord Lu Fei said with a lonely face, "Captain Shui and his men are my good helpers. I, as the City Lord, can do so smoothly, and Captain Shui and his men have made great contributions. Although I know that with their abilities, they will go to the front sooner or later, I still can't bear to let them go after the transfer order comes down." Then, City Lord Lu Fei looked at Wei Huan and Mu Zhong. One was calm and majestic, and the other was a young man with high spirits. Mu Zhong stood up again, and his whole body seemed to be glowing. City Lord Lu Fei looked at Mu Zhong a few more times, and then looked at Wei Huan and said, "I also wish you a smooth trip. The assessment of the 4th level highway is full of dangers, so you must be careful." Wei Huan nodded, shook the hand of City Lord Lu Fei, took a last look at the first big city built by Yan country in the challenge world, and turned to step onto the chariot. As soon as he moved, all the crew members followed. After saying goodbye, waving, and getting on the car, Mu Zhongnua was the only one left to say a few words to City Lord Lu Fei, and then he turned to get on the car. Wei Huan's eyes fell on his legs. In 2 days, Mu Zhong had almost adapted to the prosthetic limbs, and it was almost impossible to see that his legs were disabled when he walked. Moreover, the mechanical prosthetic limbs made by the mechanic technician were not just prosthetic limbs, they even had some combat and weapon mounting capabilities. With these prosthetic limbs alone, Mu Zhong could jump 5 meters high on the spot, easily kick a blue whale to death with one kick, and if he was loaded with rockets, he could even fly like Astro Boy. You get what you pay for, and this transaction was very worthwhile in Wei Huan's opinion. Mu Zhong, who walked with a breeze, got on the car at last. When he turned around, the smile on his face had not faded yet. His eyebrows and eyes were full of grace, which made Wei Huan unable to take his eyes away. When he came to his senses, he found that many people were looking at him. Wei Huan said with a stern face, "All departments prepare." The chariot started, gradually moved away from the ground, and floated 7 meters in the air. Behind him were 2 other level 4 vehicles. One car was the car of Captain Shui and Li Shui. After Mu Dihao regained power, the materials for the level 4 car were delivered as soon as possible. Now Captain Shui and his team also have their own level 4 car. The other car was a level 4 car sent by the Mu family to protect the road. The driver was Mu Zirwei, who was the car that always guarded Wei Huan's car when they were on the level 3 highway. They will follow Wei Huan into the level 4 highway assessment and face the hail of bullets with him. When necessary, they will even stand in front and use themselves as shields. Wei Huan refused, but it was useless, just like an old man who is always worried about his juniors, and will send what he thinks is good to him. Captain Shui and Mu Zirwei said they would go with Wei Huan. With good intentions, Wei Huan could not refuse. In addition, he knew that the Qinglong army had prepared a big gift for him, and the country and other legions also shared the same hatred and made a lot of preparations for him. In short, you will know when you enter the highway assessment. Wei Huan was moved by the care from all parties, and he also knew that his meaning to Yan country was different. He was a real pillar of the country, so he had to hold on, even if the pressure was huge. "Let's go!" Wei Huan issued an order, and the 3 cars floating in the air disappeared over Qinglong City with a buzz sound, like bullets ejected. The speed of the level 4 car exceeded the speed of sound, and it turned into a white light in the sky, and it was 100 miles in an instant. Wei Huan asked the butler to keep in touch with the other 2 cars, and gave the driving and communication to Cousin Mu, and he no longer cared about it. The consolidation of the combat power to advance to the 4th level has not yet been completed. The 4th level of forage takes too long, and his undead army is too large. If all members want to advance, it will take at least 10 days and half a month. This is only the 4th level. If it reaches the 8th or 9th level, I am afraid I can only train it in a targeted way. In this way, they travel for a day and a night before finally arriving at the place. This is still a hilly area. From the outside, there is nothing abnormal, and there is no trace of human activity. But Wei Huan, who was familiar with challenging the rules of the world, was very clear about the secret. The chariot stopped 5 kilometers away, and Wei Huan's undead army was dispatched. The ground army slowly rushed over, and the vision of the ghost crow and the demon eye lord was in place first. That, on the side of the hill, blocked by 3 big trees, is the entrance to a ruin. The bearded chariot leader Sun Jianqing was very honest, and for fear of angering Wei Huan and others, he described the location in great detail. Lu Qingji, who just came in with food, heard it and asked, "The entrance to the ruins? Ruins can be inhabited?" "No, wait, ruins seem to be inhabited." Lu Qingji was shocked to open up a new world and looked at Wei Huan. "Oh my god, why didn't I think of it before? As long as a small treasure chest is left unopened, won't this ruins always exist? It's simply a free shelter." Lin Su looked at Lu Qingji with an idiotic expression. "You are a college student after all, you don't know this, right? The ruins are buried deep underground, and the dark atmosphere is strong. The structures of the nests of different ethnic groups are also different. Ordinary people in such an environment. You will become stupid if you live there for too long. And the ruins that may disappear at any time are not suitable for investment and construction. If you want to preserve them permanently, of course, it is safer to build your own city." At the same time, Mu Zhong was also asking Sun Jianqing, "What kind of ruins are inside?" "The ruins of the blue-bearded people. The technological side is more in line with human living needs." Speaking of this, Sun Jianqing also sighed, "But the underground is indeed not suitable for human habitation. The atmosphere inside is weird, especially for children. Recently, the Holy Sun always said that there were voices behind the wall, and they kept calling stars. Living in such an environment is really too cruel for children." But these words made Wei Huan and Mu Zhong look at each other, and they both guessed a possibility at the same time. The coordinates of the Platinum Treasure map are definitely here. Maybe there is really a treasure underground palace hidden here. Mu Zhong asked a question that he was concerned about. "Have you always lived here?" "That's not the case." The other driver shook his head. After the Holy Sun was selected as a candidate for the Holy Sun, he moved out of the Zhanzi mansion and lived here. We were all arranged by the leader to take care of him. It has been less than 2 months. Su Qingqiang sneered. "Taking care of a little kid is just being a servant. So you don't want freedom and equality, but come to be a slave." This time Sun Jianqing was a little angry. "A death row prisoner like me can't go back to Blue Star at all. Do you think I can't go home if I want to wander like this?" Su Qingqiang showed his jagged teeth. "Am I too good to you? You dare to talk like this, thinking I won't kill you? What are you wronged about? Is there an innocent death row prisoner?" Sun Jianqing's tail was instantly tucked up, and his back, which had just straightened, was arched again. "Yes, sorry, I spoke loudly. Don't do it. You can send me back to Blue Star and continue to imprison me. I just want to live, please." Su Qingqiang gave up and put away his ferocious face. Here, Wei Huan and Mu Zhong had already gotten the answer. They looked at each other and left the room. As soon as the door closed, Mu Zhong whispered, "Treasure underground palace." Wei Huan nodded. "Blue-bearded man's treasure underground palace." Mu Zhong frowned. Too much of a coincidence. Wei Huan saw his worry, took his hand and said, "Just be careful." Mu Zhong had no choice but to do this. They were determined to get this treasure. Fortunately, the platinum level also showed the difficulty of the underground palace from another perspective. They should be able to handle this level. However, just in case, Mu Zhong still reminded, deal with the war clan first, so that they won't attack from both sides. Wei Huan nodded, "Okay." "And that saint?" Mu Zhong hesitated. "What are your plans?" "We talk about it later." Wei Huan was not sure yet. He planned to decide after meeting the person. "Okay." After the two chatted for a few words, Wei Huan's vision had reached the sky above the ruins. From the outside, There was no abnormality in the ruins, just like all the ordinary ruins they had seen. Like the deep soil buried by the crashed advance chariot, only a very small part was exposed, and they could enter and exit. Looking inside from the entrance, it was pitch black, and there was no light. When the undead troops on the ground arrived, Wei Huan ordered the demon-eyed lord and the ghost crow to enter together. Walking in the front was an elite running wolf. This level 4 running wolf was huge, and it also had ferocious bone spurs like the anal digger. It was majestic when running. Every 3 or 4 meters behind him, there were 2 running wolves walking in the passage one after the other, like a team, very disciplined. Compared with the running wolves with a strong sense of discipline, the face huggers walking on the walls and ceiling seemed much more casual and free. As long as they could squeeze in, there were white bones everywhere, densely covering the walls. Almost quietly and silently, the entire undead army went deep into the ruins. After walking out for 3 minutes, Wei Huan, who had not been attacked yet, vaguely sensed something was wrong. How could there be no defense at all? Even if it was for concealment, he would not be able to feel anything unusual after going so deep. There was no attack, no people, and no ruins. Was he cheated? But before Wei Huan could question Sun Jianxing, a little starlight in front of him drew his attention again. The speed of the undead army suddenly increased. The perception of the undead was much stronger than that of Wei Huan, who only borrowed the vision of the demon-eyed lord. The running wolf showed its fangs, and the crack under the belly of the face hugger cracked and cracked. The ghost crow, who was suffocating, finally couldn't help but let out a quack. Then, like a strong wind and huge waves, it rushed forward. Wei Huan was refreshed. There was not only light in front, but also an attack target. Wei Huan stopped the undead, who was about to bite the other party's throat, obeyed the order and retreated like a tide, turning into a solid cage. Wei Huan drove the demon-eyed lord to fly over. As the light got closer and closer, a scene appeared in front of him that he would never have thought of. In this dark and deep ruin, a boy wearing clothes that obviously didn't fit him, holding a lamp in his hand, looked at him. The boy looked thin and small, as if he was only 4 or 5 years old, with half of his shoulders exposed from his overly white collar, and the shoes on his feet were black as if they were picked up from a garbage dump. Everything seemed so bad, but the boy's eyes were round and bright, with light reflected in his black pupils, and a hideous eyeball covered with black bloodshot, but he was still so calm, as if he was fearless and had been waiting for a long time. He opened his mouth and made a sound. Wei Huan had no hearing, but he still heard him say from the boy's opening and closing of his mouth, "Hello, we finally meet." Chapter 140. Wei Huan was stunned. Does this mean that he knew they were coming? Or did he make an agreement with someone? Take him away from here. This was the order Wei Huan gave to Brother Ben Lang and the dog. He also specifically reminded them, be gentle and send him directly to the car to see me. The face hugger continued to move forward from both sides of the wall and the ceiling. The fast-moving wind lifted the boy's too long hair. The boy didn't know fear and looked in surprise with his mouth open until his arm was gently touched. He looked back and saw a huge wolf, which was pushing him carefully with the tip of its nose. At his feet, a white and smooth face hugger was twisting its buttocks, motioning him to sit on it. Wow! For a young child, a half-meter-long dog is simply a very interesting big toy. Without any words or demonstrations, he pounced on it and climbed onto the dog's back with his hands and feet. The dog shook the kid to the middle and turned to walk out of the ruins. Behind him, the anal digger followed closely. Wei Huan's vision did not catch up. He watched this scene until the boy left. He turned around and ordered the Lord of the Magic Eye to go deeper. The ruins on the technology side do have the conditions for human survival. Although the alloy channel is cold, it is clean and aesthetic. And the technology side has an energy room, just like electricity, which can be used for lighting, warmth, and life. If you can overcome the depression of darkness, this is indeed a good place. Wei Huan used to enter the ruins on the technology side, just as a copy to get the treasure chest, and came in with the idea of killing through. I have never thought about what it would feel like for humans to live in this environment for a long time. Not long after the undead army went deeper, they saw brighter lights. At the same time, under the lights, they saw a human male who was staggering and pale. That was the kind of paleness that comes from not seeing the sun all day and not having enough nutrition. He walked to the corner of the corridor, yawned and untied his belt. As soon as he let out the water, he turned his head and greeted a running wolf face to face. The next second, the scream of awe resounded throughout the space, like a siren's, and countless footsteps sounded from deeper inside. Wei Huan did not issue a kill order. The screaming man was just hit hard by the running wolf elite. He fell to the ground and turned over. Seeing the army of bones filling the entire passage, he immediately became as obedient as a quail. The ferocious skeletons of running wolves, the hideous skeletons of face-huggers, and the eyeballs flying in the middle of the passage formed a twisted and bizarre scene, as if falling in a nightmare. The man stopped screaming, he covered his mouth and tried to shrink himself into a ball, trembling, thinking that these undead did not attack him because they could not see. He was about to shrink into a ball, until the screams of awe came again from the depths of the ruins, and the sounds of fighting followed. There was actually a bit of gloating in his eyes. Wave 1's undead army was attacked when it approached the core area. The War Clan is also a professional of Blue Star. They also have the ability to transform in chariots. The first reaction to encountering threats is of course to fight. But it was useless. They didn't even have time to get on the chariot, which was equivalent to fighting with a powerful undead army with bare hands. There was no suspense, and it was bound to fail. The only difference was that those who surrendered early were safe and sound, while those who surrendered late were bleeding. Finally, after realizing that the skeletons did not eat people, and would not be attacked if they did not resist, everyone squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands. It took Wei Huan's undead army 6 minutes to enter the depths of the ruins. The so-called Holy Sun's house was simply a joke. Wei Huan took another last look at the ruins, ordered the undead to escort everyone out, and then withdrew from this field of vision. Because the boy had been sent here. The dog was still an ordinary elite panel. Wei Huan had not found a way to make it advance until now, because he had not found a way to make the Crypt Beast Mother Beast advance. However, even if it was only an elite panel, the dog that was upgraded to level 4 could easily run with a child on its back. In 5 minutes, the boy was sent here. Wei Huan had already withdrawn from the field of vision of the demon Eye Lord at this time, and his sight was focused on the child carried on the back of the dog outside the windshield. Exactly the same as what he saw in the ruins, he appeared in the sun like this, even thinner and weaker, as if transparent. But those eyes were always bright and clear. Most importantly, Wei Huan found familiar traces on this face. He had come into close contact with the God-given person and remembered that his eyes were so bright, and his eyelashes were very long, which made him look a bit feminine and more delicate. His lips were plump, thick and soft, and he was born with smiling lips, and he smiled very sweetly. For a while, the global aesthetics changed a little because of this God-given person, and girls were once again fascinated by this androgynous appearance. However, the cruelty and danger of challenging the world are enough to correct everyone's aesthetic taste. Under the exquisite appearance, what really attracts people is the strong enough strength. Of course, Do Lin is a strong person. Wei Huan remembered his white gloves and the poker cards in his hand, like a magician, mysterious and elegant. This is very different from the boy now. This boy is enough to stimulate everyone's compassion. Is it him? Mu Zhong's voice suddenly sounded, and he asked the driver Sun Jianqing. Sun Jianqing nodded, yes, the Holy Sun, the substitute Holy Sun. Mu Zhong looked at Wei Huan. You mean he took the initiative to appear in the passage and said a word? Could it be that he predicted today? Wei Huan was reminded by Mu Zhong. Yes, he can't be affected by the memory of the previous life, nor can he be disturbed by the appearance of the boy in front of him. In this seemingly weak body, the field is a sequence for astrologer. This is a polygonal profession with prediction, assistance, and combat capabilities. He is not as harmless as he looks. I get off, Su Qingqiang said. He thought it was funny that they were wary of a child. I go with you, Wei Huan said, and then said to Mu Zhong, you stay in the cab. Wei Huan was not afraid of the child. It was not wrong to be careful, especially since Mu Zhong's frontal combat ability was not strong, just to be on the safe side. Finally, Wei Huan and Su Qingqiang got off the car together. In order to hide, their car was parked in the dense forest. It was damp and dark here, and the ground was covered with thick rot and hideous tree trunks like giant pythons. Maybe a big spider or a big mosquito will come out accidentally. With the sound of footsteps, Wei Huan came to the child and heard Su Qingqiang ask him, Hey kid, why are you here? The child pointed at the dog under his feet. His eyes moved between Wei Huan and Su Qingqiang's faces, and finally chose to look at Su Qingqiang who was speaking, and asked, Is it you who wants to date me? Su Qingqiang said with a sour mouth, Who wants to date you? My aesthetic is a woman with big breasts and big buttocks, preferably with thick and fleshy lips that are kissable. Wei Huan raised his eyebrows. How could such vulgar words be said to a child? But Su Qingqiang obviously didn't care. The boy opposite him obviously didn't understand. He ignored Su Qingqiang's words and looked at Wei Huan. Are you the one who's dating me? Wei Huan said, How did I date you? Have you forgotten? Every night after going to bed, You call me from behind the wall to find you. Then why did you come to the corridor to find me when I'm behind the wall? The card told me to go to the light. What card? The boy lifted his clothes and touched his trouser pocket, then took out something and held it in both hands, showing it to him timidly. It was a broken and tattered deck of playing cards. But in the boy's attitude of treating it as a treasure, it seemed to be his only toy. Wei Huan thought of the white gloves and the brand new deck of playing cards again. When he spoke again, his voice was a little hoarse. Yes, this is the place with light. Do you want to go with us? Su Qingqiang glanced sideways, as if he didn't expect Wei Huan to be such a sentimental person. Should he take in someone he just met, even if it was a child? It must be said that Wei Huan's image in the eyes of the public is not so kind and benevolent, and his decisive killing is more deeply rooted in people's hearts. But the boy didn't know that he was treated specially, and he said, I want to go home. Wei Huan asked him, Is that your home? There should be a father, and a mother, and someone who loves you at home. The boy didn't seem to understand love very well, he said. There are Aunt Peng, Uncle Wang, and Brother Tang. Uncle's son is going home soon, right? I want to go home too. After the boy finished speaking, he jumped off the dog's back, and the black and dirty shoes stepped on the ground, almost submerging half of his instep. He ran back, but the big spider and the big wolf dog that carried him all the way jumped out and blocked his way. At this time, he seemed to feel scared. Shuashasha footsteps slowly approached from behind. The boy turned around like a cat with its fur standing on end, showing his claws. You are bad guys. As his hostility appeared, the tattered playing cards seemed to be held by invisible hands, and suddenly unfolded behind him, like a peacock with its tail spread out. Swish, swish, swish. The playing cards turned into sharp weapons, and flew towards him without any explanation. Wei Huan calmly dodged sideways, and the glasses on his nose flashed. Dou Lin's attribute panel was very ordinary. Although he was already at the 4th level, Wei Huan, with a title bonus, was enough to crush any professional sequence for. The dodged playing cards scattered and flew away without any sound. Everything was quiet and silent. Until I heard the sound again, I turned around to see that behind Wei Huan, a tree that one person could not hug was neatly cut and collapsed. The poker card flew far away and spun in the air, then flew back. Wei Huan turned sideways again to avoid the poker card that was cutting towards his neck, and turned his sight back to the boy. But he saw that the boy had been pinched by Su Qingqiang's hand on the back of his head, lifted up, and used his face to face the flying poker card. Finally, at the last moment, the poker card stopped close to the tip of the boy's nose. The wind passed, the wind stopped, the hair flew and fell, the boy opened his mouth and gasped, shaking like a sieve. Wei Huan did not have much sympathy for this scene, because in this process, except for a little lack of love for the child, no one was injured. And love is very limited for the challenger, who has been struggling to survive between life and death. So Wei Huan calmly bent down, and picked up the 2 poker cards that fell to the ground. This is a big ace and a small 3 card. He raised the 2 cards and said, The choice of fate, the gaze of the stars, you want to become a king, or live in poverty, you choose. The boy looked at the 2 cards in Wei Huan's hand, and his shaking body suddenly calmed down. He tried to lift his shoulders and raised his finger, pointing to one of the cards, and said, I choose it. The war clan hidden in the ruins was guarded on the spot, and the loyal and tireless undead were like an indestructible prison, trapping everyone firmly in place. These people were very obedient, leaning against the wall motionless, without resistance. The disobedient ones had fallen in a pool of blood. They were the strong men in the base, who were worshipped by everyone before, but now no one knew whether they were dead or alive. If you really come into contact with the war clan, you will find that this group of human traitors is not strong at all. They are just a group of mice escaping from reality and hiding in the dark. At least that's the case for the lower classes. The worship of the god of war is just talk. They were lucky to come to the 3rd level world, and then stopped here. Unable to retreat, and it was dangerous to go forward. They were afraid of being caught if they returned to Blue Star. The repeated escapes had already polished their courage. The undead trapped them, so they waited quietly, at least most of them did so. Only one middle-aged woman, anxiously looking for something, finally couldn't help but stand up a little and looked at the nearest man. Have you seen the Son of God? The undead heard the movement and looked over in unison, with green flames in their eyes that were very creepy. The woman's body was stiff and endured for a long time. It seemed that she vaguely realized that this group of bones was not so cruel. She spoke again and shouted, Who of you saw the Son of God? Caw caw caw. The running wolf suddenly cried, and the whole ruins were filled with dense sounds. The facehugger moved rustlingly, as if looking for someone who dared to shout here. Has anyone seen the sun? The woman continued to shout. The undead moved louder, as if they were angry and surged. Someone. Shut up. If you want to die, don't take others with you, crazy woman. But, I said shut up. The woman was finally unwilling to give up, and shut her mouth in grievance. She curled up in the corner again, and squatted motionlessly. After a while, she hugged her skirt, and the posture was like holding a baby, rocking and singing, "Sleep, sleep, my dear baby, the stars are shining, Mom loves you." The lullaby echoed in the ruins, and it spread far and wide. The skeletons of the dead moved slowly, with the sound waves, and the green flames in their eyes burned quietly. After a long, long time, I don't know how long it has been, as if it has been a century, the sound of tap 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 came from the end of the corridor. The man who ran out to relieve himself first raised his head, and saw a terrifying figure in a black robe among the dead in the Moses Sea. The other party floated over, and stepped on the hideous and terrifying back shell of the face hugger. When passing by, he just glanced at him lightly, just like all the big figures he had seen, looking down on people, and making them envious and afraid. Then, behind the man, a little being squeezed out from the middle of the dead. Because he was too short, he was drowned by the tall and strong dead. The boy didn't see the man until he was about to pass in front of him. Holy, holy sun! Do Lin looked back at the man, but the face hugger under his feet continued to move forward, so his neck was twisted hard, to a degree that normal people couldn't reach. The man wanted to say something, and someone else came over. Unlike the two people in front, this person rode on the back of the wolf skeleton, glaring at him with the back of his eyes, looking majestic like a real boss. In addition, he had a cigarette in his mouth. Cigarettes are very expensive in the challenge world, and you need 5 points to buy a pack. 5 points are enough for ordinary people to live for 5 days. The man's Adam's apple slid, and he breathed hard, catching the aroma left in the air. Until the aroma faded, these people completely disappeared at the end of the passage. He squatted down and hugged himself again, and confusion gradually grew in his eyes, not knowing the future. At this time, Wei Huan had already passed through most of the crowd guarded by the undead, and everyone looked at him with fear. Wei Huan found it difficult to describe this look, just like a homeless man seeing a glamorous, happy and elegant upper class, contrasting with the numbness and despair of his current situation, and a kind of awe, this is my fate, this is how my life will be attitude of throwing a sloppy face. A person with a real dream would not be like this. Until Dolin suddenly jumped off the back of the face hugger, stomped away the undead blocking the way, and came to a disheveled woman, shouting, "Andy Pung? Andy Pung?" The woman hugged her arms vaguely, as if she was holding a baby, paused in singing, and looked up at the boy. But this time, she didn't recognize that this was the holy child she had been calling for. She just stared at Dolin blankly, lowered her head, and sang at the non-existent baby in her arms. "Sleep, sleep, my dear baby, the stars are shining, Mom loves you." Dolin had sadness in his eyes, but he stood up as usual, clapped his hands, and said in an adult tone, "This crazy woman is crazy again." "How did she go crazy?" Su Qingqiang curiously poked his head out from the wolf skeleton and asked. Dolin said, "Auntie Peng entered the challenge world right after giving birth to her baby. When she returned after completing the challenge, the baby starved to death, and then she went crazy." Su Qingqiang frowned, and his tone suddenly became a little depressed. "You said you were looking for her? Well, Auntie Peng is a very good person. She treats me very well when she is not crazy. She will buy me clothes and cook hot meals for me. But you didn't say she is crazy. We don't accept crazy people in our car. She's not crazy when she's fine." Dolin shouted angrily, "If you don't take her away, I won't leave. I choose 3. Wei Huan raised his hand and snapped his fingers. This time he specifically ordered, "Take her back to the car." The undead heard Wei Huan's order and pulled Aunt Peng up. The woman just focused on protecting the invisible child in her arms, and was pushed away obediently. "Son, I'm Uncle Li. I usually take care of you. Take me away." The man next to him saw the abnormality and shouted in panic. Dolin was distressed. "I also want to take you away, but there is no empty seat in the brother's car, and every time you get drunk, you beat me, and don't let me tell others. If I dare to tell others, you will strangle me to death." The man was speechless. He didn't expect the retribution to come so suddenly. Dolin is a very smart child. He knows that he has found a backer, and his back is very straight. He said to every man and woman who met his eyes, "Sister Yaya, I can't take you away either. You took the points that the patriarch gave me and bought cosmetics and clothes. You also stole the clothes Aunt Peng bought for me. Third brother, I don't like you the most. You are just like Uncle Lee, always bullying me. But I'm not a stingy person. Brother Wei-Huan promised me that he would send you back to Blue Star and eat seaweed. Go back and eat seaweed. Uncle Lu, I saw you swap your food with my food many times. Some of them tasted terrible and sour. I would have a stomachache after eating them at night. They said you gave me the spoiled food. I don't like you either. Dolin said 6 people in one breath. Each of them was an adult, and each of them was bullying a child. Su Qingqiang's killing intent boiled over after hearing this. He half-demonized him, and opened his vertical pupil eyes wide, showing his jagged teeth, wishing he could eat all these people. Wei-Huan's mind moved, and all the undead moved. They clamped, bit, or dragged them out very roughly. They beat them up when they met resistance, and after 2 of them were beaten, the others followed suit. No one dared to ask the Son of God to save them, and they didn't even dare to look at the Son of God for fear that he would tell them about his crimes again. Everyone here counted, who hadn't bullied the Son of God openly or secretly. On the surface, they said they were sent by the leader of the war clan to take care of the Son of God, but in fact, they only wanted to take off a layer of his skin to make themselves comfortable when they took care of such a child who had no power, no background, and no one to help him. They didn't consider how great the benefits would be if they carefully cultivated a Son of God and gained power. If they had such a brain, and were willing to work hard, they wouldn't stay here to rot. The crowd was escorted out by the undead, and the remaining undead stayed behind to continue protecting Wei-Huan and others. Dolin came to get his daily necessities. Wei-Huan had another job to do. The coordinates of the Platinum Treasure map were here, and he wanted to explore it before opening it. When they arrived, they found that the so-called residence was not what the Blue Star humans understood as a residence. In the end, they still had to live in the car, and this ruin was just a parking lot for them to hide their vehicles. Of course, there would also be a room for them to live in the ruins, but it was more of a duty room than a residence. Dolin came to a graffiti car and jumped on it skillfully. Su Qingqiang shouted, "Is this your car?" He stepped into the car and said, "It's so small? Only level 2, right? How did this broken car get to level 3? Wei-Huan didn't get in the car, but heard someone in the car say, "This is not my car, it's Aunt Peng's car, I don't have a car." What? No car? How can someone not have a car? Are you also naturalized? What is naturalization? So why don't you have a car? Because I'm underage. This answer made Su Qingqiang speechless for a long time, and Wei-Huan also raised his eyebrows in surprise. Yes. Dolin should not have a car. The kindness of the challenging world allows these children, who cannot return to survive in this world, but they will not be sent to the more dangerous vehicle assessment. It will probably take until he is 20 years old before he will be teleported to the assessment site like everyone else. Dolin, who has no car, can only live in other people's cars. As a drag who occupies a parking space, it is normal to be looked down upon. Wei-Huan retracted his attention and spread the undead away. He wanted to explore the secrets here. Was the whisper that always sounded in his ears at night a child's imagination, or the voice of a demon? Chapter 141. There was no sound in the car for a while. Wei-Huan summoned the ghost crows, and ordered them to go through the wall to try to find the location of the treasure palace. Especially when Dolin was sleeping, he said that he always heard someone talking to him. If it was not the ability of the astrologer, it might be the whispers from the treasure palace. After exploring for a while, he found nothing. Wei-Huan turned around, and saw Su Qingqiang calling him. "This is the woman's car. How can she drive it away when she is sick now? Carry it out. Isn't this easy to solve?" Next, it was very simple and rough. The face huggers were like a group of hard-working worker ants. They easily lifted objects hundreds of times larger than their bodies, only 7 cars, and easily sent them out of the ruins. Wei-Huan and others sat on the backs of the undead as they came. They left the ruins with their first foot, and the last treasure chest in the ruins was opened with their second foot. As the treasure chest disappeared, the ruins will also disappear completely in the challenge world. Wei-Huan stood in front of the disappeared ruins, and the topography of the hills was restored in front of him. In his eyes, this place was already a treasure palace. His level 4 chariot slowly drove over, followed by Captain Shui and Mu Zirwei's 2 cars. The car stopped in front of him, and the door leading directly to the prison cell opened under the car, and all the captives were thrown in by the undead. Then Wei-Huan took Dolin to the car. "Wow!" Dolin exclaimed in the car, his eyes wide open, and he spoke in a childish voice. "It's so big and bright. Is this a level 4 car? Su Qingqiang said, You are still the Holy Sun, you haven't even seen a level 4 car? Dolin said, Are you the commander? What level of car do you have? Don't you have a level 4 car? Su Qingqiang's fist hardened. The child was not cute at all. Wei Huan asked Lin Su to come and take care of the child, and called Su Qingqiang away because there was another mission, and he felt that if Su Qingqiang stayed here, he would bully the child. Wei Huan called Su Qingqiang back to the cab. Mu Zhong, cousin Mu, and Ding Qi, the twins were all here. On the big screen in front, the car of Captain Shui and Mu Zirwei was still connected. Major Wei. Captain Shui called Wei Huan's rank. Captain Wei. Mu Zirwei called Wei Huan's position. Mu Zirwei asked curiously, This is the Platinum Treasure Underground Palace. The Zhang clan actually arranged the children of the clan here. People have to think more. Captain Shui also nodded in agreement. We should check it out before taking action. After the two finished speaking, Wei Huan said nothing, and the scene was strangely quiet for a while. Mu Zhong knew what Wei Huan was thinking, so he said on his behalf, It is precisely because of the abnormality here that we have to investigate. All investigations that start and end at the surface are perfunctory. And we will definitely open this treasure palace, no matter who says it or what they say. Mu Zirwei and Captain Shui were silent at the same time. In normal times, they are the ones who have the final say, and they are used to thinking more when encountering things, for the sake of themselves and the team. Forgot for a moment that the real boss here is Wei Huan. They can question and oppose Wei Huan, as long as they leave. But no one will leave. Not to mention that they were arranged to come here to protect Wei Huan. Even they themselves hope to establish a deeper friendship with Wei Huan. It would be better if they can join Wei Huan's car in the next stage. Even if it doesn't work, Wei Huan will become a leader sooner or later, and they can fight under his command. In this world, it's not just the soldiers who want to be generals, they want to make achievements. Therefore, the change of identity means that the thoughts must also change. What they must learn here is obedience, not questioning. The two were emphasized by Mu, and then both nodded, yes. Just tell me if you have anything. Wei Huan said, Go. Su Qingqiang, who usually likes to talk a lot, took the parchment scroll and left. He also knew that this was Wei Huan's time to establish his authority. If he couldn't control him at this time, it would be difficult to control him in the future. Su Qingqiang got off the car with the treasure map. The butler in the car used red light to accurately mark the coordinates of the treasure. Su Qingqiang opened the parchment scroll and overlapped the location of the treasure chest with the red dot. The next second, the hand-painted lion treasure chest seemed to be ignited, and the charred ashes spread outward from the center, and soon burned the entire parchment scroll. But the charred fire that spread outwards did not stop. The ground seemed to have been hit by a wildfire. The blackish ground burned with mysterious patterns, revealing an ominous feeling. When the diameter of the spread exceeded 5 meters, Mu Zhong suddenly said, It's a bit like the gate on the secondary highway. Wei Huan said nothing, and his eyebrows frowned slightly. Mu Zhong reminded him that his pseudo-artifact was called Pseudo-Demon Mafati Ring, Fragment, which was very useful, but it also had a buff that was like a thorn in the throat. Curse from the abyss. Once it is targeted by him, the holder will never have peace. This seemingly similar underground palace entrance can't help but remind people of the guy named Mafati. But soon, both Wei Huan and Mu Zhong smiled. Mu Zhong said, It would be great if there was Mafati in here. Wei Huan nodded, Yes, I can strengthen my equipment again. This is a third-level road, it may be a little difficult. I am also stronger. So it must be, I will be very disappointed if it is not. Wei Huan looked at the black ground that had been burning and spreading for more than 10 meters, and was now forming a mysterious pattern, gradually becoming the appearance of the Demon Gate, and said, It looks a bit like it. The two people talked without a beginning or an end, and the people who listened were not incomprehensible. At least the fact that Wei Huan had a fake artifact could be found out by the people of Mulberry Country, and other countries had already confirmed the information. Wei Huan did not hide it from anyone in particular, and most people around him knew that he had a fake artifact staff. Wei Huan has always been open and honest in doing things, and he also took a bold and open route. Because he is confident that he is the strongest, he is never afraid to expose his true strength. Hide your troops when you are weak, and deter when you are strong. This is not just talk. He just wants to show his strength, so that no trash will think that they can snatch food from the tiger's mouth and come to find trouble endlessly. His time is not time, right? If you dare to attack him, you should first consider whether you can leave alive. It is for this reason that when the first live broadcast inquiry was sent to Wei Huan since the challenge of world history, Wei Huan almost made a decision and made a choice at that time. Hello, Captain Wei Huan. After evaluating the strength of your team and the level of the ruins, you have reached the live broadcast standard. Do you agree to the live broadcast? That's right, the live broadcast system has arrived, and directly through the vehicle, it has sent a live broadcast request to Wei Huan. In addition, below the notification, there was even a thoughtful explanation. The current number of online users of the Challenger app is 100 million, and there are 2 challenges eligible for live broadcast at the same time. You are the first in line. If you choose to refuse, you will be ranked second. Please make a choice within 5 minutes. Wei Huan looked at Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong was also looking at Wei Huan. His expression was shocked. After all, after humans had already impacted the 5th level highway, there was no live broadcast of the 3rd level highway. It can even be said that when humans stayed at the 4th level highway, the live broadcast of the 3rd level highway was extremely rare. The level of the 3rd level world and the total score of the Challenger level cannot compete with the actions of the frontline legions and superpowers. But now, the notification of the Challenge world is right in front of us. From another perspective, it is enough to show that the strength of their team and the level of this relic are far beyond the level of the current world. No one can tell whether it is good or bad. Live broadcasting also has certain risks. If you win, you will be happy. If you lose and don't die, it is equivalent to social death on Blue Star. But Mu Zhong knows Wei Huan so well, just like knowing himself. He smiled and said, I will listen to you. Just make your decision. Wei Huan nodded, and he had already made a decision in his heart. He replied, I agree to live broadcast. At the same time, all those who were also involved in the live broadcast circle, including Team Shui and Team Mu Zirwei, were notified. Please note that this area is being broadcast live. You have been recorded in the live broadcast score. If you leave the live broadcast area, the live broadcast may not be carried out. Please note. Everyone was refreshed. Apart from anything else, the live challenge was also their first time to be married. Ah! I'm not wearing any makeup. Li Shui suddenly screamed. Captain Shui touched his beard, Mu Zirwei combed his hair and his collar, and everyone's mental outlook changed for a moment. The Money from All Directions is the first civilian organization in Yin Country, a legion that is completely free of official intervention from Yin Country, and is composed of free and powerful people, and is not controlled by Yin Country. This organization has 70 million members, which is not as many as the Yin Country Legion, but definitely far more than other organizations. There are a large number of lone wolves and challengers who do not want to be controlled by the official, but are eager to find an organization to rely on each other. Among them, Qi Jiaolu is a member of the Money from All Directions, and Peng Zheng, who was beaten down by Wei Huan, is also one. In addition, Peng Zheng is also Peng Hai's nephew. Who is Peng Hai? Before Wei Huan produced the level 5 materials, Peng Hai's name was still ranked 3rd in the national combat power rankings, and there was no one in Yin Country who didn't know him. At the same time, he was also the leader of the Qianmen sect, a completely wild one, with no background or organization, and he relied on his own strength to fight for his place in the world. Although the official felt sorry that Peng Hai insisted on keeping himself out of trouble, they finally decided to seek common ground while reserving differences and respect him. Peng Hai is also a straightforward person. The official will give him some convenience, and he will repay the official at the right time. Of course, looking at the name of the organization, it is not difficult to guess that all these comings and goings are for profit. If we talk about the biggest thing on Blue Star recently, it is the ancient battlefield. The various armies went out to fight, and they also hired many masters from powerful organizations to participate in the battle, which was thrilling and vigorous. But when counting the foreign aid, there was no master from Qianmen from All Directions in the west, all because Peng Hai had set a plan for live broadcast before that. Because Wei Huan took out the materials for the level 5 car, a large number of official vehicles poured into the level 5 world. For quite a while, the live broadcast channel became the national military channel, all of which were official pioneering activities in the level 5 world. In the multimedia era, let alone a large organization, even if a celebrity disappeared for a period of time, there would be many people to speculate and spread rumors, and finally they would be forgotten and disappeared. Qianmen from All Directions was speculated and spread rumors, and Peng Hai was worried about being forgotten. So after some calculations, he figured out the best time to go live. Regardless of the victory or defeat of the ancient battlefield, the official had to rest for a while after the battle. But the enthusiasm of the people did not subside. Therefore, if they could go live during this period, their organization would receive more attention. This year, many newcomers have completed the assessment, but have not chosen their future direction. The organization welcomes all young people who do not want to join the official organization. This time, Peng Hai carefully selected the time, which is the recruitment advertisement of their organization this year. For this reason, Peng Hai even greeted many leaders of forces he knew, and also did publicity in Blue Star in advance. In the determined time, he organized more than 100 vehicles and more than 500 strong men, especially 2 super strong men who entered the top 100 in the world, including him, and waited in front of a gold-level ruin early. Next, they have to open the gold treasure chest. Although the gold treasure chest is in the cave, not many people actually participate in the battle, but in order to be foolproof and ensure that this action is enough to win the live broadcast right, he almost mobilized all the main forces that can be mobilized on the 4th level highway. As the first car, Peng Hai drove into the golden ruins first. He stopped at the door of the ruins, waiting for more vehicles to enter the area, and waiting for the notification of the challenge world. The live broadcast system will calculate the points of the current ruins development by itself, and when it meets the requirements, it will send a live broadcast request. As long as the points are enough, choose to confirm, it will appear on the live broadcast platform, and inform the world of the world by text message. Of course, if you choose to agree to the live broadcast, you must push the war forward before going offline, otherwise you will also receive a negative warning and a ban notice. This is not the first time Peng Hai has broadcast live, and he knows what the order is. So when the cars he brought in, there were already 70 or 80 cars, he was ready for the system notification to sound at any time. But after waiting and waiting, until nearly 100 cars enter the area, the system notification has not arrived yet. The deputy driver beside Peng Hai analyzed, "After all, we have reached the 5th level highway ahead. It seems that the gold level ruins are indeed scored very low." Peng Hai said, "So I arranged more people to come this time. Only a few of these people can participate in the battle, and the others are just here to make up the numbers. Don't worry, it will be fine when Brother Chun comes in. I just confirmed that there is really no official activity. The live broadcast now is the development of a silver ruin in a 5th level world. We can definitely grab the live broadcast rights." Peng Hai thought so at first, but when the last car, a Chun's car, entered the range, there was still no notification from the live broadcast system, and Peng Hai was dumbfounded. What's going on? 2 of the top 100 in the country can't get the live broadcast rights? You said that only the silver ruins on the 5th level highway are broadcasting live now? He glared at the deputy driver. The deputy driver was also panicked. What's going on? They have made sufficient preparations. Why can't it work? They have put out the advertisements, and so many people are waiting outside. Why don't you check it out? Peng Hai was furious. He couldn't afford to lose that person. Yes, I go now. The deputy driver turned and ran away, and for this reason, he took out his return talisman, ready to return to Blue Star at any time. If this matter is not investigated, he will be finished, and the Qian men from all directions will become a laughing stock of the world. In just a few steps, the deputy driver was sweating. Qi Jialu recently returned to Blue Star. The main reason is that the ancient battlefield is of great importance. She can choose not to participate in the battle, but it does not mean that she does not care, so she has returned since more than half a month ago. In addition, it is also to avoid Peng Hai's conscription. It is quite boring. Everyone joins the 4 sides, and 8 sides of the money sect for freedom. There is a place to trade materials at ordinary times. When you need help, you can spend some money to call someone. But Peng Hai wants to advertise for the organization, and let everyone listen to his command to develop a golden ruins in an attempt to go on the live broadcast. Qi Jialu couldn't refuse, so she took advantage of it in advance. Tomorrow she plans to return to the challenge world. Tonight she held a party at the Tongqing Welfare Home. The participants are all children from the welfare homes in the district, with a total of more than 600 people. The older children ate barbecue, and the younger children ate cake. Qi Jialu held her chin and smiled at the children's play. Beside her were Long Hao and several welfare home directors, all of whom were also full of joy. In addition to thanking Qi Jialu, the main topic of conversation was Su Qingqiang. I didn't expect this kid to be so successful now. He awakened the criminal sequence and joined the army, became an official, and now he has become a big star. Someone found out that he was from our welfare home. It has been more than half a month, and there have been truckloads of donated materials. As a result, the funds of welfare homes in our entire city have become much more abundant. The speaker was the director of Tongqing Welfare Home. Recalling the past, he said, when he came, he was already 15 years old. He was fierce and cruel. I thought there was another scoundrel in the society, but I didn't expect that he would achieve what he has today. This is all thanks to your care, Jialu. You set a good example. You take care of every child who walks out of the welfare home, and the children follow suit and come back to take care of their younger brothers and sisters. When Su Qingqiang left, he took out all his savings. The money you brought back this time is enough to build another welfare home. Hearing this, Qi Jialu smiled and said, Qingqiang's future achievements will be higher than mine. This is his path. He has always wanted to be a person like Uncle Su. Speaking of this, Qi Jialu's eyes were full of nostalgia. Uncle Su left a little early. If he hadn't challenged the world, he would have achieved great success, and Qingqiang would not have taken such a detour. The sun always comes after the rain, and he still took Uncle Su's path. Every time this matter is mentioned, the atmosphere will sink. Su Qingqiang is special. His name is shining on the blue planet little by little, and he is walking on the road of his ideal. But the reality is that most of the children here can grow up healthily, and pass the first round of highway assessments smoothly, which is already a very lucky thing. As long as the evolution competition between Blue Star and Dark Beast is not over, these children will not see a clear future. Qi Jialu smiled and said, let's not talk about it. Anyway, it's a good thing. I can see him when I go to the challenge world. I will contact him then. Adine said, I heard that Wei Huancha will participate in the assessment of the 4th level highway in succession. Do you want to join? Qi Jialu shook her head. The 3rd level highway is the level I can control now. There are so many brothers who come with him. They still need to settle down. I won't go with them this time. After explaining, Qi Jialu remembered and said, it seems that today is the day when Peng Hai is going to live broadcast? It's not bad to be able to push the gold treasure chest on the 4th level highway. She didn't need to say much. Long Hao beside him had taken out his mobile phone, opened the live broadcast, and was stunned. His expression was too obvious, attracting everyone's attention. Someone asked, what's wrong? Long Hao murmured, am I dazzled or my hands are shaking? How did I enter such a hellish live broadcast? Qi Jialu tilted her head to look, and 3 seconds later, the two shouted at the same time, Wei Huan. Wei Huan is on the live broadcast. What? Who? What's wrong? I said, Wei Huan is on the live broadcast. Now? Isn't this time period the time for the action to be publicized from all sides? That's right. I opened my phone on time. But what I saw was Wei Huan's army of undead. It's really Wei Huan, I'm not lying to you. Let me see. It's really fucking big news. Peng Hai has many fans on Blue Star. Some people who don't like being restricted by the authorities, like Peng Hai's temper of not buying into anyone, so even if they don't have the ability to become a challenger, they can still chase a star and open their phones to increase the popularity of their idols when the time comes. So when the promotion time is approaching, many people picked up their phones and opened the live broadcast channel. Those who went early first saw a regiment-level operation of the Xuanwu army on the 5th level highway, which was developing the silver treasure chest ruins. The main focus of Legion combat is stability. Professional warriors don't have extra movements. Once an order is given, they advance and retreat in moderation and take steady steps. How to say it? It looks pretty stable, there are generally no casualties, and the ending is a happy ending, but it's a bit boring to watch too much. So when many people opened the live broadcast, the number of online viewers was just over 60 million. As the time set by Peng Hai arrived, more than 40 million people gradually appeared in the live broadcast room. As the only platform in the world, the number of people online at the same time is definitely more than this. However, the ancient battlefield not only drains the energy of the frontline soldiers, but also the people who cheer in the rear are also very tired. Recently, many people don't watch live broadcasts much. Nowadays, there are only 100 million people in the live broadcast channel. More than 10 minutes earlier than the agreed time, they received the countdown of live broadcast conversion. There was no reminder on the screen of the live broadcast channel, but a 10-second countdown popped up at the bottom right of the screen. Some people also said in the barrage, Boss Peng really doesn't waste the opportunity to appear on the screen. He won't activate the live broadcast when he is preparing the army? What does this have to do with Boss Peng? Of course, he will broadcast it when he is strong enough. Come on, Boss Peng. Since the official bosses have all gone to the level 5 world, I haven't seen the gold box for a while. Congratulations to mankind for winning the ancient battlefield. Boss Peng, you are the best. As the barrage floated densely, the countdown also came to the last second, and then the live broadcast jumped to a new screen. At the first glance from the sky, some people shouted in confusion. Hills? Hills. Level 3 world? What? Did I turn the wrong way? What era is it now? There is still a level 3 world? But some people were not in a hurry to express their opinions, but pulled the screen down and zoomed in on the central area. Live broadcasts only shoot pictures within the area, but experienced viewers know how to find the focus. The field of vision quickly enlarged and suddenly stopped, and many people found the protagonist at once. It was a group of terrifying white skeletons, walking forward in the dark cave. Their eyes burned with green flames, and each one looked particularly hideous, as if they were in a horror movie. Fuck, jump up from your seat. Is the live broadcast in the underworld? Ghost. To say that the white-boned form of the running wolf and the hidden cat is okay, at least their bodies are clean, just white bones. Some people who watched the live broadcast saw the rotting zombie violent bear at first sight. Many of these zombies had their eyeballs fall out, wrapped in a flattened black film, swaying on their faces. The black rotten brains were still flowing down along the tattered fur. The key is that they are still moving forward slowly, a real horror movie. Someone was hit in the face by a violent bear and almost vomited. The live broadcast barrage was full of screaming people, and the sanity of the audience, who were caught off guard, dropped, and some people even cursed. After all, before this, even the hardcore live broadcast audience had never seen such a scene that went straight to the underworld. But soon, a new round of screams rang out again. Is this the army of the dead? Don't be afraid, this is Wei Huan's army of the dead. Wei Huan is at the entrance of the cave. Just move your fingers, and you can see him. Oh my god. I was just talking about Boss Wei's strength, and now I can see him. Challenge the world to monitor me. Ah! I actually saw Boss Wei face to face. I'm going to faint. So handsome. There is almost no privacy on live broadcast. The focus of Challenge Live can be zoomed in and out at will. It is a small matter to zoom in on Wei Huan's appearance face to face. If you encounter restless fingers that zoom down, there is no way to stop it. Challenge Live has no live channel. The only live broadcast is war. 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 Don't say that a shirt is exposed or a point is exposed. Even if the intestines fall out, there is no mosaic. Blue Star can't control such live broadcasts, and can only comfort that it was like this in the war years. At least the blood tolerance of the people has increased a lot. In short, no matter how terrifying Wei Huan's undead army is, Challenge Live will still show it in its entirety. Some people even focused on the belly of the facehugger, curiously took a look at the scarlet jagged crack inside, and almost shook off the goosebumps of a lifetime. The underworld is the real underworld, but why am I so excited all of a sudden? Excitement +1. Excitement +2. I have always wanted to see the action of the undead army, and I finally got my wish. The third level world can be broadcast live. How strong is Boss Wei? What kind of ruins is this? I am curious. This gate is so huge, it looks very ominous. It is estimated to be 20 meters high and more than 5 meters wide. I have never seen such a ruins gate. I know, this is a ruin. Yes, it is more advanced than the ruins. The ruins underground palace can only be opened with more than 20 treasure maps. Wow, this is eye-opening. The most amazing one is our Boss Wei. He can even broadcast live the legendary underground palace of the ruins. What a show. This is too arrogant. It's not like no one has ever opened an underground palace of the ruins before, and no one broadcasted it live. I respect Wei Huan, but I still think he is a bit arrogant. Such remarks occasionally pop up, but they don't cause any waves. Because the news that Wei Huan is live streaming swept across Blue Star like a storm, countless people swarmed into the live streaming room. Thousands of bullet comments every second, and even the live streaming system was suddenly stuck for a moment. The people are too curious about Wei Huan, his abilities, and everyone in his car. In addition, the ruins he is developing have never been live streamed, so who wouldn't want to see it? For a while, everyone on Blue Star picked up their phones. Some people were riding in cars, some were walking, some were eating, and no matter what they did, they opened the challenge live streaming almost as soon as they got the news. The number of people in the live streaming room instantly increased from 100 million to 800 million, and it was still increasing rapidly. Even the official leaders of various countries, including the great elders of the country and the commanders of the legions, turned their attention here after being informed. At this time, Mu Dihao was meeting with Commander Chai and other senior generals of the Qinglong Corps to hand over their work. After the victory of the war, the soldiers who participated in the war rested, and most of them returned to Blue Star. But the development of the challenge world cannot stop, so generals, like Mu Dihao, who are good at management, must take over. This time Mu Dihao returned to the challenge world, and got a lot of power, which was completely equivalent to the power given to him when Commander Hung was here. Under one person, he He was truly in a high position and had great power. Of course, Mudiheo knew that he could return, and he had to thank his 2 children. Others cling to their fathers, but this time he clung to the children. The children have made great contributions to mankind. If it weren't for Commander Chai's strong ability to consolidate power after taking office, and his great contribution to challenge the world this time, perhaps the position of Qinglong Army Commander-in-Chief that has not yet been truly determined could have fallen on his head. Yes, that's right, there is a deputy character in front of Commander Chai's name now. Commander Hong has been in a coma, and the candidate for the Commander-in-Chief of the Qinglong Army is still undecided. Commander Chai is not the only one who is competitive. Commander Mu relied on his son, and inexplicably became Commander Chai's strongest competitor. Of course, mankind is in danger, and internal fighting will only affect the war situation, so after Commander Mu expressed his intention not to compete for the Commander-in-Chief, Commander Chai also completely gave him power. In today's meeting, he sat below Commander Chai, and was about to lead people back to challenge the world and expand the territory. This is his strong point. Wartime logistics and peacetime management are his old business. The meeting was in a serious state that day, when suddenly Commander Chai's adjutant knocked on the door, and whispered in his ear. Commander Chai was shocked. Really? Then he looked at Mudiheo. Mudiheo had been listening to most of it, and after considering the cause and effect, he understood. They will do it. Commander Chai asked, Are you sure? Mudiheo nodded without hesitation. Commander Chai waved his hand and announced, Today's meeting ends here. Those who are free will stay and watch the live broadcast of Major Wei and Major Mu together. These generals who stamped their feet in the Qinglong Legion and the ground would tremble, all showed curious expressions. Major Wei's live broadcast? If I remember correctly, they are on the 3rd level highway, right? That's great. I've always been curious about Major Wei's abilities. The whole world is probably curious. The number of people watching the live broadcast has reached 800 million. It's almost catching up with the live broadcast of the ancient battlefield. It's still far behind the live broadcast of the opening and the final counterattack victory, but the number is also very impressive. Wait a minute, do they only have 3 cars? What level is this treasure underground palace? Should we notify the nearby legions to support? The big guys who are busy with all kinds of things are all busy, their butts are tightly glued to the benches, and they all open their eyes wide to watch. Even Mudiheo is very curious. He moved the bench in a different direction, found a comfortable position, and looked in attentively. This is a gate that looks extremely ominous. It is tall and embedded in the ground. The heavy gate is pulled wide open by the mother beast of the crypt. This is also the lesson Wei Huan learned before, leaving himself a way out first. Afterwards, according to convention, the Lord of the Magic I will fly in under the protection of the Ghost Crow as his vision. In addition, there is a large army of ground troops moving in. The leader is the Face Hugger, a summoned creature. If it dies, it dies. It has no effect on Wei Huan. After most of the zombie bears enter the bloodthirsty weakness, the Face Hugger is a very good pathfinder. Hundreds of Face Huggers are like a white torrent. At Wei Huan's command, they poured into the gate of the ruins. They completely ignore up and down, left and right, and can climb on the surface of any object to move, making the entire passage airtight with a circle of white waterfalls, and falling into the depths. This is a circular, vertical passage leading directly to the underground. And the soil on the wall is fresh and moist, just like it was just excavated. Those who have observed this have already said, it's a rare opportunity to observe. The ruins are still too few, and the development process is regarded as top secret. I just heard that the ruins are inhabited by survivors who challenge the world. Every time the ruins are opened, these survivors are turned out and killed, so the passages are new. Of course, treasure maps are easy to collect, but ruins are not easy to develop. It is not certain who will kill whom. In the past 2 years, when the legions of various countries have failed, the development of the ruins has basically been suspended. Moreover, no matter which legion, when entering the ruins, they will carefully send out reconnaissance vehicles to explore the specific situation of the ruins first, and formulate a combat plan before officially developing. Those who have experience in ruins development are already shaking their heads and laughing when they see this. You are still young and hot-tempered, just rushing in like this. If he hadn't been cautious and his car hadn't gone in, I would have contacted Lao Chai and taught them a lesson. This is a high-level underground palace, a place where platinum-level equipment can be dropped. Is it so easy to break in? There are many people shaking their heads and laughing like this, most of whom have a good impression of Wei Huan, and most of them are in a tone of instruction. There are also Commander Omura and Chief General Nagasaki of Mulberry Country, who laughed when they saw this. What an ignorant thing. thinking that the dark beasts can be slaughtered at will, and the refuge of the survivors is easy to attack. It's better for them to die in there, but it's a pity that they can't reinforce the survivors. With their arrogance, the probability of staying here is very high. The gods will settle accounts with him for his disrespect for our mulberry country, and retribution has come. After the two finished speaking, cruel excitement appeared in their eyes. As the top group of people in this world, they know too well how terrible the refuge of the survivors is. Wei Huan made a big fanfare, as if he had launched a general attack. Facehuggers, ghost crows, and the Lord of the Demon I fell down like dumplings, and there were even countless wolf skeletons following behind. One of the wolf skeletons was over 6 meters long, and had white bone armor growing on its body surface, which quickly attracted everyone's attention. The live broadcast room was full of discussions about this huge wolf skeleton. So big, so handsome, so majestic. It looks very strong at first glance. Behind the simple exaggeration barrage, the intelligence departments of various countries have begun to operate nervously. Quick! Arrange people to keep an eye on this wolf and collect its data, as detailed as possible. There are some big wolves in the wolf pack that need to be paid attention to. On the current battlefield, the primary dark beasts, such as the running wolf, are almost invisible. Our intelligence collection on them is not accurate enough. This may be a rare opportunity to complete the information. Other countries are like wolves and tigers, with green eyes. The people of Yin country were very uncomfortable, and felt disgusted as if their treasure was suddenly touched by someone. Brother Wei Huan, can we not broadcast live? Look at these people in the barrage, all foreigners are shouting, your secret is about to be exposed. I want to watch it, but I don't want others to watch it. Why can't I restrict nationality? I don't understand what Brother Wei Huan is thinking, live broadcast is, and he is also making a big fuss about participating in the level 4 assessment. Can I only say that I am really an ordinary person? I don't understand it. But no matter what everyone is saying, or worrying, or drooling with excitement, Wei Huan, who is challenging the world, still follows his usual habit, and sends the early troops in first. Then, he finally said, let's go, enter the ruins. With his order, the whiteboard car parked by the gate floated up from the ground into the air, carrying the other 2 level 4 cars, and drove to the ruins, and drove into the darkness without hesitation. This time, even Commander Chai was not calm. How did he get in? Can't the undead army be summoned remotely? We don't know what's going on underground. How can this work? Captain Mu hurriedly explained. Look at his eyes. There is green fire in his eyes, which means that his vision is already inside, and he knows the situation inside better than us. Commander Chai was still worried and ordered, open another projection screen and play the front picture. The order fell, and soon the front picture appeared in front of everyone at the same time. At this time, the face hugger had reached the bottom. Because it was a collision exploration with an unknown civilization, the live broadcast had a fog, and the audience's vision could only follow the footsteps of the live broadcaster and go deeper. So until entering the passage inside the ruins, everyone found that it was not as dark as imagined. The wall seems to be made of some special material. It looks like a wild and simple building material, but it actually has a metallic texture and emits light from deep inside. Once you get used to this light, you will find that the brightness is very comfortable, not as dark as you imagined, and even ordinary people can see things clearly. The patterns on the wall are familiar. They are smooth and neat wavy stripes, like water patterns and willow branches. Experts, who are familiar with challenging world culture, will speak in the barrage as soon as possible. The remains of the blue-bearded people, this is the totem of the blue-bearded people. The advanced civilization in the 3rd level world is the blue-bearded civilization, and many of the ruins opened are related to the blue-bearded people. Most of the gold treasure chests opened are blue-bearded people, a very powerful race, and they have wisdom, but unfortunately they cannot communicate with humans. The individual strength is very strong, and the technological civilization is also very strong. Be careful, the passage that looks calm may have traps. As soon as the voice fell, something strange happened. The water totem on the wall seemed to come alive in an instant, falling off the wall and turning into objects that danced in the wind like strands of hair, floating and dancing in the passage. Fine hair spread throughout the entire field of vision, and all the face huggers that were caught were tightly entangled. Everything happened quickly and silently. The limbs of the face huggers were trapped and began to tighten a little bit. Finally, the muffled sound of clicking became the only sound in this passage, the sound of bones breaking. The first face hugger was crushed into pieces, and the second, third, and third face huggers that entered the passage were instantly lost in a few seconds. I said there was a trap. Reckless, this kind of reckless rush is not okay. Wei Huan entered the ruins without even investigating the situation inside. Is he going to die? Voices that were not optimistic about Wei Huan shouted, but before more people could hear, the next scene made everyone shut up. Indeed, the first undead that were touched by the hair died instantly, turning into skeletons all over the ground. But the face huggers did not stop their attack. The Fred explorers died, and even if they died in large numbers in front of them, the face huggers were not afraid at all. The most terrifying scene of the undead army appeared. They were fearless, and only followed the orders of their masters. They were just cold empty shells, stepping on the corpses of their companions, and continued to move forward. More hair appeared and entangled the subsequent face huggers again. But this time, before they could strangle the face huggers behind them had already stepped on the hair and rushed to the front. There were too many face huggers. The speed of their advancement far exceeded the lethality of the trap. For a moment, all the people watching the live broadcast could even see the fluster of the trap. Then, the face huggers, who were not afraid of sacrifice, finally rushed to the passage. Their 6 legs pierced the wall, and the 2 small pincers on their heads waved, pulling the hair off the wall. What was more effective was the cracks on their abdomens, which were even biting the wall. The face huggers that were upgraded to level 4 were more than a little stronger. The bite force of the abdominal cracks and the sharpness of the teeth reached a new level, and they could even secrete a corrosive liquid. The wall was bitten and corroded, and even if the face huggers were strangled to death in the process, the mechanisms on the wall were continuously destroyed. In just a few minutes, the battle line was pushed forward more than 10 meters. 5 minutes have passed, and only 10 meters have been moved. The efficiency is still too low. Some people were stubborn, because they didn't want Wei Huan and Yan Guo to be too arrogant. But more people shouted in the live broadcast barrage, like, 666. Boss Wei is awesome. It only took 5 minutes from triggering the mechanism to destroying the 10-meter mechanism. What was he thinking? This was a display of the ability of a single challenger without anyone being injured or killed. If it were any other team, I'm afraid the challenger's ability and the tank would have to be put into battle together to reach this level. Wei Huan's simple move showed how powerful he was. Didn't you see the big running wolf and the even bigger violent bear behind him? The face hugger, which was much weaker in size and strength, was far behind. Some national intelligence agencies also noticed it. The data of the face hugger summoned by Wei Huan is wrong, it is stronger. Wei Huan has a professional training ground. Not this, but it is stronger than the data we collected last time. Did he advance? The individual strength of these face huggers is almost reaching the level of a weaker 3rd level professional. Are you kidding? A weaker 3rd level professional is also a professional. Do you mean that Wei Huan has an army of undead who are at least 3rd level? Impossible, he can build a country by himself. The reality is of course not that exaggerated. Because soon, a sharp-eyed audience discovered the abnormality. It was a special face hugger that always walked among the face huggers. This face hugger not only had a bright color like a fine white jade stone, but also showed a very obvious special texture. What attracted people's attention was that it had a golden little monkey riding on its back. The monkey was just the right size to sit on the back of the face hugger, with its slender golden tail wrapped around one of its legs. It was squatting with its 2 furry hands hooked up, looking so cute that everyone who saw it felt their hearts tremble. Is this a flying monkey? Did Wei Huan summon a flying monkey? He summoned a 6-star flying monkey. Of course, everyone knew this dark beast. On the plain battlefield, it was a nasty status master that could strengthen the attributes of the dark beast, as long as it barked. While thinking this, the flying monkey suddenly opened its mouth to reveal its bloody mouth, as well as 2 pairs of sharp fangs, and howled with a ferocious face. Bark! Then, visible to the naked eye, the aura of the undead within 100 meters around it had undergone subtle changes and became stronger. The status master is adding status. I hate flying monkeys, but I don't hate undead flying monkeys. It's superb, and it can also add status to itself. The sequence of Gravekeeper is unreasonable. This explains why even the worst face huggers in Wei Huan's undead army are unexpectedly strong. Wei Huan's advancement to sequence 4 is one aspect, and there is an undead ranch on the other hand. In addition, the addition of flying monkeys is enough to increase Wei Huan's overall strength by half. Now looking at these face huggers with added status, they rush forward by cutting through mountains and filling water. The terrifying mechanisms throughout the passage are useless. They are just passed through by them, leaving a bumpy and damaged passage. Not to mention that there will be an endless stream of undead troops passing through later. It must be safer to leave the car and walk in this passage. Boss Wei is awesome. Go for it. I've learned a lot. It turns out that an individual can be this strong. The people in the live broadcast channel kept praising Wei Huan, and the voices that criticized Wei Huan disappeared. It can be seen from a small part that Wei Huan's true strength will only be stronger than what he has shown now. Wanting to understand Wei Huan thoroughly, and also curious about the secrets of the Platinum Ruins, this live broadcast instantly opened everyone's eyes. That's it, this is the meaning of live broadcast. The destiny of mankind is shared. Treasures will only slow down progress. Only by unity and secret sharing can we achieve the final victory. Wei Huan can always make decisions that others cannot do and have far-reaching impact. Chapter 142. The two separate roads were attacked soon. There were still traps on one side, and the first batch of blue-bearded troops appeared on the other side. The audience in the live broadcast room was notified and switched the camera to the passage where the blue-bearded people were encountered. Wei Huan's vision was unfortunately on the other side, and it was Sister Ye who flew back and passed on the news. His eyes opened, and his vision descended on the passage on the other side, and then he saw the fierce street fighting. The location where Wei Huan entered the ruins was probably a relatively remote area. Apart from traps, there were no living facilities for blue-bearded people along the way. The corridor where the battle was encountered was obviously different now. There were no beard carvings, but there were more weapons that could shoot lasers on the wall. Another group of blue-bearded people hid behind the bunker. Their bodies covered with tentacles were wrapped with some thermal weapons that humans could understand. While attacking the undead army, some blue-bearded people almost melted on the ground. The tentacles spread out and secreted a sticky liquid, which quickly spread in the direction of the undead army. This is certainly not the first time that humans have dealt with blue-bearded people. The third-level world is like it was built on the ruins of the blue-bearded civilization, and traces of the blue-bearded people can be seen everywhere. But it is the first time for ordinary people to see the blue-bearded people's attack method, or the way so many blue-bearded people work together to resist the enemy. It feels like these blue octopuses have intelligence. I heard that the blue-bearded people are the last race that failed to evolve. Does it mean that their civilization level is not low? I have a bold idea. Since they have intelligence, why can't they communicate and work together? But the official generals, who knew the bluebirds, shook their heads and laughed after seeing these messages. It was impossible to communicate. They had tried, but the bluebirds always held the greatest hostility to human civilization. The two sides could not communicate at all, and every attempt would start with war and end with death. After a long time, everyone knew that this might be the arrangement of the challenge world. The battle with the dark beasts was an evolutionary competition between civilizations, and the blue-starred human race also needed to compete for resources with other failed civilizations. After all, the enemy of mankind on the battlefield was the dark beasts, but in the challenge world, most of the time mankind faced these world natives and took spoils from them. It's just that they also have the ability to kill humans. Therefore, in this challenge world, there are no allies between civilizations. They must fight independently, destroy all other civilizations, and plunder resources until they become the strongest civilization and go to the end. Obviously, as predecessors, the bluebirds also know very well the true meaning of this civilization evolution. Wei Huan, who came back from the future, also knows very well. The concept of civilization competition was already publicized in the late last life. After all, humans suffered a great loss in the fifth-level world, and were almost deceived by a civilization similar to the human race. It was also from there that they learned the true core of civilization competition. Wei Huan remembered the incident in the fifth-level world, but it was not the time to intervene yet. The battle with the blue-bearded people was still going on. Wei Huan knew very well what the purpose of these mucus was. The mucus was the tentacles extended by the blue-bearded people. Not only did it have the ability to wrap around and whip the tentacles, it also had various elemental damage. These blue-bearded people were also selected by the challenge world, and once became challengers. They have the enhanced ability of their race, and their strength should not be underestimated. The mucus entangled the face huggers. Some face huggers melted like they encountered strong acid, some face huggers were instantly shattered by the huge force, and some seemed to have encountered high-temperature burning, poisonous corrosion, ice freezing and other magical attacks, and a large number of them died in an instant. Very strong, but unfortunately, the ladder is broken. Yes, the ladder is broken. The official boss said with a sigh on his face. They are the ones who know the truth. Wei Huan saw the challenger ability of the blue-bearded people with his own eyes. Not only did he not feel fear and surprise, but he also felt a little sad. The civilization that failed in the challenge also lost the love of the challenge world. They can no longer evolve, and can only stop at the level of this world. Although this blue-bearded team is powerful, the unprecedented strange ability is not weak in its lethality to face huggers. But that was all. In the final analysis, they were still only level 3 challengers. When Wei Huan realized that the facehugger could no longer cope with this battlefield, the zombie bears that were walking slowly behind him began to exert their strength. Boom! Their huge bodies stomped on the floor, and 3 in a row filled the passage, shouting roar, roar, roar as they ran. The walls on both sides were even damaged by their impact, and large pieces of metal wall skin fell like crackers. Roar, roar, roar! The voice of the bear echoed in the underground palace passage. The next second after it came from a distance, the huge, strong and ferocious beast rushed out like a chariot with full firepower. The face huggers, who were not in a hurry to dodge, turned into powder directly under the feet of the zombie bear. The zombie bear stepped on the mucus and was attacked instantly. The huge force whipped them, and there were various entanglements and elemental attacks. But the attack that could easily crush the face huggers a moment ago was now completely ineffective in front of the zombie bear. The zombie bear used brutal violence to directly break free from the mucus shackles, fearlessly facing the whipping liquid, smashing the hard protective shields like tempered glass, just like puncturing bubbles. In the blink of an eye, they rushed to the front of the blue-bearded man with huge firepower. They waved their claws and slapped, trampled with 6 feet, hugged and bit, and a one-sided war appeared. The blue-bearded man was directly torn into pieces. There was silence in the live broadcast room. Then, a stronger cheer broke out in an instant. So cool! Ah! I love Big Bear. This crushing battle gave me goosebumps. I've been watching the live broadcast for so long, and this is the first time I've seen a battle so big and straight. I love Big Bear. I love Wei Huan. What? Sympathize with the blue-bearded people? Overthinking. The cruelty of war has long cured most of the saints and saints. At least they all understand that those who are not of my race must have different hearts. In this civilized war, there is only victory and defeat, no draw, and there will not be any farmer and snake story. The appearance of the 3 violent bears directly killed 6 blue-bearded warriors. Then, the face huggers crawled out from behind them, and continued to explore the way forward. The 3 violent bears actually sat down on the spot, waiting for something obediently like big cats. Until all the face huggers passed, and the violent bear army arrived, they swung their butts and returned to the team. Live broadcast room. Even though its eyeballs have fallen out, why do you still think it's cute? I'm hopeless. How much does it cost to buy a big bear like this, Boss Wei? This should be Wei Huan's main force, right? It shouldn't be. The group of running wolf skeletons didn't make a move, and the crit beasts didn't appear. Also, don't forget that Wei Huan can even recruit flying monkeys, so he must have the Xiao Roman Legion, the Magic Eye Lord Legion, and the Dog-Headed Legion. In addition, I heard that Wei Huan's bombs are also very powerful. Yes, Wei Huan's strength may not even be shown at 1/10. There was a battle ahead, the enemy was dealt with, and then it continued to rush forward. As the most lively stage, it has become the focus of attention. At this time, Wei Huan's car slowly drove to the first fork in the road. When he ordered the car to stop here, the 2 cars behind him also stopped. Unlike the members in Wei Huan's car, the people in the 2 cars kept looking out of the car. They had already entered the ruins, but it was still calm. There were only the undead here except Wei Huan's. This made them, who had already put on combat uniforms and were ready to fight at any time, seem very useless and frustrated. Later, when they were drinking together, Captain Shui accidentally expressed his feelings at this moment. Lu Qingji put his arm around Captain Shui's shoulder and said, "It's okay, just get used to it." Wei Huan was too strong, and the world level could not catch up with his personal combat power. Unless he rushed to the front, the difficulty of these worlds would be simple mode in his eyes. He can crush them all by himself, so there is no need for others to take action. Why not learn from me? Since you can't find your position on the battlefield, find something for yourself in logistics. No matter how strong Boss Wei is, he still has to eat, right? Ha ha ha, then I will be useful. Lu Qingji comforted the other party, and himself in this way. There was no battle at the fork in the road, but it did not seem empty. In addition to the 3 cars, Wei Huan also set up 8 portals here, and a steady stream of undead armies flew out from here. At this time, Mu Zhong said, "Butler, let's put the camera out." "Okay, Captain Mu." As Mu Zhong gave the order, 4 cameras flew out of Wei Huan's car. However, the camera, which was the size of a soybean, had only one big eye on its round body. It used the floating technology that challenged the world and flew in 2 directions to the depths of the 2 passages. At the same time, additional pictures appeared on their screen projections. A careful comparison will also reveal that the 2 extra pictures stayed at the gate where they came in. It turned out that before coming in, Mu Zhong had already arranged the cameras. These cameras were purchased in the Points Mall, 30 points each, only have shooting function, no defense, and are easily damaged. They are very high-value consumables. At least ordinary challengers will not buy this thing unless they have to. But does Wei Huan's car lack points? Wei Huan, who has no shortage of points, directly bought 10 and asked Mu Zhong to arrange to release them. If there are not enough, he will continue to buy. In this way, not only Wei Huan, but others also have a view of the front. While commanding the battle, Wei Huan took a look at the several projection screens shooting the front. It can only be said that it is better than nothing, and it is not as useful as the vision of the Magic Eye Lord. Then he switched his vision to another road. Unlike the other road where the battle was fierce, there were only traps on this road, and no blue-bearded people were seen. The undead seemed to be heading towards an increasingly remote direction, as if they were going to walk out of this ruin. And the reality was the same. After encountering another fork in the road, the undead army was divided into 2 again. The undead army, that Wei Huan had always locked onto, walking in the outermost field of vision, came to a closed door. This door looked familiar, the same as the one they came in, but the normal door stood in the passage. Wei Huan ordered the undead army to open the door. Although he didn't know what was on the other side of the door, he would never know the answer if he didn't open it. The heavy door was first given to the face hugger, and when it was found that it couldn't be opened, it was arranged for the Crypt Beast Mother to open it. The more powerful Crypt Beast Mother dug its long legs into the crack of the door and pulled it outward, but the door didn't move at all. Then the green casting net was sacrificed, attached to the door and pulled it, but it still couldn't be opened. Wei Huan then began to pay attention to this door. He observed the door carefully, and soon found a clue. There were not only mysterious totem runes on this door, but also more traces of being knocked, scratched, and dug. It felt like it was attacked from the inside. Wei Huan thought of something, and looked at the door with a serious look. So this tightly closed door, and these traces are because they want to escape? The Treasure Underground Palace is an extremely special place, where some real ethnic life often survives. Unlike the treasure chest monsters that are sealed in the treasure chest, these monsters in the Treasure Underground Palace seem to live here, and most of the time they are very peaceful, like a world that retains the fire of the ethnic group and reproduces. Until the day when the Underground Palace was opened, they became monsters in the Underground Palace. The strong ones among them will be forcibly bound to the treasure, and challengers must kill them if they want to get the treasure chest. This is the contradiction deliberately created by the challenge world. So, the blue-bearded people who knew their fate must have tried to escape, right? Facing this closed door, they also thought of various ways, but it was still useless. Finally, when the new civilization that explored the treasure came, they had to fight back to ensure their survival. It's quite tragic. At this time, Mu Zhong's voice sounded in his ears. It turned out that the camera lens had also arrived here, and it was unknown how long it had been watching. I believe everyone also saw the traces left on the door from the camera lens. Wei Huan frowned slightly, and just as he was about to say something, he heard Mu Zhong raise his voice and say, "There is no mercy in the war of civilization. If we lose, we will be the ones locked up here waiting to be conquered. We should take this as a warning and encourage ourselves all the time." What a good sentence to take this as a warning. What a good sentence to encourage ourselves all the time, instantly pulling everyone out of the emotions they shouldn't have. Everyone in the car, including the other 2 cars connected, nodded to show that they heard it. The few viewers who focused on the live broadcast in the car were even more awakened. Yes, seeing the blue-bearded people in this state, they should not be merciful. It's too pitiful to be locked up like this and wait for the fate of the future. We humans must go all out. We should take this as a warning and encourage ourselves all the time this road is blocked. Wei Huan announced this after trying a few more times, and then the army of undead withdrew from this road, leaving behind the gate covered with traces of blood and tears. Going back, they met up with the undead army at the first fork in the road. Not long after they walked, this time they also encountered resistance from the Bluebirds. The level 3 Bluebirds could not stop Wei Huan's undead army at all. Even if they had the ability and the thermal weapons on the technological side, they could basically crush the undead army that had reached level 4 with just the violent bear. Several routes were pushed very quickly, and many traces of the Bluebirds' lives were found on the road. Some civilization researchers were very happy to stay in these areas for research with the help of the live broadcast function, but most of the live broadcast viewers still followed the footsteps of the undead army and advanced deep into the underground palace. Almost everyone forgot that this time period should have been another live broadcast, and the other party had been preparing for this live broadcast for a long time. Even Peng Hai's Iron fans completely forgot about this. Level 4 World. In front of the ruins of the golden treasure chest, Peng Hai and his 100 chariots were in disarray in the wind for a long time, until his hurriedly returning men whispered in Peng Hai's ears. Peng Hai's face changed from anger to unwillingness, and then with a bit of helplessness and curiosity, he finally announced with gritted teeth, "Disband." The car captains he recruited were puzzled and called to ask the reason. After learning the truth, they showed the same expression as Peng Hai. Then a car captain said, "Can I see Boss Peng?" Boss Peng's deputy car captain said, "Boss Peng has returned to Blue Star to watch the live broadcast. You guys should go and watch it quickly. I'm leaving too. We talk later." "Ah, this. So I watched the hundreds of cars gathered here disappear one after another, and they returned to the rest space. After a while, there was not a single car left on the ground, and only the dark cave made a lonely humming sound. In the challenge live broadcast room, 700 or 800 people appeared silently, and soon joined the discussion with others. Wei Huan's undead army is a bit exaggerated. Each individual is so strong, and he is really an army. Don't forget, Mu Zhong hasn't made a move yet, and this undead army can be even stronger. Now I understand how Wei Huan killed 100,000 Dark Beast Lords, who are ridiculously strong." Peng Hai watched the live broadcast in his private cinema, with his confidant and a man with a high hairline sitting behind him. This man is not young in his 30s, but he is not old either. His whole face looks a bit fierce, like a guy dancing with a big knife on the street in the old society, and bad is almost written on his face. If Wei Huan was here, he would recognize that he was Peng Zheng, who was beaten back to Blue Star by him, and also Peng Hai's nephew. "Uncle." Peng Zheng called Peng Hai like this. "Wei Huan didn't start earlier or later, but had to wait until you were about to go live to steal your limelight. I think he did it on purpose. When he reaches the 4th level highway, he will be in your territory. You have to teach him a lesson and let him know how powerful you are." After Peng Zheng said this, he waited for a long time, but Peng Hai didn't say anything, just puffed on his cigar. The whole theater was filled with his pungent and mellow smoke, which was sometimes dark blue and sometimes bright white as the screen flickered. Peng Zheng couldn't wait any longer, so he leaned forward and held the back of Peng Hai's chair, wanting to speak. But before he could speak, Peng Hai spoke first. "Old Zhao, please use the family law." Peng Zheng's hand on the back of the chair was withdrawn as if he had received an electric shock, and his clear and stupid eyes widened. "Uncle, if I said something wrong, you can punish me." Old Zhao got the order, and stood up to get the ruler. Seeing Peng Zheng still looking aggrieved, he said helplessly, "Young sect master, what kind of person is your uncle? Don't you still understand?" Peng Zheng bit his lip and stammered aggrievedly, "I just feel sorry for my uncle. This operation cost so much money." "Still talking." Old Zhao scolded, "Don't say such divisive words again. In the world of challenge, we humans are one clan on Blue Star. We share the same interests with Yen Nation. When the sect master is fighting with the legions of other countries in the front and the situation is difficult, who do you think is behind us? Without the strong Yen Nation, we would not be so powerful with money coming from all directions. Wei Huan is one of the few people who are destined to stand in the front. Not to mention that he robbed the sect master's live broadcast. Even if he wanted to rob the ruins that the sect master had set his eyes on, there would be no irreconcilable contradictions." Peng Zheng blinked, and there was still a bit of humiliation in the depths of his eyes. He remembered that he was beaten back to Blue Star by Wei Huan, which made him a joke among his friends. But at this time, he could only nod obediently and said obediently, "I understand, Uncle Zhao." Peng Hai took another puff of cigarette and made a gesture without looking back. Peng Zheng was taken away by Lao Zhao to receive the family discipline. Peng Hai watched the live broadcast very attentively from beginning to end, and there was only pure curiosity about Wei Huan's ability in his eyes. Just like what Lao Zhao said, he knew what was good and bad, and knew who gave him his glory. It was because Yin country needed such an organization to bring together all the wild factions, so money came from all directions, not because he had done anything that required the country to recognize his organization. He just happened to be there, and he understood and saw through it. The thing that Peng Hai was most proud of in his life was that he could use his brain to catch this huge pie. So, is Wei Huanqiang a threat to him? No, not only that, but there are even great benefits. He just hopes that Wei Huan will become stronger and stronger. Peng Hai announced the disbandment on the spot and returned to Blue Star. "Are there any abnormal reports from Blue Star?" No, the people in the house said that he watched the live broadcast in the private cinema after returning to Blue Star, but Peng Zheng was pulled out and beaten with a stick in the middle, and was loudly taught that he should not sow discord between Yin State and the other country. This Peng Hai is really a talent. No matter what he thinks in his heart, arranging this is to show us that this matter is completely over. What a smart person. The eyes staring at Peng's house moved away, and the latest news was transmitted to Mu Diheo's ears like lightning. Mu Diheo listened to the report of the adjutant and stood up. On the side, Commander Chai looked at him, not watching anymore. Mu Diheo nodded. I can't leave people in front, I'm leaving first. Commander Chai nodded halfway and reminded, don't forget to deal with Peng Hai's affairs. Mu Diheo nodded. It's nothing serious, I'm keeping an eye on it. That's fine. Commander Chai wanted to shut up, but looked at Mu Diheo and said, Major Wei and Major Mu's face is the face of our Qinglong army. Whoever doesn't give them face is not giving the Qinglong army face. Mu Diheo had a big smile on his face. Commander Chai, what you said is right. If these two children are strong, the Qinglong army will be stronger. With unity from top to bottom, we can definitely return to the strongest army of Yin country. Okay, then I take your time to challenge the world. The old foxes made their statements, and naturally everyone was happy. Commander Chai watched Mu Diheo leave, and when he looked at the projection screen in front of him, his eyes softened. There is no absolute right or wrong on the road to power, only countless calculations and compromises. But power is only divided into strong and weak. In the projection screen, there are now 5 cameras. Except for the main camera that has been aimed at Wei Huan, battles are taking place in the other 4 screens. The blue-bearded people are distributed in each channel to block the intrusion of the undead army. Faced with their increasing number and stronger combat power, the vanguard of the undead army has also changed from face huggers to zombie violent bears. And the zombie violent bears that return to the battlefield after death are a whole circle larger. They have obtained Mu Zheng's attribute blessing, and their endurance and strength have tripled. The defense line that can block the undead attack at the beginning was soon broken through, and the undead army continued to break through deeper. But there was also a passage where the undead army encountered extremely stubborn resistance. This passage was obviously the main road of this underground palace, which was more spacious and had many defensive fortifications. There were also blue-bearded warriors hiding behind the fortifications, among whom there were some warriors who might have reached the 4th level or were relatively powerful. In particular, the blue-bearded people used a device similar to space gravity. Once entering the area, the undead army would be crushed by gravity, slowing down and becoming a living target. Even the zombie violent bear with added attributes and endurance of up to 4,000 fell down before he could even walk halfway. Wei Huan also tried to hide the face hugger under the belly of the zombie bear, but it was useless. The zombie bear advanced too short a distance, and the face hugger was killed as soon as it showed its head. They successfully stopped Wei Huan's army of undead. Because of the live broadcast, Wei Huan, who had planned to hide a hand, decided to give up. This kind of back-and-forth approach was not in line with his habits, and was simply a waste of his time. Wei Huan's mind moved, and the big bear walked out of the portal, with 2 flying monkey kites hanging on its neck. Under Wei Huan's command, it rushed towards the battlefield like a tank. Many people in the live broadcast room were paying attention to the battle here. It's okay, it's just a preliminary exchange of fire. Wei Huan still has many means to use. Yes, don't worry, the legendary bomb has not appeared yet. At this time, the big bear appeared. As soon as it appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. Wow. What is this? Has it appeared before? Is this Wei Huan's trump card? Look behind the undead, there's a big guy coming. A huge monster rushed to the middle of the undead army, and as it moved, the undead army split the sea and made way for it. It was too big. It was half a body taller than the already extremely tall violent bear, and because of Mu Zheng's blessing, its shoulder height with 6 legs on the ground was almost 7 meters, almost filling the entire passage. The undead, who gave way, had to hide under its belly, try to shrink themselves as much as possible, and be careful not to be trampled to death. Such a giant, as soon as it appeared, was full of oppression. Moreover, although it was large, it was not bulky at all. It ran with a majestic posture, came to the forefront of the battle with a sense of oppression, and rushed into the area covered by gravity without stopping. Buzz! At that moment, everyone felt its suddenly heavy shoulders, and its thick thighs even left deep claw marks on the alloy ground. While being covered by gravity, various attacks also fell on it. Fire, ice attack, beating, lightning strike, and mucus turned into a huge whip, hitting its nose head-on. Snap! The nose bone was broken, and the big bear's eyeballs were almost pulled out. It was the damage of this whip that exceeded the strength of ordinary blue-bearded people, and many undead fell under this blow. Often a whip can break a zombie violent bear. But the big bear just endured it, waiting for the power to disappear, and it readjusted its posture and continued to move forward. The blue-bearded man was obviously panicking, and more intensive attacks fell on the big bear. It was so big that there was no need to aim, just attack madly. The big bear endured all the attacks, and the slime whip appeared in front of it again, and with a snap sound, it hit its head hard. The big bear's skull shattered with a crackling sound, and the entire nose was sunken into the skull. The two eyeballs bulged out with a pop, wrapped in a black film and hung on the face, shaking. But even so, it was still moving forward. The undead had no advantage of pain, and it was fully utilized here. As long as its endurance was still there, it could continue to move. 1 meter, 2 meters, 5 meters. It silently endured all the attacks. Its head was almost flattened under the whip of the huge whip, and its left front foot was completely cut off. But it has not fallen yet, and is still moving forward. Only the two flying monkeys behind him disappeared at some point. The total stamina of 3,600 was shared. In other words, in the past half minute, the total damage suffered by the big bear exceeded 7,200. 7,200 HP dropped, and there is still extra HP? If you tell it out, it will shock everyone. At present, even if there are already 5-level strong men in the human world, not many people can have 7,200 stamina. Not to mention the basic 3,000 stamina that the big bear already has, plus the stamina attribute given by Mu Zhong, his total stamina is as high as 13,000. As the first meat tank under Wei Huan, the big bear has truly become a real tank after the damage sharing of the flying monkeys. The terrifying HP that far exceeds the current world level has finally become a mountain that crushes the blue-bearded people. The big bear finally came to the front of the defense line, raised his intact right front foot, and slapped it down hard. Bang! The instrument that created the gravity magnetic field was completely destroyed, the gravity in the channel disappeared, and the bodies of the undead army returned to normal. The green eyes looked at the fleeing blue-bearded people, like a hungry beast, and then the whole army attacked. Caw caw caw! See suasul! Roaring. The undead army rushed out from behind the big bear, chasing the fleeing blue-bearded people like a raging storm. Once they were bitten, they would be torn to pieces, leaving no one alive. A crazy killing feast ignited all the blood on the blue planet, and the audience in the live broadcast room roared with excitement. So cool! Kill! Charge! I love this big bear. Trampling the underground palace, let the lost civilization be buried forever. This is a civilized war. The human race will win. The human race will win. Chapter 143. Brutalism has never been advocated by humans, but there can be no mercy in the war between races. The charge of the undead army ignited the blood of the people of Blue Star. Many people wanted to turn into these white bones and skeletons and be unbridled in this battle. Laymen watched the excitement, while experts see the doorway. The attributes of this violent bear were soon placed in front of the generals of various countries. Although the evaluation of blood volume varied, all the results were above 10,000 points of endurance. So, among our challengers, are there any with 10,000 stamina points? No, but don't worry, the chariot is our human race's reliance on the battlefield. The stamina of a level 5 vehicle easily exceeds 10,000. If it is upgraded to a level 6 protective shield and vehicle shell, as well as other auxiliary parts, it can reach 30,000. Yes, you are right, but is it so difficult to admit that others are strong? Wei Huan has no chariot. Wei Huan not only has a chariot, but also has the combat capability of 10,000 stamina points. What we should do is to understand why he is so strong, and then try to replicate his success. And as all eyes focused on the big bear, a more terrifying scene happened. The big bear, who had been walking in front, finally fell to the ground in the dense attack, and the fire in his eyes went out. But before everyone felt sad, this big guy returned to the battlefield without any injuries. And this time, it carried 4 flying monkeys on its neck. Look at the 4 little monkeys riding on the back of the big bear, and the majestic big bear whose fur has become shiny again, and whose eyes are back in their sockets. Some viewers said, "He looks so good looking." Others said sarcastically, "Oh, we are back without any injuries. How can the bluebirds solve this trick?" Bluebirds, Because of the big bear, the bluebirds sent out their powerful warriors to intercept. But because of the big bear, the advance of the undead army could not be stopped at all. For a while, the passage was full of the figures of the undead army. The undead army that kept dying and filling the battlefield was like a plague, making the bluebirds desperate. The passage battle came to an end. In everyone's vision, an underground world appeared. There were trees, mountains, and all kinds of creatures that had never been seen before. It was so bizarre that it seemed like they had come to another world. Sure enough, the world of the blue-bearded people is full of tentacles. The trees are all tentacles and vines. Wow, I have goosebumps, and they move like snakes. Who knows, family? I actually like tentacles, but the tentacles here make my scalp tingle. Sure enough, they are not my kind, absolutely hostile. Wei Huan's vision, and the camera he launched also saw the true face of this civilization deep underground. The large and small, long and short tentacles are entangled together, and the sky and the ground are like entering the Ponzi cave. The whole world is twisted and entangled, which makes people extremely uncomfortable. What's even more disgusting is that these vine tentacles are still secreting mucus that humans can hardly tolerate, hanging and dripping down. The blue-bearded people who fled here were like fish returning to the sea. The tentacles below their heads spread out, and they turned into octopus-like creatures, with a head on top. Their tentacles were wrapped with slippery vines, and they flexibly wrapped around them, and disappeared in a flash. The fierce exchange of fire just now came to an abrupt end here. Facing this vast silent world, everyone, even the audience in the live broadcast room, could feel the malice of the blue-bearded people. They were waiting for the army of the undead to enter their territory, just like the sirens in the deep sea, waiting to pull those who are not good at swimming into the deep sea. So we have to fight in this environment. Isn't this just street fighting and mountain fighting? Fuck, I have a feeling that I will die if I go in. No matter how many undead there are, they can't fill this environment. So it is indeed a ruins-level underground palace. I just opened boxes in the other two passages. The most basic treasure chests are silver. This underground palace is lucrative, but it is also really difficult. This is an underground palace that can be broadcast live in a level 3 world. It is definitely not gold level. Is it platinum level? I always feel that it is more than platinum level. Forget it, I don't know. Watch the live broadcast, and watch the big guys solve the problem. This problem is not easy to solve. It's already here. It's impossible not to go in, but it really looks deadly to go in. How many lives will it take to fill it? The lives of the undead are also lives. Bomb. 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 What the hell? Suddenly, the barrage was full of the word bomb. People who knew Wei Huan realized something and hurriedly adjusted their perspectives and searched back along the passage. The next second, a black cloud with green fluorescent lights the size of broad beans was seen flying towards us. At that moment, everyone who saw this scene felt a thrill of excitement that made their hair explode. Then, there was no other text in the barrage, only one word: explode, explode, explode. Black clouds came to the underground world, which was formed by the gathering of countless ghost crows with only spirit bodies. They dispersed at the entrance of the world, or deftly passed through the vine tentacles, or directly passed through the mucus. As spirit bodies, they could not be stopped by these real objects, and they could come and go freely even in this underground world. But the green fireflies held in their mouths could not pass through the mucus or vine tentacles, so they were forcibly retained. Then the nether fire came into contact with the object, and all the explosive energy inside was instantly activated, and then, boom, boom, the long-awaited scene finally happened. The entire underground world was ignited by flames, and countless mucus was vaporized, and the vine tentacles broke and burned. The blue-bearded man hiding in the vines and waiting for an opportunity screamed, and was torn into pieces by the power of the explosion. Such violence. Such beauty. All the audiences on Blue Star stroked their chests, intoxicated by this green firework. I really still love violent aesthetics the most. Send a big firework, boom. Bang. Awesome. The green flame destroyed all the vine tentacles, and the high temperature turned the mucus into white mist, which was finally blown away by the explosion. After 10 minutes of bomb washing, the underground world with smoke dissipated had already reached a depth of more than 5 miles. There was a scorched earth along the way, and the crisscrossing blue tentacles could no longer be seen. There was only a piece of ash spreading to the distance, and occasionally a ball of green flames burned quietly. Wei Huan's car had arrived at the end of the passage at some point, and the front of the car was facing the vast underground world, quietly floating at a height of 3 meters above the ground. The white minivan that only novices use is the appearance that every challenger is eager to get rid of when he has achieved a little success. But at this moment, it presents a different atmosphere, just, especially simple, especially pure, especially special. This is the first time I find the whiteboard car so beautiful. It's not a whiteboard car, the appearance is still a little different. Has Boss Wei's car reached the 4th level high level? I see that the Sawtooth and Arrow Tower outside the car have been upgraded to the 5th level. Stop kidding. Is the whiteboard car that can float in the air a whiteboard car? This is an angel car, pure and sacred. Does the angel car summon the undead? Ha ha ha. Of course this is just a joke. The Blue Star people don't care whether Wei Huan is a demon or an angel. In the world of challengers, only the winner is the king. Look at the situation of these Bluebeard people. They are imprisoned underground, worrying about the emergence of new civilizations, and fearing their doomed destruction. The humans of Blue Star must be the winners, and live under the light. This time, the portal appeared again in the circle of the chariot, and everyone understood why Wei Huan's car had to come in. His summoning of the undead does have a distance limit. How much is it? Someone calculated it, about 6 or 7 kilometers. As the underground world became flat and vast, Wei Huan's real strongest moment also came. The 8 portals continued to produce undead, and there was an army of nearly 10,000 running wolves ready to go. Standing at the forefront of the running wolf army were more than a dozen elite running wolves with bone spurs on their bodies, and there was an especially huge one that had been seen before, like a big wolf wearing bone armor, standing at the front, and on its shoulder there was a flying monkey kite. Obviously the general of this legion. After that, there were the already famous zombie violent bears. When they lined up, everyone realized that there were more than 3,000 of them. The huge big bear stood at the front of the queue. It kited 2 flying monkeys, and roared towards the depths of the underground world with its fangs and claws. Roar, roar, roar! Then, the much-anticipated new soldiers appeared. Wei Huan had no intention of hiding his strength at all. He summoned Zayuroma, the Lord of the Magic Eye, and the dog-headed man together. These 3 soldiers covered the sky and the ground. Although there were not as many as other soldiers, and the total number was less than 3,000, no one would underestimate the combat effectiveness of this legion. Zayuroma was the war weapon of the Dark Beast tribe, while the Lord of the Magic Eye and the dog-headed man were magical creatures with natural strength. As soon as these undead armies came out, they surrounded the chariots, and not even a mosquito could fly in. At this time, the assembled army began to set off. The Violent Bear Legion, as the central army, advanced straight ahead. Under the command of Brother Tao Gang, the Running Wolf army was divided into more than 10 groups, rushing out of the 2 wings and exploring horizontally. In the sky, there were dark clouds transformed by ghost crows, covering the heads of the undead army, like a big umbrella that could block the sky, even the sunlight, bringing endless shadows to the opponent. The scene of these low-level undead armies pressing forward alone made the audience excited and screamed. Ah! That's right. This is the undead mage I imagined. One man makes an army. At the same time, the sound of dong-dong drums floated from the sky, and the sound of sacrifice from ancient times rang out. All the undead, who were not blessed, after receiving the blessing of the shaman, their bodies swelled again and looked more majestic. There is no solution, the gravekeeper and the dancer, it's magical. How did these 2 meet and get together? A match made in heaven. Huan, lock it up. Lock it up for the rest of your life. Do you hear me? The undead, who went out to fight started, then ran, and finally rushed into the depths of the underground world, raising countless charred ashes. These skeletal figures wrapped in black smoke, and the green flames in their eyes, were like the end of the world, sweeping forward all the way. Finally, for kilometers away, they found the reason why the Hellfire bomb could not be pushed forward. The bomb only reached 5 kilometers, of course, not because Wei Huan's Hellfire bombs were not enough, nor because his summoning distance was insufficient. It was because the bomb in front was shot back. It was a tentacle that even the ghost crow could attack. Wei Huan had already seen clearly what it was through the eyes of the demon Eye Lord. The guardian beast guarding the platinum treasure chest woke up. It was a blue-bearded man who seemed to have been sealed for who knows how many years. It looked obviously older and more powerful. Its head was large and floppy, and the top of its head fell backwards, making it look more like a big octopus. In addition, it was only about 3 meters tall on the ground, but the circle of tentacles flying around it was nearly 100 meters long. It was these blue-purple tentacles, with the tips even emitting black, that slapped the ghost crow and the netherfire bomb to death. This was not the first time Wei Huan had encountered a platinum-level treasure chest guardian monster, but he was obviously stronger than the platinum blue-bearded man he had met in the 3rd-level highway assessment. Maybe it's because this is a ruin. It looked at the oncoming army of undead with hostility, and there was no other emotion in its eyes. Behind it was a gorgeous treasure chest, and its soul was captured by this treasure chest. The only reason why it could retain its strength and survive until now was to guard this treasure chest, kill invaders, or be killed. Kill, 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 the blue-bearded man roared silently, and the dancing tentacles shot out like arrows. The thickest tentacles slapped the top of the big bear's head, and it was flattened with 2 flying monkeys, and the front half was even buried in the soil. Yell! A flying monkey was hit hard at the same time, and turned into ashes in an instant. With just one blow, the big bear, as the first tank, lost more than half of its stamina and was almost killed instantly. Although the violent bears behind it were not the main targets of attack, they could not withstand the attacks of other tentacles. They were beaten into meat paste one after another, and returned to the tomb. In a short time, the violent bears suffered numerous casualties. The army charging forward was stopped by the tentacles, and stopped abruptly. But before this situation lasted for more than 2 seconds, the ghost crow suddenly turned into a black spear, and pierced through the brain of the platinum blue-bearded man. Quack, quack! The blue-bearded man was controlled for a moment, although it was only a moment, but the situation of the battle changed drastically in an instant. From both sides of the violent bear army, countless wolves suddenly appeared, kakaka, and rushed into the blue-bearded man's defense from the weakest area of the tentacles. They did not attack the blue-bearded man's body, but directly bit a tentacle. 5 or 6 wolves bit one tentacle. The plan was very clear, and they cooperated well. They successfully controlled the treasure chest monster in an instant. In a blink of an eye, dozens of tentacles were bitten by the wolves. The blue-bearded man was like being caught in a net. His own feet caught him. For a moment, the blue-bearded man was visibly panicked. He waved his tentacles desperately, knocking away groups of wolves, but was bitten again. He struggled hard over and over again, as if he wanted to grow hundreds more tentacles. Then, black shadows flew out like a harvesting sickle with a whistling wind. It was Shuroma. The 3-headed and 6-armed Shuroma finally appeared. They made a ho-ho-ho sound, and the 3 monster heads had green faces and fangs, and laughed hideously. For claws and 6 arms together, frantically scratched those tentacles, easily tearing these controlled tentacles apart. The blue-bearded man screamed in pain, and the mental attack that had been condensed for a long time really came. But Wei Huan, who already had experience, had already ordered the ghost crow to dodge, and Shuroma was not afraid of this kind of attack. The killing continued. A platinum-level treasure chest monster, a powerful monster that could only be killed by more than 100 vehicles at any time, was being abused unilaterally. It was completely unable to fight back. In front of Wei Huan's powerful army of undead, it was like a fish on a chopping board, with no fighting power at all except for struggling in vain. From its appearance to now, the only highlight was that it took away half of the big bear's life at the moment of its appearance. After that, it continued to die. Excuse me, everyone. What level of monster is this? Platinum? Didn't you see the platinum treasure chest behind it? This is the first time I've seen a platinum treasure chest in a live broadcast. Hiss, hiss, I really want to touch it. Although I know it's a platinum level monster, to be honest, is it only silver level in combat power? I think it's only black iron level, no higher. It's against my will to say it's bronze level. Okay, I admit that it's indeed a black iron level treasure chest monster. It's too easy to kill. At the beginning, this blue-bearded man and the platinum treasure chest it guarded appeared together, and with the undead army specially summoned by Wei Huan, people thought it would be a battle of equal strength. But the result? The battle lasted only 7 minutes in total, and the number of undead army sacrificed before and after was not as many as the number of deaths when advancing in the passage. Then the majestic platinum-level blue-bearded man was bitten by a group of 1-star running wolves, just like biting its lifeblood, and instantly lost the ability to resist. As for the subsequent attack by Shuroma, it was just icing on the cake. In this case, even if it was replaced by a level 3 challenger, I am afraid that he could also cut the blue-bearded monster with a knife. In short, a war that was highly anticipated and well prepared ended in such an anticlimactic way. When the blue-bearded man took his last breath, even opening the platinum treasure chest was not a ritual. A running wolf that did not look elite or special was arranged to touch the treasure chest because it was closest to the platinum treasure chest. Then the treasure chest turned into a white light and ended. Is it over? Yes, is it over? It seems to be over. It is confirmed that it is over. Look at the countdown in the lower right corner. Ah! This is not what I want to see. No, what do I want to see? I have opened the platinum treasure box. Why am I still not satisfied? Can anyone tell me? I feel so uncomfortable now. Help me, it feels uncomfortable too. The crushing is too easy. I feel unsatisfied. I always feel that such a battle can end so easily. I won't do it. I won't do it. I want to watch it. Boss Wei's strength has not been fully exerted. I want to see more. However, no matter how the live broadcast channel shouted, this live broadcast that started suddenly ended so suddenly. Many people came to their senses after the live broadcast screen jumped, and looked up to see the time. It was only 38 minutes? Hiss! 38 minutes to push down a platinum underground palace? At this moment, many people remembered all the live broadcasts in the past. There is no need to mention the live broadcast of opening a silver treasure chest. Even opening a gold-level treasure chest requires hundreds of chariots, and the team must have real masters and high-level vehicles. Then it may take 3 or 4 hours from the team gathering to the investigation of the ruins. Not to mention whether this live broadcast may be replaced by other challenges during this period. Just this kind of exploration process makes people terrified, for fear of accidents. After that, there is the opening of treasure chests and fighting bosses. Every step is cautious and prepared for a long time before the battle begins. If you are lucky, everyone survives and gets the reward. If you are unlucky, the live broadcast will become their last image in the world. Every time you see such a live broadcast with heavy casualties, it will make people feel depressed for several days. I like to watch the live broadcast of the final victory, but isn't it too fast, too one-sided, and too unwatchable? This reminds me of the battle in a certain year when the 3 kingdoms provoked our Yin kingdom, and were directly beaten to the capital. It was such a great battle, but even the TV series are unwilling to shoot it because it is too unwatchable. I warn Yin kingdom that this is an international live broadcast. You Wei Huan have not yet explained what you have done to our 3 countries. Please do not provoke trouble again. The next live broadcast that took over Wei Huan's live broadcast did not know that Wei Huan was developing the ruins live broadcast, nor did they know that all the viewers who watched their live broadcast were still paying attention to the previous live broadcast, and even caused a quarrel. They are still methodically preparing for the development of a silver ruins of a level 5 world. In addition, Wei Huan is also preparing for a big battle. Yes, the battle is not over yet. After killing the platinum blue-bearded man, Wei Huan's undead army not only did not end the battle, but more were summoned. This time, even the Crypt Beast Mother Legion came out, and with the facehuggers they summoned, the number of the undead army has exceeded 30,000. But even so, with a combat power far exceeding the previous one, Wei Huan still did not relax at all. He also ordered everyone to prepare for the battle. Everyone was puzzled. They all received the notice of the end of the live broadcast, so what does it mean to still fight? Does it mean to fully explore this underground world, until Lu Qingji brought Dou Lin in? Lu Qingji is a fat man of 1.9 meters, holding the thin Dou Lin. It is almost like holding a baby. Dou Lin seemed to be asleep, lying in Lu Qingji's arms, but if you look closely, his eyes are open, staring straight at the void, and muttering something. Wei Huan glanced at Dou Lin, and then touched the Mafati ring on his back. This black long stick was so hot that it could not be held, just like when it was just taken out of the magma. Wei Huan frowned and looked out of the car, searching for secrets that might be hidden in this vast underground world. Mafati is here? Where is he? Chapter 144. Mafati may come looking for him. When this pseudo-artifact was obtained, there was a special description on it. A curse from the abyss. Once it is targeted by him, the holder will never have peace. That guy may be a god, or just a watchdog of the god, but there is no doubt that meeting him is the only way to obtain god-level equipment. Wei Huan is not afraid of facing Mafati. Even if it is a god-level monster, this is only a 3rd-level world. Just like before, even if it has great power, it will be suppressed by the power of the world. Wei Huan is ready to fight against the god-level monster, but he does not want to broadcast the scene. Fighting against the god-level monster is shocking, and he must not keep any remaining strength. The live broadcast will expose all his strength. Shock does not mean open cards, and you must always hold the trump card in your hand to feel more at ease. Is Mafati here? Mu Zhong knew Wei Huan best. He looked at Wei Huan and then at Dou Lin, thinking, is there any necessary connection during this period? Wei Huan shook his head. He didn't know what the connection was between Dou Lin and Mafati. He only knew that his weapon was reminding him of danger. Then where is the entrance? Is it underground? Mu Zhong said this based on his experience last time. As he said this, everyone's eyes fell on the ground. Half a piece of scorched earth. The places that were not bombed by the Hellfire bombs were still scattered with broken limbs that Challenge World had not recovered in time. The mud with mucus is the most comfortable environment for the blue-bearded people, but it is so disgusting to humans that they don't even want to get their wheels stained. So, Is there a god-level monster hidden under this mud? Do we have to go down? Everyone, put out the cameras and look for any abnormalities here. Mu Zhong gave the order. Does that mean we don't have to go down into the ground? Li Shui was obviously relieved, and stuck her head out from behind Captain Shui and said, we don't have any cameras on the car, so just go find them. I trade it to you. No, we're not all useless. The scattered blue-bearded people won't be our opponents. If it doesn't work, we can hold on until you come to rescue us. Let's go and see. Mu Zirwei smiled. Captain Wei's methods are powerful, and I feel murderous when I see them. I also want to do something big. Who said it wasn't? Li Shui agreed. We are companions. We can't just let you work hard. Leave the small things to us. Captain Shui nodded, supporting his wife's remarks. Mu Zhong went to see Wei Huan, and after seeing Wei Huan nod, he smiled and said, then I trouble you all. According to our previous experience, Mafati comes from underground magma and is worshipped by the civilization in the ruins in the secondary world. So the totem on the wall may be the key and will guide us to find the mechanism. Got it. No problem. The two cars answered, and then each chose a direction to leave. Not long after, the sound of fighting was heard. Mu Zhong turned back to look at Wei Huan and saw that he had taken off the Mafati ring and held it in his hand to gesture, as if he wanted to get some information from this pseudo-artifact. This weapon looks like a black iron rod, about 1.80 meters long, with a half-meter-long chain at the end. Wei Huan usually carries it on his back like a staff, and occasionally holds it in his hand. I still don't know whether one end of the chain is up or down. I only know that it should be a part of the artifact, so its full name is also called Pseudo-Demon Mafati Ring Fragment. Before I got it, it was like the Dinghei Shinten that the monkey took away, inserted in the magma, huge. After I got it, I took it out of the warehouse, and it became this size. It should be because of the fragment. Many functions of the artifact have not been released, only all attributes are increased by 25%. Even so, it is amazing. But who doesn't want more? If you have artifact fragments, you want a complete artifact, and if you have weapons, you want armor. Wei Huan tried to find Mafati's location through the induction between the artifact fragments. This idea is not wrong. Seeing him like this, Mu Zhong pondered for a few seconds, and suddenly fell on Do Lin. Orange juice, put him down. Lu Qingji frowned. Put him down and run around. Put him down, it's okay. Wei Huan also looked over and instantly understood Mu Zhong's intention, looking at Do Lin expectantly. Do Lin touched the ground with both feet and ran away. He was not wearing shoes, and his small black and thin feet stepped on the ground, making a slight da-da-da sound. He raised his hands in front of him as if he was touching something, his eyes were wide open, as if he was awake, but he didn't respond when he was called. This look is very typical of sleepwalking. Do Lin ran out of the cab directly, mumbling something in his mouth. Everyone was an evolved challenger, and they could hear him say, "Where are you? Where are you?" Wei Huan and Mu Zhong chased him out quickly, and Lu Qingji ran even faster. He protected the child, fearing that he would hit something. Mu Zhong said, "Maybe it's just the simplest sleepwalking." Wei Huan said, "Give it a try. If it's not this place, there's something strange." Mu Zhong said again, "Orange juice, when did he start sleepwalking?" Lu Qingji said, "I was busy in the kitchen. When I turned around, he was standing behind me. I didn't know." Mu Zhong looked at Wei Huan again. "Look at the direction he went. Is it the kitchen?" Wei Huan nodded. Do Lin arrived at the kitchen, which was already the southeast corner of the car. He walked around in the kitchen without knowing what he was looking for. He kept muttering, "Where are you? Where are you?" A sleepwalking child, wearing a loose white pajamas, walking around in the kitchen with his eyes wide open is quite scary. Lu Qingji didn't dare to leave at all. He collected all the knives and forks along the way. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong stood in the kitchen and watched for a while. They looked at each other in tacit understanding, and then Wei Huan said, "Butler, turn the car around and go southeast." "Okay, driver." The butler replied. The car started, and the direction of the car changed. Do Lin, who was just like a headless fly, stopped and stood there blankly for a while, then ran out of the kitchen with his hands raised. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong made way in time, followed him closely, and returned to the cab. This shows that their idea is right and the direction is right. Su Qingqiang held a cigarette in his mouth, tilted his head, and looked at Do Lin, and asked Wei Huan, "What are you doing? Are you playing with the kids?" Then he said, "Isn't anyone discussing the treasure chest just now? I like an agility eye mask. Can I buy it on credit? I don't have enough DKP." Wei Huan ignored him and asked the housekeeper, "What's ahead?" The housekeeper said, 7 miles away, we will reach the border. No abnormalities have been found for the time being. Drive through, Wei Huan ordered. The car drove 7 miles away, and the army of undead also moved in the same direction, and then rushed directly into the tentacle slime before reaching it, which had not been bombed. So the slime, that had not been shown to the live audience before, finally played its role at this moment. The bodies of the undead army were wrapped in slime, and the speed of advancement became slower and slower until they could not move. Sure enough, this is a Ponzi cave. If it weren't for the nether fire bombs opening the way, this would definitely become the most advantageous guerrilla war zone for the blue-bearded people. But now Wei Huan didn't plan to take it slow. He had 2 energy tanks, and the production capacity of the nether fire bombs doubled. If he only threw the 3rd-level bombs, he still had a lot of stock. So, all the undead were ordered to exit the tentacle forest, and the ghost crow rushed in again with the nether fire bombs in its mouth. The nether fire attached to the slime exploded, sending the tentacles and the entangled undead into the sky. A scorched earth continent appeared again in front of Wei Huan and others. Walking among the tentacles, the AI radar would occasionally scan the blue-bearded people who appeared, but they disappeared in an instant and hid in the slime that could hide them. The further they walked, the more blue-bearded people there were, flickering, and the number looked very scary. This meant that they were in the right direction, and these blue-bearded people were gathering. However, they did not dare to move forward easily after seeing the nether fire bombs. Having lost the protection of the challenge world, they not only lost the road to heaven, but also the chariot, and had long lost the courage to fight Wei Huan. Finally, as they gradually approached the border of the map, they seemed to have touched the bottom line of these blue-bearded people. Those blue tentacles that looked disgusting and ominous suddenly came to life, slapping at them with slime and claws. Protective shield. Wei Huan gave an order and activated the level 5 protective shield. Now their car only needs a level 5 balcony and a level 5 crash barrier to upgrade the whole vehicle. They only need core materials for the drawings of the whole vehicle upgrade. As long as they apply for it, the Legion will definitely approve it. If the Legion does not have it, it will also help them exchange it back. As the chariot that the Qinglong army focuses on training, they don't have to worry about the materials on the road to upgrade. The protective shield that has been upgraded to level 5 not only has stronger protective capabilities, but also has offensive capabilities. It is especially effective against attacks on spirits. Wei Huan's Ghost Crow army has made great contributions in every previous battle, until they came to the advanced battlefield and encountered the territory of the level 5 protective shield. They were simply vulnerable, and were killed in large numbers. If it weren't for the Ghost Crow's moving speed comparable to teleportation, and the fact that they were only responsible for carrying the Netherfire, the Ghost Crows would probably have slowly withdrawn from Wei Huan's main army. Now, Wei Huan also has a level 5 protective shield. The most obvious thing is that the blue electric currents that are constantly shot out keep hitting the tentacles. The electric tentacles twitch and stiffen, and the power of the falling is weakened, so they can't break the level 5 protective shield. Attacking instead of defending is also a form of defense. The seemingly ferocious tentacles did not stop Wei Huan's car, but they were unlucky, and did not catch the undead in the tomb in the first time. They were unlucky, and were flattened. It can be seen that these tentacles are very aggressive. The chariots that are infinitely close to level 5 vehicles do have a great advantage in this level 3 world. Not long after, they saw the ancient gate hidden in the dense forest of tentacles in the helpless eyes of the Bluebeard people. The style of this gate is completely different from the architectural style of the passage when they came. The architectural style of the passage when they came is more like the technological style of challenging the world, while this gate is extremely ancient and mysterious, more like the core of the Bluebeard civilization. Boom! The sentry tower on the chariot fired weapons with amazing lethality, and at the same time, the Ghost Crow held the nether fire bomb and exploded on the door. They were like the most hateful invaders in history books, rushing into the primitive tribe with guns and artillery shells. The gate collapsed. At that moment, Wei Huan really felt the deep despair of those blue beards in the dense forest of tentacles. But you can't be soft-hearted. If you don't want humans to experience the same experience in the future, you have to become more ruthless. We must arm ourselves with the spoils of war, and become stronger. The gate fell, and a dark passage appeared in front of us. The butler's radar scanned in and said, "Captain, the temperature ahead has increased, which is consistent with the environment where Mafati exists." Wei Huan's mind moved, and the undead, who had just been captured and brought back to the tomb, were released again. This cave looks very depressing, and he would never go in person unless necessary, and the undead exploration is enough. In addition, In order to prevent the blue-bearded people around him from disturbing him during the battle, Wei Huan issued a weeding order. The long-range profession cooperates with the chariot to carry out long-range attacks, clearing a large area of space to ensure vision. Even Captain Shui and Mu Zirwei, who had left, were called back. Everyone was so happy when they heard that there was work to do. After a lot of chopping and killing, it was finally their turn to show their skills. Wei Huan handed over the cleaning work around to them, and concentrated on exploring this secret cave. The bad news was that this cave was too small, and could only accommodate a maximum of normal-sized running wolves. Soldiers such as zombie violent bears and Xiao Rome could not move. And even running wolves can only walk alone, which is a very restrained environment for the necromancer who crushes the enemy with numbers. In the end, Wei Huan could only use his old soldiers. There were running wolves underground, face huggers climbing on the walls, ghost crows flying in the middle, and some magic eye lords. This was the most troops Wei Huan could squeeze within a limited range. At the same time, his vision followed the magic eye lord and entered the depths of this cave. The passage was long, dark and damp, but it was different from the overall living environment of the blue-bearded people. There were no tentacles or mucus here, only an ancient sense of decay. All the way to the depths was unimpeded. Just when Wei Huan thought that this passage had no end, a loud boom suddenly came from the front. The earth shook, and the gravel on the passage fell down, as if to bury the undead army alive. Wei Huan's vision instantly returned to himself, and then he found that his side was calm, and it was not the blue-bearded people outside who were making trouble. During his exploration of the secret passage, the surrounding tentacle forest had been cleared for more than a mile, and everyone was very motivated. Wei Huan thought about it, and returned his vision to the Lord of the Demon Eye. He thought the Lord of the Demon Eye had been buried alive, but in fact he had not. Some rubble did fall from the top of the cave, but the passage was still intact. Looking carefully, it seemed that there was some rule protecting the passage from collapse. Some stones had completely detached from the wall, but were absorbed by a force and floated in the air. What was the reason? Before Wei Huan could study it, another rumbling sound came from the front, and this time it continued, and there were more rubble in the passage. Could it be a volcanic eruption? Wei Huan, who had been thinking about collecting all the artifacts, not only did not retreat, but became anxious. He ordered the undead army to move forward at a high speed. No matter what the reason was, he had to take a look to feel at ease. The continuous roar even broke the wall, and broke the tunnel into bottomless underground cracks. The army of undead jumped flexibly on the floating stones. It didn't matter if some of them fell down occasionally. If they died, they would return to the tomb. If they didn't die, they would be considered as exploring the way. They rushed forward for more than half an hour, and the roar never stopped during this period. Finally, Wei Huan rushed out of this narrow passage, and the view in front of him suddenly became clear. At that moment, he thought he had returned to the ground. No, or rather, he thought he had returned to the blue planet. He actually saw the sky full of stars in this underground world. Where are you? Where are you? Suddenly, Do Lin's voice rang urgently in his ears, and the child's voice had already started crying. Tears as big as beans fell from his eyes. Don't die. Please don't die. Wei Huan suddenly looked up at the stars in the sky, and realized something in Do Lin's crying. Prophet sequence. Fortune teller, astrologer, prophet, astrologist, miracle, master, God giver. Sequence 4 of the prophet is the astrologer. Now looking at the stars all over the underground dome, and hearing Do Lin's voice, it is hard not to make a connection between them. And recalling Do Lin in the previous life, he was extremely powerful, far beyond the challengers of the same level. Is he witnessing Do Lin's adventure? After hesitating for a while, Wei Huan made a decision. His vision returned to his body, and he said, there is something in there that is attracting him. I will take him in. Lu Qingji looked at the child, then at the eerie cave, and gritted his teeth and said, I will accompany him. But before he finished speaking, Su Qingqiang, who had thrown away his cigarette butt, clamped the child under his arm and said, you are fat and weak, where are you going? I will go. After saying that, he disappeared in a flash. When he saw Su Qingqiang again, he had already run into the cave with Do Lin. Wei Huan was relieved that Su Qingqiang led people in. However, Wei Huan still ordered the undead along the way to cooperate with Su Qingqiang. When they encountered some underground cracks that were too far apart, the undead even used their bodies to build a bridge for Su Qingqiang to pass through. While waiting for Su Qingqiang to bring Do Lin over, Wei Huan did not stop exploring. The army of undead filled the space in a short time, and soon found a new passage to explore deeper. One passage after another connected a piece of underground starry sky, just like one room connected to another, until the possessed lord of the demon eye arrived at a new space. It was like stepping into the starry sky. The stars in the sky fell down, and they were clusters of light. They were like living beings, and suddenly crowded in front of Wei Huan, jumping and jumping like a fairy tale world. Hee 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 ha ha ha, it was like a child's crisp laughter sounded in his ears. Looking closely, Wei Huan seemed to see small figures in these clusters of light, just like the elves in the legend, with wings, glowing, and opening his arms to hug him. Until everything in front of his eyes was blurred, Wei Huan suddenly woke up. That's right. He was possessed by the Lord of the Magic Eye. He had no sense of touch or hearing, and he shouldn't feel all this at all. But when Wei Huan realized this, it was too late. His eyes were blurred, as if he was trapped in the chaos of light. He chose to leave this Lord of the Magic Eye and set his sight on another Lord of the Magic Eye. So he saw a horrible scene. All the undead who entered this space seemed to be wrapped in a ball of light, and the fire of death on the undead was visibly weakened by the naked eye. After these light balls obtained the fire of death, a faint green color appeared in the middle of the light balls, and the undead absorbed by them died. And this death is a death that cannot be resurrected. These undead did not return to the tomb. This is the first time Wei Huan has encountered such a thing. No, it is not the first time. The undead eaten by Su Qingqiang cannot be resurrected. So, this is his weakness. As long as the death energy in the undead is absorbed, the ability of the undead to resurrect infinitely is broken. Wei Huan never thought that he was invincible. Not to mention this ability to absorb energy, even the attacks of the light system were specifically aimed at him. But knowing is one thing, seeing with one's own eyes is another. Seeing that there is no way to resurrect, Wei Huan ordered all the undead to withdraw and not come in again. But these light balls were not satisfied after a full meal, but stimulated endless appetite. They floated up from the dry and energyless bones. Even if they could not see their faces, Wei Huan still felt their salivating hunger. The fairy tale instantly turned into a horror world. This time Wei Huan miscalculated. For the first time, he felt that a large number was not a good thing. He arranged too many undead to enter. When he needed to run back, these undead actually blocked the passage. The undead can be directly captured back to the tomb, but what about Su Qingqiang and Dou Lin who are almost there? It is easy to collect them, but it is difficult to send the undead in again. These two people cannot be left alone to face this group of light balls, whose situation is unknown. There are about 100 or 200 light balls, which are only the size of a fist at the beginning. They absorb the energy of the undead all the way, and the physical attacks of the undead are completely ineffective. After a while, the light ball became bigger, and there was green light in its body. Wei Huan sent the ghost crow to the front. Since they are all spiritual beings, they may be able to hurt each other. The dark cloud transformed by the ghost crow rolled up the light ball, and the unscrupulous light ball was finally trapped. The ghost crow and the light ball entangled and consumed each other, but before Wei Huan could be happy, the ghost crows disappeared in large numbers. Although there were fewer light balls, the ghost crows were weaker overall. What made Wei Huan most distressed was that these ghost crows could not be resurrected. Wei Huan, who thought he had many means and comprehensive strength, encountered such a difficult battle for the first time. Wei Huan could only order the dog to rush in and grab Su Qingqiang, who was still rushing forward to take him out. In any case, leave this cave first. Su Qingqiang didn't understand, but he could understand the meaning when the dog held his trouser legs and pulled in the direction of the return. But as soon as he walked back, Dou Lin under his arm started crying loudly, shouting, "Don't die! Don't die!" He was still struggling wildly. After all, he was a sequence 4 astrologer. Even if he was a child, Su Qingqiang could hardly control him when he struggled with all his strength. Su Qingqiang was so annoyed that he grabbed his shoulders and shook him. "Wake up!" Even so, Dou Lin seemed to be grabbed by something and couldn't break free from the nightmare. He just cried and struggled. Su Qingqiang thought for 2 seconds, pulled the trouser leg that was pulled by the dog, and ran deeper into the cave. Chapter 145. The dog's small pliers were raised in the air, and he couldn't figure it out with his pitiful brain. Finally, he followed Su Qingqiang's direction. Su Qingqiang held Dou Lin and came to the underground starry sky. He was shocked by the scene in front of him. Just as he wanted to stop, Dou Lin still wanted to go deeper. He could only hold the child and continue to rush to the passage full of undead, until he passed through 2 such underground starry skies, and found the crowded undead. In Su Qingqiang's eyes, Wei Huan's undead army has always been powerful, omnipotent and fearless. This is the first time he has seen the chaos of the undead army. These undead were blocked in an empty room, and seemed to want to retreat, but because there were too many and the entrance was too small, they were crowded together. Then, from a passage, a big eyeball with bat wings flew out, and it seemed to show a surprised expression after seeing them. That's right, Wei Huan's vision was on this big eyeball. What's wrong? Su Qingqiang deliberately slowed down and spoke loudly, knowing that Wei Huan couldn't hear him. But Wei Huan didn't answer him. Instead, he looked back after a moment of shock. Su Qingqiang followed his line of sight, and saw a ball of light flying out of the passage. The ball of light had turned very green, and each one was the size of a basketball. They fell on the body of the undead, and in just a few seconds, the undead turned into ashes and fell to the ground. Su Qingqiang's face changed. Even the monster that Wei Huan couldn't handle, he couldn't handle it either. Ah? Where is this? Wow! It's the stars! The stars! Just then, Dolan suddenly woke up. Su Qingqiang looked down. His eyes were bright, his eyelashes were long, and the green light was reflected in his eyes. The smile on his face was brilliant, as if he saw an acquaintance. Su Qingqiang, who had no idea about the strength of the light group, hesitated, not knowing what to do next. Wei Huan did not hesitate. He ordered the undead to squeeze Su Qingqiang and Dolan out. No matter what, they must leave here. But a scene that surprised everyone happened. The light groups that chased the undead suddenly calmed down in Dolan's laughter. They floated above the undead, quietly thinking about nothing. A short silence. Boom! Suddenly, the vibration that had subsided for a long time sounded again from the depths of the cave, and it was stronger than every time before. Then, these light groups turned around and flew back, and soon disappeared from Wei Huan's sight. Wei Huan looked at Dolan, who was still calling stars, and found that he didn't seem to be surprised by this scene. Dolan was obviously related to these stars. This was his adventure. So Wei Huan hesitated for a while, and ordered the undead army to make way for Dolan. Su Qingqiang also put Dolan on the ground. The child was not wearing shoes, and his black, dry little feet did not feel any pain when stepping on the mud and sand. He bypassed the dog who tried to carry him on his back and ran. Dolan ran in the front. Su Qingqiang and the dog protected him beside him, and Wei Huan flew a little ahead of him, at least to block the danger before it came. In this way, they returned to the room that was attacked. But this time, this room was the same as every room before. The light balls disappeared, and there was only a dome that looked like a starry sky. After seeing those light balls with his own eyes, Wei Huan now understood. These starlight domes should be the homes of those light balls. As different forms of life, it is normal for them to have different living environments. Just like that, in the roaring sound, after walking forward for a while, Dolan and Su Qingqiang suddenly made the action of being hit by the heat wave. Wei Huan realized that they seemed to be going to an extremely hot place. Could it be the magma area? Where's Mafati? Have those light balls also rushed over? Finally, an underground lava world about the size of 10 football fields appeared in front of Wei Huan. Wei Huan looked over and confirmed all his guesses. That's right, there is indeed Mafati, whom he has been pursuing. The familiar black tentacles, the black scales on them, and the scene of the tentacles rolling up the magma and whipping the wall are all too familiar. But this time, it is different from before. Because in this lava cave, there are still many light balls floating. At a glance, there are thousands of them. Most of them were fist-sized and as sleek as jade, but there were also green balls of light that were full of death energy. The most conspicuous one was a huge red ball that was as dazzling as the sun and was almost as tall as a building. There were also more than a dozen slightly smaller red balls next to it, which were also attached to the thickest tentacle of Mafati. This tentacle was obviously shriveled and its power was lost. So from just now, these balls of light were fighting with Mafati. For a moment, Wei Huan had the intention to kill. The artifact he had set his eyes on was going to be robbed. But he soon realized that the so-called equipment and weapons were all gifts given by the challenging world to the current competing civilization. Even the blue-bearded people who were originally challengers could only eat their old losses after failure, and could no longer obtain new supplies. In other words, even if Mafati was killed by these light balls, if he dropped the artifact, they would not be able to obtain it. However, to ensure that he could definitely get the artifact, Wei Huan ordered the ghost crow to fly out. He was going to join the battle. The underground lava was fierce, and what was even more terrifying was the huge waves of magma rolled out by Mafati. The ghost crow was like a seagull flying through a storm, flying straight towards the target. The appearance of the ghost crow attracted the attention of the light ball, but the ghost crow flying at full speed was extremely fast. Before they could react, they directly hit Mafati's tentacles. The attacks also fell. It was useless. The sole attack of the Ghost Crow was like a bright moon and fireflies in front of the god-level monster Mafati. No matter how many were gathered, they could not shake its soul. These Ghost Crows intersected Mafati back and forth, making futile attacks. The flying light balls swayed up and down, as if they were laughing at them, but their hostility towards them was reduced a little. Especially when Do Lin kept calling the stars. Some stars on the edge even flew in front of him, circled around him and flew away. After that, Wei Huan could hardly feel the hostility of the light balls. Just when Wei Huan breathed a sigh of relief and wanted to find the answer, a booming sound suddenly came from the front. Wei Huan hurriedly turned his head to see, and saw the scene of the largest red light ball exploding. The terrible explosion power was not weaker than Wei Huan's upgraded to the 4th level of the nether fire bomb, which caused the magma to surge, and Mafati's tentacles were charred and broken, and he was twitching in pain. If this underground space had not been protected by some kind of force, it would have collapsed under such a force. The loud noise that Wei Huan thought was not the sound of the tentacles whipping the wall, but the sound of these light balls exploding. These light balls absorbed Mafati's power, but seemed unable to withstand the god-level energy, and the explosion that eventually resulted in another injury to Mafati. The power of the explosion bombarded the absorbed and shriveled tentacles, leaving more wounds on those tentacles. But that was all. Not to mention the damage to Mafati's body, even the damage to these tentacles was limited. On the contrary, Wei Huan followed closely behind the Ghost Crow, and several of the Magic Eye Lords sent over were killed by the explosion. There were also 2 small dog-headed people hiding on the head of the Magic Eye Lord, who fell into the magma and were burned to death. Sure enough, the temporary wild team had no tacit understanding. Wei Huan sent the Ghost Crow over, of course, not to launch a mental attack on a god-level monster. The most important thing about Ghost Crow's action, besides attacking Morphidi, is to open the way and test the attitude of the light groups to see if they can fight side by side. And it is also to hide that he is transporting the Cobalt teleportation array to send the real undead army to the battlefield. Here, there are only some running wolves and some face huggers, which are not Wei Huan's real strength at all. His real combat power is limited by the small passage in the cave, and he cannot enter. So to deal with this kind of terrain, of course, he has to send the teleportation array in. Now the real battle has not started yet. Wei Huan has a fight with his wild teammate, and both sides have suffered considerable losses. Wei Huan looked at the explosion of his own tribe, and then saw another light ball fearlessly absorbing and growing itself. He was touched by the spirit of sacrifice of his tribe, but helpless, fearing that this would be a battle of mutual hindrance. But even thinking this, more Demon Eye Lords still flew over, shooting black beams at Mafati's tentacles while performing combat transportation work. On the heads of some Demon Eye Lords, there was a small dog-headed man the size of a palm, squatting on the big eyeball with its claws hooked in a wretched manner, and suddenly opened its mouth at a certain moment. It opened its mouth very wide, as if the upper and lower jaws were unhooked, and it could bite itself backwards. Then a black shadow came out of its mouth. The black shadow was thousands of times larger than the small dog-headed man, with 3 heads and 6 arms, a human head and a horse body. As soon as it appeared, it was already in a state of enlargement with attribute blessings, with tangled muscles, fierce fighting spirit, and bared teeth and claws to pounce on Mafati's tentacles. Shiroma is here. At present, it is Wei Huan's strongest physical output soldier. After reaching level 4, their bodies not only grew bigger, but also the nails on their ferocious claws could even vaguely show a sharp power of Gengjin. Even if it is just a little bit of gold elemental power, there is a world of difference between having it and not having it, evolving from just pure physical damage to the direction of true indestructibility. From the star distribution of dark beasts, magical creatures have appeared since the 5-star dark beasts. Because of Wei Huan, these Zayuroma are breaking through their own life level and becoming more advanced and special life. When these faint elemental laws descended on their already hard nails, the Zayuroma flying 100 meters screamed, "Ho ho ho!" Then it jumped onto the tentacles, and its sharp nails pierced into the skin of Mafati's tentacles, pulling out large pieces of red blood with skin and flesh. More Shiroma were spit out by the dog-headed man, and fell on Mafati's tentacles like dumplings. In a blink of an eye, a total of 4 tentacles were full of Shiroma, and the strong tentacles were torn into a mess. The powerful fighting power made the light balls obviously excited. The light balls that seemed to be only in the outer circle before rushed to the tentacles, and soon their bodies turned red. At the same time, Wei Huan also noticed that those light balls that turned green because of absorbing the power of the fire of death did not choose to absorb the tentacles, but came to hover over Shiroma. Could it be a group of pig teammates? At this moment, A huge and familiar flat leaf-shaped tentacle poked its head out against the flowing magma. It was like a huge snake head, but there was no facial organ on it. One after another, 8 in total, sticking out from a high place, looking down from above, bringing endless pressure. Finally here, Mafati's more powerful tentacles are in this shape. These tentacles intertwine and entangle like a group of demons dancing wildly, and the huge waves of lava they raise almost pour into the entrance of the passage they came in. As a last resort, Su Qingqiang picked up Dou Lin again and ran back. Su Qingqiang has a natural talent for blood recovery, but it doesn't mean he is willing to be burned by magma to recover blood. Besides, there is a dry little guy, and he might die if the magma rolls him. Wei Huan has no time to pay attention to Su Qingqiang's movements. The Mafati he met again, this time is much stronger than the last time he met. Here, it can put more tentacles, and there is more space for whipping. Those tentacles entangle together, and in a blink of an eye, most of the Shiroma that Wei Huan had sent up with great difficulty were killed. The most important thing is that Wei Huan has not seen the shadow of the artifact until now. If there is no spoils of war, but he has to fight with great sacrifices, everyone will calculate this account, and it is definitely not worth fighting. Should I retreat or not? Just when Wei Huan hesitated, a strange situation attracted him. Those green light balls that came to the sky above Shiroma emitted green light, and Shiroma, who was covered by the light, recovered his injuries visibly. Dark treatment. It turned out to be the dark treatment that he had been looking for. Wei Huan was obviously stunned for a moment, and then he found that there was a huge surprise waiting for him. I saw that those green light balls were no match for Mafati's attack. After being whipped from the front, they were like broken light bulbs, and they scattered and fell instantly. Then, Wei Huan realized that there was something more in his tomb. After advancing to the fourth psychic, he seemed to have gained sensory tentacles that could enter the depths of the souls of the undead life and spread over the tomb. This feeling was like the entire surface of the tomb became his own domain. Even if he could not fully control it, he could already sense the subtle changes. So the moment he noticed something strange, Wei Huan sent his consciousness into the tomb and accurately located the source of the strangeness. A shocking scene appeared. A green ball of light appeared in his tomb. No, not just one, but all the green balls of light that absorbed his death energy and died entered the tomb. Or rather, they were regarded as their own by the tomb and absorbed. At this moment, Wei Huan's heart beat heavily several times. He realized something and almost subconsciously looked for Su Qingqiang. However, there was no Su Qingqiang in sight. Only then did he realize that he had already evacuated with Dou Lin. He dared not imagine what would happen if Su Qingqiang, who kept eating the undead to recover blood, died, because this was something that could not be proved. There was only one life. What if Su Qingqiang could not enter the tomb? Or even if he entered, would he still be himself after resurrection? Concentrating his mind, and not thinking about it anymore, Wei Huan did not even have time to try to recruit the green light group. In the lava cave, Mafati was slapping wildly, stirring up violent lava. The light group seemed to have a higher resistance to physical attacks, so even if the scene was bad, the number of casualties was relatively limited. It was Wei Huan's undead army that died in large numbers. Shiroma fell into the magma with the tentacles. No matter how high the resistance was, he would die after a long time. The demon I Lord was directly beaten to death by the tentacles, and the dog-headed man was crushed into pieces, and the teleportation array was gone. The remaining ghost crows were like the light balls. Although they were still alive, their lethality to god-level monsters was equivalent to nothing. So it seemed that the Ghost Crow army, which had repeatedly made great achievements on the battlefield of the Dark Beast Lord, had obvious weaknesses. At least the light balls could absorb some energy if they fought hard, but the Ghost Crows were really useless. At this time, the dark clouds that the Ghost Crows turned into, and the light gathered by the light balls floated in the air, like two passers-by watching the show, one black and one white. The demon I Lord possessed by Wei Huan had retreated back to the passage, looking at the tentacles waving the dancing magma in front of him, recalling the method of destroying it last time. Last time, I took advantage of the size of the sacrificial well, and only needed to deal with 3 tentacles and 9 tentacles at the same time. And because of the terrain restrictions, if I can't kill him, I can take the spoils and run away. But it is precisely because I took the fragment of Mafati's ring that I have to face Mafati's pursuit. Wei Huan even suspected that there might not be any pseudo-artifacts dropped in this relic, but it was just the most ordinary platinum relic, so Dou Lin could come to explore and take away his adventure in the last life. I don't know what these stars have to do with Dou Lin's adventure. In short, because of my arrival, Mafati's appearance was attracted, which not only affected Do Lin's taking away his adventure, but also made this dungeon more difficult, so it has the conditions for live broadcast. There are too many unexpected things here, and now is not the time to analyze slowly. Wave 1 only knows that the same method can't be used, and there is nothing to control Mafati on this cave. Or was it the passage he came through? No, the passage was too small. Even the smallest tentacles of Mafati could not penetrate it, so there was no way to trap and kill it. Also, Wave 1 had not seen the loot until now. The challenge world was not a game world, so there was no situation where monsters dropped equipment after being killed. It was not absolute. For example, some monsters would swallow treasure chests into their stomachs. It was just that Mafati in front of him was so huge that he could not be killed at the current world level, so the loot should be visible to the naked eye. Without the loot, who would fight for it? There must be, but I just didn't see it. With this idea in mind, Wei Huan controlled the vision of the Demon Eye Lord, constantly zooming in, and zooming in. Finally, he discovered something unusual. At the root of the tentacles, where the magma was submerged, an object with almost the same skin color as Mafati suddenly appeared, and then quickly disappeared from the field of vision. If you don't look carefully, you can't see the difference at all. Wei Huan didn't bother to confirm it again. As long as he found something unusual, he arranged for the ghost crow to rush up. There is no harm in trying. After receiving Wei Huan's order, the ghost crow rushed to the sharpest point of the arrowhead that turned into a dark cloud on the spot, and flew towards the root of the tentacles, and the foreign object buried in the lava. Mafati's tentacles were unaware, and continued to slap the wall randomly. Finally, the crow found the strange object ordered by Wei Huan at the bottom of the lava and touched it. Then the thing disappeared. Gone! It was exactly the same as before, but unfortunately Wei Huan's vision could not fall on the ghost crow. When he noticed something strange, it was as if he had opened a seal that imprisoned the devil. Yes, that's right, it was a seal. It was the same last time. When the thing that shouldn't exist in the magma disappeared, Mafati, who was flapping around, seemed to calm down all of a sudden. Its flatly shaped head was still in the air, and then the snake-like head moved. A total of 9 heads looked at the Demon Eye Lord possessed by Wei Huan. The terrifying pressure appeared as if it was real. Wei Huan felt the pain of the Demon Eye Lord. It seemed that it could not bear the power of being stared at. Its body trembled uncontrollably, and then its vision seemed to be controlled by darkness, pressing darkness from the edge of the perspective to the center. But after 2 breaths, puff, the eyeball exploded, and Wei Huan also lost this vision. Wei Huan's vision returned to his body, and he wanted to try to descend to the front, but then he found that there was no Magic Eye Lord. Not only was the Magic Eye Lord gone, but in the passage near the lava cave, all the undead returned to the tomb. Then, as Wei Huan watched, a corner of this underground world began to shake violently. A crack first appeared at the entrance of the cave, and then this crack began to spread outward, splitting into more and more branching cracks, and another crack was particularly terrifying, tearing along the ground to form a crack that seemed to lead directly to the underworld. Then, there were falling rocks in the passage. The mysterious passage that has been protected by some kind of power all along, now that power seems to have disappeared. Brother Chang. Seeing that the cave was about to collapse, Lin Su was the first to shout. The others also became nervous instantly, and at the same time looked at Wei Huan. Wei Huan knew the situation inside the most. Wei Huan didn't have time to answer. He had lost his vision inside, and didn't know what was happening to Su Qingqiang. The only thing he could do now was to order the surviving undead inside to support the passage, and protect Su Qingqiang and Do Lin. The earthquake became more and more intense, and there were more and more cracks underground, which spread to the distance. Even the sky above had cracks and huge rocks fell. This scene seemed like the end of the world. It can be imagined that once the whole world collapsed, it would be difficult for even a level 4 vehicle to survive at a depth of more than 10 kilometers underground. If it continued, this place would be destroyed. The blue-bearded man seemed to have realized this. He didn't care about continuing to attack the chariot that was cleaning the tentacle mucus. He turned into a running octopus and ran towards the cave entrance. At a glance, there were countless people. But no one in the car cared about the blue-bearded man who was escaping. They pinched the sweat in their palms and stared at the cave entrance. Time passed by, the underground world became more and more broken, and when the falling boulders seemed to hit the bottom line in everyone's heart, a figure rushed out of the cave. It was Su Qingqiang, who had completely transformed into a demon body, and finally came out carrying Do Lin, who was glowing all over. "Get in the car." Without saying anything more, the housekeeper opened the door directly, turned the car sideways, floated towards Su Qingqiang, and finally carried him into the car. Then, the car turned. Let's go! Wei Huan ordered and rushed towards the cave entrance. Chapter 146. Before entering the passage, Wei Huan took a last look at the damaged corner, and just happened to see the huge tentacle sticking out from the ground. The flat, snake-like tentacle looked at the direction where Wei Huan was from afar. Once again, Wei Huan felt the terrifying feeling of being watched by an unknown person. Then, the vehicle drove into the passage and crushed countless blue-bearded people who were fleeing. The scene at this moment was almost cruel and bloody, but no one sympathized with an alien. Gradually, the danger was far away from behind, and the earthquake seemed to happen in a very far place. Wei Huan was distracted at this time, and looked at the spoils obtained in the lower right corner of the screen. He saw the name that made his heart beat like thunder. Obtained the pseudo-demon Mafati ring, fragment, X1 the Adam's apple slid, and he pressed his disobedient heart. Wei Huan forced himself to divert his attention, and looked outside the car again. The exit was just ahead. The passage leading directly to the ground was the key to the treasure map to open the mysterious underground palace. At this moment, more than a dozen blue-bearded people stood quietly under this passage. When they retracted their tentacles and stood upright, with their heads similar to those of humans, they looked like real people, only with different skin colors. They looked at the passage above their heads, then at the oncoming chariots, and finally at their own people who had climbed up to the exit of the passage, but seemed to be blocked by a transparent film. At that moment, Wei Huan felt their despair. Before the underground palace was opened, this was their shelter, the last breeding ground of a tribe. And now, this will become their grave. Before Wei Huan could feel sympathy or other emotions, these blue-bearded people suddenly attacked them. It was as if they were filled with resentment, jealousy and madness, and they seemed to want to keep them. Unfortunately, Buzz, the parallel chariots, suddenly rose up and flew vertically to the passage. The transparent film that trapped the blue-bearded people did not exist for them at all. They entered the passage of fresh soil unimpeded and disappeared in an instant. From beginning to end, Wei Huan did not pay attention to the situation of those blue-bearded people, nor did he want to think about their ending. Just like he was afraid to think deeply about his previous life, whether humans also had such a huge prison in the time branch where humans failed. Wow! Finally, the chariot rushed into the sunlight and came to the ground. At the same time, the mother of the underground beast slowly loosened her long legs that were tightly wrapped around the door, and the black ominous door made a creaking sound and slowly closed. Boom! The closed door then disappeared in this world. The ground was intact soil, and the passage seemed to have never existed. Go! Leave here! Wei Huan gave a new order without any hesitation. It was hard to say whether someone would find this place through the mountain terrain after the live broadcast. He had to find a safer place first, and there were still many things to deal with. Go to the direction of the 4th level highway assessment. After Wei Huan gave the general direction, he sat in the driver's seat, then raised his hand, and a black chain appeared on the ground. At this moment, everyone in the car focused their attention here. They didn't know what happened inside. Except for Mu Zhong, Lu Qingji, and Su Qingqiang and Dou Lin who saw it with their own eyes. No one else knew that Wei Huan had encountered a god-level monster again and took away another artifact fragment from it. Even Mu Zhong and Lu Qingji were just guessing. Facing these questioning eyes, Wei Huan just picked up the chain and took off his Mafati ring from his back. When he put the two items together and watched them merge into one, the answer appeared. Artifact fragment? Boss, you got another fragment. That's amazing, boss, you're even stronger. Boss is strong, so are we, ha ha ha, today is worth celebrating. We got an artifact and a platinum treasure chest, my god. A great harvest. But facing everyone's joy, Wei Huan's face didn't show much joy. Because he realized something. Mu Zhong, the ring of Mafati may not be Mafati's weapon, but the thing that seals it. After I took away the fragments this time, it can move more parts and has stronger power. Wei Huan said this in a later conversation. It is hard to imagine that the process of obtaining the artifact is to remove the seal. What kind of monster will I release in the end? And facing the god-level monster in its prime, can I resist it? But even so, I will continue to collect fragments. Wei Huan finally said, one step weaker, I will seize the opportunity to become stronger, and I will kill it if it dares to come. Mu Zhong smiled at Wei Huan and nodded firmly. Let's do it together. Yes, this is not a multiple-choice question. It is foolish to give up the powerful opportunity at the moment just because of worrying about the distant future. Instead of worrying about every step, it is better to believe in your own strength. Wei Huan has always done very well in this regard. Mu Zhong said, you have the decisiveness of a leader. We will follow you until the end. Then Wei Huan sorted out the spoils of this battle. The first and most important thing is the fragment of Mafati ring. Now that the two fragments have merged, there is a circle of chains on the iron pillar of Mafati ring, and the original half of the chain is gone, as if these two chains should be connected together. The chain is wrapped from beginning to end, the same black material, heavy in the hand, and engraved with mysterious dark patterns. Looking carefully, the attributes emerge in front of Wei Huan. Pseudo-demon Mafati ring, fragment, all attributes increased by 50%. Dark dominance increased by 1. Curse from the abyss, once targeted by him, the holder will never have peace. The change is obvious. With one more fragment, all attributes increased by 25%. Wei Huan's original 2,700 dark power directly increased to 3,400, and his endurance was as high as 4,600. This is the basic attribute without the blessing of the shaman priest. Once Mu Zheng's attribute blessing is obtained, Wei Huan's endurance alone can reach 14,000, which is comparable to a meat tank. Not to mention the bloodthirsty blessing. When it comes to fighting desperately, his attributes can be comparable to a boss. A summoner's basic endurance can be 4,600, which is scary to say. His shortcomings are no longer shortcomings. If he adds 825 strength and 775 agility, anyone who wants to sneak attack him will be taught a good lesson. Only those without weaknesses are truly strong. In addition, it is not difficult to guess the purpose of this dark domination +1. Wei Huan can probably guess the use of this term. But now is not the time to experiment. He moved his eyes away from the ring of Mafati, and then looked at the new things in the warehouse. There is certainly more than one box in this platinum ruins. There are also a lot of silver, black iron, and a gold treasure chest. But facing the overwhelming number and strength of the undead army, it can be said that there is no feeling at all. The blue-bearded man guarding the treasure chest was killed, and the things were directly taken away by the undead and put into the warehouse in the car. Now after browsing, it turns out that there are indeed no items in the treasure chests, including gold, that Wei Huan needs. But for other people in the car, there are a lot of good things. Many people have been muttering to themselves. Their eyes are shining, and they are silently calculating their DKB. Platinum did not drop the energy tank, which made Wei Huan a little disappointed, and Wei Huan's platinum-level equipment was not full, but unfortunately none of what he needed appeared. The platinum bow has obviously been reserved by Ding Qi, and she will do her best to accumulate DKB and exchange it for this equipment. There is also a pair of strength platinum shoes. This equipment depends on which real soldier in the team can get it. Although Lin Su and Zhou Yong are drags who got on the car because of Su Qingqiang, in fact, they are the most real side of the challenge world. There are many ordinary people without special talents. They want to work hard to become stronger, but they don't know how to use their strength. Now in Wei Huan's car, because they have a 25% increase in the title attribute, plus all silver level and a few gold level equipment, with their current strength, it is not a problem to fight two of the same level, and they even have a certain ability to challenge cross-level. If it were any other car, it would be a captain. I can only say that Wei Huan's car is too strong. In addition, a platinum agility potion was dropped this time. Wei Huan did not drink it this time, intending to leave it for Su Qingqiang. Su Qingqiang is gifted with a blood recovery knife, and now he has the kite state of the flying monkey, which is definitely the strongest main attacker in the car. Wei Huan suspects that if he is given enough undead to follow him, he can kill through the territory of a 4th level Dark Beast Lord alone. In addition, there is the green flame under Su Qingqiang's eyes. Wei Huan had forgotten it a little. If it weren't for the light ball appearing in his tomb this time, he wouldn't have remembered it. I don't know if Su Qingqiang will have the same situation as the light ball, and whether this change is good or bad for Su Qingqiang. Anyway, we should continue to pay attention. As for the secret of the light ball, let's put it aside for now. Wei Huan checked the platinum treasure chest drops, and continued to read on. A balcony upgrade blueprint, V, was dropped. Beautiful. Just what they need. Most of the blueprints dropped from the platinum treasure chest are level 6 and level 7. It is rare to drop a level 5 blueprint, which is what they need. They are really lucky. In addition, there is a blueprint for the exterior protective cover of the level 6 car, which is not needed for the time being. Butler. Wei Huan ordered, upgrade the level 5 balcony. Okay, Captain. Level 5 balcony is being upgraded, for hours countdown. Level 5 balcony is being upgraded, but it cannot be felt in the car. Now they are missing a blueprint for the exterior crash barrier. If necessary, they can ask the Legion for it. As long as this last component is upgraded, the whole car can be upgraded. They also have the whole vehicle blueprint, but they lack the core materials. Generally, the core materials for vehicle upgrades can only be obtained by killing the leader of the wandering monster tribe, or even the king-level tribe. Moreover, the materials for the 4th level vehicle can only be obtained in the 4th level world. Now that the 4th level world has broken the upper limit of combat power, all countries are killing madly in the world, resulting in insufficient refresh in the challenge world, and almost no trace of the wandering monster tribe. When Yin State got the core materials for the 5th level vehicle first, it quickly swept the large tribes in its territory, and then secretly hunted the large tribes of other countries, so that it had thousands of 5th level chariots and professionals in a short time. However, this also led to the slow growth of the strength of other countries. The large group of monster tribes became scarce goods, and were protected by various countries as treasures. Even if the Qinglong army wanted to hunt core materials for Wei Huan again, it would take time. There were less than 5 days before Wei Huan participated in the assessment of the 4th level highway, and it was probably too late. After the blueprints, there are a lot of level 6 and 7 materials. The materials used to upgrade the vehicle are very precious. Each one is sold for 1,000 to 3,000 points in the mall, and each upgrade requires more than 1 or 2. The later it is, the harder it is to upgrade the vehicle. It is difficult to complete it alone. However, with each upgrade, the space on the vehicle will be increased, and the number of crew members will increase. This also shows that the challenge world encourages challengers to explore in teams, and in the end, the 3 billion people of the entire Blue Star are expected to enter thousands of majestic and huge space fortresses. And the future of the human beings on Blue Star may be an interstellar adventure. After tidying up the warehouse, Wei Huan set his sights on Dolin. At this time, 10 minutes had passed since the cave collapsed and the ruins were closed. Dolin had also recovered from the shock of life and death. He was standing in front of the car, watching the car speeding with interest. The happiness of a child is very simple, just like finally walking out of a cage. Wei Huan could almost see his ears and tail standing up. As Wei Huan's eyes fell, the people who were paying attention to him also looked at Dolin. Mu Zhong said, "I have asked Team Shui to contact the nearest Suzaku Corps. They promised to receive these war clan captives and send them back to Blue Star. It will take about 3 days." After saying this, Mu Zhong hesitated and his eyes fell on Dolin. Wei Huan understood what he had not said. There were only 2 seats left in the car, so whether to take Dolin's child or not, and Aunt Peng, who Dolin said he would never separate from, were the points of contention. Originally, Wei Huan had always hoped that there would be only elites on the car, because he did not trust his own ability and believed that only the cooperation of teammates could complete the challenge. Not anymore. He had Mu Zhong and Su Qingqiang, who were enough to break through any territory wall, and he dared to fight even the Dark Beast King. Therefore, his only requirement for the crew was absolute loyalty. So Wei Huan's mind moved, and a green ball of light appeared beside him. Then the ball of light flew to Dolin's side under his command, and seeing that the child was concentrating on looking at the scenery, he let the ball of light go around in front of Dolin. Dolin's body suddenly leaned back, startled, and shouted to the green ball of light, "Stars!" But after 2 seconds, he hesitated and said, "You are not a star? But I have seen yours. Why don't you answer me? Then do you know them?" Then, when Dolin raised his hands, as if holding something up, Wei Huan's pupil shrank suddenly. A pair of white gloves appeared on the child's hands at some point. The gloves were so abnormally white that they seemed to glow. No, they were already glowing. As Dolin shouted "stars," a ball of light really came out of the shining gloves. The light was much smaller than that in the cave, only the size of a broad bean, and there was a huge difference from the green ball of light summoned by Wei Huan. The 2 balls of light, one large and one small, one green and one white, floated in the void, as if they were talking, and Dolin also made a listening gesture. But soon Dolin said unhappily, "What's wrong with you? Why don't you speak? Don't you recognize us?" He touched the green ball of light, which floated stiffly in the air, and his hand passed through the void, as if he had touched nothing. Later, he raised his other hand to touch the white light ball. This time, he not only touched it, but the white light ball also surrounded his glove. In just 10 seconds, the white light ball became as big as the green light ball, the size of a fist. The light ball became bigger, but in contrast, the white glove lost its light, as if it was just an ordinary white glove. This change attracted Wei Huan's attention. His eyes were focused on the white glove, and a set of data appeared in front of him after a moment. Dome, the hometown of the stars, the home of the gods, and the toys of the lucky sun. It found you. What does this mean? Wei Huan frowned and was about to ask, "Mu Zhong." Mu Zhong was also confused. "I don't understand either. The hometown of the stars, the home of the gods, the toy of the lucky sun, and he found you. As Mu Zhong read it out, others also thought about it, but no matter how mysterious it was difficult for people to guess the answer. In fact, some people did not have no answer in their hearts, but they just didn't dare to believe it. After all, the appearance of this item broke the routine. Maybe not. At least one thing, Do Lin is the lucky son, and Nishu is us, and we are also the chosen ones. Mu Zhong said, or in your words, the strong will always be strong. People who work hard can become stronger, and when they become stronger, they can have more opportunities, and these opportunities may be stronger strength and more luck. As the most mysterious profession among the 12 professions, the prophet's combat power and auxiliary ability are not the most important. What really makes other professions afraid is the prophet's ability to predict. Fortune teller, astrologer, prophet, astrologist, miracle, master, God-giver. This is a profession that has deep contact with gods, and they control a corner of the future time and space. Whether it is Mu Zhong's mother predicting Wei Huan or Do Lin finding a place with light under the guidance of the stars, they are the most powerful part of this profession. In a way, prophets have the ability to change a certain future. It found you. What does this sentence represent? It's terrifying to think about it. For quite a long time, Wei Huan was thinking about the same question, until he came to his senses and found Do Lin looking at him. When a star dies, will it go to you? Wei Huan was silent for 2 seconds, and found a reason that would not hurt the child's innocence. If it believes in me. Belief? Are you also the god of challenge? Wei Huan's heart moved. Of course I am not. The god of challenge is the only one. What will you get if you believe in the god of challenge? Ah? I don't know. Will belief be rewarded? Of course, believe in me, and after death I can live forever in my tomb, the kingdom of God. Wow! How can I believe in you? Do I have to turn green too? Just like it. But it seems stupid and can't speak. The kingdom of death is quiet and silent. All thoughts will be solidified there, eternally still. Huh? Boss, if you are 2 seconds slower, I will kneel down and worship. Lu Qingji on the side made an inappropriate sound. Although it was very quiet, it was still heard by Wei Huan. Wei Huan also felt that his words seemed a bit mysterious, but it was this kind of thinking that made him suddenly realize what the end of Gravekeeper sequence was. If he could reach that level, he wouldn't be considered a liar. Do Lin didn't hear Lu Qingji's muttering. He was obviously very interested in Wei Huan's kingdom, but he couldn't let go of the doubts in his heart. He took 2 steps towards Wei Huan and looked at the green light ball again. So why doesn't it speak? Wei Huan didn't want to continue answering the child's question. His eyes fell on his white gloves and asked, "What is this?" "This?" Do Lin raised his hand. "Gloves. How did you get them?" Do Lin looked at Su Qingqiang, and Wei Huan followed his gaze. Su Qingqiang was enjoying the crowd, but was suddenly stared at. He was stunned for a moment before saying, on the way to escape, those stars stuck to his body. When he first came out, he was covered with light, but now they are only on his hands. I don't know what they are. Is it dangerous? When he said the last sentence, Su Qingqiang's eyes suddenly became vertical, and he looked at Do Lin's gloves with a vigilant look. It was obvious that he realized at this time that he had brought danger into the car. Those light balls were very counteracting to Wei Huan's ability. In addition, he saw the power of the light ball explosion with his own eyes, and the more he thought about it, the more dangerous it was. Mu Zhong replied, "These stars come from the dome, so were they made by Do Lin? Or was it the dome that nurtured them?" Wei Huan said, "The dome chose him, and it doesn't matter who made it. We now need to understand the role of this dome as detailed as possible. He is still too young." Mu Zhong nodded. "Leave it to me." Mu Zhong accepted the task, but was not in a hurry to leave. Because of the live broadcast, their car has received greetings from bigwigs from all sides since just now. Most of them were handled by Cousin Mu, but there were also some that could not be handled, so they had to wait for Mu Zhong. Seeing that there was nothing to do here, Mu Zhong returned to his parking space. As for Do Lin's whereabouts, it goes without saying that a prophet with a dome chose this car because of momentum, so he can't be sent away again. It's not far from the vehicle upgrade to level 5. By then, there will be 101 parking spaces. If there is still not enough space for a child, what about his adoptive mother? But, Brother Fu, help me check Peng Shuyun's information. She is from Wuquan City, Zhejiang Province, and lives in Jinxiu Community. When Mu Zhong found some time, he found the adjutant of Commander Mu in Challenge World and asked him to help arrange this investigation. Do Lin's background must be checked, but what needs to be investigated most at the moment is Aunt Peng's information. This is not only for the identity and background of the people on the bus to be safe enough, but also for Aunt Peng to receive treatment. A person with mental illness cannot be left on the bus. At least treatment should be tried to let her get out of that painful memory. Wei Huan and others set off towards their destination, and have calmed down from the joy of obtaining treasure chests and artifacts. But Blue Star is still in a carnival. As for Wei Huan's strength, even though it has been so clearly presented to everyone, not only do they not feel so that's it, but they are more and more curious about Wei Huan. Some people have even regarded him as a pillar of Blue Star like Captain Fong William. Wei Huan deserves the title. Congratulations to Yin Country for adding another pillar. Skills for awakening the Gravekeeper sequence. Killing platinum monsters is like cutting melons and vegetables. Have you watched it? The Blue Star audience, who were not broadcasting live, were still not satisfied and flocked to the forum, which soon set off a round of discussion frenzy in the forum. In fact, compared with Wei Huan's strength, everyone is most interested in how to awaken the Gravekeeper. After all, this profession is visibly powerful, and it is like copying a new strongman. Hot posts on the internet are being discussed, and intelligence personnel from various countries are once again investigating Wei Huan's life background and exploring the secret of his awakening of the Gravekeeper sequence. The public opinion after the live broadcast has not subsided, and it continues to ferment. It has controlled the global forum for 3 days. When it is opened, it is full of posts about Wei Huan. At this time, Wei Huan finally met the car that Suzaku Army came to pick him up. Among the people who came, there were people Wei Huan knew. In the previous life, after he left Wei Jinhong with a broken heart, he went to the Suzaku Army and became a Legion challenger. During that period, he met many comrades in the Suzaku Army and once became a car captain, responsible for the protection of a supply point. If the war situation was not tense later, everyone was arranged to fight on the front line, and he developed slowly step by step. Maybe he could have made some achievements. Among the people who came to pick him up from the Suzaku Army, there were comrades who had fought side by side in the previous life. Seeing the familiar faces in front of him, looking at him with awe and excitement, Wei Huan felt mixed emotions. It seems that in this life, they are destined to drift apart. Soon, the group of prisoners from the war clan were handed over to the Suzaku Army's car, and Aunt Peng also left with them. Mu Zhong finally convinced Dou Lin, among whom Lu Qingji made the greatest contribution. With his delicious food and chubby goodwill, he was the first to gain Dou Lin's trust and agreed to let Aunt Peng go to Blue Star for treatment. Of course, Wei Huan also promised in person that after Aunt Peng finished seeing the doctor, he would let her go back to the car. Then, Dou Lin agreed and officially joined Wei Huan's chariot. Aunt Peng is now recovered, and the environment in the car is good, and she is clean and energetic. She hugged Dou Lin and said, "My child is gone. You are the son I have watched grow up. I will definitely come back, and when I recover from the illness, I will always be with you." Dou Lin hugged Aunt Peng's neck tightly, crying childishly, but he was finally coaxed to let go. Lu Qingji held Dou Lin in one hand and handed him a string of candied halas. "Is it sweet? Is it sour? Does it look like you crying and laughing like a yellow dog peeing?" Dou Lin sniffed and laughed, and asked Lu Qingji, "What is a yellow dog?" The captives were taken away by 3 vehicles, and there were still 2 level 4 vehicles left. 2 level 4 drivers of the Suzaku Army said, "We are here to report to you arranged by Commander Dong. Major Wei, please give us your orders if you have any mission. In addition, we have organized a fleet, which will directly enter the level 4 highway assessment. Our mission is to cooperate with you to complete this highway assessment, and..." One of the level 4 drivers said, "This is the blueprint given to you by our army. Thank you and your crew for your contribution to Yin Country and all mankind. Also, Major Mu unlocked the stray supplies and the abandoned mobile phone, which also allowed our army to recover a large amount of supplies." Commander Dong said, "If there is anything you need, just ask. The core materials for the level 5 vehicle are also being collected, and we will try to deliver them before you enter the level 4 highway assessment." Mu Zhong smiled and looked at the captain of the Suzaku Corps and said, "Thank you for your concern, Commander Dong. I just got the news that the Northwest Army and the Southeast Army jointly wiped out a king-level tribe, and it will be delivered soon. Now that we have your crucial drawings, we can complete the upgrade of the level 5 vehicle before entering the assessment. Thank you again, Commander Dong, for the timely rain." Sure enough, in less than half an hour, the chariots of the Northwest Army and the Southeast Army also came all the way. Not only did they bring the core materials for the whole vehicle upgrade, but they also brought 2 level 4 chariots and a convoy ready to go. Wei Huan didn't know how many people there were, but he only knew that there were 8 road guards around him. All of these cars were level 4 advanced cars, and there were at least 2 level 4 professionals on the car, who were all strong people, who could hold up a piece of the sky in the level 3 world. But in order to protect Wei Huan and help him complete the assessment of the 4th level highway smoothly, they were all arranged to come to Wei Huan and listen to his orders. And, by then, I don't know how many 3rd level car teams will become a powerful help for him to fight against those with bad intentions from various countries. The care from Yin country and from various legions is like a cup of hot water in winter, warming the hearts of Wei Huan and everyone in the car. Yes, Yin country should be united like this, and human beings should be united like this. Only by unity can we take the lead under the fierce attack of the dark beasts. Only by helping each other can we win the final victory in such a cruel challenge. Chapter 147. Notice, you are about to enter the 4th level highway assessment. Countdown 3 minutes. Notice, you are about to enter the 4th level highway assessment. Countdown 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1. In the cab of Wei Huan's car, there are 12 driving seats, and it is rare for 11 people to sit in it again. The arc-shaped driving seat surrounds the equally arc-shaped windshield half-circle. The first person in front is Mu Zhong, who is the deputy driver seat. Wei Huan is located on the same central axis, but at the back of the cab. From this angle, not only can you see the entire projection screen, but you can also see all the driving seats. The driver's seat starts from the central axis, and there are 5 parking spaces on both sides. The parking spaces are not fixed to people, but they will be bound to the parking spaces after sitting down, and you can have your own separate channel in your own driving seat. Among them, Cousin Mu is the busiest, and Su Qingqiang is the most blatantly lazy. Although the remaining crew members did not have any specific tasks, they would try their best to be serious while sitting in their own seats. The most serious one was Do Lin. After his parking space was bound, some Blue Star documentaries were specially found for him. At this moment, he was concentrating on getting to know Blue Star. The last second of the countdown came, and the scenery outside the car window blurred. When I opened my eyes again, I came to a white world. This is a white world, with large snowflakes falling down. The sky is gloomy, and there is no sunlight at all. Only extremely depressing light can barely illuminate the front. The 4th level world is an ice and snow world. The temperature is lower than the poles of Blue Star, and it is always kept at minus 50 degrees. If there is extreme weather, it can even reach minus 200 degrees. This is a temperature that ordinary humans on Blue Star cannot survive. But for the challengers, it is just more difficult, not to the point of being frozen to death. The constantly evolving challengers not only improve their physical attributes, but also their resistance. Moreover, the chariot is strong enough to withstand any extreme temperature here. Report to the captain, we have entered the 4th level assessment road, and the situation detection meets the conditions of the road dungeon. The voice of the butler sounded, and then he said, the parts on the car are intact, and there are 16 hours left before the 5th level vehicle upgrade is completed. The signal is normal, and the road guard vehicle requests to connect. Wei Huan saw that it didn't continue to speak, so he knew that this should be the time for him to make a decision. Agree to connect. The butler said, connection passed. Then in front of Wei Huan, on the large windshield, a video screen of 8 captains appeared. Among them, there are 5 male captains and 3 female captains, and these 3 captains are all extremely powerful auxiliary treatment professions. It is probably because of the lack of treatment in Wei Huan's car that the major military regions will make such arrangements. In addition, among the 5 male captains, there is also a praying man, and he is the youngest of all. He is a challenger from the last term, from the Suzaku Corps, and was originally a talent that was focused on training. But the intention of arranging him here now is also very clear, hoping to join Wei Huan's car. So this is also the reason why Wei Huan is never in a hurry to recruit teammates. With the strength of their chariots, there will be no shortage of excellent talents. The country will only continue to send talents to train their cars stronger. This process is like a river that keeps converging, until they are as strong as a surging river, and they will eventually flow into the sea, and become a drop of water against the army of dark beasts. A pile of sand makes a tower, and a pile of water makes an abyss, but now is not the time to consider new teammates. The level 4 assessment has been upgraded again. Challengers from all over the world will gather here. It is almost impossible to gather a car formation with the same goal as in the previous highway assessment. Moreover, because of the value shown by Wei Huan and his fanfare, his existence has now become the target of public criticism. Wei Huan is even prepared for the possibility of fighting to the end. Fortunately, the essence of challenging the world is to promote the evolution of both competing parties, rather than deliberately creating chaos to let them kill each other. So in the flying snow, the chariots of the same nationality are closely adjacent, and the vehicles that were originally located together will be teleported together after entering. Wei Huan's 8 road guards protected him in the middle as soon as he entered. I saw an ordinary white car, protected by 2 camouflage off-road vehicles in front, 2 camouflage vehicles in the back, and 2 on each side. Once this battle was revealed, it became more conspicuous. Then, as the 8 guards issued orders, all parties sprayed their vehicles with dark green, and the chariots with the military emblems of each corps painted on the left and right sides of the rear of the vehicles also began to gather here. Wei Huan did not pay much attention to the gathering at first. After entering the 4th level highway assessment, they also joined the public channel of the assessment. The number of people participating in this assessment is shown above. There are 90,000 people. 90,000 is more than the 3rd level highway assessment, but considering that this assessment is worldwide, it is not much. Wei Huan took away most of the abandoned mobile phone warehouses of the 3 kingdoms. The 3 kingdoms will definitely not give up. Considering that the 3 kingdoms are now firmly in the world's most populous country, Wei Huan has always thought that if the 3 kingdoms do not come with 50,000 people to recover it this time, it will be sorry for their country's hostility and competition with Yin country. But 90,000 people. Obviously, the 3 kingdoms, Bang Kingdom and Mulberry Kingdom, plus Osum, who usually shouts the loudest, probably don't have many people coming. After all, there are 30,000 to 40,000 people in Yin Kingdom alone, right? Wei Huan turned his eyes away from the chat room and looked out the window, and found that the dark green legion chariots had gathered together at some point, and could not be seen at a glance. This rough glance showed that there were no less than 3,000 chariots. Considering that the number of crew members of a level 3 vehicle is 5, there are tens of thousands of people in the legion alone. In addition, there are many private chariots, and there are many people who want to get to know Wei Huan and make achievements, and some who want to fish in troubled waters. The number of people in Yin Kingdom is at least 30,000. So are other countries following the elite policy? With the strength reaching the level of Wei Huan and his 8 road guards, there are hundreds of similar vehicles, and relying on the super mobility of the chariots, it would be really troublesome to run away after bombarding him. Even if Wei Huan had thousands of troops, he couldn't stop them. So if it was ground to air, there was only one way. Wei Huan's mind moved, and 8 portals opened. At the same time, a slender jade-like long leg stretched out from the 8 portals, twisting gracefully, and then a huge skeleton, like a jellyfish, appeared. Although the Crypt Beast Mother Beast is only a 3-star dark beast, after upgrading to the 4th level, its strength has been further improved, and the number of face huggers bred has greatly increased. More importantly, they are the best means of ground to air among all the undead arms of Wei Huan. The overwhelming green net, once the enemy comes, don't think about leaving. After the Crypt Beast Mother reached level 4, her size became even larger. The Crypt Beast Mother, which was only about 5 meters tall at the primary level, now has a height of 7 meters even without any status bonus. With this height, coupled with their slender and flexible long legs, they can easily shuttle between the vehicles and soon spread out like dandelions. Some Crypt Beast Mothers seemed to blend into the white snow, and it was impossible to tell that there was a deadly life standing there. After coming out of the teleportation array and Wei Huan summoning the Crypt Beast Mother, the chat channel, which had been a little quiet just now, finally became lively. Ah! I'm right next to Boss Wei, the thigh is stable. I will definitely upgrade to the 4th level. I saw the legendary undead with my own eyes. It's so big, I'm shocked. Brothers, Boss Wei is at 13,022.34532. Everyone come and gather. Are you sick in the head? Don't you know what's going on now? Traitor. Boss Wei, get out of there quickly. Be careful of the foreign legion. Total idiot, it must be a traitor. A reward of 100,000 for reporting the coordinates of the traitor just now, if you can't kill him. I'm Xiang Dongxi from the Xiang family in the Bay Area. Let me say this in advance. Whoever dares to report Boss Wei's coordinates next will challenge the world and Blue Star to double hunt him down. I'm the He family. My family, and I swear to protect the human heroes. Whoever dares to report Boss Wei's coordinates will be killed. For a while, the chat room was full of members of major families speaking out. Even if they didn't arrange a large force to escort Wei Huan like the official, they were also using their own methods to protect Wei Huan. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. The female driver of the White Tiger Army sighed silently in her heart after seeing this scene. Yin country was completely united because of Wei Huan. In such an environment, even if there were still a few forces with different ideas, they dared not express them. In the 7 years since the advent of the Challenge World, there has never been such a situation where the civilian forces spontaneously formed by the people stood up and issued a Jianghu hunting order, just to protect a newcomer who became a challenger this year. This is trend. It is a wave of air that spontaneously forms in troubled times. When it is finally formed, it will be trusted and followed by everyone like now. Wei Huan's car is destined to become a leader car, and is destined to shine. Being able to apply for approval to protect Wei Huan is the proudest thing for the drivers of these escort cars. This is a task arrangement, and they voluntarily apply for it, and it is also a general trend. Now, when these drivers see such a scene, they will only be glad that they made a prompt decision and got this opportunity to be close to the water. I heard that Wei Huan's car is about to be upgraded to level 5. After becoming a ground fortress, there will be 101 parking spaces on the car. It seems a lot, but in fact, 8 road guards are not enough. If possible, they hope to take all their teammates on the car, follow behind Wei Huan, and go to the battlefield ahead to make achievements. Li Shui rubbed her nose and privately connected with Mu Zhong, saying, "Your man is getting more and more amazing." Looking at the momentum in the world channel, other countries may not dare to take action easily. Mu Zhong looked down, and saw that the 4 sides and 8 sides of the money gate also had a representative speaking, and also said that anyone who dared to report Wei Huan's coordinates would face the Jianghu hunting order. The official has its own wanted order, and the underworld has its own hunting order. The word Jianghu has never been a joke, and it does not only exist in the author's martial arts novels. Where there are people, there is the underworld. Wherever the official cannot control, there is the underworld. For some people, it is better to face the means from the underworld than to be arrested by the official. For a while, the chat room was suppressed by the momentum of Yin country, and there was no sound for a long time. Until a foreign challenger said, "Yin country is very united, so it is strong." This sentence opened the conversation box, and challengers from other countries began to speak. "Hello, friends of Yin country, I am not an enemy, and I am also very grateful for Wei Huan's contribution in the ancient battlefield. I admire Wei Huan very much. If possible, I hope to join Wei Huan's army. I am African, I am the strongest in my country, and I am willing to take my country and people on Major Wei Huan's car. Your calculations are so bad that they are falling on my face. Boss Wei, I am a Yin countryman. I used to be a lone wolf. Now, as long as you are willing to accept me, my crew and I will be your wolf pack. There is no encumbrance, and everyone is a fighting force. We too. And us." For a while, the chat channel changed from murderous to a job application and self-recommendation meeting. There were people from home and abroad talking at once, and the self-recommendation soon turned into a quarrel, a mess. And Wei Huan had not paid attention to the content of the chat room for a long time. The 8 road protection vehicles reported in turn, and the convoys of the corps to which they belonged were assembled. It was indeed more than 1,000 vehicles. The Qinglong army also arranged 6 level 4 vehicles among the ordinary vehicles. As a genius in his own legion, Wei Huan would only protect it more tightly than other legions. The reason why even the level 4 vehicle didn't get a close guard was, of course, considering that the guard vehicle was most likely to join Wei Huan's vehicle, so he had to choose the right-hand man that Wei Huan trusted. As for the other vehicles, there was no need to rush, just cultivate feelings first. Wei Huan advanced too quickly, maybe before everyone reacted, he would have to upgrade the vehicle again, so as long as it was useful and trusted, why would you be afraid of not being able to get on the vehicle? The entire level 4 assessment highway, at the beginning, seemed to be centered around Wei Huan, and set off a storm and waves that blew in all directions. The real enemies hiding in the dark fell silent after obtaining the intelligence from the spies. What? Yin country arranged 1,000 vehicles to protect him? Are these Yin people sick? What are they saying on the public channel? Almost all the insiders I contacted in advance refused to cooperate. Wei Huan released the underground beast first. We know about this thing. It has ground to our capabilities. I am afraid that our sneak attack policy will not work, and it is even more impossible to be Wei Huan's opponent in positional warfare. No, we must combine the hostile forces of Wei Huan to complete the task. This Wei Huan's climate has become. The last sentence is what most people think. All those who are hostile to Wei Huan must admit that they have missed the best time for Wei Huan to grasp it. If they want to move him now, they will not only lose soldiers and generals, but also their lives. Don't think that there are reckless people who are not afraid of death in troubled times. The more chaotic the times are, the more ruthless people who are vicious and decisive in their actions. Less than 10 minutes after entering the level 4 assessment highway, someone reported, someone has surrendered with intelligence. They are international challenger mercenaries. Their identities have been confirmed. They said that various forces with ill intentions towards Major Wei have gathered together, and are planning actions that are detrimental to Major Wei. 3 minutes later, Mu Zhong received another report from the higher levels. This time it was the crew of the famous assassin organization of Liba country. They said that the entire organization had no intention of being enemies with Wei Huan and Yin country, and they were willing to lurk in the enemy forces and continue to gather intelligence. 2 minutes later, this time it was the mafia organization of Tao country that contacted us. 2 minutes later, this time it was the extreme rightists of Mulberry country. They have always opposed the dictatorship of Commander Omura and their obedience to Osam. In the past, they were also friendly with our country and said that they would continue to pay attention to the actions of Commander Omura. 2 minutes later, as the news came one after another, the expressions on the faces of the people in the car had changed from the initial excitement to a bit numb. How unpopular are those people who are so despicable? They haven't done anything here, but they have been pierced like a sieve over there. At this pace, I'm afraid that more than half of them have chosen to rebel. Don't be careless. Mu Zhong reminded everyone, the organizations that are showing goodwill are all private forces, and most of them are double-sided brokers. Be careful that they become double agents. Yes. Lu Qingji immediately responded and nodded. If you don't tell me, I will believe it. Mu Zhong continued. Before a more credible intelligence person appears, these organizations and individuals can keep in touch. If the intelligence is reliable, it is not impossible to pay a suitable price. This matter will be handed over to. Then, Mu Zhong looked around, including the 8 guards connected. None of them were good at handling this kind of thing. On the contrary, he seemed to be more suitable. Firstly, he had done intelligence work before, and secondly, he had a heart of steel. Under the right conditions, he could bypass the main system of the challenge world and enter the other party's system to identify intelligence. Thinking about it this way, he could only do it himself. Let me do it. Send me the contact information of the other party's person in charge, and I will contact them directly. Yes. Seeing Mu Zhong finish speaking, Wei Huan took back the command and said, keep moving in the underground beast formation, 500 speed, forward. With Wei Huan's order, the army finally set off and moved straight forward. Wei Huan's car was not hidden in the middle of the army, but floated into the air with 8 road guards, commanding the convoy to move forward in an extremely eye-catching posture, like a battle flag. At the same time, Wei Huan's car was in front again. It was not that he was arrogant, but that the undead army was sent out first, and any enemy that appeared could not escape his eyes. In the guard circle of the undead, it is not absolutely safe, but it is enough to screen out 99% of the dangers. As for the remaining 1 point of danger, if it really appears, I believe that even if Wei Huan hides in the convoy, he can't escape. The army set out, and the private chariots of Yen Kingdom followed on the left and right and behind. This time no one did not believe Wei Huan. Since Wei Huan could protect 70,000 people on the 3rd level highway, now there is Wei Huan and the official army, and the number of people who can be protected will be even more. Even if someone guesses where Wei Huan is, it will probably become the focus of attention and the gathering place of war. But so what? It is impossible for anyone to defeat such an army unless the whole world joins forces. But this is the most unlikely thing to happen. After all, there are only a few people in this world who are narrow-minded. Sooner or later, they will be crushed by the general trend. The army is advancing, and the rules are the same as those of a 3rd level highway. The housekeeper system has been transformed into a war system. This time, because it has been upgraded to an advanced level, and Wei Huan's car housekeeper has also been upgraded with the heart of steel, it truly has the ability to command the entire scene. The private chat system covers all vehicles within 100 kilometers. After obtaining landing permission, all vehicles can join the unified dispatch, and any notification arrangements will be sent to the captain in the first place. The army is advancing, with pathfinders, road-opening vehicles, and tail-end vehicles. In addition, there will be exploration vehicles forming small teams to explore the ruins along the way, or directly open the treasure chest to kill on the spot. Wei Huan is familiar with it, and the housekeeper also knows Wei Huan's habits, so the progress is very smooth. Occasionally, when encountering some large gathering places of wandering tribes, the chariots will focus their fire and push directly across. When it was dark, there were only 4 hours left for Wei Huan's vehicle to be fully upgraded to level 5. Set up camp at night, rest and practice. There is no luck in challenging the world, and practice is the eternal theme after dark. Moreover, those who can come to the level 4 highway assessment have eliminated most of the challengers, who are content with the situation, and each of them is an elite talent. Keeping training has become a deep habit. So even on the first night of the highway assessment, Wei Huan arranged people to take turns on duty in the car, and the others rested and practiced. On the first night, worried about special circumstances, Mu Zhong stayed when Wei Huan was on duty. Seeing that Wei Huan was fine, Mu Zhong took out the microcosm. When their eyes met, Mu Zhong held his hands on the crystal ball and wandered away. The microcosm upgraded to level 4 was very large as the Dianxi district of Beijing. The vast area was so vast that one could not see the end at a glance, and was planted with various plants and fruits. The time was accelerated to 32 times, making the speed inside 1 day equal to 1 month. The wheat, rice and other crops planted there only took 3 days to harvest. On the other half of the land, there were also grass seeds sprinkled all over. The cattle and sheep lived freely on the grass, and gave birth to a bunch of calves in 2 or 3 days. This microcosm could feed the 2,000 legions following them without any pressure. However, for Wei Huan, the biggest role of this microcosm was to cultivate his nether power. The tacit joint farming with Mu Zhong could allow him to gain about 15 points of nether power every time. 15 points a day, 150 points of dark power in 10 days. In the long run, even without relying on equipment and title bonus, he can also obtain tens of thousands of dark power. By then, on the plain battlefield, he can raise his hand to fight against hundreds of thousands of undead armies. How majestic! Under the huge number, he dares to shake the territory of the Dark Beast King head-on. The joint farming time is not long, and it is very effective in improving strength. As for the feeling of being entangled with Mu Zhong's spirit, it is not a bad thing when you enjoy it without resistance. After completing today's training, the two people's souls were pulled out of the microscopic world and looked at each other. Wei Huan kissed Mu Zhong on the lips. Go and rest. Mu Zhong nodded and rubbed Wei Huan's forehead affectionately. I come to replace you later. You don't have to come. During the march, follow the rules. After saying this, he kissed Wei Huan on the face again, and his lips felt the uneven skin hidden under the mask, and sighed, It's a pity that the doctor can't save himself. Chapter 148. Wei Huan didn't say anything, watching Mu Zhong leave. After coming back, he explained to his cousin Mu who was on duty with him, and then entered the professional temple. As soon as he arrived at the tomb, he saw a large number of undead who had ignited the fire of death. As if they had been called, they all looked over. Then, the whole tomb seemed to be more lively. The undead, who were originally wandering aimlessly, began to move with a purpose. Some walked towards Wei Huan, while others followed Wei Huan's orders to search for elite undead of their own tribe. In addition, there were also flattering auras that began to appear in the depths of the tomb because of Wei Huan's arrival. The attribute effect of Dark Domination Power +1 is obvious. Although it is only 1 point, when the dominance power of other dark creatures is only 0, Wei Huan's 1 point is an absolute breakthrough. This also made those unruly guys in the tomb become more proactive towards Wei Huan. But Wei Huan ignored them. The main reason was that after he reached level 4, he had not had time to settle down many aspects, and was still sorting them out. Just training dog-headed people, expanding the flying monkey army, and continuing to accumulate his own inventory of nether fire bombs had drained his nether power every day. How could he have the energy to spend a lot of nether power to recruit guys from the tomb? Those things, which used to be powerful, were now just things that could be killed with a flick of a finger in Wei Huan's eyes. Naturally, he would be more willing to recruit the one that brought him greater rewards. What role can 1 or 2 two-headed hidden demon undead play in the undead army? With that nether power, it would be better to use the same nether power to recruit 2 or 3 flying monkeys. Of course, the main reason is that Wei Huan is unable to recruit things from the tomb. Wei Huan ignored the entangled auras, and turned his eyes away to other places. It is true that the dark power is not enough every day. In addition to the undead he has to cultivate, there are some outsiders in his tomb. More than 20 green light balls. Even if they are green, the bright light they emit is still somewhat out of tune with the tomb. It was only in these 2 days that Wei Huan learned that these light balls came from Do Lin's dome. Do Lin is special. As a prophet, his ability has his own unique star chain, which can create stars one by one, and finally attract the dome, so that these stars transformed by energy will not be scattered in the kingdom of thought, and have a nest for reproduction and growth, just like a special life. Other prophets do not have this ability. Most prophets have almost no visual effects when they use their abilities. Even very good prophets will only show a faint fluorescence when judging. Unlike Do Lin, he does not have real starlight that even seems to have its own thoughts. Do Lin's uniqueness may come from his tragic experience. The child's simple world has transformed into a dream country. The child who does not know what happiness is finally borrowed from Aunt Peng's song. The stars are twinkling, and mother loves you. Mother's love comes from the twinkling of stars. Every twinkling of the stars is accompanied by mother's love. The child who is infinitely eager for maternal love outlines the real starlight with the purest spiritual world. Finally, he became friends with these starlights. This is Mu Zhong's speculation, and Wei Huan also agrees. Challenging the world is omnipotent, and it is not impossible for a child to use his wishes to outline a fantasy world. Therefore, a healing group was created for Wei Huan. Let's call it a green light group. They absorbed Wei Huan's law of death, so after death, they were pulled back by the tomb. Those death fires were transformed into a dark energy healing ability through their bodies. But like the nether fire, this is a storage ability, and there is a storage limit according to the level. Just filling a green light group will consume 1/3 of Wei Huan's nether power. The key is that these guys will consume a little bit of nether power in their bodies every day. In order to prevent any accidents, they can only replenish it every day to ensure reserves. Wei Huan has not asked Do Lin for more starlight until now, because he is really too busy. And if there is no surplus spiritual power, he would rather cultivate flying monkeys. At least these flying monkeys already exist in his tomb, so he doesn't need to ask for them from others. Wei Huan has decided that before getting more energy tanks, he only needs to keep a certain amount of green light balls. Wei Huan, who had already made up his mind, did not hesitate this time and directly recruited flying monkeys. After sending the flying monkeys to the undead ranch, Wei Huan continued to stay in the tomb. He is now a psychic, and the core of cultivation is to diverge thinking perception, allowing him to complete the deep control of the undead, and even reach a wartime state that can stimulate them, or daily cultivation. In other words, Wei Huan can now refresh the status of his own undead during battles, and can also cultivate elite undead himself. This development is normal. In an environment without a shaman as a lover, and without a professional training ground, if the necromancer can only rely on numbers to pile up enemies, this profession will eventually fall behind and cannot participate in high-level battlefields. The undead must be trained to be elite. Wei Huan has been making similar attempts these days. He chose the flying monkey to cultivate its high endurance, and chose the point beast that was already an elite, focusing on cultivating its endurance and spiritual power. If there is spare power, he will also strengthen the digging brother. The digging brother is the most worry-free elite among the undead. Not only can he be a leader to command the wolf pack, but he will also find elite running wolves for himself to upgrade. The digging brother, who has become an epic hero, has 10 times the attributes of ordinary running wolves. If there are more elite running wolves in his wolf pack, it can have 30 times the attributes when it is upgraded to legendary hero. By then, the running wolf brother will not only be a wolf king, but also the #1 combat power for Wei Huan to capture cities and territories. Wei Huan felt like a researcher working in a laboratory, or a wizard studying black magic. He was very immersed in the process of fiddling with skeletons and rotting corpses. Every day in the tomb passed very quickly. Today, several hours of real time passed in a blink of an eye. Wei Huan felt the voice of the outside world calling him, and could only reluctantly stop his research. At this moment, his dark power had recovered by more than half, and he raised his hand to recruit another flying monkey. Recruiting 2 flying monkeys every day, from the initial crowding to the surplus now, also proved that his dark power was growing very fast. The outsiders were urging him more urgently, and Wei Huan had to leave the tomb. When he opened his eyes, he saw Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong went back to rest. There are 2 possibilities for him to appear in the cab at this time. One is that he was attacked, and the other is... Wei Huan looked up and looked around, and saw the brand new cab. Their car finally reached level 5. Level 5 car is the level of the first echelon of the current human race. For this step, the human race has gone for 7 years. Wei Huan stood on the shoulders of giants, and it took only 100 days so far to complete the achievement of catching up with a large army. Along the way, there are his own efforts and the cultivation of the country. But no matter what, he came here and stood here, and he should face the army against the dark beasts, build a great wall with flesh and blood, and protect the human race from extinction. Wei Huan walked out of the cockpit. The changes of the level 5 car, even the cockpit is different. From the original mechanized style, it has become more sci-fi. Instead, there are no so many buttons and machines in front of his eyes, and more of a projection screen. In front of the comfortable seat, there is a large virtual screen. When he raises his hand to touch it, the screen will move with his fingers, zooming in and out at will. At the same time, his vision can directly come to the outside of the car, as if he has become a speeding chariot. Level 5 car, Land Fortress. The final form of the chariot on land. In the next stage, the chariot can fly directly into the air. Therefore, The chariot at this stage has the peak attack and defense mode on land, which meets all human imaginations of chariots. Level 5 vehicles can carry 101 people, so the number of driving seats in the cab has increased to 21. The reason why there are not 101 seats is, of course, because at this stage, the tanks have to be assigned specific responsibilities. Different positions will have different offices, and the system partitions that can be entered will be more clearly defined. Wei Huan swept his eyes around the cab, and without much pause, he stood up and walked out. Just as he reached the door, Lu Qingji and others were running down in a hurry. As soon as they met, Lu Qingji's eyes lit up. Boss, it's so big outside, so big. Wei Huan's steps as he walked out were unknowingly a few points faster. When he went out and looked, he could not see the edge at a glance. The dome was as high as the sky, at least 100 meters, and the light was hidden behind the sky, illuminating everything in front of him. The most conspicuous were the two silver mechas standing on the left and right sides. They stood tall, just like the soldiers going to war, and fighting straight, and at the same time, they showed their steel aesthetics in a very deterrent way, like guards. Seeing this, Mu Zhong was also a little surprised. Are the mechas supposed to be placed here? Mu Zhong made two mechas for himself. One is flexible and highly sensitive, and the other is huge. There was no place to put it before, so it lay in the parking space he vacated. When he was in Qilong City, he often drove out, and he had to move sideways every time he entered and exited, which was indeed not very convenient. No one had thought before that there was a special mecha parking place for level 5 vehicles. Now seeing these two mechas standing, and there is obviously a gate behind them for entry and exit, Mu Zhong smiled first. In the future, if he encounters a low-intensity battle, maybe he can go out and fight. Every man has the dream of driving a mecha, and the ideal of fighting bravely on the battlefield. This pursuit of the enemy's blood is a romance engraved in men's bones. In addition, the interior space of the first floor of the entire tank has become half the size of a football field with a runway. This is just the empty part. Surrounding it are the existing cafes, movie rooms, and training rooms. There is 3 times more space, which can be used to expand the original buildings or add new buildings. The only bad thing about vehicle upgrades is that all the added items will be returned to the warehouse and need to be rearranged. Other cars cannot be upgraded once a year or 2. Every upgrade is like moving, and everyone is happy. But when they changed to Wei Huan's car, everyone had no choice and had to be busy again. Let's talk about this when we have time. Now it's important to pass the assessment. Mu Zhong finished speaking and thought about it. The vehicle upgrade has added 89 positions. The people who get on the car have been selected. It's easier to do things with more people, and it can also be handed over to capable people in this area. Wei Huan nodded. Speaking of people on the vehicle, they already have a basic plan. The 2 road guard vehicles sent by each legion are actually selected young talents. They are not the most advanced talents like Yui, but they are not bad either. They are definitely outstanding among their peers. Wei Huan didn't mind accepting them all. His vehicles needed to be supplemented with talents. If we consider the competition between the 4 legions, it is even more necessary to integrate the talents of the 4 legions to send a signal of unity in Yin State. Wei Huan's desire for exclusive possession of the chariot is not strong. This may be related to the fact that he had been on many chariots in his previous life and met many excellent chariot commanders. The chariot should be a place that constantly absorbs, accommodates and improves, absorbs more talents, and becomes stronger. When the crew is strong enough, they can also feed back to the tank, so that the tank can charge ahead and be strong to the end. However, 8 road guards really can't fit in. In the end, Wei Huan and Mu Zhong decided that except for Mu Zirwei and Captain Shui's cars, the other 3 military regions only need 1 car. The specific arrangement of which car to come up, or any internal transfer, will be adjusted by their respective military regions, focusing on fairness. Thinking of this, Wei Huan said to Mu Zhong, "The upgrade is completed. Let Captain Shui and Captain Mu lead the team to go through the boarding procedures." "Yes." Mu Zhong nodded and said, "No hurry, you have to be present for this matter. Let's look at the car first." "Yes." Wei Huan took a step forward, stopped and waited, and held Mu Zhong's hand. It was not a handshake like interlacing 10 fingers, which was too sticky and not suitable for Wei Huan's current status, but Mu Zhong also wanted to be close to Wei Huan, so the two adjusted to the simplest handshake. The two walked side by side, neither hurried nor slow, holding hands tightly, talking in low voices all the way. Within 3 meters around them, there was a space that no one else could fit in. Everyone in the car was used to it. Everyone in the world knew that Wei Huan and Mu Zhong were a married couple with a certificate, and they enjoyed all the rights and legal protections of marriage. Wei Huan brought his chariot and super personal strength as a betrothal gift, and Mu Zhong brought the entire Qinglong army as a dowry. The two of them were a powerful combination in the current era. Everyone hoped that their relationship would be stable, and more stable, so that this car could become stronger and more powerful. They crossed the square and came to a gate, and entered the banquet hall. This is the extra part of the level 5 car, which occupies the square space that should be larger, and also replaces the original restaurant. The banquet hall is also a restaurant, but the restaurant cannot be used as a banquet hall, so this area is specially arranged for the captain to hold banquets. To be able to upgrade to a level 5 car, even in Wei Huan's previous life, he was a big boss, and the leader of a big force. As the top group of people, they do need some meeting places, and this arrangement is in line with reality. The space of the banquet hall can accommodate 200 people for easy activities, and 300 people can be squeezed in. In special circumstances, the banquet can be expanded to the square outside. The back of the banquet hall is directly connected to the kitchen. The kitchen has become larger and can accommodate 20 to 30 chefs to work in it without being crowded. Considering the increase in the number of people who will get on the car next, Lu Qingji, the commander without troops, should add some subordinates. I just don't know how many level 4 strong men are willing to come to other people's cars and just be a chef when they reach the level 4 highway. There is also a small door behind the kitchen, which leads directly to the outdoor garden. This garden existed when the car was at level 4. It was about 100 square meters in size, and could be used to grow onions, ginger, garlic and fresh vegetables. It might be more appropriate to call it a kitchen garden. But because the microcosm in their car was too powerful, Wei Huan upgraded it to level 4. Not to mention their own small kitchen, it was no problem to manage the food, drink and defecation of a Qinglong army. This small garden became Lu Qingji's private garden. The four-season roses, rosemary and peony flowers originally planted in the garden became a mess because of the increase in the area of the garden. But Lu Qingji was heartbroken. Can't you just connect it on the side? Why does it have to grow from the middle? Mu Zhong also felt this deeply. It's really troublesome. The good layout is ruined. Mu Zhong was talking about his careful planning in the square, and now he has to start all over again. The key is that because they opened a lot of gold boxes, there are many level 6 materials and drawings. It is estimated that it will not take too long to upgrade to level 6. It is really difficult to decide whether to do it well or just leave it there until the next level. I have never seen a car that upgrades so quickly. Of course, such complaints will cause people to roll their eyes when they speak out. It is a typical case of being born with blessings, but not knowing how to appreciate them. But as long as you have experienced it, you will know that it is really troublesome to have such things happen too often. Leaving the kitchen, the exploration of the first floor is completed. Wei Huan's only request for the first floor is to add a training room and a battle room. This is a unique ability of the driver. As Mu Zhong's ability improves, the function of the training room will be even stronger, and the ability of the members on the car will be significantly improved. One step faster, one step faster. On the second floor, the housing becomes circular. The corridors are unified outside, and the rooms are all micro-trapezoidal spaces, with one suite for one, a separate bathroom, and a small balcony. Standing on the balcony and looking down, you can see the square. There are 26 rooms on the first floor of the same type of house, and there are 3 floors in total. In other words, the second, third, and fourth floors are ordinary dormitories for grassroots crew members. In the future, even for level 6 and level 7 vehicles, the specifications of the basic houses will not change, but the number will only increase. On the 5th floor, you will enter the management room. Just like the previous level 4 vehicle, everyone can have a living space of about 120 square meters, with 2 balconies facing inwards, where you can see the square, and facing outwards, where you can see the scenery outside the vehicle, and you can also plant flowers. 8 rooms on the first floor, 16 rooms on the second floor. This number also represents the upper limit of the management personnel on the vehicle. Of course, the captain can arrange additional management personnel, but the excess management personnel will not be able to enjoy the benefits provided by the vehicle. Wei Huan asked everyone to choose their own rooms directly on the 2 floors, and also called Su Qingxiang and Cousin Mu to go to the 7th floor. There are a total of 5 rooms on the 7th floor, also known as the executive level. The giants and senior management personnel on the vehicle must live here. Su Qingxiang is the main combat force. He has led the way in countless lives and deaths. He has led the breakthrough of many Dark Beast territories. He deserves a seat. Cousin Mu is the main person in charge of internal affairs management. Now he is not only responsible for internal affairs management, but also for external negotiations. He didn't lose weight after 40 days of eating and sleeping in the open air in the random world, but after 20 days back in the car, he lost a lot of weight. No one had any objection to the two staying on the 7th floor. They were indeed important figures, who were indispensable to the car. Speaking of important figures, there was also Do Lin. Wei Huan positioned him as the main combatant on the car. But he was too young now, and his values were not normal after being trained by the war clan, so we had to wait and see, so we left him downstairs. In addition, there was Lu Qingji, as a veteran on the car, and everyone who ate had to praise the good craftsmanship, so Wei Huan also tried to bring him upstairs. Although the bigger the car becomes, the higher the requirements and the responsibilities must be clear, but after all, this is his car, Wei Huan, and no one else should have more nonsense about who he wants to arrange upstairs. But it was Lu Qingji who finally refused, saying bluntly, "The pressure up there is too great. I want to be able to attack and defend at this level, so I can be at ease. Besides, Do Lin is too young and needs someone to take care of him. It's fine for me to take care of him downstairs." Wei Huan saw that Lu Qingji had made up his mind, so he didn't say anything more. Just as Lu Qingji said, Do Lin needed someone to take care of him, and Lu Qingji himself didn't have much ambition. For Lu Qingji, being able to get on this car and reach this point was something he couldn't even dream of. Later, Mu Zhong found some time to say to Lu Qingji, "In fact, you can bring Do Lin up with you and live in the same room." Lu Qingji slapped his thigh. "Yes." Mu Zhong smiled. "No matter what others think, the relationship is here. You are different from others in your hearts." Lu Qingji's eyes were red when he heard it. "I know, it's my fault. The car is level 5, but I'm only sequence 3. I'm getting farther and farther away from the main force. I don't have the face to go up." Mu Zhong laughed dumbly. "Do you want to see Minister Muhanmu? But he is more useful than me. I can only cook." Mu Zhong sighed and said, "I wait for you to figure it out. You must go up when you figure it out." Lu Qingji didn't quite understand it at the time, but later he returned to Blue Star after completing the assessment. When he talked about this with his grandmother enlightened him. "Too many people from the Mu family have gone up. You are the direct descendant of Major Wei, and Do Lin, who you brought with you, will also be under your training and will be devoted to Major Wei. Major Mu is a smart man, so you must go up." Lu Qingji suddenly realized. Mu Zhong loves Wei Huan and shares the same heart with him, so he is more afraid of any risks. Wei Huan can ignore the power structure on the car because he is strong enough to suppress everything, but Mu Zhong can't. Mu Zhong must beware of all crises and cultivate absolute direct descendants, who only listen to Wei Huan. This is what a qualified deputy captain should do, and at the same time, he can protect their feelings. There are 5 positions, and only one person from the Mu family can go up, no more. After all, the Mu family and the Qinglong Corps have existed for so many years. Mu Zhong can arrange talents at will, but Wei Huan has to find talents from the factionless and train them from scratch. There is no way to have such an imbalance. Wei Huan has grown too fast, and has no time to manage his power. Of course, these are all later stories. After Wei Huan arranged for cousin Mu and Su Qingqian to move in, he and Mu Zhong were the only ones left by his side. They went up to the top floor together. That was the driver's room, and also their home. Mu Zhong's ears felt slightly hot as he thought of something. He was led by Wei Huan's hand, and went upstairs step by step. Chapter 149. The top floor is the captain's residence, and there are 3 of them. That's right, when the tank reaches the 5th level and can accommodate 101 people, it is indeed possible to add a deputy commander. However, neither of them has any plans to add one for the time being, and they can't find suitable talents for a while. The 2 of them decided to leave the house empty for the time being, and continue to use Mu Zhong's room to convert it into a gravity training room and driver studio. The 2 of them continued to live in the same house as before, and this time, there was no need to pretend to separate the rooms. They decided to live in the same bedroom and the same bed. Mu Zhong took out a comfortable big bed from the warehouse and placed it in the middle of the bedroom. He looked at Wei Huan expectantly and said, "Although it's a bit busy now, I still hope we can complete this together." Wei Huan nodded and took a corner of the bed sheet from Mu Zhong's hand. The 2 of them each took one side to spread the bed sheet and flatten it, and finally put pillows and bedding on it. After everything was done, the 2 looked up at each other. There were too many emotions and expectations in this look. They have been married for almost 4 months, and today they finally started to live together. From now on, the first thing they see when they open their eyes is each other. Facing Wei Huan's exposed eyes, Mu Zhong's ears turned red, and he looked away. Ahem. He woke up and cleared his throat to remind, "Go down first, they have been waiting downstairs for a long time." Wei Huan did not answer, and walked around the end of the bed. Mu Zhong thought Wei Huan was going to leave, so he walked around to his side, but the next second, he was held tightly on the back of his head, and endured a kiss that was about to ignite him. Mu Zhong almost suffocated in this passion that was about to drown him. When he went downstairs again, Mu Zhong's lips were unusually red and swollen, and the left lower corner of his mouth was even broken. Fortunately, most of the people on the bus were young people who didn't know much, so they didn't take it seriously. Only Mu Zhong, who was uncomfortable, took the time to glance at Wei Huan. This guy was unscrupulous because he relied on his glasses to cover his face. This time, he was a little too much and almost couldn't get down. Wait until the next time he lives there. Mu Zhong's face was red and his heart was beating fast, and his mind was blank. At this time, Cousin Mu came up to greet him. When others were busy looking at their rooms, only he stayed at his post and continued to work. Apart from anything else, this hardworking and conscientious spirit deserved him to be a senior executive. Have all the drivers arrived? Mu Zhong maintained a steady tone and said in a calm voice. Mu's cousin said, "We are here, and we have made our ideas very clear. They mean to wait until the assessment is over, and then ask for instructions before making a decision. Captain Mu Zirwei and Captain Shui will take people directly to the car." Just when I explained here, I saw Li Shui running over from the square, opening her arms and shouting, "My dear brother, I am finally going to get on your car. I am almost going crazy waiting for this day." In the last 10 steps, Li Shui even used the ghost step combat skills, moved to Mu Zhong's side in an instant, and hugged him. Wei Huan and Captain Shui, who couldn't catch up, changed their faces, and Mu Zhong even opened his arms wide, and dared not hug him back. Li Shui didn't feel uncomfortable hugging him. She watched Mu Zhong grow up, and in her heart, he was still the little boy wearing a red scarf. She was so happy that she even grabbed Mu Zhong's back, which made Mu Zhong stiffen and dared not move. Li Shui smiled and said, "You're a grown man now, but you're still too thin, like a piece of paper. Look at your brother Shui's physique. A man should be like that to be healthy." Wei Huan went to see Captain Shui, whose arms could run horses, and he was indeed very majestic and masculine, but he still thought that Mu Zhong was good like this, hugging him in his arms, and kissing him, and pinching his waist with his palms, which made people a little difficult to control themselves. Thoughts flew back to the moment when he was about to lose control. His long eyelashes trembled, as if teasing his heart was shaken, and he pulled it back before his thoughts diverged. Fortunately, he still had a mask on his face. "Captain Shui." Wei Huan quickly adjusted his voice, and lowered it to a serious tone. "You and your team members will join my car. I must say one thing in advance. In my car, everything must be based on my opinion. You can make your own suggestions, but if I clearly deny them, you must accept them. This is my only requirement." Captain Shui walked in front of Wei Huan, saluted Wei Huan properly, and said, "Report to Major Wei, my crew and I are already ready to become your crew members, obey you, and be absolutely loyal." Wei Huan nodded and shouted, "Butler, invite Captain Shui Li Shui to get on the car." Okay, the captain has invited Captain Shui Li Shui. A total of 12 crew members. The invitation is successful, and the number of members on the car has increased by 12. On this side, Li Shui's expression changed the moment she joined the team, and she explained, "I clearly felt the effect of the title, and I have never been so powerful." Captain Shui also looked down at his palms that he repeatedly clenched and released and said, "It's amazing. This feeling of becoming stronger instantly is too clear." Other crew members also expressed their amazement. After all, so far, no title can directly increase attributes. This kind of improvement has a sense of déjà vu in the game, but the challenge world can be sure that it is real, so it is hard to imagine how the challenge world does it. The means of the gods are always mysterious. After inviting Captain Shui, Wei Huan and Mu Zhong looked at Mu Zirwei, who was one step behind and stood side by side with the adopted daughter of the Mu family. Compared with the natural joining of Captain Shui and others, Mu Zirwei made a choice in advance. In the past, Mu Zirwei was responsible for the recruitment and training of 3 districts in the 2nd level world, and in the 3rd level world, he would also get a very important job and have absolute power within a certain range. As the old saying goes, it is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. When the Mu family selected people to escort Wei Huan, they did not consider Mu Zirwei at first. After all, Mu Zirui was the backbone of the younger generation cultivated by the family, and would have great achievements in the future. Later, Mu Zirui took the initiative to find the head of the family and asked for this quota. The head of the Mu family hesitated. He reminded Mu Zirui, "It's not that the more Mu family members get on that car, the better. It's because it's Mu Zhong's partner's car, so we Mu family members should avoid suspicion. There's already Mu Zhong and Mu Han on that car. I'm afraid you suffer some grievances if you go. I have some arrangements for you." Mu Zirui said directly, "I go." At that time, he was very determined, and now he is also very determined. He looked at Wei Huan and said, "Mu Zirui and 11 crew members applied to get on the car." His voice was loud, and his eyes were firm. There is nothing to hesitate about. Even if he gave up the seemingly comfortable life at the moment, what would happen? Who knows that what he wanted to pursue was never these. He wanted to be at the front, he wanted to kill the Dark Beast, he wanted mankind to win, and set foot on the corner of the epic. He also wanted to follow the most powerful leader to a wider world, and see the true scenery of this world. He didn't want to be a frog in the well, he just wanted to realize his ideal. Even if he was injured, bleeding, or even died in the process, he was not afraid, let alone a mere grievance. "Mu Zirui, do you want to get in the car?" "Yes." As the voice fell, a force surged into his body. Just like what Captain Shui said, this force came too fiercely, and he could clearly feel the process of becoming stronger. It was hard to imagine how to challenge the world. However, gaining power was not Mu Zirui's purpose. He looked at Wei Huan with a firm and enthusiastic look. Only those who have seen Wei Huan fight with their own eyes will understand that they are just ordinary people with no highlights, and will also realize that if they want to realize their ideals and ambitions, they can only be by the side of the strong. Follow, serve, and follow the true leader, unswervingly execute his orders, overcome all obstacles along the way, and finally live out the style you want. As the two teams, 24 people joined the vehicle, looking at their ecstatic faces for various reasons. The other captains were extremely envious. Unfortunately, Wei Huan made it clear that the capacity of the vehicle was limited, and each legion could only accept one level 4 team. They could only wait until the assessment was over, and go back to make new plans. I envy the Qinglong Legion a little. I believe that if it was the Qinglong Legion's chariot, even if it was 3 or 4 vehicles, I'm afraid Wei Huan would also accept it. After absorbing the 24 people brought by Captain Shui and Mu Zirui, and meeting the captains of several other vehicles, I finally digested the changes brought about by the vehicle's upgrade to level 5. The rest of the time was spent on arranging vehicles and housing. Captain Shui and Mu Zirui only lived in the ordinary management level, and the 24 vehicles in total were split up and parked on the rooftop in a suspended manner, while the other vehicles were parked in the basement. The rooftop is also called the war platform. After completing the upgrade of the level 5 vehicle, there is a clear war position on it, which can increase the distance and damage of long-range attacks. In addition, the level 5 vehicle is directly equipped with attack weapons, and the lethality is equivalent to that of the level 5 sentry tower. It can be manually controlled or handed over to AI. Among the 24 people, there is a sequence for God Healer, and a sequence 3 Healer. Considering that most of the undead are charging in Wei Huan's car, there are not many cases where healers are needed to add blood during wartime, and these 2 healers are more like military doctors on board. There are 11 people in the farmer sequence, and there are 7 soldier kings. Captain Shui brought 5 people, and Mu Zirui brought 2 people. Captain Shui himself is a high-level soldier king who is about to break through to the 5th level. There are 5 people in the Y sequence, all of whom are sequence 4 mages, and Mu Zirui himself is about to break through to a high-level archmage. There are 2 people in the gambler sequence, 1 in each car, both of whom are sequence 4 shadowless, one of whom is Li Shui, and the other is the adopted daughter of the Mu family. This adopted daughter of the Mu family has good talent, and she only needs the core materials to advance to the 5th level of stacking explosion. She is not Mu Zirui's original deputy captain, but the best young person in the family who was specially deployed this time. Finally, there are 4 places left, all of which are driver sequences. Team Shui's car originally had only 5 people. Before receiving the transfer order, 2 more crew members were transferred for other tasks, so almost all the crew members in his car were newly arranged. These crew members are basically from Qilong City, and 4 of them are specially selected by Mu Zhong, who plans to set up a separate mecha team on the car. Now Mu Zhong only has 4, but when the car reaches level 6, level 7 or higher, it may become a real team on the car. After that, Wei Huan and Mu Zhong also walk through the mecha warehouse, weapon warehouse, parking lot and underground cell, etc. Of course, you have to understand your own car thoroughly. Even if you are currently assessing it, Wei Huan must do what he should do. In this way, it was busy and dawn in a blink of an eye. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the dark outside the window turned into dazzling white in an instant. The ground was covered with snow that could not be seen at a glance, and the weather was extreme, with the outdoor temperature as low as -76 degrees. Today's wind is stronger than yesterday's, and the weather will be even worse in the future. The most common challenges from the challenge world have long been accustomed to. Lu Qingji got up at 4 o'clock to make breakfast for 34 people. Fortunately, Li Shui and Mu's adopted daughter, plus Ding Qi, Lin Su, and Zhou Yong went to help, so that the food could be prepared on time. But this is not a long-term solution. Although cooking does not seem to contribute as much as frontline combat, in fact, no one cannot eat, especially the stronger the challenger, the greater the appetite. There are 13 farmers on the car now, who are the biggest eaters. After breakfast, at dawn, the army set off. Everyone set off according to the work arrangement last night. The escort vehicle must be there. It is the appearance of the leader vehicle, and is also a configuration of the 5th level vehicle. During the 3rd level highway assessment, Mu Dihao also gave Wei Huan and his team a bipolar device to increase the speed of the mother and child vehicle rushing head-on. Now that it is a 5th level vehicle, the vehicle is equipped with 2 escort parking spaces. The escort vehicle starts from the war platform and has its own bipolar device function. It can also control cruising and combat through the main system. Even if it is thousands of kilometers away, it can be controlled freely. Li Shui and Mu's adopted daughter took 2 people and boarded the escort vehicle respectively. That is, they used to be the main vehicle, and they performed manual operations at necessary times. Mu Zirwei and Captain Shui stayed behind for another task. They had to follow Wei Huan to familiarize themselves with everything in the car in the first few days, especially with Wei Huan's combat methods. This is very important. This car is a car with Wei Huan as the absolute core. Only those who get on the car can adapt to Wei Huan, and there is no possibility that Wei Huan will compromise with anyone. So if the person on the car cannot find his position in the army of the undead, he can only leave the front line and transfer to the logistics. It's not that logistics is bad, but for most challengers, they prefer to exchange military merits faster through fighting, and they also think that this is the most direct way to get meritorious service and promotion. The job of Mu Zirwei and Captain Shui is to find a suitable position in the army of the undead for themselves and the people they bring. In addition, the 2 people also need to be familiar with each other. One of them is close combat, and the other is long range. In the future battlefield, they will also cooperate with each other. It is important to understand each other's habits. The driver brought this time is a senior technician of Sequence 4. He can build a training room with a maximum gravity of 100 times on the car, as well as a professional training ground for each profession that does not exceed his sequence level. Captain Mu has taken people to build it, and I believe it will be used soon. If there is no battle situation in the next few days, I will do some training, which will also help me understand everyone's strength. Captain Shui said so. Mu Zirwei nodded, then leave the long-range cooperation to me. The 2 important new members left after temporarily deciding their duties. Wei Huan called Lu Qingji and said, even if the people from the other 3 legions get on the bus, there are still many empty seats on our bus. The area you are responsible for must be staffed as soon as possible. Lu Qingji scratched his head. Boss, do you mean for me to find someone now? This is during the assessment period. I can't just post a recruitment advertisement, right? Recruitment advertisement? That's a good idea. At that time, we will also recruit logistics personnel. Ah? Lu Qingji was just saying it, but he didn't expect it to be a solution. What was the boss thinking about hiring a cook for the car during the assessment period? Lu Qingji had no choice but to post a recruitment advertisement in the chat room. Lu Qingji, this car is recruiting kitchen and logistics. The kitchen requires work experience, hard work, and obedience. In a chat where everyone is discussing the assessment road, and even wars of words between countries from time to time, it is really weird to suddenly see such a recruitment advertisement. A group of trolls, who are so angry that they didn't even look carefully, and started to curse. Are you sick? What the hell? Is this a joke sent by Satan? Ha, the worst who can come here are level 3 challengers, no. I wonder what life a level 3 challenger can live on Blue Star. I'm already level 3, and I'm still working as a cook. Am I sick? But soon, someone reacted. Lu Qingji? Is that Lu Qingji? Ah! Confirmed to be Lu Qingji, my god, this can't be true? We really need a cook. I'm afraid the number of people who sign up will explode. Is it to cook for Boss Wei? Really? Really? What? Who? Who is Lu Qingji? Is he in the top 10,000 in the world combat power list? Or is he a strong man from a small country? Don't say it, the competition will be fierce. Lu Qingji, the Lu Qingji in Wei Huan's car, what era is it now? There must be someone who doesn't know who Lu Qingji is. Immediately afterwards, Lu Qingji's private chat exploded. He had the same idea at first. He was already sequence 3, so who would be willing to be a cook for others? So he was afraid that the applicants would regret it, so he turned on his strangers can chat option. The result was that his private channel was flooded with messages. Most people were like, really? Wei Huanshan needs a cook. Can I? What are the conditions? Some people questioned, is it fake? Even if Wei Huanshan was short of cooks, he would not recruit in the chat room. Isn't it easy for the army to arrange a few cooks? You have the same name, don't lie. Some people were worried, how can you recruit publicly? What if there is a spy on the car? Are you responsible? Is this something you can decide? Some people signed up seriously, I opened a restaurant before the end of the world and am good at making Sichuan cuisine. Some people said, I worked at a 5-star restaurant. Some people said, I have no experience in kitchen work, but I can help. I am very hardworking. Lu Qingji was surprised by the private chats that flooded his screen. No, these people are all level 3 challengers, don't they have higher aspirations? Later, I thought, I also climbed up by relying on others, and I felt at ease doing the work in the kitchen, so it was normal for others to want to rely on the boss. Suddenly, Lu Qingji was worried. Is the boss's leg thick? How many pendants can he hang? If there are too many pendants, will there be a place for me? TSK. I wish I had 3 heads and 6 arms like Xiaorong. Lu Qingji was worried that his position would be lost, but he also knew that he really couldn't handle the food for so many people, so he contacted some people who reported their resumes seriously and started chatting. But before the candidate was confirmed, Mu Zhong brought the veteran over. The veteran was the senior technician, whose real name was Wang Bing, 42 years old this year, and was a lieutenant in the missile army of Yin State before the end of the world. After awakening the driver sequence, he did not look down on this sequence because of the so-called sewer profession. He studied the driver sequence very deeply, and was the most powerful driver in the Qinglong army. After Mu Zhong got the steel factory, naturally such an outstanding talent would be sent to Mu Zhong's side, and he added a lot of additional devices to the car as soon as he got on the car. He hoped that others would call him veteran. Mu Zhong said, recruiting kitchen staff? Boss Wei said so? Then you can look for them from outside, but you should also pay attention to the background assessment. It will take at least 2 days to investigate the background. These 2 days will be very busy. The veteran said, speaking of the kitchen, the hardest part is the processing of ingredients, right? I can help the kitchen arrange a robotic arm, which can at least solve 50% of the problems. I just don't know if Chef Lu will agree. After all, it is said that the food made by robots has no soul. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Qingji grabbed the veteran's hand with tears in his eyes. Please trouble you. I really need it. In this way, the kitchen affairs are not so urgent. After all, it is a big deal to get on the car, and you can't rush to seek medical treatment. But Mu Zhong made a note in his heart, guessing that Wei Huan probably didn't want to find people from the Legion anymore, so he arranged Lu Qingji to recruit outside. So the logistics that came up again had to recruit some people from outside. Leave a few logistics positions for me. The person who found Wei Huan and said this directly was Su Qingqiang. Su Qingqiang rarely asked for help, so he followed others' example and gave Wei Huan a cigarette. When Wei Huan didn't take it, he put the cigarette on the operating table and said, I asked Lu Qingji. With the robotic arm, the meals during the assessment period can barely be dealt with. Leave a few positions for me in logistics. Some of my friends are in the 4th level world. Don't worry, I won't let them get on the car if they have a dirty background. If they get on the car and do something to let you down, I will be the first to kill them. Wei Huan rarely took the time to return to his driver's seat and sat down. Before he could experience the driving experience of the newly upgraded 5th level car, he was stopped by Su Qingqiang. After listening to Su Qingqiang's words in silence, Wei Huan nodded without hesitation. He knew who Su Qingqiang wanted to arrange to get on the car, those children who lost their parents after the advent of the challenge world and grew up in an orphanage. It is not easy for orphans without parents and background and ordinary talents to survive in the challenge world. They rely on people with the same experience to help each other. Qi Jialu's special care for Su Qingqiang was like this, and Su Qingqiang's special request for the quota was also the same. He had no reason to refuse. The convoy traveled for a day, and there was no sneak attack by foreign rebels. There was a large group of wandering monsters on the road ahead, with nearly 6,000 heads. They looked like polar bears, but walked upright, had thick hair, and lay in the snow with a white body, making them difficult to find. Humans call this kind of life snow bear, and it is not a major civilization in the 4th level world. In the afternoon, a ruin appeared right in front of Wei Huan's car, and the ruin development team of the Legion rushed over to develop it. Wei Huan was a little curious, so he left an eye here and roughly understood the situation in the ruins. Chapter 150. The snow ape was opened from the treasure chest. It walks upright and looks a bit like a white-haired gorilla, but it has 4 arms. The snow apes opened from the most common bronze treasure chests are more than 4 meters tall, and their combat power is comparable to that of an unadvanced Sauroma. They are a pure power species. At least 5 level 3 vehicles are needed to kill them without injury, and a level 4 vehicle requires a lot of firepower and time to kill them. In the ruins, the worst cave treasures are all silver, so to kill a silver treasure chest monster, you need to quadruple the same configuration to complete the hunt without injury. Wei Huan has the ability to easily explore the ruins with only the undead army, but the reason why he didn't do so is that in addition to being the leader of the entire team, he also has to consider the issue of spoils. With so many vehicles accompanying him through the assessment, let alone giving up the ruins and treasure chests along the way, he also has to take out some things from his car. Use 100,000 points to buy mall supplies as rewards, and distribute them to every Legion soldier after completing the assessment. This is Mu Zhong's suggestion. Although these soldiers from various legions will also receive material rewards after completing the mission and returning to the Legion, Wei Huan, who has worked together to help one side, cannot be too stingy. After using up the points, you can go to the random battlefield to earn more, but if you lose the hearts of the people, it will be difficult to get them back. It is far away from the ruins, and beyond the summoning distance. Wei Huan retracted his vision. He is quite familiar with the 4th level highway. In his previous life, he worked with Wei Jihong for 2 years in a team. Later, because of Gong Lianing's small actions and Wei Jihong's gradual indulgence, he became more and more ruthless to him. Finally, after a mission that was close to death, he left Wei Jihong. After that, he signed up for the Suzaku army, got on several vehicles in succession, served as a patrol soldier, a supply point captain, and an adventure team. Finally, he had a chance to follow a car captain through the 4th level highway assessment and arrived at the 4th level world. He knew the 4th level world well, although not as well as the 3rd level world, but considering the information gap since his rebirth, he should have more and more detailed information than the official. For example, the core civilization of the 4th level world. Another example is the headquarters of the War Clan in the 4th level world. In addition, it seems that the time is almost up, and the White Rhino conquered by the War Clan in the ruins of the 2nd level highway seems to be on the scene. Although he has not understood the reason why the War Clan attacked the human city so far, this incident is bound to break out. If he can stop it in advance, he can not only prevent one of the reasons for the defeat of mankind from breaking out, but most importantly, he can save many lives. Not far ahead, another black iron treasure chest appeared in front of him. Another adventure team went there. After the treasure chest was opened, a snow rabbit jumped out of it. Of course, as a treasure chest monster, this guy looks very different from the rabbits on Blue Star. If it weren't for the big ears that only rabbits have, it would look more like a kangaroo, and its height is about 3 meters. With its strong and powerful thighs, it can jump 1,000 meters away, allowing it to kick the chariot with a well-aimed kick. The 3rd level chariot can't even stop the protective shield, and a car is directly damaged. On Blue Star, the snow rabbit is a herbivore. In the challenge world, this thing is more powerful than the snow ape, and its speed is extremely fast. The more chariots there are, the greater the damage it causes. At this time, the netcasting function of the car plug-in is useful. To deal with snow rabbits, they usually trap them first and then hunt them. If the treasure chest monsters did not have the kill order, it would be difficult for human chariots to trap snow rabbits with their flexibility. Wei Huan's vision hovered in the sky for a while, until it was about to exceed his summoning distance, and then he ordered the Lord of the Magic Eye to come back. After finishing this observation, the green flames withdrew from his eyes, and when he looked out the window, there was a vast expanse of white. This was the 2nd day of the road challenge. Nothing happened and everything went smoothly. Until the afternoon of the 3rd day, Wei Huan received the information sent by Sister Crow. Ahead, the territory of the Dark Beast Lord appeared, and it looked like the territory had reached the 4th level right in front of him. Wei Huan went to see Su Qingxiang. Although the biggest enemy in this road assessment came from other countries, Wei Huan never forgot the existence of the Dark Beast Lord. From the beginning, he arranged Su Qingqiang's only task, which was to tell him if he could smell the fragrance, no matter how strong or weak it was. The result was that Su Qingqiang shook his head in confusion. What a crap, not good at all. Wei Huan, Yes, 2,000 chariots, plus his improvement during this period, a 4th-level territory of the Dark Beast Lord, in Su Qingqiang's nose, probably smells lighter than the air. They have killed countless 4th-level territories in random battlefields. Start the war directly, Wei Huan said. Su Qingqiang stood up and twisted his muscles. Come 3 monkeys, I want to play too. Ding Qi stood up in a hurry and asked, Boss, can you arrange for me to join the battle? I want DKP. After saying this, everyone stood up and looked at Wei Huan eagerly. What? Fighting the 4th-level territory is a tough battle. Is it a life-threatening question? No, it doesn't exist in Wei Huan's car. This is simply a free question. Wei Huan closed his eyes and thought for 2 seconds, then said, Su Qingqiang, Lin Su, Zhou Yang's team is the spearhead group to cooperate with the undead army. Ding Qi, Gu Jiayang, Teng Shiyang are the long-range group to cover Su Qingqiang and the other 2. In addition, Lu Qingji got on Gu Jiayang's car and was responsible for the protection of their long-range attacks. After saying that, he looked at the 2 teams of newcomers led by Captain Shui and Mu Zirwei, who were looking at him excitedly, and said, This is a rare internship opportunity. You should follow your own parts and arrange the battle according to the actual situation. After today's battle, I want to know your positioning. Yes. All the people whose names were called were very excited, with shining eyes. Oh my god, I'm so envious of all the equipment in this warehouse, but the DKP is not enough. The more wars like this, the better. Fighting is good, fighting is wonderful, fighting is awesome. The people who received the order were about to set off. Mu Zhong, who was standing half a step behind Wei Huan, suddenly looked at Dou Lin, who was watching TV and shouted, Lin Lin. After shouting 3 times, Dou Lin heard it, and reluctantly turned his eyes away from the documentary, and looked at Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong said, We need your ability. Dou Lin still wanted to watch TV, and Mu Zhong continued, Didn't you say you wanted to earn medical expenses for Aunt Peng? Let Aunt Peng come back early. Dou Lin jumped up suddenly and nodded. I will try my best. After saying that, he raised his hands vaguely, as if he was pinching something in the void, and the brilliance of the white gloves was dazzling. Now the little boy is clean, wearing well-fitting clothes, shoes and socks, with neatly cut hair, and under his thick eyelashes, a pair of dark eyes reflected the starlight in his hands. In the blur, everyone saw the scale floating in the void. It was a starry scale located in the blue sky, floating in the sky like a starry sky. One side of the scale was full of stars, and on the other side sat a little boy. If you look closely, you will find that the little boy looks exactly like Dou Lin, even the clothes are the same, as if it is a projection of his consciousness. At this moment, the projection is on the same scale as the stars. One side of the stars sank heavily, and Dou Lin's consciousness projection was raised to the highest. Seeing this scene, Dou Lin exclaimed and looked at everyone. Are you going to bully the children? Look, this is the first time I sit in such a high place, so I don't need my judgment, right? Mu Zhong smiled. Yes, we need to understand your ability as a companion. Dou Lin tilted his head to think about it, and didn't quite understand what Mu Zhong said, but he didn't hate it, so he nodded and moved his hands. He stretched out his white-gloved hand, scooped up a handful of stars from the sinking side of the scale, and threw them to the side of his consciousness projection. As the stars fell, the scale gradually balanced until it was completely level. Dou Lin raised his head, and threw his hand upward. Then the stars held by the consciousness projection in the scale disappeared, as if they were thrown into reality by Dou Lin. A hazy starlight enveloped all friendly forces within a kilometer around, including Wei Huancha. Dou Lin said loudly and crisply, I judge, great victory. Buzz. When this sentence was finished, the world seemed to respond. All the people covered by the starlight seemed to hear the whispers outside the starry sky, and then a starlight power was injected into their bodies. Lu Qingji looked at his fat hands that glowed faintly and said, I seem to have become stronger. This is the Prophet's auxiliary ability judgment. I know that before each action, after the Prophet's judgment, you can get a judgment bonus, up to double the attribute, and can be superimposed with the blessings of other professions. Boss Mu's attribute blessing cannot be superimposed with the bloodthirsty blessing, and the status of the flying monkey cannot be superimposed with Boss Mu's blessing. Only the Prophet has the ability to superimpose, but double is the highest. Mu Zhong, come and apply the blessing. Su Qingqiang spoke directly, He moved his bright arms, full of expectations. Mu Zhong raised his hand and touched the green earring on the left. Okay. Dong dong. Dong dong. Dong dong. The ancient sacrificial sound rang out, and the mysterious praises from the ancestors surrounded the head. In a trance, it seemed that the human ancestors of the ancient wild tribes were surrounded by flames, singing and dancing and praying to the sky. So, the gods responded. Blue rays of light descended on everyone in the car. All melee professions received a doubling of all attributes except spiritual power. Ranged professions received a doubling of endurance and spiritual power. Individual attribute blessings can be up to 3 times. This time, Mu Zhong did not skimp on spiritual power and pushed everyone's status to the highest. Su Qingqiang, who received the blessing, was the first to feel the difference. The judgment is effective, much stronger than before, almost close to the bloodthirsty effect. Quick, Wei Huan, tie up a few monkeys for me. I can't help but go and kill people. Li Shui took a deep breath. I have never been so strong, Xiao Linlin, I love you. Captain Shui was also surprised to feel his powerful body and said, if it is changed to bloodthirsty, wouldn't it be possible to get a 20-fold ability bonus? The ability of the prophet is too strong. In this state, I also have the confidence to get off the car and fight. Mu Zirwei nodded, very much agreeing with what Captain Shui said. Real human challengers who venture into the world all fight with cars as the main body, and they will leave the car to face the enemy only when they have no choice. But the attribute bonus on Wei Huan's car is too strong, and the combat power is constantly doubling, so that everyone who is blessed here has a feeling that they have become a boss in a second. Even if you face the monsters that challenge the world with bare hands, you are not afraid. However, Mu Zhong still reminded, they have more or less gold equipment on them, and the main combat personnel must also have platinum equipment. You are not equipped enough when you get on the car, so you must act cautiously. Li Shui waved her fist, I will be cautious, but I must also work hard for DKP. Everyone else nodded in agreement. They were not afraid of death in the first place, and now seeing the dazzling array of equipment in the warehouse on the car, even several platinum equipment, who could resist? They had to save enough DKP as soon as possible to get the desired equipment, and the quicker the hand, the slower the hand. Mu Zhong also smiled, and did not persuade him anymore, turning his head to look at Wei Huan. Wei Huan also silently felt that the attributes of the undead army had increased significantly, and the prophet's judgment was indeed very strong. However, he also knew that the double judgment was only when the prophet was at his strongest. In fact, most of the time, especially in some battles where the combat power of the own side was very different, the prophet's judgment would often fail. The prophet was also jokingly called the expert in favorable battles. In the case of a greater chance of winning, the success rate of the judgment given by the prophet will be higher, and the bonus will be greater. So if you are destined to win, what is the use of this judgment? What is really needed on the battlefield is a means to turn the tide against the wind. If the prophet could not use this ability to make predictions, he would have become a sewer sequence like the driver. Even so, it is only slightly better than the driver sequence. In addition, due to poor combat effectiveness, most prophets cannot become the main players, and can only do some logistics work. However, the reason why Do Lin was in the spotlight in the last life was of course, because he was different. That is, before every war, no matter what kind of adverse situation humans are in, he can make a successful judgment, and the attribute bonus obtained will not be less than 0.5. Wei Huan didn't understand it before, but now Wei Huan understands it. It's because Do Lin has Sangqiong. When the judgment is bound to fail, Sangqiong will produce starlight, add weight to restore the balance of the scale. When the scale is balanced, you can cast judgment, and it will definitely succeed. Sky's ability is too amazing to make people imagine, but Wei Huan thought of something and denied this guess. No, the professional training ground can only be opened through a diamond-level treasure chest, it can't be. However, just the ability of judgment, keeping Do Lin in the car will be beneficial and harmless, and he can even be trained as a main member of the car. In memory, Do Lin's medium and short-range combat power is very strong, he plays poker well, and walks leisurely within 1,000 meters. That deck of poker cards is probably not an ordinary thing. When Wei Huan came to his senses, he saw everyone looking at him eagerly, with eyes that couldn't wait. Did the number of people increase? The hot blood turned into tangled airflow, like a giant dragon rising up around him. Even he was swept up by this momentum, and his blood boiled with it. Go for it, fight as much as you want, Wei Huan said, and the hot blood in his chest continued to splash out. Yes. Ha ha ha, little beasts, Grandpa is here. Go! A group of people rushed out like hungry wolves, howling. Wei Huan's undead army was in front, and the crew's chariot was behind. After a long battle, they have cooperated tacitly, just like a corner of the undead army, perfectly matching with the undead army and shining alone. Even the two newly joined teams were actively cooperating with the undead army, exploring their own positions and looking for the right angle to fit in. In comparison, the other Legion convoys that received the attack order and advanced with the undead army seemed at a loss. Without the command of the leader, they were surrounded by undead who could not communicate, and some chariots even stopped in the middle of the battlefield, not knowing where to go. At the critical moment, the war system took over the command. Wei Huan wanted to control the undead army, and in his fighting style, the undead army was the main fighting force. It was putting the cart before the horse to let go of the command of the undead army and command a completely unfamiliar legion. At this time, the role of the system upgraded to Super AI became prominent. I am War System 001, car number 0123, go to coordinates 12,000 and 32.9865. Please reply if you receive it. I am War System 001, car number 0222. Soon, all the chariots that were confused or acting incorrectly received orders, and in one command after another, they followed the steps of the undead army. But after this, when they arrived in front of the territory, they saw the collapse of the city wall when they were about to roll up their sleeves and fight. Ah! Everyone was shocked. What happened just now? Are we still gathering? Why is there a big hole in the city wall? Is it a plan of the Dark Beast? Did they push it down and lure you into a trap? Then they saw that the boundless army of undead squeezed into the territory like a dam collapsed. The gap expanded visibly, and in a blink of an eye it expanded to the point where a car array could enter. In the smoke-filled city, there was almost no chaotic fighting. It was more like a demolition team entering the city, and it was better to just demolish it. After a while, there was no building behind the gap in the territory. No, even if it's a trap, this is too much, right? So following Boss Wei, is it so easy to fight? Win without doing anything? Wait. You can't win without doing anything. If you don't participate in the battle, you won't get any merit. You've missed 100 million in such a favorable battle. The 2,000 tanks were shocked at first, then regretted. In the end, almost all the crew members secretly complained in their own cars. Can you be faster next time? If you are slow, you can't even drink a mouthful of soup. This is too much. In the chat room, there were even more onlookers who were passionately broadcasting. Some cars even sent out 10-point floating cameras to watch and narrate. The city wall was broken. It didn't even last 5 minutes and lost its resistance. This is a level 4 territory. I just want to ask who can do it. The undead army is mighty. I finally saw the hero unit recruited by the Dark Beast Lord, but it was torn to pieces by the undead army before it could show its strength. Those foreigners, who are hostile to Boss Wei, should think carefully. How many vehicles will it take to demolish this territory? Are you sure you really want to cause trouble for Boss Wei? I am telling you, it is already a certain time. Why are humans still not united? Do you want to destroy civilization? Have you seen the ruins and remains of the bluebirds? Do you traitors want your descendants to live underground forever without seeing the sun? The battle was indeed very fast. A level 4 Dark Beast territory seemed to have broken through the city wall without much effort. It was only after Wei Huan entered the city that he discovered that this was the territory of an 8-star bloodline thought beast, plus 6 two-headed hidden demons, and a Dark Beast team of 4 dog-headed men and a flying monkey. And all of them have reached level 4, which is theoretically an absolutely powerful action team. In such an assessment world, they are enough to kill through the human convoy and leave no less than 1,000 life. In particular, they gave up their mobility and took advantage of the Dark Beast Lord's territory to build walls, recruit soldiers, and train 2 epic heroes at a huge cost. If the human army encounters such a Dark Beast territory, it would be fine if they bypass it. The Dark Beast Lord can't do anything to them. But if humans want to attack the territory, it will become a hard nail stuck in the assessment world, and they will be broken and bloody if they try to pull it out. At least that's what the Dark Beasts think. They also have their own channels to collect intelligence. Knowing that Wei Huan is going to participate in this road assessment, the Dark Beast King personally ordered a large number of Dark Beasts to enter the road challenge, just to kill Wei Huan before he is fully grown up. Wei Huan's existence has made the Dark Beast clan aware of the crisis. In this ancient battlefield, the Dark Beast clan had an absolute advantage. If it weren't for Wei Huan, and the revenge of killing 100,000 Dark Beasts and a royal cub must be avenged, in this assessment world, there are more Dark Beasts than humans can imagine. It's a pity that this first Dark Beast territory did not stop the undead army. It was as fragile as paper, and could be broken with a single poke. Wei Huan and his crew were too powerful. In addition, there are now 2,000 chariots to assist, and the combat effectiveness is no less than the main army on the battlefield in front. A few Dark Beast Lords alone can't stop him. The Lord's core was destroyed, and with the collapse of the Lord's Hall, the entire territory was also reduced to ashes. The buildings in the territory seemed to be corroded by time. 10,000 years passed in a glance, from ruins to smoke and dust, and finally turned into flying sand, completely disappearing. The chat room was full of voices celebrating the great victory. Too easy. The 4th level territory was easily knocked down. Boss Wei is too strong. Boss Wei's crew is also very powerful. Killing epic heroes is like cutting melons and vegetables. Each one is very strong. Get on Boss Wei's car and enjoy a 25% attribute bonus. I heard that the gold equipment on Boss Wei's car is everywhere. Wow, I want it too. I want to get on Boss Wei's car. Faced with the praise in the chat room, Wei Huan and the road guard car beside him were not as relaxed as imagined. Put the Thought Beast at the first stop. This is to sacrifice the 8-star royal family to the heavens, and also to collect our intelligence. This time, the Dark Beast probably spent a lot of money, and this battle will not be easy to fight. Yes, there will definitely be big things later. I suspect there will be level 5 territories and level 5 Dark Beasts. How about we bypass the territory when we encounter it in the future? We can only bypass it temporarily. The Dark Beast will definitely set up a territory at the end of the level, and we will have to face it sooner or later. At least it won't expose too much of its ability. What do you think, Major Wei? The final decision fell on Wei Huan. Wei Huan did not hesitate and said directly, "Push forward." Chapter 151. Faced with this decision, some people hesitated to speak, but most people were excited. Let's do it if Boss Wei decides. Yes. When the enemy comes, the general will stop it. When the water comes, the earth will cover it. Just do it and it's done. Ha! Your style is just what I like. Yes, sweeping is Wei Huan's style. If he can use a large number of undead to crush the enemy and win, why should he plan and calculate? All calculations and tactics come from insufficient firepower. In addition, these territories that have taken root along the way must also be eliminated. They appear here not only to collect information about Wei Huan. At the same time, they are also collecting supplies. In this assessment, there is a high probability that a powerful Dark Beast will guard the bottom of the level, and it is easier for the Dark Beast Lord to form a multi-territory alliance formation, which will support each other with supplies and unconditionally deliver supplies to the leader Dark Beast. With so many Dark Beast territories crowded together, their usual development will definitely be limited by the region, and resources will be greatly reduced. These Dark Beast Lords, who ran out, were just coming to the front to get supplies. If they were allowed to develop rare supplies and give them to the final boss, it would have a great impact on their clearance. The 5th level territories of the 5th level lords, the heroes and soldiers recruited with special supplies, including some special buildings, are all very powerful. So don't say that the territories along the way must be flattened, and those who are hiding and developing should also be found. But this way, it will be very uncomfortable. Searching for the Dark Beast Lords that spread to the vast assessment will greatly affect the efficiency of completing the challenge. On the contrary, Wei Huan wants to be efficient, so he has to fight the Lords with abundant supplies at the end of the level. This time, the Dark Beasts were the ones who used the open plot. No matter which side Wei Huan chose, there would be gains and losses. Mu Zhong also mentioned this point in the ongoing combat meeting. After analyzing the pros and cons, all eyes were on Wei Huan. The reason why not everyone can be a leader is because the leader must bear the final decision and be responsible for all the consequences. The right decision will bring a hearty victory, but if it is wrong, it may be the life of everyone in front of you, including your own. I have decided and will not change it. Wei Huan kept his decision. It's just a level 5 territory, and it's not that I haven't fought before, but there is no need to be afraid before the battle. It can be done before, and it can be done now. He is already sequenced for. Wei Huan's unwavering attitude also gave everyone confidence. With a backbone, everyone seems to have no need to think too much, knowing that as long as they follow Wei Huan, they will definitely win. This is the meaning of the leader's existence. Then what about the scattered territories? Some people also asked this question. Wei Huan said, "We will only use troops against the territory within the marching range of the Yan Kingdom's chariot formation. In other words, we don't care about other countries. What about requests for help? Reject, they can bypass the territory. Unless they find ruins, relics, etc. and request joint development, we will not care about anything else. Yes, if you find a dark beast territory, you don't have to push it, you can bypass it, so there is no humanitarian issue. Besides, the reason why the Yin Kingdom convoy can destroy a dark beast territory so easily is because of Wei Huan's undead army, coupled with several main generals on Wei Huan's car, so that there is such an easy battle situation. Did Wei Huan have to give up commanding the army and travel thousands of miles just for a dark beast territory? If it was a ruin of gold or above, it would barely be enough for Wei Huan to make a trip. Everyone was holding a combat meeting, and before they knew it, it was dark. The matter of setting up camp and resting had already entered the process, and Wei Huan basically didn't have to worry about it. The responsible personnel handled it directly. For dinner, they went to the restaurant to have a buffet. With the help of a robotic arm, Lu Qingji could normally complete 3 meals a day for 34 people. However, because there were too many people and their tastes were different, a buffet was later adopted. Each meal was added with fruits, cakes and soups, and the dishes were kept at about 12. There would also be a relatively simple midnight snack at night. When Wei Huan and his team went there, Dou Lin had already eaten and helped Lu Qingji clean up the dishes. No one arranged work for Dou Lin, but Dou Lin was usually taken care of by Lu Qingji. Gradually, Dou Lin became Lu Qingji's little tail. The two were inseparable, and would help with work. Wei Huan ordered some food, and after eating a few bites, he saw Dou Lin leaning on the table and looking at him. He was not afraid of Wei Huan. Wei Huan's majesty was getting stronger and stronger. Even some older generals were afraid of Wei Huan, but Dou Lin was not afraid. Dou Lin opened his big eyes and asked Wei Huan, "You said that if I give you stars, you will give me DKP, right? When will you come to get it? I have been preparing for a long time." Wei Huan then remembered that he did say so, but he was too busy recently, and could not take care of this. Wei Huan nodded. "Wait until I finish eating." After thinking for a while, he asked again, "How much have you prepared?" Dou Lin tilted his head and said, "A lot." He couldn't count, and he made mistakes when counting tens. He couldn't even write his own name at the age of 7.5, so someone had to be arranged on the bus to teach the child knowledge. "We can't arrange for Cousin Mu anymore, and we can't get rid of all the wool. The old ox will be exhausted." Wei Huan speeded up his eating, but it was still very slow in Dou Lin's eyes. He didn't quite understand why Wei Huan always chewed with one mouth and wiped the left corner of his mouth with a tissue from time to time, even though there was nothing on it. Dou Lin didn't understand and asked. Wei Huan stared at him for 2 seconds, took off his glasses, and a highly disfigured face appeared in front of the child. As expected, Dou Lin didn't feel scared, and only said, "You don't look good, so you wear glasses? The conductor is very handsome, he is just injured, and he will look good after the injury is healed." The voice came from behind, and Wei Huan turned around and saw Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong and Dou Lin talked directly. Dou Lin asked, "The praying person can treat illnesses." Mu Zhong said, "The praying person is of the light type, and the driver is of the dark type." Dou Lin thought for a while, "Can't the stars be used?" Mu Zhong also looked regretful. "The doctor does not save himself, and the dark energy of the stars comes from him, so he cannot be cured." "Then why can the dead be cured?" "Because they have the same origin. It is more like replenishing energy than curing." After speaking, Mu Zhong looked at Wei Huan. "Am I right?" Wei Huan nodded. "That's it." Mu Zhong summed it up very well. So Dou Lin's stars can also be explained as a small energy tank, but the method of use is single. Mu Zhong smiled and rubbed Dou Lin's head, saying, "If you are not in a hurry, wait for me. I also want to see Lin's stars." Dou Lin said, "Not in a hurry." Mu Zhong brought the food over and ate it quickly. He sat face to face with Wei Huan and did not speak during the meal. Dou Lin kept leaning on the table and looking at the two of them with his eyes wide open. It was hard to describe the feeling, like raising a puppy or adopting a child. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong were of the same sex, so they were destined to have no children. The two of them were very open-minded about this. Humanity was about to be destroyed, so why would they consider the reproduction of offspring? Humanity did not win, and even if they had children, they would live in fear. But it was good to have a child around. The young life would soothe their tense nerves, and they would also find that their desperate efforts were just to make these children smile. When they left, Mu Zhong picked Dou Lin up. Dou Lin was a little uncomfortable, but after a little hesitation, he still hugged Mu Zhong's neck and relaxed. The three of them walked out of the restaurant and went to the training room. Inside, Wei Huan summoned an ordinary Shiroma and asked Dou Lin to release a star. For a long time afterwards, They were testing the energy conversion between stars and undead. First of all, ordinary training horses cannot turn stars into green. They must be upgraded to level 4 training horses in the undead ranch, and 3 are needed to transform a Death Star. This seems to be uneconomical, but considering that Wei Huan cannot directly summon Death Stars from the tomb, and Death Stars also have healing effects, this conversion rate is acceptable. After all, after the stars arrive at the tomb, they will not disappear even if the energy is used up. Like the Hellfire Bomb, they can return to the tomb after death and replenish the stars with death energy, which can heal about 3,000 stamina points. This blood volume is equivalent to 1.5 level 4 training horses. The key is that the stars can be used repeatedly. If 2 stars plus 2 flying monkeys, the kite is on the big bear, the big bear will definitely become a tank that is even more tanky than a tank. In addition, you said that because Brother Chong ate a lot of undead, he had a lot of death power in his body. Not only might he be captured by the tomb after death, but maybe the stars will also work on him. It was the first time that Mu Zhong heard Wei Huan talk about Su Qingqiang. He was very surprised. He lowered his eyes and thought for a while, then asked cautiously, then Brother Chong who was resurrected in the tomb would be? Wei Huan shook his head. He didn't know. He never wanted to know the answer. Mu Zhong had a complicated expression. He looked at Do Lin who had already run to the corner to play with the stars and said, "Okay, we can only talk about this here. Whether the Death Star can heal Brother Chong, we will know if we try it during the battle." In today's siege, Brother Chong was very powerful, and he has also grown a lot during this period. Brother Chong told me that he wanted some positions. Did he also tell you? Wei Huan. Mu Zhong's hand pulled Wei Huan's wrist, looked at him deeply, and said, "Brother Chong and his people will become your real direct troops. The remaining quota can be given to him." Wei Huan frowned slightly. "I don't have any extra ideas." "I do," Mu Zhong said. "My back is too complicated. Even if Commander Mu and the Mu family don't have any ideas, others will. Don't underestimate the greed of some old foxes. The means they use may trap us without any signs, so you must hold on to the power." Wei Huan was in a complicated mood. "You always think a lot. Because I've seen too much, I'm not pure at all, and my heart is darker than you can imagine. But I love you, and I'm afraid that one day you will alienate me and be wary of me because of this. I know I will never do that, but people's hearts are terrifying and people's words are scary." Wei Huan opened his arms and hugged Mu Zhong, hugged him tightly, and whispered in his ear, "You have to believe me too." "Believe?" Mu Zhong looked at him with a firm tone. After a few seconds, he whispered, "Shall we go upstairs? I don't want too many complicated interests to be integrated into pure feelings." They met in the flames of war, and fell in love with each other in life and death. This is a feeling that has been refined by fire, as bright as gold, and cannot tolerate the slightest impurity. So pure, so dazzling, it is the treasure in Mu Zhong's heart. Mu Zhong didn't know how to express his feelings. He wanted to swear his loyalty, and keep telling the man in his ear that he loved him. But these voices were eventually squeezed into pieces, and swallowed up in the storm. In the end, he could only hold back his tears, bite his lips, lift Wei Huan's cheek, and kiss him. Wei Huan pushed aside Mu Zhong's sweat-soaked forehead, and a thin mist covered the lens. In the blurry swaying, he could only see the word depression. He felt sorry for him. He responded to the kiss with extreme tenderness. The Dark Beast Lord appeared today, and there will be more in the future. We can seize this opportunity to attack Wei Huan. You mean, when they attack the territory, we sneak attack Wei Huan? Let's not talk about whether we can get close to him. Even this timing is also my strong opposition to the action. Don't forget that above the internal hatred of our human race, the biggest enemy is the Dark Beast. No one can affect the Dark Beast's battlefield. This must be our bottom line, Mr. Shiheng. This was said by Che, a leader of Osum. He looked very young, only about 20 years old. It should be the most passionate time, but there was a steadiness in his blue eyes that was rare for this age. And the one he was looking at was a man with black hair and black eyes, Shiheng, a core member of this secret meeting. At this moment, there were a total of 6 faces on this line, and many of them were well known in Blue Star. They were from Osum, the 3 kingdoms, the Koreans, as well as the Tula kingdom and the Fence kingdom. Compared to Shiheng and the Koreans who were somewhat exasperated after Wei Huan robbed the abandoned mobile phone warehouse, the 3 kingdoms were relatively calm. Wei Huan did not take all the warehouses of the 3 countries. Their most important mobile phones are all centrally managed. In addition, the 3 countries have enjoyed population benefits after the advent of the Challenge World. They are now the 4th most powerful military country after Yen country, Osum, and Big Goose Country. With different social status, the mentality is naturally different. As for the two countries of Tula and Fince, although they swing from time to time, they are still two countries that generally follow Osum. The changes before and after the advent of the challenge world are still quite obvious, and they are no longer so strong. The two leaders of Tula and Fince followed the attitude of the young leader of Osum and nodded. This is a war between us humans, and we never want Wei Huan's life. As a bright new star of mankind, he should stand on his battlefield to live up to his skills. But as Yinghua said, the fate of mankind is common. Since he has the key to open the treasure chest, he should share it so that everyone can become stronger. I also oppose attacking Wei Huan. The leader of the three countries is a monk who is over 40 years old. He wears a monk robe that represents his status, holds a Buddhist rosary in his hand, and speaks with his eyes half closed. After attracting everyone's attention, he said, "But you are right, Posh's equipment must be taken out of the mobile phone. If you don't have a better way, I will choose to trade with Yinghua." Shi Hengquanjing was so angry that his neck stiffened. "Aren't we sitting here because of the alliance? You are a traitor to say such things at this time?" The monks of the three countries just looked up at him, and the innocent are innocent. "Okay, Shi Hengquanjing, we are not here to quarrel." The young general of Osum interrupted Shi Hengquanjing and warned with his eyes, "We are trying to find a way to solve this matter perfectly. Everyone, please say what you think. I hope to hear more than just complaints and quarrels." After a long silence, the Korean said, "No one can resist the temptation of a treasure chest. When a person can easily open a gold or even platinum treasure chest, he will definitely not let go of the meat in his mouth." The Korean leader this time is a woman, very beautiful, and looks only about 25 or 26 years old, but that is when she is not smiling. Once she smiles, her face is like a piece of dead meat. This also makes her smile and say these words, like a sinister venomous snake, "There is only one entrance and exit to the ruins, and we are not fighting against the dark beast. We can do a lot of things." Finally, she said, "I happen to be an astrologer, and my prediction ability is very good at finding things. This is indeed a good idea." Using the news of the advanced ruins to lure Wei Huan away from the main force, they have almost imagined the wonderful scene of closing the door and beating the dog at that time. And in the deserted ruins, even if they accidentally hit too hard, it doesn't matter, because no one sees it. If they can get extra materials from the ruins, it will be even better. For a while, everyone was calculating when it would be better to enter the scene. The good news came quickly, and the female astrologer from Bangwa quickly divined 3 locations. In her words, "I have used all my abilities, spent a lot of money to buy props, and risked my abilities being sealed, and finally divined 3 directions." She pointed to the 3 directions and said, "What we need to do next is to arrange people to explore in these 3 directions, and arrange people from low to high to contact Wave 1. It's okay if he doesn't come, but if he comes?" Shi Hengquanjing rubbed his hands. "Then we can only have a good talk with him together with the treasure chest monster." "That's right." The Korean female astrologer smiled. The monks of the 3 countries seemed to be in a trance, and didn't speak. The leader of Osum was discussing strategies with the generals of Tula and Fince, and finally decided to take the initiative to leak the news in his hands. Those two-faced black gangs, right-wingers and bounty hunters have long known that they are unreliable, but if they are used well, they can become the sharpest knives in our hands. They took a big price, but they just want to eat both sides. Now it's time for them to work. When this decision was made, Mu Zhong received news from the two-faced brokers that night. Mu Zhong was on duty in the first half of the night, and he drove his cousin Mu away to rest because his cousin Mu helped him on duty yesterday, and he was the only one who knew that he did not show up during the march. This was really a very shameful and irresponsible thing. However, Mu Zhong did not regret it. If he had to do this at this stage of love, he was very willing to flap his wings and pounce on the flames of love. This open-minded and satisfied feeling kept him in a very good mood almost all day. "It has been a long time since I felt so good, as if the whole world was bright and the air was sweet." But this good mood came to an abrupt end at this moment. In just 10 minutes, he received news from 4 private forces, informing him that he had discovered a golden ruin and wanted to jointly develop it. Did the 4 forces discover it at the same time? How funny, let alone 4 forces coming together. Even if one force came to contact him secretly, he would have to think twice. Now they looked like 4 vicious dogs being driven together, and their eating habits were extremely ugly. But the golden treasure chest. He knew Wei Huan, and Wei Huan would never give up this delicious food. So since he knew that Wei Huan would not give up, it goes without saying that how to arrange this drama of taking advantage of the situation was his job. First, Mu Xiong talked with the leaders of the 4 different forces to judge the depth of their involvement in this matter, and finally selected the mercenaries of the Great Goose Country. These hairy strong men have never had any interests with Yin State. In terms of international stance, they even share the same hatred with Yin State most of the time, so it is reasonable to say that Wei Huan chose them. As for whether these strong men make money on both sides, it is hard to say. Mu Xiong is now in the dark while they are in the light. They should make preparations first and talk about it later. In short, the box of the Golden Ruins must be taken. There are so many people in the car now, and no matter how much equipment and supplies there are, it will not be enough. Mu Xiong chose to trade with the mercenaries of Big Goose. In the end, the supplies were divided into 30% and 70%, with Mu Xiong 70% and Big Goose 30%. Big Goose can stay alone, as long as they are taken to the place and confirmed that it is the Golden Ruins. But before setting off, Mu Xiong called Su Qingqiang out of the occupation temple and said, "We are going to develop the gold treasure chest. Smell it. Does it smell good?" Su Qingqiang rolled his eyes and said, "Am I a dog?" But he said that, but he still closed his eyes and felt it for a while, and finally yawned and said nothing. Mu Xiong said, "I suspect that this is a trick of the group of people from Osum. Smell it again." "No, no, no. Don't say that I'm hungry. What kind of mechanical arm did that fat thief have? It's so disgusting. I've been hungry and thin these 2 days. Can't you see it?" Mu Xiong thought about it and soon figured it out. Then he asked Su Qingqiang, "The taste of the Snow Clan should be different. Don't you plan to have a midnight snack?" When Wei Huan came out of the occupation temple, the car had left the main force and was on the road to the Golden Ruins. There were not many people left in the car, and Mu Xiong had made arrangements. Team Shui and Mu Zirwei's chariots were left to guard. Their strength was not enough to attack the city, but it was enough to defend the city. The car upgraded to level 5 drove as fast as lightning, at a speed of 2,200 miles per hour, leaving a deafening sonic boom when it flashed through the sky. It only took more than 3 hours to get to the coordinates of the Golden Ruins. With the bipolar device on the return trip, it would be even faster, and a round trip could be completed that night. Wei Huan sat in the driver's seat with vigor, listening to Mu Xiong's analysis whispered in his ear, looking forward with his eyes gradually revealing a hint of sharpness. I hope it's not a calculation from the same clan. If these people are still restless and only want to fight each other at this time, he really doesn't mind hitting hard, and one punch will open 100 punches. Chapter 152. The development of the Golden Ruins went smoothly this time. During this period, Wei Huan and others were very alert to prevent being attacked. When developing the Golden Ruins, Wei Huan's army of undead was ambushed in a circle 15 kilometers away, and any movement could not hide from his eyes. The maximum distance of his own summoning was one of Wei Huan's trump cards that he had always kept, and he was confident that his enemies would not know. "No," Wei Huan said affirmatively, "if this is a trap, when both parties know that the other party is preparing to move, they will never choose to attack now." Mu Xiong nodded. "I think so too." Then Mu Xiong looked at Su Qingqiang and said, "Brother Chang, I'm sorry to trouble you. I will feel relieved if the battle ends early." Su Qingqiang made an okay gesture, lit a cigarette for himself at the door of the car, and turned into a misty black shadow in the smoke, rushing into the blizzard. Even in the short seconds between opening and closing the door, the cold wind from the darkness invaded, and the temperature in the car suddenly dropped by more than 20 degrees. Looking at Su Qingqiang who flashed into the cave, he had turned into a hideous demon with black magic patterns all over his body, laughing all the way, and rushed into the depths of the cave. It didn't take even a minute to kill the golden treasure chest monster. Especially after sending Su Qingqiang, they might have returned as soon as they arrived at this ruin. However, in order to keep the trump card, Mu Xiong asked Su Qingqiang to stay in the ruins for another 10 minutes before coming out. Even though the time had been deliberately extended, when the entrance to the ruins disappeared in front of them, as the undead army withdrew, the mercenaries of the Big Goose still hugged their heads in surprise. "It took us half a day to get here, but you only took more than 10 minutes to develop the ruins. I heard that you developed a platinum ruins before and broadcast it live. It seems that after completing the assessment this time, I really should see how you did it. Even if I participate in person like this speed makes people wonder if they are dreaming." Mu Xiong smiled and distributed the spoils with the mercenaries of the Big Goose, and at the same time observed how deeply they were involved in this matter. So inadvertently Mu Xiong asked, "The news this time is very accurate. How did you do it?" The mercenaries of the Big Goose said, "There are many professions that can be predicted, but it was difficult to develop high-level ruins in the past, so this kind of prediction is not very useful. Besides, those who do our business must have many sources of information. After saying this, the mercenaries of the Big Goose showed his big front teeth, looking forward to the next cooperation. The mercenaries of the Big Goose did not intend to go back. They had to continue to explore forward. Although they could not develop high-level ruins, they could still open basic treasure chests and low-level ruins. Although it was safe to follow the main force, the income would be less, so the mercenaries chose to live a more dangerous but rewarding life. Wei Huan's car was heading back. Theoretically, it would not be a loss if a gold treasure chest could be opened in this assessment. After all, the key point was to complete the assessment and successfully enter the 4th level world. The return journey was faster than the way there, but they returned to the convoy at only 3 o'clock in the morning. With their return, the highly guarded convoy finally returned to normal. Even ordinary challengers could feel the difference between the tightening and loosening. The group of people who had been watching the changes in the convoy naturally judged the truth. They didn't choose the people we arranged. It seems that they made a deal with a group of bears in the Great Goose Country. It seems that they know our existence and are very cautious. It doesn't matter who takes them there. It doesn't matter as long as they reach the trap area. We must hurry up and make arrangements in advance. The final plan started a little slower. I have encountered the 3rd Dark Beast territory. Why are these guys building cities on my route? I have been walking around them. Damn it! This assessment is too difficult. Not only will we find trouble with Wei Huan, but these dark beasts will not let him go. This is the price of arrogance. The last sentence made the young leader of Osum frown and resisted the urge to reprimand, but the unhappiness on his face was already very obvious. What is the price of arrogance? Does killing more dark beasts mean paying a price? Wei Huan did something that benefited all mankind, but was ridiculed by some humans. Looking at the arrogant and complacent appearance of the people talking in front of him, the young leader of Osum had an unconcealable feeling of nausea. He always felt that the hostility of the country's top leaders towards Yin country was too superficial. In such a big situation, what would happen if they bowed their heads and made unified arrangements? He always missed the glory of the past, and always thought that the world was still ruled by Osum as before, just like the old immortal who was lingering on and insisted on wearing the crown that would crush him before he died. He was full of dissatisfaction with the current national system of Osum, the attitude of the top leaders, and many decisions. But he could do nothing. He plotted against Wei Huan and attacked Wei Huan. Every step he took made him feel uncomfortable. He was from Asham. He was a soldier of Asham. He was trained and trusted by the country. He should do things that were in line with his identity and position. The intrigues in the corner did not affect the celebration of Wei Huan's return. When Captain Shui and Mu Zirwei brought people back to the car and saw an extra golden sword in the warehouse, all the farmers went crazy. Golden sword. First of all, the equipment of the farmer sequence is already very rare and expensive, and the weapons are even more priceless. Even if you encounter strange alien weapons, they will be sold at sky-high prices on Blue Star. Those who get it are willing to change their fighting methods, and will not blame the weirdness of the weapons. Among them, swords and knives are even fewer, not to mention this golden sword that perfectly meets the self-definition of the farmer sequence, which is simply everyone's dream sword. Including Zhou Yong and Lin Su, there were 13 farmer sequences, and they were drooling with excitement. Captain Shui was even more eager. I'm going to fight to the death. I must take this golden sword. Su Qingqiang used a platinum glove to pick the flesh on his teeth and staggered away. Write a sentence with his butt, ignorant guy. As a result, the next day, the mercenaries of the Big Goose contacted Mu Zhong again, saying that there was reliable information about another golden ruin, and asked them if they still wanted to cooperate. That night, Wei Huan's car set off, and when he came back at dawn, there was another golden-level staff in the warehouse in the car. This time, the wise men in the car also went crazy. In Wei Huan's car, the most common were farmer sequences, and the second most common were wise men. Including the twin brothers, there were a total of 7 wise men. If we add the shaman Mu Zhong, the prophet Do Lin, and the 2 car doctors, who have the same competitive needs, there are 11 competitors in total. Of course, the 4 people mentioned later have little demand for the staff. Mu Zhong has a platinum staff, and Do Lin and the car doctor don't need to compete with the front line for equipment. But even so, when have these ordinary challengers who follow the Legion or just follow private forces seen the days when they open their eyes every day and have an extra piece of gold equipment on the car? This is gold equipment. Even for a family like the Mu family, it is good for the leader car to have 3 or 4 pieces of gold equipment, and they are either piled on the main warriors or on the leader. Ordinary car crews can't even check the attributes. But now, these equipment are placed in the warehouse, with a clear price tag indicating that as long as the DKP is enough, anyone is eligible to get it. Nothing can be more motivating than this. The car crews, who are already full of enthusiasm, can't wait to fight every day and rush to the front to kill all the dark beasts. Such challenging life is worth living. And I heard that there are not only platinum equipment in the car, but also hidden diamond equipment. Hiss, as long as there is, you can fight for it, right? It is difficult to say what cohesion is. When there is no cohesion, it is difficult to cohere. Maybe a small setback will make it become a mess again. But in Wei Huan's car, cohesion is never a problem. When the leader is strong enough, when the system is fair enough, when those unimaginable benefits are in front of you, you can get them as long as you work hard. Even if Wei Huan said nothing and did nothing, the cohesion in the car was as strong as steel and iron, and it was extremely solidified. After adding advanced equipment to the car for 2 consecutive days, everyone was already looking forward to the night of the 3rd day. But today is the 5th day of entering the Challenge World. According to the progress of the Challenge World, they have now completed more than half of the assessment. The territory of the Dark Beast Lord has increased visibly. During the day, Wei Huan pushed 2 territories that blocked the march in front of him, and later he was told that there was another territory not far away. Considering that there were rare ores in that territory, Wei Huan led his troops to flatten it again. In such frequent battles, Wei Huan's intelligence fell into the hands of the 5th level lord, who was likely to exist like snowflakes. But now the people in Wei Huan's car are thinking about whether they have done enough work during the day, and when they can accumulate enough DKP. Also, we have fought 3 battles during the day. Will Boss Wei go to develop the ruins today? Or Boss, save some energy, and they can develop it, for the human race. For Boss Wei. For DKP, what? Is it too utilitarian to think like this? Then ask, did they rush forward when they met the Dark Beast? Did they regard Boss Wei's words as an iron order? Just ask if they are the most brave and combative soldiers in the eyes of others. So it doesn't matter what you fight for, but whether you do it. Dreamers will never be qualified to laugh at doers. The enthusiasm of the members in Wei Huan's car is definitely beyond any other car. They are simply a group of passionate lunatics. So when Wei Huan's car was about to leave the team again at night to explore the advanced ruins, all the crew members who were left behind were watching the car going away with excitement and regret. Is it the golden ruins this time? I want a set of golden daggers, or agility gloves like Brother Chung's. When can I explore with Boss Wei? Even if I don't want the loot DKP, it's so cool to cooperate with the army of undead. They can cover, block guns, and kill with me. Once I have such teammates, I will not want to part with them. Oh yes, me too. However, compared with the crew members who stayed in place to guard, many old members who left with Wei Huan's car had slightly ugly expressions. It was not for other reasons, but after deciding to set off, Su Qingqiang suddenly said, "It smells good." No one can tell what Su Qingqiang's talent for predicting good and bad luck is. But everyone believes in Su Qingqiang's nose, which is absolutely accurate. Mu Zhong had nothing to do these 2 days, and talked to Su Qingqiang about the current situation, and told him all the information he had collected about the enemy. After getting more detailed information, Su Qingqiang's magical talent finally began to work. Just now, he said the word fragrant that everyone had been waiting for a long time, but didn't want to hear. So are those people finally going to take action? Just today during the day, they destroyed 3 Dark Beast Lords and led more than 60,000 human compatriots to survive this difficult assessment until now. But even with such a huge contribution, in the eyes of those people, is it not as important as their own selfish desires? It was really heartbreaking. Then, a strong desire to kill arose again. Not to mention Wei Huan, Mu Zhong, Su Qingqiang and others, even Lu Qingji, who never ran forward, had a gloomy face, and Sheila's face also became gloomy and ugly. Such people don't deserve to live. Lu Qingji said, except for dragging their feet and being a black sheep, what contribution can they make? Living is a waste of air. Then Lu Qingji raised his hand and showed his silver dagger. Tell me when you kill someone, my knife is thirsty. Although Lu Qingji said this funny, his anger was real. Everyone would not laugh at him, because at this moment, they were in the same mood. The direction the car was heading forward was the same as the direction Su Qingqiang pointed out, which meant that there was indeed a trap for them ahead. All the way, the atmosphere was very solemn, the solemnity of killing. Mu Zhong's brows were tightly locked, and he said to Wei Huan, "It seems that the people of Big Goose are unreliable. The location of this golden ruins is very far away. Even if Wei Huan and his team drove one way, It would take more than 6 hours. The location is already more than 2/3 of the whole journey, close to the end of the level. In fact, if the environment is changed, Wei Huan will definitely go forward for another day or two before going to this ruins. After all, the team is also moving forward, and the distance will be closer in 2 days. But for Wei Huan, since he knows that someone is plotting against him, he is even more unwilling to wait. The cancer should be eradicated as soon as possible. Is it necessary to wait for it to expand and spread? This time, it is better to say that it is a 1,000-mile raid to kill the chicken and scare the monkey than to explore the ruins to open the treasure chest. The wind and snow are very strong. The weather on the assessment road becomes more and more severe as time goes on, and the third-level car cannot completely keep out the cold on such a night. At the border of the map, the wind and snow are 2 or 3 times stronger than in the central area. When the blizzard came down in the dark night, the temperature exceeded -200 degrees Celsius. The people in the level 4 cars all put on thick clothes. In such an environment, more than 200 cars changed their skin to white and hid in the snow. Not far from their hiding area, you can see a magnificent ruins that looks like an ice and snow palace. Once the difficulty of the treasure chest reaches the platinum level, Yin Country will call the ruins where the treasure chest is located ruins. Although the treasure chest ruins and the underground palace ruins opened by the treasure are two different things, what the challenger needs to face is indeed the failed civilization left in this world. Civilization has many forms, such as human technological civilization, animal bloodline civilization, and some spiritual civilization of spiritual bodies, etc. Any civilization selected by the challenge world cannot be underestimated. Not to mention, these civilizations have participated in civilization competition as challengers. Even if they fail, their civilization has come to the level 4 world. If civilizations are divided according to the level of the world they challenge, humans and dark beasts that have broken through to level 5 are level 5 civilizations. Bluebirds are level 3 civilizations. Then the level 4 civilization in the current world must be stronger than bluebirds. Those people in the car ambushed in the heavy snow looked at the ice castle with awe, as if they would cut their eyes if they looked at it a few more times, and felt that they would be discovered and hunted down by the enemy. The people in the car were attacked by both cold and fear, and they spoke with deep doubts. Will Wei Huan come here? We are already close to the border. If it weren't for the protection of Colonel Jacques' chariot, most of our cars would not be able to stay here. The people who stayed there sent a message that Wei Huan's car had indeed left. He set off before dark and is almost there now. He is a level 5 car. If it is just a natural environment, no matter how bad the weather is, it can't stop him. But we are worried that he dare not come. The news that has been spread did not mention that this is a platinum ruins. Now we can only bet on Wei Huan's greed and bet that he will definitely develop the ruins. What if he doesn't go in? Will we give up this operation? No, based on my understanding of him, he will definitely take action. There is a saying in Yin Country, since you are here, you are here. Since you are here, he will pay the price for this saying. In order to kill Death Guard Huan, General Omura took out 200,000 points, plus the points of Bangua, Sangua and Osum. Colonel Jacques has bought a scroll worth 500,000 points. As long as his car enters the attack range, we can directly bypass his undead army and attack his car directly. At that time, no matter how strong his undead are, they will eventually die. Speaking of which, this scroll is an item that only appears after the 5th level world is officially opened. If he dies under the attack of this scroll, will he regret taking out the animal skin of the star beast? Listening to the wanton conversation in the video, Colonel Jacques frowned again. Colonel Jacques is the young leader of Osum. He is only 25 years old this year. 5 years ago, he passed the primary assessment at the fastest speed, broke the dream of Yinggua's 3 consecutive championships, and won the Platinum Treasure Chest reward of that year. After that, he spent 5 years, and made countless great contributions to Osum, but he only came to this point today. Perhaps because he was always unwilling to perfunctory those old guys, and had no background. He had won great military merits, and a prestigious military rank, but he could only collect cars, and training materials bit by himself. They didn't want him to be too strong, but when they needed to fight, they always sent him out. Jacques turned his wrist, and showed the scroll in his hand. He looked at it for a long time, his eyes full of hesitation. Here it comes! Someone shouted in the video, there's a car coming. I saw it. Jacques looked up hurriedly, and saw his deputy driver turning away in a hurry, with a very vigilant and stalking look. Then, in that evasive look, Jacques felt a faint sadness rising from the depths of his heart. Use it directly? Is the distance enough? A shrill voice that was so excited that it was out of control rang out. Quick! Don't let him run away. But then another equally shrill voice shouted, Wait! Wait! This is a convoy, not Wei Huan's car. He never brings so many people. He is too arrogant. Yes, it's not Wei Huan, damn it, it's those big geese. Jacques' hand holding the scroll loosened, and in the slight twitch, he felt the sweat coming out of his palm, almost soaking the parchment. The magic scroll worth 500,000 points was in his hand at the moment. At that time, he only needed to move a finger to kill Wei Huan. But then what? Satisfying the greed of those treacherous politicians and unscrupulous capital, satisfying these villains with twisted smiles. What else can it bring? But he had to remember all the time whether he had killed the hope of mankind with his own hands. It was too painful. In this twisted environment, it was painful to maintain normal rationality. Jacques prayed silently in his heart, hoping that Wei Huan would not come. Boss, there is something that I always feel is not right. There were 9 cars driving in the snow. They drove the protective shields outside the cars, and overlapped them to resist the blizzard outside. In the car were a group of bearded strong men wearing thick winter clothes, and some women, whose eyes were often sharper than those of men. The mercenaries from Big Goose planned this assessment a year ago. They gathered 12 like-minded cars, and prepared to join forces to enter the 4th level world. It was a complete coincidence that they were in the same assessment with Wei Huan. But it was not a complete coincidence, because the news that Wei Huan was going to participate in this road assessment came out, and they also discussed whether to wade into this muddy water. It should be said that they were arrogant, but they finally chose to come in. Now the 12 cars have become 9, and one of them is on the verge of being scrapped, and is trying to repair it. This loss has nothing to do with Wei Huan. It is simply a normal situation when they take risks to open the treasure chest. In the 4th level world, even silver treasure chests have endless risks for them. So what they are most looking forward to is cooperation with Wei Huan. Do nothing, just provide information, you can get 30% of the supplies, and they are all gold level. Big profit. After tasting the sweetness of the first time, they actively collected information for the second and third time, and successfully cooperated with Wei Huan for the second time. Today is their 3rd time to rush to the intelligence location. But on the way, everyone was not as happy as imagined, all because of the intelligence collected unintentionally. The clues all pointed to someone who was going to harm Wei Huan, and they seemed to be being used by others. This group of Big Goose mercenaries had no feelings for Wei Huan, and the diplomatic status of the 2 countries had nothing to do with them. Logically, they only needed to provide information, and what problems would follow up have nothing to do with them. But things that are rationally understood are difficult to accept emotionally. The proud people of Big Goose will never be a gun in the hands of others. Moreover, they have a worship of the strong for Wei Huan. In the civilized competition with the dark beasts, the existence of every strong person is the starlight that guides mankind to victory. Without affecting their own growth, this group of Big Goose people are more willing to witness Wei Huan's strength, even if they suffer a little loss in this transaction. However, the driver Mu Zhong is very good, and has never been unfair in the division of interests. This makes them even more convinced. Now, when all the clues point to something wrong with this action, someone in the main car of the Big Goose mercenaries finally took the lead in speaking. I don't think it's right. After the man finished speaking, he hesitated and said, It's still time to evacuate now. I can already smell the blood. Chapter 153. The leader of the Big Goose mercenaries was a middle-aged man. He turned his head and looked at the driver who was talking. As he said, there are many people with the ability to predict. Although there are no treasure hunters in his car, there are drivers who can foresee the killings in war. Most of the time, it is very accurate. The Big Goose leader pinched his nose and said to the deputy driver beside him, I have been wondering where those people have gone these 2 days. Didn't they clamor to attack Wei Huan? Why is there no news when half of the time has passed? Should we keep a distance from Wei Huan to avoid being involved in this storm? The deputy driver nodded. This place is too remote, close to the edge of the world. It is said that most of the high-level ruins are in the worst environment, in order to prevent ordinary challengers from accidentally breaking in and causing accidental casualties. The Big Goose leader nodded and looked at the vast white snow outside the car. The level 5 headlights can shine far away, illuminating the heavy snow that is almost blown by the strong wind. The terrible temperature can freeze people's fingers directly. It's remote bad, and there's a smell of blood. This is simply the best place for an ambush. The leader of the Big Goose said, If it were me, I would also choose this place and choose to attack when the opponent enters the ruins to fight. The deputy commander thought for a while, and tried to speak from a different standpoint, but Wei Huan's strength is extraordinary. Killing the 4th level Dark Beast Lord is as easy as cutting melons and vegetables, and killing the golden treasure chest monster is easy. I don't believe that the opponent doesn't know his true strength. No matter how many chariots come, as long as they can't attack the summoner himself, it's useless. After a pause, the deputy commander said, besides, the strength of the crew on Wei Huan's car is also very strong. It's a level 5 car. I can't imagine how much combat power is needed to have the ability to kill Wei Huan. The two then talked about combat effectiveness for a long time until the crew member, who said he smelled blood, reminded, this place is full of evil spirits. The two stopped talking at the same time and looked at the crew member, who was holding a compass in his hand, and had a face full of curly and lush beard, looking at the two eagerly. Do you want to go in? You will be implicated. The two looked at each other, and finally the deputy captain said, you decide. The big goose leader closed his eyes, and opened his eyes, and he had already made a decision. Help me contact Wei Huan. Wei Huan and his team had been away from the convoy for 5 hours, and were not far from the destination. In fact, if they went in a straight line, the speed would be faster, but they encountered 2 Dark Beast territories along the way. In order to do the business first, Wei Huan could only ask the butler to mark the coordinates and return to the city to kill. There was a heavy murderous look on Wei Huan's face, and the car was always very quiet. The people in the cab didn't even dare to breathe. After upgrading to a level 5 car, there are only 20 parking spaces in the cab, some of which are real driving functions, and some are management positions. Old team members basically have parking spaces here. Firstly, there is a bond here, and secondly, the cab is an important place on the car, and only trusted people can enter and exit. So today everyone sat obediently in their own parking spaces, and wanted to leave this low-pressure room several times to go out and take a breath. Until the housekeeper sent a notification. Captain Mr. Fu Fu, the leader of the Big Goose mercenaries, sent a video request. Wei Huan frowned. He did not forget that it was these Big Goose people who were responsible for luring them into the trap. What do you want to do by contacting them at this time? Confirm whether they have entered the trap? Connected. As Wei Huan's voice fell, the big face of Mr. Fu Fu of Big Goose appeared on the projection screen, and everyone looked at him with hostility and vigilance. However, from the picture of Mr. Big Goose Fu Fu, only Wei Huan's face can be seen. Wei Huan's face is always like this. It can't be said to be bad, but it is indeed very serious. This may be a sign of a strong man. Mr. Fu Fu has long been accustomed to Wei Huan's attitude and said, Major Wei, I am very happy to cooperate with you twice. This time is the same. We have arrived near the coordinates. I am very happy when I think that we will continue to cooperate next. Wei Huan said him, and his eyes became colder. So it was the same as what he thought, just to confirm whether he was fooled. But in the next sentence, Mr. Fu Fu said, but I must say that this cooperation may be cancelled. I feel very sorry. There may be some problems with this coordinate. The darkness in Wei Huan's eyes faded and asked him, what's the problem? Mr. Fu Fu. The student said hesitantly, everything is just based on speculation. We also know about your current situation. I'm sorry that we didn't deliberately seek your intelligence, but the current situation is that we have arrived here, but one of our members said that this is not a good place to take risks. It is full of dangers and accidents may happen. Thank you for your information. I will discuss with my crew and notify you of any changes. Okay, I wait for your news. The video ended, and the haze in Wei Huan's eyes also dissipated. The atmosphere in the cab also began to flow again with a change of Wei Huan's face. Su Qingqiang leaned against the door frame and smoked, saying, can this guy's words be trusted? Is he playing hard to get? Mu Zhong said, what does your super perception say? Su Qingqiang said, no matter how delicious it is, it's just a dish. As this sentence fell, everyone couldn't help laughing, and the atmosphere became more relaxed. Yes, a dish. Brother Chong is right. What's there to be afraid of? Mu Zhong did not destroy the rare relaxed atmosphere, but stood up and came to Wei Huan and whispered, you said, even when we were sure that the other party had set a trap, Brother Chong still judged the danger over there. I think we can't be careless about this matter. There must be some factors we don't know that are affecting the battle situation. Wei Huan nodded. Let me think about it. This thought took half an hour, and before they knew it, they had reached the edge of the map. The blizzard here was so big that the scenery 3 meters away could not be seen. Snowflakes and snow particles were swept up by the strong wind, and cut on the protective cover outside the car like a knife. In such weather, even a level 4 professional could not survive for more than an hour. There are horrible weather conditions at the edge of the world, just to prevent ordinary challengers from entering. This place should be off limits to strangers. If there is no special reason, no one will explore here. Wei Huan still remembers the platinum ruins he found on the secondary highway, which seems to be on the border of such a world, so it is likely that this is not the golden ruins mentioned before, but a platinum ruins. So the group of people chose to take action here, and wait for their main combat power to be dragged down by the platinum monster. It is indeed a very good plan. But the problem is that although this group of people do not know their true strength, Su Qingqiang must know it. The platinum treasure chest monster is indeed powerful, but it is not enough to make him fall into crisis without any protection. At least the level 4 netherfire bombs stored in 2 energy tanks are enough to blow up the 10,000 person convoy. Even if you can't win, can't you run away? So what is it? What factors that you didn't calculate and ignored? Wei Huan let himself break away from the conventional fighting style, recalling the larger or decisive battles that he had learned and seen in his previous life, and looking for the truth. Unconsciously, the car was still moving forward, and the distance from the coordinates was only about 50 kilometers. At this distance, Wei Huan's reconnaissance army could not be sent out, and the car could only continue to move forward, but the speed slowed down. Before Wei Huan thought of the key point, he really had to be steady. At this time, just in front of him, 100 meters high in the sky, suddenly there was a 3-meter range of wind and snow that suddenly solidified, and then the wind and snow flowed to the middle like water, until finally formed a golden oval shape. But if you look closely, you will find that this is not just a simple oval shape, but a vertical eye emitting golden light. The eyeball in the vertical eye is still moving, and finally the line of sight moves down, and the pupil is locked in one place. At the same time, a white car that looked weak was reflected in the depths of the pupil. After a long time, the eyes dispersed, but then in the direction of the vehicle, the wind and snow condensed into golden eyes, staring down. Just like that, it dispersed and reappeared, following the white car all the way to the edge of the world. The people in the car, however, did not notice it. Colonel Jacques, what did you see? The voice of expectation sounded from the screen projection. When Jacques opened and closed his eyes, he saw Shi Hengquanjing's eyes that were red and bloodshot with expectation, like a beast. Jacques lowered his eyes, hiding the golden light flashing in his eyes. When he raised his eyes again, his blue eyes were as bright as the clear blue sky. He said, I didn't see anything. I need to rest. My eyes hurt. Shi Hengquanjing said anxiously, the time is almost up. Can you hold on a little longer? Just see them. As long as you use your ability to send the scroll to where you can see, we don't even need to meet Wei Huan to kill him if we are lucky. Kill him? Jacques raised his eyebrows. I always thought our mission was to get the way he cracked the phone, not to kill him. Jacques' eyes were dark. Killing him, isn't it the last choice? Shi Hengquanjing's mouth twitched, and the hatred in his eyes was not hidden no matter how hard he tried. Finally, he said with a fake smile, you are right, we must. We need to find out how he cracked the phone. However, Wei Huan's strength is extraordinary, and it will not be easy for us to take him down. Wei Huan's car has been upgraded to level 5, and its defense is extraordinary. The scroll in your hand also appears at level 5, and it may not be able to wipe out the car. In my humble opinion, we should strike first and then negotiate. Small countries are ignorant. Jacques looked at Shi Hengquanjing with contempt. Don't you understand that deterrent weapons must be held in hand before negotiations? If you use the trump card right at the beginning, but it doesn't achieve the effect we want, do you have any follow-up methods? Shi Hengquanjing clenched his fists hidden outside the camera. He didn't want this result after spending all his money to accumulate points. Jacques couldn't fail to understand. He did it on purpose. He saw that this Jacques didn't want to be hostile to Wei Huan at all. He had always advocated negotiation. Damn it, I shouldn't have taken out the points if I had known. Shi Hengquanjing suppressed his anger and ended the video call with Jacques, and wiped the points maul with his backhand. Fortunately, this operation was supported by Commander Omura and General Nagasaki, and the points he had emptied his family's assets were more than 200,000. Now he still has 100,000 points. Although these points cannot buy powerful talismans, there are ways to kill Wei Huan. The points maul has been turned to the bottom. On the latest page, you can see various conventional materials upgraded to level 6, as well as 6 types of strike weapons and armor that increase the intensity of the battlefield. The Angel Spear Scroll with 500,000 points is described as follows. The light attribute that destroys everything can cover a radius of 10 miles, and all will tremble under the wrath of light. Shi Hengquanjing felt distressed when he saw this scroll. He paid so much, but in the end, if he didn't have enough points, he would have bought it himself. He turned his eyes away in anger and looked at several other items. There were also dark attribute scrolls, vehicle-mounted equipment that increased the ability of vehicle shields, and an item worth 80,000 yuan that was his target. Vehicle-mounted bomb description: a level 5 bomb with amazing lethality, but it can only be used when loaded on a vehicle close to the enemy. Yes, it is a vehicle-mounted bomb that can destroy the vehicle and kill people. Note: be careful, it is very sensitive and cannot withstand bumps. The first point of the level 5 weapon positioning is that there is no doubt about its power. Even if it is just a level 5 kitchen knife, when it is wielded, it can also chop down a level 5 chariot. In the challenge world, there is no distinction between hot weapons and cold weapons. As long as the weapon level is high enough, it can cause damage. When clicking the purchase button, Shi Hengchuanjing was bleeding with heartache. This was the foundation he planned to leave for the Shi Hung family to turn things around. He even mortgaged the Shi Hung family and owed a large amount of points. At first, he wanted to use these points to buy weapons, and then rely on the cooperation of many countries to obtain Wei Huan's secrets. But now not only did Jacques' actions exceed his expectations, but Wei Huan's strength growth was also too amazing. It has only been a short time since he bombed Shi Heng's family, and he has become much stronger. Shi Hengchuanjing can no longer think of any other way. His helplessness towards Wei Huan has gradually made him lose his patience to explore the secret. With his legs constantly aching day and night, and every time he sees his son's crazy look, his desire to kill Wei Huan grows day by day. He really just wants him to die. Who is willing to put a bomb on his car? Shi Hengchuanjing looked at the children of the Shi Hung family, who shared the same hatred with him, and said, "You are the hero of our Shi Hung family, and the hero of Sangshu country. I am willing." Someone immediately raised his hand, and the passionate young man took over this important task, with trembling hands and bloodshot eyes. Shi Hengchuanjing pressed his shoulders, and said in a trembling voice, "You are worthy of being a good child of our Shi Hung family. I will take care of your family. Of course, if possible, I hope you can return safely." More children of the Shi Hung family looked at this scene excitedly, and their bloodthirsty eyes were full of hatred. Wei Huan and the Shi Hung family have long been enemies. Wei Huan must die. I saw it. Wei Huan blinked, his eyes burning with green flames, and his eyes had seen the ice castle through the Lord of Magic eyes. Calling it a castle is just a name given by humans to this world civilization that conforms to their own cognition. In fact, it is more like a towering ice and snow nest. Its appearance is very similar to the appearance of playing on the beach, grabbing a handful of thin sand with your hands, and the gravel leaking down and piling up continuously. It is very thick at the bottom and very thin at the top. The height exceeds 300 meters, and it stands firm in the blizzard. Humans call the civilized race in this world Snow Clan. So far, Wei Huan has opened many treasure chests and explored the golden ruins, but no real Snow Clan has appeared. But it goes without saying that this kind of ice and snow bunker is a very typical building of the Snow Clan. In the past countless civilization competitions, after the Snow Clan came to the 4th level highway, just like humans built city-states in this world, these Snow Clan also built their own civilization in this world. After staring at the castle for a long time, the Lord of the Magic Eye turned his eyes to other places. He was looking for something unusual. There must be an ambush here, but the blizzard affected his vision, and he couldn't see anything clearly. The ghost crows were even more effective. They were searching slowly on the ground, but it would take time. Wei Huan's summoning distance was far beyond the radar distance of the chariot's search, so after reaching a distance of 15 kilometers, Wei Huan ordered the chariot to stop and wait. "Did you find it?" Mu Zhong asked Wei Huan. Wei Huan shook his head and asked Mu Zhong, "Have you figured out the reason?" Mu Zhong also shook his head. "So where are these guys hiding? What means do they have to dare to attack them? The undead have appeared." "I saw it too. It must be the undead. Wei Huan is here." Wei Huan habitually lets the undead walk in front. "We must hide well." "Have you confirmed that the camouflage device has been activated? Before the action order is issued, you are not allowed to move even if you freeze to death. Whoever destroys this action will be a sinner of the country." Wei Huan is already within 6 kilometers. "Colonel Jacques, you." The speaker is Jacques' deputy commander. He looked at Jacques with questioning eyes, his brown eyes, like a poisonous scorpion, and said suspiciously, "All mankind knows that Wei Huan's summoning distance is 6 kilometers, and your eagle eye Colonel Jacques can see the enemy's tracks 50 kilometers away. Why didn't we have any news before this?" Jacques sat in his driver's seat, changed the angel spear scroll to another hand, and silently looked at his deputy commander, who used to live and die with him, but he didn't know when he was bribed by politicians and monitored him every day. Perhaps his gaze was too direct, like a silent question, causing the eyes of this old friend to flicker. Then he seemed to be supported by something and said, "Please answer me." Jacques said, "Did you hear the conversation between me and Shi Wenjing? Are you questioning my actions? You are right, but Wei Huan should not be so close. There are too many undeads in his army. We may be exposed at any time. We should stop them outside his summoning distance, so that we have a greater chance of winning." Jacques threw the scroll in his hand. "The trump card is here, we have the initiative. He has a Hellfire bomb, what if? That's enough, contact Wei Huan for me. Since you have a trump card, you have to show it before you can negotiate. Do you hear me, my deputy driver? Contact Wei Huan." What Jacques didn't say was that Wei Huan's car stopped 15 kilometers away. He deceived the whole world. His summoning distance was not more than 6 kilometers. He must have hidden a lot of trump cards. In fact, this distance was beyond his expectations, which made him a little nervous. The undead flew over his head, and he was actually in the bombing range of Wei Huan. It's too late to say anything now. He must show his trump card as soon as possible before negotiating. He is also worried that Wei Huan will take action directly. After all, the sudden stop and retreat of the group of big geese is too suspicious. Perhaps their action plan has been exposed. In short, even if he has such a trump card in his hand, he has no confidence to deal with Wei Huan. In addition, he has no hostility towards Wei Huan, only a position. If he can negotiate, he will never use force. Report, the other party did not answer. The driver responsible for contacting Wei Huan said so. "Keep in touch," Jacques ordered. "The Yen people are so arrogant and hateful. You should throw a bomb over there. You must deter them. Hurry up, or they will find us." The deputy commander shouted nervously. "Just throw the scroll over there. The distance is too close. If it's any closer, we will all be affected." Shi Wenjing continued to add fuel to the fire. The other countries hesitated. Deterrence is necessary, but obtaining secrets is our ultimate goal. Please handle it with caution. "You?" Shi Wenjing was angry and wanted to say something, but he stopped talking. His eyes were on the position of the Korean general, and he was accusing. He didn't say that before. However, his anger could not be accurately transmitted to the other party by the camera. It was still the Korean who said, "The method is very important. You must get the method." The strength of the Korean challenger is average. Not to mention the top 100 in the world, even the top 300 can barely squeeze in one, and it is the kind that can fall out at any time. So even if Wei Huan took their discarded mobile phones, the value is very limited. In comparison, they are more interested in Wei Huan's secrets. Jacques nodded with the approval of most people. He is also a level 5 car. As a challenger for 5 years, he has also won the world's first place. It is not surprising that there is only a level 5 car at the moment, and it is even much slower. He left the cab and took the elevator directly to the war platform on the 8th floor. After arriving at the long-range attack position, he took a black pistol from his waist and used one hand. At the same time, his eyes turned golden again. With a bang sound of gunfire, the black bullet disappeared the next second after it was fired from the chamber. It was not because of the fast speed, nor because it was submerged by the blizzard, but because it really disappeared. Jacques put down his hand holding the gun, but did not put it back into the holster. His golden eyes once again penetrated the blizzard, penetrated time and space, and looked into the distance. The black bullet appeared directly at the position where his golden eyes were, 300 meters above the white car, and fell vertically. It can be a bullet or a scroll with huge lethality to transmit objects of a certain weight to the area within the field of vision. It is Jacques' unique talent. The eagle-eye distance of up to 50 kilometers, combined with Jacques' talent, is enough to send any attacking object to within 300 meters of the enemy's head. A natural courier, he is also very strong to fight with this ability, which is why he was able to beat the genius of Yen country and win the world's first place. At this moment, Jacques sent the black bullet to the top of Wei Huan's head. Chapter 154. This is not an ordinary bullet. When it appeared, before it was discovered by the onboard system butler, and the interception was initiated, it exploded in the sky. A large area of snowflakes were dyed with golden color, and then fell on the protective shield, and then bounced to the ground by the protective shield. "Look!" Lu Qingji was the first to discover the abnormality, pointing outside the car and said, "Look here, this is." Some people turned their heads and saw it, while others looked up and saw the picture projected on the big screen by the butler. The golden pigment spread on the ground actually changed color in a short time, and finally formed a badge. Although the badge only lasted for 10 seconds before being covered by the blizzard, everyone still saw the pattern of the badge clearly. Blue Star Challenge Legion Badge. Mu Zhong recognized it at a glance and read it out. Blue Star Challenge Corps is just as the name implies. On the battlefield ahead, it is impossible for only Yin country to fight against the dark beasts. On a battlefield of that level, all the Corps of Blue Star must be jointly dispatched, commanded in a unified manner, and gather the strength of all mankind to win. So the highest Corps of mankind at present is the Blue Star Challenge Corps. In theory, all challengers who join their own corps are also members of the Blue Star Challenge Corps. If there is a need for transfer orders from the front line, even Wei Huan must obey orders and rush to the front line. It is because of the great power that several major countries actually hinder each other. No one is willing to obey anyone, and everyone wants to become the commander-in-chief. In the end, they can only use the parliamentary method. After all, the title of the commander-in-chief of the Blue Star Challenge Corps is not the chief of Blue Star, but it is better than the chief of Star. At present, there is no higher official in the world than this. It was just right for the other party to show the military emblem of the Alliance Army at this time. It showed that he was not so strong, and he also showed his identity, which meant that the matter could be discussed. Wei Huan then asked the butler, "Do they want to connect?" The butler replied, "We are screening suspected information and confirm that the screening is successful. Do you want to connect? Let's connect." The video was connected, and a young and handsome officer of Osum appeared in front of Wei Huan, with blonde hair, blue eyes, a high nose bridge, and wearing the uniform of the Osum Challenge Corps. Wei Huan looked at the other party in silence, and then raised his hand and patted the badge of the Yin Kingdom Qinglong Corps on his chest. As he patted, the badge emitted a hazy light that enveloped Wei Huan, and then in the blink of an eye, the same set of Qinglong Corps uniforms appeared in front of everyone. This is a function similar to the silver glasses, which simulates the outer clothes through optics, but in fact everyone is still wearing strange Challenger equipment. This simulated coat even hid the Moffety ring on Wei Huan's back, and he looked like an ordinary middle-level officer of Yin State. Meeting as a military officer was a respect for the other party, but changing into military uniform after opening the video showed Wei Huan's displeasure with the other party, and warned the other party of what he had done so far through a contemptuous gesture. The two sides looked at each other through the screen for a few seconds, and finally Jacques spoke first. "Hello, I am the commander of the Hercules Corps of Osum. My name is Jacques Dennis, and I am very happy to meet you, Mr. Wei Huan." Wei Huan's face was light. "Forget about the greetings. Why not tell me your plans? I will definitely open this relic. If anyone enters my summoning range during this process, I will regard it as a hostile relationship. I can give you 10 minutes to leave. This is your last chance." Wei Huan said that he wanted the other party to explain, but before the other party could give any explanation, he had already issued an ultimatum. Wei Huan has always been so strong in doing things, which makes many people feel uncomfortable. Jacques has frowned, and then his voice became cold. "Does your attitude represent the attitude of your country?" After waiting for half a minute, Wei Huan did not speak, only his black eyes were sharp like bullets, but Jacques gradually felt pressure in this process, and a light sweat appeared on the back of his neck. He couldn't help but speak again. Yin country claims to be a country of etiquette, and has always followed this tradition in the past. If friendly talks can solve problems, war is always the worst option. Major Wei took a lot of things from Mulberry Country, Bang Country, and 3 countries 1 month ago. This is a robbery. Aren't you ashamed of what you did? Wei Huan's eyes were a little impatient, and he looked up to ask the housekeeper, "How many minutes are left?" Jacques' eyes began to waver in the face of Wei Huan's attitude, and he was indeed a little angry. "Major Wei, for the sake of Blue Star and all mankind, I hope you can talk to me seriously. If this attitude leads to the consequences, can you bear it? Show your cards," Wei Huan said suddenly. Jacques' voice was stuck, and the anger that had just accumulated was dispersed by Wei Huan's unconventional play. "No, when did Yin country do things in this rhythm? Didn't it start with a war of words, and then add chips little by little after the war, and didn't show its cards until the last moment? Why did it do the opposite? In recent years, because Yin country is strong, the whole world has followed Yin country's habits. Learning Yin country's language is, and following Yin country's negotiation habits is also. In order to understand the customs and habits of Yin country, senior officers such as Jacques also took a week-long Yin country culture class. All they know about Yin country is that this country likes to hide and try not to fight if it can be solved by words. They say that war is a means rather than a method. Jacques' first reaction was that Wei Huan was trying to find the initiative in the negotiations in this way. "Captain Wei, I definitely have a trump card, but I don't think it's to this extent yet. We can. Wei Huan just pretended to listen, and then said, look at your radar. There are only 6 minutes left in my time limit. Jacques knew that if he looked at the radar at this time, he would be led by the other party, but he had to look. When he looked at it, sweat ran down his back. The undead, who had been searching within the radar range before, actually found them at some point. At this moment, it gathered into a small dot above their heads. If there were no ghost crows flying towards this side, he would probably not be able to imagine how much power was gathered in that dot. But now it goes without saying that these ghost crows gathered together have leveled his advantage of observing the other party earlier. Thinking of this, Jacques regretted it a little. Perhaps he should have negotiated and deterred the other party directly when he first saw them. Just because of his hesitation, the good situation has been reversed. Look at the representatives of other countries who are connected with him. Although he turned off their voices because of the conversation with Wei Huan, he saw these people arguing at a casual glance. Among them, Shirhangchuanjing of Mulberry Country had the most hideous face. He leaned on the table and screamed at the top of his lungs, just like a demon. It was Shirhangchuanjing's appearance that made Jacques, who was gradually getting drunk, wake up. Yes, he was the captain of this alliance team, but at the same time, he was also a human from Blue Star. Even if Wei Huan did something like a robber, his merits outweighed his faults. He couldn't attack a human hero. This matter shouldn't be discussed in this way. Jacques calmed down and quickly sorted himself out. When he opened his eyes again, he temporarily closed the connection between himself and others, leaving only Wei Huan. Then he took out the Angel Spear scroll in his hand and said, I have no intention of being an enemy of Yin Country, and I also respect you very much. Why don't I show my sincerity first? Look, this is the Angel Spear scroll. With my ability, I can hit any target within a range of 50 kilometers. In Wei Huan's sudden realization and sudden sharp eyes, Jacques said again, but I didn't do it, and my respect for you is not just talk. Awesome, and I just want to gain your friendship. If we can cooperate on the recycling of discarded mobile phone materials, it will definitely improve the overall strength of mankind, and it will definitely have a huge impact on the results of the Dark Beast Lord battlefield. Jacques organized his words very carefully, hoping to make Wei Huan trust him, and achieve the cooperation he has always wanted to achieve since he received the task. Osam's discarded mobile phones are piled up like a mountain, and a large amount of materials are stored in them, enough to increase Osam's current challenger strength by nearly 30%. This kind of cooperation that is beneficial to the entire war situation is the correct way of thinking, rather than being led astray by the mad dog of Mulberry Country, and destroying the good situation by oneself. Humans have not been ahead in the competition of civilizations for many years. This is all because of Wei Huan's appearance. Only those who have been deeply involved in the war, and have seen with their own eyes, that the humans of Blue Star are like moths, rushing to death just for a little hope, can feel the deep pain and enlightenment. In the cruel competition of civilizations, no hatred can be higher than the continuation of civilization. Jacques said, if you agree to open the recycling transaction of stray materials, I swear to urge the completion of this transaction when I go back, and try to reach a price that satisfies both parties. As for this scroll in my hand, in order to show my sincerity, I can temporarily trade it to you for safekeeping. I only hope that Captain Wei can feel my sincerity, and make a commitment to cooperation. As Wei Huan listened, his thoughts and his heart had already diverged to the extreme in an instant. Yes, the mall does sell expensive strike weapons. Because they are too expensive, they have nothing to do with ordinary people. Wei Huan never thought that someone would spend 500,000 points to buy a scroll to deal with him. What does 500,000 points represent? It means that a challenger army of 100,000 people can be used to purchase all auxiliary materials from level 1 to level 4, except for the core materials. If Wei Huan had not upgraded the microscopic world to level 4, the points in his hand would have been enough to easily arm a powerful army. So the scroll purchased with 500,000 points was only to shock him. In a way, it shows that in the eyes of these people, Wei Huan's strength is already very strong, and he is regarded as the level of a 5th level king level dark beast. But it is still not enough. The reason why Wei Huan thought about it for so long was to calculate how likely he was to survive such an attack. Then he found that it was still quite high. He was already a level 5 vehicle. Level 5 ammunition hitting a level 5 vehicle could cause huge damage to the vehicle. Maybe half of the vehicle would be destroyed, but it would never kill him instantly. As long as he couldn't be killed in one shot, he would become the enemy's nightmare. Especially now, his ghost crow has found the hiding place of Jacques and others. Although the hellfire bomb in its mouth is only level 4, there are more than one. If it bombs intensively, At least dozens of vehicles will be left behind and hundreds of lives will be harvested. There shouldn't be many level 5 vehicles that can perfectly resist the attack of the Hellfire bomb in such an assessment, right? But Wei Huan quickly calmed down again. He didn't want to kill either. Every human is a force to resist the dark beast. Internal fighting is always the stupidest behavior. Especially since he has been reborn, he should understand the unity of mankind. The same goal is above all else. Okay. Wei Huan nodded. Jacques was stunned for a second when he heard this. He didn't expect Wei Huan to nod so straightforwardly. Wei Huan said, "Trade the scroll to me, we can talk slowly." Jacques hesitated for 2 seconds, lowered his head, and put the scroll into the transaction column. When pressing the button, he reminded a little silly, "It's just for safekeeping. I violated the military order to show my sincerity and trust in you. Please return it to me after completing the negotiation or before we part. Once the scroll is lost, I will not only lose my position, but I may be judged or..." Wei Huan's view of this young officer of Osum changed a little because of Jacques' sudden mumbling. When he spoke again, his tone was no longer cold and hard. "For me, 500,000 points can be obtained by just going to a random world." Jacques shut up, even with a bit of grief and anger on his face. This is the disparity of human beings. He would also randomly challenge and kill dark beasts, and would also participate in the war on the battlefield, but in 5 years, even with his strength, he only got 440,000 points. But these points were almost all used to improve himself and train crew members. He didn't even have 5,000 points in his hand now. The higher the chariot is upgraded, the more people get on the car, and the more money needs to be spent. In fact, Jacques has long gone from chasing the fun of senior car captains to a miserable worker, who told the old guys of Osum not to trust him, and didn't like to train him, causing him to earn points every day. Compared with his miserable car captain, he always felt that people who were Wei Huan's crew members must be very happy. I heard that Wei Huan even had diamond equipment on his car. Jacques had a brainstorm. After he traded the scroll in a daze, he looked at the empty trading column and woke up instantly. He looked at Wei Huan, wanting to say something but holding back. He did not continue to remind Wei Huan to return the scroll to him. "What are you doing?" Suddenly there was a roar beside him, and Jacques instantly restrained the expression in his eyes, became indifferent, and looked at the deputy driver, who was furious because he found that the scroll had been traded. His deputy driver, who was once his most trusted classmate and comrade-in-arms who lived and died together, promised him more than once, "I will always follow you, and we will fight for humanity and ideals together." But what is the reality? When they reached a high enough altitude, his deputy driver lived in a luxurious villa and married the granddaughter of Osum's Minister of Finance. He moved among the powerful, and became a dog sent by the powerful to spy on him. There was no trust between them. Jacques, who was being watched all the time, was also full of vigilance towards this former friend. He deliberately avoided the deputy driver in this conversation with Wei Huan because he knew very well that the deputy driver had been instilled with the Osum supremacy thinking by those dignitaries. He was wary, and looked down on Yin country and Wei Huan, and was unwilling to lower his proud head. With Wei Huan's strength, if the deputy driver had intervened in this negotiation, I'm afraid it would have ended differently. As for now, Jacques said, "Please pay attention to your attitude, deputy driver. I have my own ideas. I can report my plans to the military and answer them in the military court. The only thing I don't need is to explain to you." The deputy driver's face was distorted. He now has a strong background and is not weak in strength. He could have become an independent driver long ago and didn't have to endure this anger. If the top leaders of Osum had not unanimously arranged this job for him, he would have left long ago. Now, he really doesn't want to stay in this car for a second. Following this guy, who doesn't know how to turn and can't learn to bow his head, there will never be any future. They will only become weapons in the hands of others, and die on the battlefield at any time. He just wants to live a more comfortable life. Is that wrong? How do you explain it to them? The deputy commander pointed at the alliance countries that were still arguing. Jacques raised his eyelids slightly. Who do you explain it to? The guy from Mulberry Country? He just wants to use us to help him get revenge. Do you not understand, or are you really stupid? The scroll is worth 500,000 points, and is the public property of all the alliance countries. How can you trade it to our enemies? First of all, Wei Huan is not an enemy. The reason why your father-in-law can still collect taxes happily is because Wei Huan reversed the situation at the critical moment and let us win this time. Secondly, using the scroll does not mean that you must throw it out to make it explode. Putting it in the hands of the other party, as a goodwill deposit, is also one of the ways to use it. Finally, Jacques looked up at the deputy commander. Are you sure you can kill him? At the same time, you won't be chased by him like a stray dog and run away everywhere? After saying that, Jacques pointed to the top of his head with a playful look in his eyes. You are very smart, most of the time, but at the critical moment. Hee hee. The deputy commander was almost angry to death, furious but helpless with Jacques. Until Jacques' behavior of giving the scroll to the enemy was known to the Allies, Jacques stopped laughing a little. To the Allies, there is still a need to explain. And the result was the same as he thought. Except for Sir Hengchuanjing from Mulberry Country, who was relentless and went crazy with his deputy driver, others were more concerned about whether Wei Huan was willing to hand over the key and how much profit the transaction would bring. Who doesn't have a pile of discarded mobile phones at home? They were originally counted as daily losses, but now they can be taken out at once. Who wouldn't be jealous and crazy about the huge amount? Wei Huan saw that the transaction was really completed, and the scroll worth 500,000 points was obtained. Even though he had it in his hand, he still couldn't hide his surprise. Isn't this officer from Osum a little too naive? After all, this is 500,000. He can get it even if he spends some time. Doesn't that take time? Of course, he also understands that the other party does this because he respects him and trusts his character. In this confrontation, if the purpose of the action is not to kill the other party from the beginning, then one party must compromise first. This is not the Blue Star where you can slowly negotiate conditions. If you do not reach 80% of the progress by the last day, you will be swallowed up by the challenge world and fall into the eternal dark test field. The tight time forces everything to proceed at a faster speed. Wei Huan still admires this Colonel Jacques. He has indeed taken an amazing step, and has gained Wei Huan's basic trust. The technology of discarded mobile phones is very important, and we can't have it alone. This is what Mu Zhong once said, these hidden materials can further improve the combat effectiveness of Blue Star, and give us a greater chance of winning on the plain battlefield. Don't forget that the Dark Beast King clan still has many means hidden, and have not been used. We are already behind, so every small step of catching up is important. Sharing is necessary, but it cannot be given away for free. How to reach a deal that both parties are satisfied with is more critical. Mu Zhong and Wei Huan talked about this matter. After returning to the challenge world again, the smart butler on his chariot completed the upgrade through the Steel Star. That is to say, he and Mu Zhong now have the technology to unlock abandoned mobile phones. The most important thing is that since his smart butler can be upgraded, the smart butlers of other cars can also be upgraded. Yin Country has the key, and other countries must find Yin Country to unlock it. This is more valuable than holding the key but not using it, while letting a large amount of materials continue to be buried deep in the world. This is also the reason why Wei Huan agreed to talk to the other party. Sooner or later, they will open up the materials to other countries, and someone other than Jacques will contact Wei Huan. But Jacques' actions did win some favor from Wei Huan. Wei Huan got the Angel Spear scroll, and looked at it carefully in his palm. He had seen the explosive power of this thing. In the battlefield of the previous life, the Angel Spear appeared, and even when fighting the 6th level battle at that time, there was a more powerful 6th level scroll. Take a recent example. In the opening battle of this ancient war, Asham used 100 witches to complete an attack similar to the lethality of the Angel Spear, breaking the 6th level protective shield of the Dark Beast in one fell swoop, and also giving humans a chance to turn the tide later. If this scroll is really used on Wei Huan's head, it will be a big blow to Wei Huan. As for the fact that Jacques can launch attacks remotely, Wei Huan has no doubt. After all, in the previous life, Jacques Dennis of Asham was not unknown. Jacques showed his sincerity, so Wei Huan would naturally respond with sincerity. With a thought, the dark clouds gathered above the other team dispersed with a quack-quack sound, and only lingered at a farther distance. Then, Wei Huan ordered the mother crypt beast to transform into a dandelion in the vast white snow, covering a 6-kilometer circle around Wei Huan. Then they drove the vehicle in the direction of Jacques, which was also the direction of the Platinum Ruins. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. Wei Huan didn't know that the other alliance was experiencing a fierce quarrel, and Sir Hengchuanjing was also in it. From a distance, he had seen nearly 100 vehicles floating above the blizzard. The lead vehicle had a very standard awesome blue star-shaped pattern. It opened a protective shield that could protect a 3-kilometer area and block all blizzard attacks. It showed that it was also a level 5 fortress. Just behind them, about a kilometer away, stood an ice castle, which seemed to be made of mud and sand dripping and piling up, making people's scalps numb and revealing a sense of danger. Once again, Jacques' face appeared on the big screen, smiling and saying, "Okay, now that we have established initial trust, can we talk?" Where Wei Huan's vision fell, It was the ice castle. Half a step behind him, Mu Zhong, who also transformed into the uniform of the Qinglong army, smiled calmly and stood upright like a poplar tree. Colonel Jacques, let me talk to you about this matter. First of all, thank you for your honesty and trust. I am the deputy driver of Wei Huan's car. My name is Mu Zhong. Chapter 155. Mu Zhong is talking business with Jacques. They can unlock the phone, but the work cannot be done in vain. Copyright fees were invented by these countries in the early years. This is destined to be a contest of physical and mental strength, and it requires a lot of patience. Wei Huan had already shifted his attention and set his sights on the ice and snow fortress behind them. In the previous life, Wei Huan was just an ordinary challenger. He didn't reach the level and didn't know that there were so many professions with predictive abilities in the original challenge world. The ability of Mu Zhong's mother, the ability of Su Qingqiang, and the fact that he was deliberately led here all the way also show that the other party does have a professional with very accurate predictions. But even if the location of the advanced ruins can be found, the number of them opened is still too small. Especially this kind of advanced ruins in the assessment world, from Wei Huan's experience, there must be a lot. But because the participants in the assessment world are newcomers, who have just entered the new world, they must not be able to deal with the advanced ruins at the edge of the world, which led to a large amount of material loss. Every month, there are assessments open. There are advanced ruins in the open world. If you can take everything in the ruins every time, how many high-quality materials will it be? Humans still neglected the development of this point, and perhaps this is the reason why the overall progress lags behind the dark beasts. Now, Wei Huan looked at the ice and snow castle in front of him, and what he wanted most was a talent who could predict the location of the ruins. Dou Lin is a prophet, but every prophet is good at different things. Dou Lin can obviously only be called a powerful combat artist. His ability is not very good at exploration, adventure, and management. After retracting his gaze, Wei Huan called Mu Zhong, who was negotiating, and whispered a few words in his ear, but Mu Zhong shook his head. Mu Zhong said, "It was the female general of Bangla who predicted it." Then forget it. Wei Huan's expression was also indifferent, and he immediately lost interest. Some countries are reliable and can cooperate when encountering things, even if there are many conflicts in their positions. Some countries are not like this. When cooperating with such people, you must always be careful of being stabbed in the back. A country that even builds its territory on the military bases of other countries has long lost its backbone and self-esteem. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong turned off the sound of their conversation, but Jacques learned Yanguo language and spoke it well, so he could still tell what they were talking about from their lip shapes. Jacques looked at the female general of the Bang country with implicit sympathy. He couldn't say that he hated this general who followed Osam's position completely, but he didn't like her either. He felt like taking a dog out, remembering to feed it, patting its head on a whim, calling it good dog, and that was it. You know, even Osam had many people who looked down on Bang country. A country without national backbone and self-confidence, and whoever was strong would be difficult to gain the real respect of the suzerain country. In comparison, Shihengchuanjing, who always tried to advocate self-help, still had some respect besides hatred. However, no matter how much respect he had, it could not cover up the inferiority and arrogance caused by a country's lack of combat effectiveness. Jacques waited leisurely for Mu Zhong and Wei Huan to finish their conversation, and then said, "We can't tell the value of the mobile phone, so I personally advocate per ton. We can provide enough blue star energy, including your country's extremely scarce rare resources." Mu Zhong said, "Of course, the things in the challenge world must be exchanged for the materials of the challenge world. You can directly provide materials, or equipment, or purchase with points. If you want to open the resources of the winning reward of this opening battle to us, it is also possible." Jacques frowned. "Of course I know, but the resources of the challenge world are of great importance, and I can't make a decision." Mu Zhong said, "Colonel Jacques, please contact us. We trust you to find a friendly negotiator." Jacques nodded. "This is what I should do, but this time I came out with a mission, and temporarily put the Angel Spear in the hands of Major Wei for safekeeping. I also need to bring back some tokens to prove that this conversation is true and effective." "Of course." Mu Zhong asked Jacques, "Do you have any ideas? I heard that you developed a platinum ruins before entering the assessment world, and it was live broadcast at that time. Unfortunately, I didn't see the heroic figures of you in the car in the challenge world. Platinum equipment is extremely rare in the challenge world. If possible." Mu Zhong went to see Wei Huan. Wei Huan nodded. Jacques saw it and showed a happy expression and said, "Thank you for your trust. With the token, I am more confident to urge this transaction to proceed." Mu Zhong picked a platinum-level equipment from a pile of platinum-level equipment and traded it. If it were someone else, they might think that platinum-level equipment is more valuable, even if it is theoretically impossible for someone to spend 500,000 points to buy platinum equipment, but the fact is that even platinum-level equipment is rarely sold. In recent years, humans have upgraded too fast, just as Wei Huan discovered, lacking the development of the assessment world. As a result, after reaching the 4th level world, there is no ability to develop platinum treasure chests. Of course, if you don't count the loss and use human lives to fill it, you could also kill platinum-level treasure chest monsters. But no general in any country will treat the lives of soldiers like this. The few platinum equipment that have appeared in recent years are all sporadic platinum-level equipment opened by the challenge core when opening the gold-level treasure map. There are also treasure chest rewards that can be obtained by the first place in each list. It's just that in the eyes of others, extremely precious platinum equipment on Wei Huan's car can't be said to be not precious, but it is indeed not too valuable. The biggest problem of Wei Huan's car is that there is no talent for treasure hunting. Su Qingqiang, a guide who can only rely on the difference in strength to find treasure, with Wei Huan's current strength, what level is it to make him feel that he will definitely die when facing the ruins? When seeing Mu Zhongzhen traded the platinum-level equipment, Jacques really showed his uninformed ecstasy, but then he was surprised at the name of the item in his hand. Platinum-level summoning flute special and unique. Dark profession restrictions. Summon creatures of the night, listen to the sound of the night wind, the curse from the stars, and bring the power of destruction. Gift from the stars. There is no doubt that with Jacques' ability, he must have digital equipment, but I don't know what form it appears on him. Besides, his real equipment has been covered by the illusion of Osam's military uniform, and even his profession is difficult to identify. He is a war expert, which is a relatively special profession belonging to the hunter sequence. Hunter, orc, shepherd, demon, shepherd, summoner, master, summoner. Through the upgrade path of the hunter sequence, it can be seen that the entire hunter's advancement direction is a profession in the direction of summoning. Before the emergence of a true summoner like Wei Huan, the hunter sequence was the only profession that could bring little brothers, and it was also a powerful sequence that developed extremely well in both the early and late stages. The ultimate evolution of this sequence, if nothing unexpected happens, will become the king of beasts. But because of individual differences, the challenge world allows for special evolutionary routes. For example, Jacques. Wei Huan still knows a little about Jacques. His path to advancement is rare, and he himself has won the world's first place and is famous, so he was taken as a special case by the Challenge University of Yin Country and took classes. The professor who challenged the sequence said, Jacques has a special talent. They call him Hawkeye. As his strength grows, Hawkeye can see a very long distance. He can currently see any place 100 kilometers away, and when he is at sequence 6, he can deliver items weighing no more than 6 kilograms. It is precisely because of his extraordinary talent that the hunter sequence has opened up a new path for advancement. Yes, you guessed it right. With the range and delivery distance surpassed, he no longer needs the assistance of summoned beasts. His bullets fall wherever he can see. So how to improve the accuracy of bullets and their lethality is the subject of his lifelong research. In the past 10 years, although he has gone through the useless careers of Beastman, Demon Man, and Summoner like most people, he finally awakened his own unique name at Sequence 5, War Expert. He completely abandoned the cooperation of summons and focused on the path of pure attack hunter, and finally got the recognition of challenging the world. The bullets he fired could reach 10 times the lethality at the highest level through charging, which was enough to kill the world's highest level boss battle. The moment Jacques got the platinum level summoning flute, he wondered if it was a special equipment for hunters, until he saw the dark limited description below and sighed regretfully. The description of this equipment is a bit confusing, and I don't know its specific use. But the prefix platinum level can't deceive people, especially high-level equipment will have the entry gift from the stars, which also shows that the origin of this equipment is not ordinary. This level is just right for a token. Okay, I'm glad to complete this negotiation smoothly. I think you are very interested in this ice and snow fortress, so we won't disturb your adventure. After saying this, Jacques really set off. Wei Huan, who hadn't spoken since then, suddenly said, Keep connected, 50 kilometers is our safe distance. Once you turn back, I will regard this negotiation as invalid. Jacques was stunned for a moment, trying to recall whether he had said that his maximum strike capability was 50 kilometers. Later, he thought that this was meaningless. Since Wei Huan had accurately revealed his trump card, it meant that the other party had already known him. Strangely, not only did he not feel angry or humiliated, but he actually felt a little honored. Jacques smiled faintly. Okay, I wish you good luck. After saying this, Jacques really set off with his alliance convoy, and soon drove out of the scanning radius of the system radar. The upgraded system radar can scan the enemy within a range of 10 kilometers, but because of the connection between Jacques and Wei Huan's vehicles, his position will always appear on the map until the distance between the two sides exceeds a very long distance. About 2,000 kilometers, and then it will lose its trace. Wei Huan directly revealed his bottom line, naturally to ensure that he would not be suddenly attacked when developing the ruins. However, seeing that the other party really left obediently, and was still walking further away after exceeding 50 kilometers, he was still a little surprised. Did he deliberately lead himself to the edge of the world and ambush, with 200 vehicles just to achieve an opportunity for cooperation? Isn't it a bit of an exaggeration? No. In a later conversation, Mu Zhong said, "You are too strong. Even if he brought 200 vehicles, he didn't leave you with a sure win, not to mention that you were in the Yen country's chariot formation, escorted by 2,000 chariots. Such a move, let alone Yen country, no one in the world can get such treatment so far. No one can negotiate with you in such a trend, and any party will be crushed by this trend. He has tried his best to do it, using all the power in his hands, including speculation about your moral sense and human nature, to take this most correct step. Wei Huan's rebirth is not omnipotent, at least in terms of diplomatic negotiations. He is not as detailed as Mu Zhong." Mu Zhong answered his doubts, and let him know that negotiations between major powers are not only about equal strength, but also about this kind of negotiation method of struggling for more space and disadvantage. So Yen country is already so strong. Yes, Yen country is strong, not just Wei Huan. No matter how strong Wei Huan is, without the protection of a strong motherland, he is just a lone wolf, feared but not revered. In this way, until Jacques' convoy drove 100 kilometers, Wei Huan looked at the ice and snow fortress again. The nearly 300-meter high pointed cone-shaped building stood firm in the blizzard. The strange architectural style made people alert, and it was full of ominousness just by looking at it. Wei Huan's car moved forward slowly, and stopped about 500 meters away from the ice and snow fortress. At the same time, the undead he had released long ago began to rush to the entrance of the ice and snow castle. However, before entering, Wei Huan cautiously confirmed Jacques' position again, and then asked Su Qingqiang, "How do you feel?" Su Qingqiang touched his nose and frowned. "It's a bit strange. Is the platinum on the 4th level highway so strong? Why is it a little fragrant?" After listening to him, everyone in the cab frowned. Then Lu Qingji said excitedly, "Is this not a diamond-level ruin? Or can I get a god-level fragment again? Oh my! Whether it is god-level equipment or the professional training ground dropped by diamond treasure chests, it's all fragrant, right?" In fact, Wei Huan thought so too. If the crisis is caused by the high level of the ruins, it is not a bad thing, but a good thing. The more high-level equipment, the better. No one dislikes that their god-level equipment is too little. Just when Wei Huan was about to arrange for the ghost crow to enter the ruins to explore and confirm, a text message from Jacques suddenly popped up on the screen in front of him. "Shi Hengtuanjing is missing. I can no longer find his location. Please be careful." Shi Hengtuanjing? Shi Heng's family? The angry voices of the crew members rang in my ears. The relationship between Yen country and Sangshu country has always been tense due to historical issues. Especially when Wei Huan learned that Mu Zhong's leg was injured by the Sangshu people, he was furious and dropped a bomb on Shi Heng's family. From that moment on, the hatred between Wei Huan and Shi Heng's family was unsolvable. Now that they knew that Shi Hengtuanjing was not only in Jacques' convoy, but had just been confirmed to have disappeared, even Lu Qingji, who was the least concerned about the war, knew that the other party was going to take action. The others were more vigilant, and instantly entered a state of combat readiness. Mu Zhong even ordered, "Scan with the heart of steel." Wei Huan ordered the ghost crow that had just flown to the ice and snow castle to come back, and the crypt beast mother beast also began to gather around the vehicle. 8 portals appeared at the same time outside the car, and the undead army poured out. This series of changes happened very quickly, and it also stimulated Shi Hengtuanjing, who was lurking, to realize the change. Originally, he planned to suddenly attack when Wei Huan and the Platinum Monster were fighting fiercely, not only to kill Wei Huan, but also to pick fruits. He was about to have an orgasm in his brain for the imagined scene, until the scene in front of him suddenly happened. Shi Hengtuanjing, who realized that he might be exposed, suddenly panicked and shouted, "Do it! Now! Do it!" Then he saw a car next to him suddenly break through the snow and rush towards the white minivan suspended in the air not far away, like a cannonball. It turned out that they had been hiding deep in the snow. The level 4 vehicle had an instant starting speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour. At this moment, the distance between the two sides was less than 1,000 meters, and they almost reached the front in an instant. Two vehicles rushed to the front. And these two vehicles were loaded with vehicle-mounted bombs worth 100,000 points. A seemingly insignificant little thing, once installed on a car, the car becomes a bomb. The level of the car is the level of the bomb. When it explodes close to the face, it is not even inferior to the lethality of the level 5 scroll. This is a weapon that will destroy both the jade and the stone. It is also the most tragic and desperate scene in Wei Huan's memory. One by one, the cars turned into fireworks of the end of the world, and painted this tragic and heroic with despair, even if they could never return. We humans are fearless and fearless. For the human race, the old hatred was like a steel needle piercing into the brain, stimulating all Wei Huan's anger and almost crazy emotions. Countless green lights fell from the sky, bombing without distinguishing between friend and foe. The green fluorescence fell on the snow, on the tank, on the protective shield, and of course on the two bomb vehicles that provoked all of Wei Huan's anger and used the tragic heroism of mutual destruction on himself. So, when the first bomb exploded, the whole world changed color. The blizzard stopped, and everyone looked at the green fireworks that were blown up in the snow in astonishment. The flying snowflakes turned into smoke in the air, rising and transforming into drops of sad tears. No one can keep their heart forever calm after seeing the scene of the last moment of the battlefield with their own eyes. Wei Huan has never been calm. Whether he closes his eyes or opens them, he is filled with grief for having lost his home, his people, and everything else. He has never forgotten hatred or the pain of the destruction of his country. In the face of disaster, since the internal struggle will never stop, then we should eliminate all heretics and speak with fists. Boom! Boom! Shi Hengquanjing looked at the car that hit Wei Huan with a grudge. Even though green fireflies were floating between heaven and earth, Shi Hengquanjing, who knew clearly what all this meant, still stubbornly wanted to see the final result. Hatred has ignited his brain. His son, his mother, his family, everything is gone, and everything has become ruins because of this person. This is his last counterattack and his last hope of turning over. Killing Wei Huan, he avenged himself and became famous. Even if he was hunted down by Yan country later, he would always be remembered in the world history of the human race. If he didn't kill him, he would die with a huge debt and his remaining people. The hatred was so deep that there was no right or wrong. Only by killing the other party could the hatred be relieved. Boom! Boom! Finally, his chariot exploded, and the red flames were like the storm waves in the sea, swallowing up the two cars in an instant. But before he could show his satisfied smile, more green bombs exploded in front of his eyes. It exploded in the air, exploded on the snow, exploded on the car, and finally exploded in front of his eyes. Time was stretched infinitely at this moment, and Shi Hengquanjing could almost break down every second into countless frames. He saw a firefly-like green flame, and the moment it fell on the protective shield outside the car, the protective shield flashed a blue light spot. He also saw 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 bombs fall on the protective shield, and the shield shattered into pieces like glass. He also saw the moment when the vehicle shook violently, and the panicked expressions of everyone in the car. He also saw the roof of the car torn apart by the explosion, and the green flame swept over his head, and his eyes widened at that moment. Finally, he saw the area engulfed by red, and after the blood-red flower withered, a pearl-like white car bloomed in the heart of the flower. Just like that, it flashed and stood gracefully in front of him. Boom! The strong dark breath and the cold underworld fire swept every space in the field. The terrifying energy spread like a disaster, freezing the people in the car, and finally turned into white powder under the impact of the distance, falling down with a rustle. It seemed that, until this moment, the fear of death really descended on Shi Hengquanjing's heart. His expression began to twist, his eyes began to fill with blood, and he turned and rushed towards the gate. He wanted to live, not die. He regretted it. Even if he lived in decay, why did he have to die? Humans already had the power of gods, and were destined to become gods in the future. I really wanted to see and feel this future. Run! 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 Boom! Boom! The bombs kept going off, rolling over from behind with an earthquake. But at a certain moment, Shi Hengquanjing could not hear anything. He wondered if his eardrums were pierced by the explosion, so he became deaf. Until his vision solidified, and as it fell downward, darkness pressed from the edge of his vision to the center. He realized that he seemed to be dying. Unfortunately, even such a thought was short-lived and pitiful, and then his world, like the darkness that descended on the world at 6 o'clock every night, was shrouded and pulled to the deepest point. So even his thoughts froze. The Shiheng family had a total of 6 cars, each of which was a level 4 car. In fact, the Shiheng family had more than these cars. This time, in order to target Wei Huan, Shiheng Chuanjing was not only the person who contributed the most to the Wandering Alliance, but he also took all the cars of the Shiheng family in the level 3 world and entered the assessment. In the Alliance team, the Shiheng family alone had 39 cars. So when Shiheng Chuanjing left 6 cars, and the others continued to follow Jacques, the others helped cover Shiheng Chuanjing's action. When Jacques stopped, the remaining group of people in the Shiheng family knew that they had been exposed. At the same time, the head of the family, who had always been connected, issued an order to attack. At that moment, these people were nervous and excited, looking forward to a victory that had been planned for a long time. However, this connection became a nightmare for all the living members of Shiheng's family. They saw with their own eyes how the family head's car was swept by the bomb and torn into pieces by the power of the explosion. They even saw how Shiheng Chuanjing's face turned from red and rosy to stiff and pale after being swept by the nether fire, and then he was bombed into powder and fell down with a rustling sound. Some people fainted on the spot. The Shiheng family was completely finished. Chapter 156. From Shiheng Chuan shouting to him being blown to death, it took less than 2 minutes. Among them, the Hellfire bomb destroyed the protective shield in 30 seconds, and then chased the chariot that was trying to escape, and spent 30 seconds tearing the hull of the chariot. In fact, when the hull of the chariot was gone, the people in the chariot were equivalent to death. Except for the farmer sequence, the criminal sequence, and the bear-shaped druid, other professions could not withstand the intensive bombing of the 4th level Hellfire bomb even if they were upgraded to level 4. So in order to ensure that no fish escaped, Wei Huan bombed those thick-skinned professions in the remaining minute. This time he had no sympathy, like a vicious demon, cutting the grass and eradicating the roots. The intensive bombing was not stopped until the chariot was blown up to the point that not even a whole piece of alloy could be seen, and a 100-meter deep pit was blown out on the ground. Then, Wei Huan looked at the chariot damage area map displayed on the screen, and he didn't even swallow his breath. Because of the close-range explosion and insufficient preparation, his level 5 tank was blown out of nearly 20% of the damage area. If there are 5 more explosions like this, his tank will be blown up, and Mu Zhong and the crew on the tank will face the power of the explosion. It's very dangerous. As a long-range summoner, even 1% damage to the car body is his bottom line, let alone 20%. After killing the ambushers in one breath, Wei Huan suddenly turned his head to look at the stunned Jacques and asked, how many people did he bring? Where are they? Jacques didn't know the situation here, let alone that they had already started. Shiheng Chuanjing was turned into powder, and couldn't die anymore. From the perspective of the video, Wei Huan just stood there motionless, but the focus of his sight was not on himself. The vehicle was shaken for only a moment after the protective shield was broken by the vehicle-mounted bomb. It was too fast, and then Shiheng Chuanjing completely lost his ability to attack. If Shiheng Chuanjing had not arrogantly wanted to see Wei Huan's end, he would have turned around and ran, and he would have had a chance to survive. Wei Huan's ability is a little worse in terms of mobility. So Jacques didn't think much about it, and explained, I don't know where it is. His position has always been problematic. He has been trying to ignite the war. After I firmly refused, he unilaterally hung up the communication with me. It was also for this reason that I found out that he was missing after I left. Wei Huan actually didn't want to ask this. The ambushed vehicle was blown up under his nose, and Shiheng Chuanjing's body was gone. The reason he asked this was because he was just angry, and just wanted to kill him. Those who Shiheng Chuanjing brought here dared to attack him, and none of them would survive. But now that he was delayed, his anger subsided a little. He said, Shiheng Chuanjing is dead. He just attacked me. I will apply for compensation from the Sangshu Kingdom, and try all the war criminals who knew about and participated in this incident. Colonel Jacques would be the best if he is willing to help me collect evidence. Jacques opened his mouth, and was surprised that an egg could be stuffed into it. What? He didn't hear it wrong. Shiheng Chuanjing died just now? Wang Bing hurried over with 3 drivers. They are the driver sequence. The worst are the intermediate technicians of sequence 3, responsible for the maintenance and upgrading of the instruments on the vehicle. This is also the position of the driver sequence on the tank. As a logistics unit, there will basically be 1 driver on the tank when it is a level 4 vehicle. Especially the vehicle drawings they brought with them, many of which are still quite useful. Wang Bing is a good car repairman, but he is not good at fighting, and has no interest in the front line. As soon as the vehicle here was damaged, he started to get busy with his men. At the same time, on the screen in front of Wei Huan, the progress bar of the vehicle damage was slowly increasing. Mu Zhong also has a job as a driver, but this kind of repair work is not his turn. He has returned to his seat and is negotiating with Jacques. Regarding Wei Huan's accountability, Jacques is not very cooperative. He always said that Wei Huan had killed Shi Hengtuanjing and the people he brought. Other people in Shi Heng's family did not participate in the action. They didn't even know the news in advance and should not be implicated by Shi Hengtuanjing's personal actions. The relationship between the two sides, which had just eased, became tense again. Jacques' mouth was bitter. The good situation was ruined by this pig teammate. Now the person is dead, and the accountability cannot be pursued. He can only bear it. The key point is that Shi Hengtuanjing's death gave Sangshu country a reason to attack. Wei Huan could ignore the accusations of Sangshu country, but as the leader of the alliance team, he had an unshirkable responsibility. Things suddenly became troublesome. Because Jacques didn't want to escalate the situation and wanted to shirk responsibility, this negotiation lasted too long compared to the previous cooperation negotiations. In a blink of an eye, an hour passed. It was 1 o'clock in the middle of the night, when the challenge world was the darkest. It took Wei Huan and his team more than 6 hours to get here, and it would take more than 4 hours to go back. Moreover, it was not safe for the leader to leave the team for a long time. If a dark beast attacked and caused casualties at this time, the responsibility would fall on the leader. As the time to leave drew closer, Wei Huan glanced at Mu Zhong, who was still fighting wits and courage with Jacques, and finally made a decision. It seemed that Mu Zhong would not be able to reach a conclusion in a short time. Since they were here, they had to take down the Platinum Ruins. The undead army appeared again silently in the circle of vehicles. This time, the zombie Violent Bear army and the Running Wolf army appeared. These undead armies did not need to form a team, but lined up in an orderly manner and walked towards the ruins. The leaders of the army and some elites had at least one flying monkey on their backs this time. Big Bear and Brother Digging Anus had 2 flying monkeys, and there was a green light ball lying on their heads, illuminating half of their faces. The green light was even more sinister. However, Wei Huan knew the Snow Clan well enough and knew that the armies in front were all going to die, and the real killer was behind. When the Violent Bear and the Running Wolf came out of the portal, this time, the 3-headed, 6-armed, human-headed and horse-bodied Zayuroma army came out. Their number was much less than the previous 2 legions, but their momentum was superior to them. Especially their nails that occasionally emitted golden light, as the war weapons specially developed by the Dark Beast clan, were the key to winning this battle. Among them, there was a Zayuroma that was almost half the size of the old one, with a handsome face and lively eyes. After it came out of the portal, it also glanced in the direction of the car. This strange behavior would never happen to the undead. But soon, its attention was attracted by the ice and snow castle in front of it. Like a child who found an amusement park, it jumped and ran over happily. Behind it, there are 2 golden-haired, cute-looking flying monkeys, with their tails wrapped around its belly, floating gently in the air, looming. In addition, the green light ball on the heads of other undeads looks very dark, but it is on its head, which inexplicably has a bit of childishness. Emoji left the portal, and without waiting for Wei Huan's order, he immediately left the Shio Roman army, squeezed into the middle of the Benlang army, and ran a few steps. Probably because he felt it was boring, he got into the Violent Bear army, and imitated the Violent Bear's running posture of shaking his head and buttocks, and entered the entrance of the ice and snow castle in a blink of an eye. The undead army rushed in, the number was amazing. But this was not all of Wei Huan's combat power. In fact, when Mu Zhong and Jacques were negotiating, the vigilant Wei Huan sprinkled a large number of underground beast mothers, and summoned more than 20,000 face huggers, cooperated with the ghost crow, searched the sky and the ground, and surrounded this place. Wei Huan was not careless. When he was negotiating with Jacques, his undead army was also sent out to keep alert. The reason why they were attacked was because they had planned it unintentionally. Also, there were many things to challenge the world, and some items that shielded the breath could be purchased. In addition, they hid deep underground just before Wei Huan arrived, so they were not found by Wei Huan immediately. This time, Wei Huan had experience and learned from his mistakes. He arranged the patrol method of the undead army in more detail. He dug 3 feet deep into the ground, and did not miss any clues. Among them, the Big Goose mercenaries, who watched a good show 7 or 8 kilometers away, were politely asked to leave by the undead army. This time, when fighting the Platinum Treasure Chest monster in the 4th level world, Wei Huan was prepared for heavy losses. No threats can be left around, even the big goose people who have cooperated twice. Trust is difficult to build, but it only takes a moment to destroy. The big goose mercenaries, who were used as guns, were embarrassed to stay this time. Even if they coveted the materials of the platinum ruins, they were more afraid of making Wei Huan unhappy. Their combat effectiveness was only slightly stronger than Shiheng Chuanjing, and this gap was almost equal to nothing in front of Wei Huan's crushing combat power. If they didn't want to anger Wei Huan and wanted to live, they had to learn to restrain their greed and leave. After confirming that there was really no living creature within a radius of 15 kilometers, Wei Huan first looked at Su Qingqiang. Su Qingqiang said, "It should be fine. This ruins is a little fragrant, but the fragrance is normal." Wei Huan nodded. He could understand Su Qingqiang's strange description. Su Qingqiang then said, "I want to go in. As usual, I buff you first." Wei Huan nodded. He just thought so too. He wanted to end the battle early, to avoid more trouble. Zhou Yong and Lin Su also stood up at this time. "Captain, we also apply to go in." Wei Huan was a little hesitant this time. Su Qingqiang said, "It's okay for me to take them with me." Wei Huan nodded. Yes, although they were just the most ordinary challengers in the world, they were no longer ordinary after getting on his car. Wei Huan assigned 5 flying monkeys to Su Qingqiang. Yes, 5, he asked for it himself. When these flying monkeys were lined up behind his head, it was like a peacock spreading its tail, especially with a green light ball on his head. The look of him looking at him so faintly was enough to make anyone who saw it unforgettable for a lifetime. Zhou Yong and Lin Su are only sequence 3, and the danger in the level 4 world is even greater, so they mainly play auxiliary cooperation. Wei Huan arranged a large number of undead to guard them. It is of course different for humans and undead, who can be resurrected infinitely. Every life is precious. If everyone does not need to grow up, they can just stay in the car. After finally giving the green light ball to the two, Wei Huan looked at Do Lin. When Do Lin grows up, he will be a strong man in the medium and short distance. Within the range of 1,000 meters where the playing cards are flying, even an ant can't survive. The steel-clad skyscraper can also be cut in half by him. He is as powerful as a god. But now Do Lin is too young, and he has not yet got the deck of playing cards that he never leaves. Even because of Wei Huan's rebirth, it is unknown whether he can still find the deck of playing cards. So of course, there is only one reason why Wei Huan called him. Go to Judgment and brush the buff. The child is already drooling in his sleep. If he hadn't been awakened by the previous explosion, he might have slept until dawn. Now, after watching the Blue Star documentary for a while, he began to doze off again. When Wei Huan called his name, he stared at Wei Huan for a few seconds before he realized what he should do. He raised his hands wearing white gloves, as if he was holding up a universe in the void. In the universe, there was a vast starry sky, magnificent nebulae, and an extremely huge scale that supported the heaven and earth. In the scale, on one side sat his consciousness projection, and on the other side were stars flying from the sky. The scale swayed left and right, and finally the stars sank slightly, and the side with the phantom figure rose high. This was a judgment of victory. But Do Lin's ability was not only to predict the future, he could add weights, and use his gloves to produce countless starlight that fell on the scale of the stars, and the stars almost drowned the little man. One side of the star slowly fell, and finally the pointer of the scale came to the middle, and the two sides were exactly parallel. He shouted in a baby voice, "I judge, great victory." As he finished speaking, the shadowy figure stood up, and threw all the stars on the scale like throwing flowers. The stars flew out, and turned into starlight, falling into everyone, and the bodies of the undead. Judgment, a blessing that can be stacked. The core skill of the prophet can cast up to 1 times the attribute blessing, but the prophet known as the Master of the Wind will fail to cast it most of the time. Only Do Lin can cast it successfully every time, and judge that the worst attribute blessing is 0.5 times, which is related to his white gloves. The power is injected into the body, and everyone's body is as smooth as jade, and it glows during the attribute blessing. Even the gloomy army of undead has become a bit sacred. Mu Zhong, who was still negotiating with Jacques, noticed the movement and signaled to Jacques that he was leaving for a while. Then, after leaving the camera, he flicked his finger towards the green earrings. Dong dong. Dong dong. The drumbeats from the ancient time sounded, and the eyes of the ancestors looked over, dropping clusters of green light. The tripled single attribute also landed in the bodies of all people and the undead. The strength was further improved. When the shaman and prophet were gathered in the car, the 2 sets of attribute blessings were placed on the body, which could make people feel so happy that their souls left their bodies. Su Qingqiang's tripled agility reached 1500, plus 1 times the judgment, it doubled directly to 3,000. What is this concept? It was about to reach the single attribute when he gained bloodthirstiness. Strong, just one word. Su Qingqiang's excited pupils turned into vertical pupils, and the magic pattern had spread on his face, and thorns and sharp thorns grew. He jumped out of the car door and crashed into the blizzard. In a trance, he could still see 5 monkeys with peacock tails spread behind his shining head. Wei Huan, It's hard to say, but in front of living, everything else is nothing. After completing these, Wei Huan left a sentence, everyone be alert. Then, when his eyes opened and closed, the green flame of one eye was lit, and at the same time, his vision also descended on a magic eye lord and came to the interior of the ice and snow castle. Ahead was a winding and twisted passage dug in the ice and snow. The undead army walked in the passage without any traces of technology. The style of this twisted passage was more like a cave style, showing a clear sense of alien race. The sound of the wind whistled in my ears, and the flying snow particles fell in, leaving traces of frost and snow on the ground and walls. When the wind could no longer be heard, the frost and snow also disappeared, and there was only a large piece of ice with smooth side walls in front of him. Wei Huan turned his head suddenly, and saw the reflection of the Lord of the Magic Eye on the smooth ice wall. A huge eyeball covered with black blood appeared in front of him. But Wei Huan's sight was not only focused on this eyeball. He knew clearly what the Snow Clan was, so he widened his sight, and found that there was really a big eyeball behind the ice. Or in other words, it was the head of a large creature. The light gray hair was spread out, facing the passage, looking over hazily, and the specific appearance could not be seen clearly, only the huge size could be seen. When you realize that there are lives behind the ice wall, and look carefully, you will see countless creatures of all sizes frozen in the ice behind the ice wall, above your head and under your feet, looking like they are dying with their eyes open. The environment that looked pure and bright a moment ago, even reminiscent of a diamond-like glowing environment, instantly fell into hell. A huge sense of oppression came over me. It was as if I was being watched by these frozen lives, and they might wake up and pounce on me at any time. Or I might be pulled into the ice by a hand that suddenly appeared and become one of them. Fuck, this place is so evil. When Wei Huan turned his head, he happened to see Lin Su and Zhou Yong, who followed the army of undead in. They were riding on the back of Xiao Luoma, with nervous expressions, and they had obviously discovered the secret behind the ice. Su Qingqiang disappeared, and he became violent. He was always unruly, and might go anywhere, and no one could control him. He was happy, and it was possible to leave the undead army to organize the action. In comparison, Zhou Yong and Lin Su, who would never leave the undead army, were ordinary people. When Wei Huan saw them, they also saw Wei Huan, and they all slowed down their speech and greeted Wei Huan. Wei Huan nodded to them, then turned and flew further ahead, to the front of the undead army. Su Qingqiang was indeed here. At the same time, a three-way intersection appeared in front, and Su Qingqiang ran to the widest passage in the middle without thinking. Wei Huan arranged the undead army to follow him, especially the zombie violent bear, which was very suitable to help Su Qingqiang share the damage. As for the left and right sides, Brother Yugong ordered his wolf legion to split into 2 and explore separately. Emoji walked in the middle of the team, looked left and right, and finally chose the middle of the team. At this time, 5 floating cameras flew in, and then 2 of them went to the small passage, and the other 3 also flew to the depths of the middle passage. Soon, the first treasure chest was found. This treasure chest is located at the end of the small passage on the left. It is just a silver treasure chest. Not far from the treasure chest, a treasure map fragment was also found. Wei Huan ordered the undead army to form a team, and then opened the silver treasure chest. 50 snow rabbits jumped out of the treasure chest. Yes, 50. It is worth mentioning that it is probably because the ordinary treasure chest monsters in this world are not strong enough, so when opening a treasure chest below the gold level, a tribe will appear, with the least bronze and the most silver. At the gold level, a snow beast leader will appear, and the snow beast led by the leader will be stronger. 50 snow rabbits jumped out of the treasure chest like magic, and in an instant, they filled a small space with the army of undead. Snow rabbits are called that only because they have big ears. They are more like kangaroos. Not only do they have very strong legs and a thick tail, but they also have sharp nails on their hands to tear prey. They also look fierce, with green faces and fangs, like evil spirits. As soon as they appear, they are in a violent state, attacking everything in front of them crazily. They can kick, and bite, and they move very fast. They can even use the terrain of the cave to bounce repeatedly to attack the enemy. Among them, there are level 2 snow rabbits, and level 3 snow rabbits. Although their strength is not too high, the key is that there are many of them, and this ice and snow fortress is obviously not accessible, so the challenger can only face the attack of the snow rabbits directly. This attack was enough to make the challenger team, who were just barely participating in the 4th level highway assessment, suffer heavy casualties or even be wiped out. More than 50 snow rabbits appeared in an instant, jumping around in a relatively narrow space, and their sharp claws, like sickles, could come at any time. It was a very scary scene. Of course, the combat power of the silver treasure chest was a small cast for Wei Huan. With the same human wave tactics, his undead had all been upgraded to the 4th level, and they also had the 2 attribute blessings of blessing and judgment. Even if the basic attributes of the undead were poor, with these blessings, they could easily fight 2 or even 3. When they met the elite running wolf, they pounced and bit left and right, and killed it easily. The difference in combat power was like a wolf and a rabbit. Soon, the snow rabbit was killed, and the supplies in the silver treasure chest appeared directly in the car. Wei Huan was too lazy to even look at it. He continued to maintain his vision in the ice and snow castle, and ordered the undead, who had opened the treasure chest, to quickly join the main force, while he went to the next treasure chest location. Halfway through the journey, Sister Crow flew over with a loud and urgent cry, echoing in the ice and snow corridor, with a bit of exasperation, as if even the giant creatures frozen in ice were awakened and looked over. Wei Huan hurriedly stopped and looked over. It turned out that the vanguard had found the platinum treasure chest. According to the previous habit, Sister Crow would report it to Wei Huan after finding it, and then the undead army would finish the teaming and open the treasure chest to ensure the smooth battle. But Sister Crow was very angry today, and said that Su Qingqiang wanted to force the treasure chest. After stopping Sister Crow twice, Su Qingqiang actually wanted to catch it. Sister Crow became smarter and smarter after the 4th level, and even learned to complain. Wei Huan heard it, and just as he made a statement, he saw a tremor and roar from afar. Needless to say, Su Qingqiang opened the treasure chest. Chapter 157. The demonized Su Qingqiang is indeed not easy to manage. He is emotional, childish, and most importantly, he is murderous and greedy. If he were in the army, he would definitely be the black sheep. However, Wei Huan didn't mind. If he minded, he would not let Su Qingqiang get on the car and give him such a high position. What he needs most in his car is such a powerful attacker. At the same time, Su Qingqiang also needs a driver who will let him attack at will. From the initial hostility to mutual contempt, the two are now comrades who cooperate tacitly. Wei Huan ordered the demon Eye Lord to rush to the battlefield quickly. The demon Eye Lord flew over the heads of a large group of undead waiting to enter the war, and finally came to a huge cave. In this wide cave, a snow-white crocodile with a length of more than 20 meters was biting and fighting. Its appearance is indeed a bit like a crocodile. At least when it lies on the ground, it is 70% similar to the crocodiles on Blue Star. But when it attacked, it felt different, because its neck could be raised, and it could bite the enemy, and its tail was as flexible as its hands and feet, and it could easily sweep across a piece of ice, shattering and falling. This form was a bit like a lizard, or a dragon. In short, it was very brave. It was huge, strong, and agile, and most importantly, very smart. It knew how to avoid Su Qingqiang's attack, and didn't pay much attention to the provocation of the big bear, but used its hands, feet, and tail to kill the undead in groups. Then it took a sudden move, or the accumulated strength, and hit the big bear hard. With just one blow, the flying monkey on the big bear's neck let out a shrill scream, and was killed instantly. The bear's endurance also dropped by 2,000 points. At this time, the green light ball on the bear's head began to glow, and the pure power of death was injected into the bear's body. The bear's blood volume began to recover slowly, at a rate of about 40 points per second. Although it was not much, any endurance recovery was very important on the battlefield. This is not a game. The dead are really dead. They will not be resurrected again, and there is no chance to replay. So even 1 point of endurance per second is useful at a critical moment. After attacking the bear, the ice giant lizard found that it could not kill it, and was very angry, and wanted to continue to slap it with 2 claws. But Su Qingqiang and the undead also took advantage of this time to attack it. The violent, terrible attack force chiseled on its hard shell, and a layer of ice skin was instantly scraped off. At first, I thought the outermost layer of ice was its armor, until I saw cracks deep in the ice body. It made people suddenly realize that this was actually a life made entirely of ice. At some point, Su Qingqiang had already reached the top of the ice and snow lizard's head, scratching and attacking frantically. The platinum-level gloves caused great damage to the ice and snow lizard. In a blink of an eye, a huge hole was dug in the head, reaching the brain. But the form of the Snow Tribe is different. This kind of attack is useless to the Snow Tribe. Even if Su Qingqiang's attack reaches the brain directly, no matter how deep it goes, it is just ice. Su Qingqiang was in a violent state. He laughed and scratched for a long time, and suddenly picked up an ice cube and put it in his mouth to chew. Crack! Pooh! It was definitely ice, without any nutrition, pure ice. Moreover, this kind of attack was really useless to the ice lizard. It allowed Su Qingqiang and the army of undead to punch holes in its body, and it continued to kill the undead. Time passed by minute, and the battle lasted for 5 minutes. Finally, Su Qingqiang joined the army of undead and successfully dismembered the ice lizard. With a loud bang, half of the body of the ice lizard fell to the ground and turned into ice. A transparent, slightly blue shadow jumped out of the body of the ice lizard. Wei Huan said, "It's out. It's it. Be careful." Wei Huan's voice, along with the microphone, reached the ears of Lin Su and Zhou Yong. They had been informed in advance, and without hesitation, they turned around and jumped into the middle of the undead. At the same time, the undead also used their bodies to protect them. The transparent light blue life seemed to have made some movements, and a powerful cold breath was emitted with it as the center. Shua and ice ring spread outward like a sickle, and all the undead were attacked by the wind and snow at nearly 1,000 degrees below zero, and were instantly frozen in place. Just like the Hellfire Bomb, the next second after being frozen, they turned directly into white ash, falling like gravel, and spread a thick layer on the ground, which was exactly the same as the thick white frost under the feet. So, this white frost is basically flesh and blood, right? Wei Huan knew the situation of the Snow Clan, and the human race had stayed in the 4th level world for 3 years, and had enough understanding of the Snow Clan. Just when he wanted to remind everyone that there was a trick, he saw Zhou Yong and Lin Su running out of the bunker like crazy and rushing to a place. They opened their mouths and shouted hoarsely, "Brother Chang." Wei Huan looked in the direction they were going, and his pupil shrank suddenly. Su Qingqiang, that bastard, was so excited about killing that he completely forgot his instructions, and didn't even try to avoid the moment when the Snow Clan released the cold air. Now Su Qingqiang's frozen body was just sitting there in the ice, motionless and lifeless. Wei Huan was nervous for a moment, but he quickly reacted and relaxed again. There were still 4 flying monkeys hanging behind Su Qingqiang's neck, and the green light above his head was also dazzling. The most important thing was that there was no Su Qingqiang in his tomb, and it was obvious that it was not time for him to report to the Hades. Sure enough, Zhou Yong and Lin Su's desperate rush stimulated Su Qingqiang to speed up to get rid of the control of the freezing. His eyeballs moved, and a layer of ice on his body cracked and fell down. At the same time, Zhou Yong and Lin Su were stopped by the army of undead. Wei Huan ordered them to protect the safety of the two. The 2 of them were blocked and calmed down a little. Then the 2 of them, as well as Wei Huan, simultaneously looked at the transparent light blue figure in the middle. The terrifying cold current killed a large number of undead troops. At that moment, at least more than 200 undead returned to the tomb. Only the zombie violent bear was stronger, and most of them withstood this wave of attacks. Even the Shuroma died in large numbers. It can be seen how terrible the ice ring was at that moment. Now the ice ring was released, but the battle was not over. With the new movement of the transparent light blue figure, all the frost and snow powder and ice cubes that fell to the ground gathered to the transparent figure's position, as if time was flowing backwards. After a gust of wind, a 6-armed snow ape, 10 meters tall, appeared in front of everyone. As soon as the huge and burly figure appeared, it suddenly jumped up and landed high, and the landing point actually went straight to the place where Lin Su and Zhou Yong were protected. The big bear was ordered, roaring roar, roar and chasing after it. But the other figure was faster. It was Su Qingqiang. He finally broke free from the shackles of the ice, and shot out like lightning. He rushed towards the 2 people, but turned back flexibly. With a delayed sonic boom, Su Qingqiang had already faced the falling snow ape fist head-on. The huge fist and the small person, a scene with a strong contrast. This should not be of the same level. There was a loud boom. The final impact was the hard and huge ice body, which could not bear it, and broke from the palm of the hand. The cracks spread rapidly, and even the entire arm shattered and fell. As Su Qingqiang raised his hand to smash the giant arm, he also endured the attack from the opponent. Instantly, a flying monkey behind his neck let out a shrill cry, scream. Then it disappeared and returned to the tomb. The green light ball continued to fall, covering Su Qingqiang, steadily and continuously restoring his endurance. The snow ape with a broken arm staggered forward, and before it could stand firm again, it was surrounded by the undead and torn apart. This time the speed was faster, and it took only 1 minute to complete the kill, and the ice and snow were scattered all over the ground. The transparent blue figure appeared again. The shrill sound echoed in the cave, and another ice ring cut out. But this time, just looking at the undead still standing there, and Su Qingqiang who was only stiff for a moment and rushed forward again, you can know that its ice ring damage is not as good as before. Su Qingqiang rushed forward, not afraid of the coldness released from it, and scratched the transparent blue figure with one claw. But it missed. The light and shadow completely ignored his damage and inhaled again, and then the frost gathered. This time it became a monster only 3 meters tall, like a bear, like a tiger, and with a slender and flexible tail. As soon as the body condensed, the tail bit towards Su Qingqiang like a poisonous snake coming out of a hole. Su Qingqiang didn't even look back, grabbed the tail, and stepped on the body of the frost creature with both feet, kicking it to pieces easily. This time, the ice ring still broke out, but the lethality was weak. Even Zhou Yong and Lin Su could deal with it calmly. After 3 times, the blue transparent figure seemed to have reached its limit. After the ice ring broke out, it didn't condense for a long time. Only then could I see clearly that in the depths of this light ball with a faint blue glow, there seemed to be butterfly wings flapping, bringing a strong chill. If this happened in a treasure underground palace, the Snow Clan would have to find a way to escape after their ice was broken 3 times in a row. Their strength was exhausted, and if they continued, they would die. Unfortunately, this Platinum Snow Clan was a treasure box monster. The day it was sealed in the treasure box by the Challenge World, it had no thoughts, only absolute hostility towards the opener, and a persistent persistence. The 4th time, the Snow Clan tried to condense its body, but this time, before the body was condensed, Su Qingqiang grabbed it and squeezed it hard. The same scream again, as the ice body shattered, the weak ice ring exploded. Su Qingqiang spread his hands, and there was nothing in his palms, only the snow water heated by his palms. Dead. Yes, dead. Wei Huan confirmed that the Snow Tribe was completely dead through the dropping of items. A platinum monster from a level 4 world was killed by them just like that. Wei Huan hadn't used up all his strength yet, and Su Qingqiang seemed to be still unsatisfied. It must be admitted that Dou Lin's getting on the car brought them stronger combat power. Even if it was only 1 times the attribute blessing, their combat power had already surpassed this world. Even level 3 fighters, like Zhou Yong and Lin Su could fight back and forth on such a battlefield. This was not entirely due to the cooperation of Wei Huan's undead, but also the fact that their strength was indeed increasing. Dead just now? Su Qingqiang shook off the ice and snow in his hand, and at the same time, the magic vine on his face retreated into his collar like a tide and disappeared. He stood in the middle of the battlefield and lit a cigarette for himself, looked around the monsters in the frozen wall, and finally looked at the demon Eye Monarch who had descended on Wei Huan. The Snow Clan is a kind of elemental life. When popularizing the common sense of the level 4 world, Mu Zhong said, perhaps the natural environment of the level 4 world is more suitable for the ice and snow elements, so this world is occupied by the Snow Clan. They are not low in intelligence, especially the Snow Clan in the Treasure Palace, which can confuse people's minds and have various combat capabilities. The powerful Snow Clan will collect the corpses of the enemies, study their body structure, and then copy more than 80% of the strength of this kind of life through ice and snow. Moreover, the army is complex, with magic, strength, and spirit. The Snow Clan also has a very powerful passive skill of the tribe. That is, every time the ice shell is broken, a large amount of cold air will be released. Level 4 challengers, who leave the protection of the vehicle, may be killed instantly in the face of such cold air. This has caused great harm to our pioneer warriors. Many people died in the sudden outbreak of the Snow Clan. However, their cold outbreaks will gradually weaken. In the end, there will be no cold left, and the Snow Clan will die completely. It is crucial to avoid their first outbreak. Wei Huan and Su Qingqiang looked at each other, looking at the 2 flying monkeys behind his neck. There were 5 flying monkeys in total. 3 of them died, and the green light ball also returned to the tomb because of the exhaustion of energy. Su Qingqiang was brave enough, but also very dangerous. Wei Huan did not blame him for not dodging before the ice ring came. He knew very well that Su Qingqiang had no consciousness when he went crazy. What he cared more about now was that since Su Qingqiang could not avoid this kind of group injury, It seemed that he had to tie more monkeys to him and protect his life at all costs. Su Qingqiang smoked half a cigarette and finally couldn't stand it. He twitched his head and face nervously, and the retreating magic pattern spread faster. Come, twist his whole face into a hideous shape. Then he jumped on the back of a Zayuroma and began to eat it like a hungry beast. It seems that Su Qingqiang, who took the first ice ring, was not as calm as he showed. This wave, internal injuries. The Zayuroma eaten by Su Qingqiang could not return to the tomb, but Wei Huan didn't care and sent 2 more Zayuroma over. But the elites in the undead army were hiding from Su Qingqiang at this moment, even the disobedient MOG, who jumped away and went to find another battlefield. There are still many areas in this ice and snow fortress that have not been explored, and there should be many treasure chests that can be opened. Of course, they must be explored once they come. However, Wei Huan did not intend to continue the exploration unless there was a special situation. He withdrew his vision from the demon eye lord, restored his black eyes, and looked at Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong was still negotiating with Jacques. After the already weak trust was broken, no matter what the two sides said, the other side could no longer believe it. Jacques said, "You have killed him, and you still want to escalate the situation. I cannot agree. My position and experience tell me to stop here. Don't continue to increase friction. It will not be good for you." Mu Zhong said, "We will judge whether it is good or not. He is the person you brought. He attacked us. It can be determined that it was your arrangement, which led to the failure of our cooperation in advance. You should not persuade us to keep quiet now, but actively solve this matter and remove all the unfavorable factors that affect our cooperation." Impossible. Jacques shook his head. It was Shiheng Chuanjing's personal action. Other people from Shiheng's family did not participate in the encirclement and suppression, and Sang Shuguo was also unaware of this matter. Mu Zhong sneered. The car-borne bomb he used is worth 100,000 points, and there are 2 cars. Shiheng's family has been ruined. Where did the money come from? Jacques continued to shake his head. I don't know. Wei Huan watched the 2 people arguing indifferently. It was normal for things to develop to this point. In fact, both parties knew that Shiheng Chuanjing was dead and Shiheng's family was completely ruined. Holding on to Shiheng Chuanjing's matter was just to increase the conditions of the transaction and obtain greater benefits. Mu Zhong is very good at this kind of thing. Diplomacy is not all about fists. Sometimes you also need to know how to relax and tighten. Leave it to Mu Zhong. While listening to their negotiation, Su Qingqiang, who had a full meal, took Lin Su and Zhou Yong back to the car. At the same time, the treasure chests in the ice and snow castle were opened. Wei Huan took back his undead in the castle. As the last undead disappeared, this sky-high ice and snow fortress was gradually swallowed up by the blizzard in the middle of the night. In the blink of an eye, the empty and towering buildings disappeared. Wei Huan said, "Return. It's getting late, they should go back. Remember there are 2 Dark Beast Lords' territories on the way, so let's clean them up along the way. Wait, we can talk it over." Mu Zhong, who was negotiating, heard Jacques suddenly raise his voice and said nervously, "We are negotiating, and it's far from the point of escalating to the level of force. If what I said just now was inappropriate, I can apologize. What you asked, the only thing I can do is to describe Shiheng Chuanjing's behavior more accurately when retelling this matter. I think if we cooperate happily in the future, Mulberry Country will definitely make some compensation for this offense. Okay, this is my bottom line. Please keep a calm and restrained distance between us." Okay, Shiheng Chuanjing did go too far. I will also inform other countries in the alliance about this matter, we can. Jacques' chattering suddenly got stuck. It was all because on his radar, although Wei Huan's car was coming in their direction, it suddenly accelerated in the next second and now surpassed them and ran ahead of them. Is this so angry that they don't want to develop the Platinum Ruins? Or is it because of this series of accidents that they gave up developing the Platinum Ruins? But as Mu Zhong reacted, showing a half-smile, Jacques fell silent after realizing something. Then he said, "I wish you a safe return. I do have an unshirkable responsibility for Shiheng Chuan's actions. As the leader of the convoy, I sincerely apologize to you, Major Wei, and every member of the car. And I promise that I will report this incident to the commander of the Alliance Corps truthfully. That's it. I hope we can still contact each other." After saying this, Jacques took the initiative to hang up the communication. He glared coldly, and he had not looked at his deputy driver with a good face since just now. The deputy driver said, "You are our awesome genius, our general, but you are so humble in front of Wei Huan. You have lost our awesome's face. I will report it truthfully this time. Not only did you damage our Osam's image, but you also changed the battle plan without authorization. You are finished. Jacques was too lazy to pay attention to him, and said to the crew, "Please ask our deputy driver to go back to the room to rest." The crew's position was complicated. Some hesitated, some were determined to execute, and some stopped. Jacques looked at the farce in his car and felt sad. But in the end, the deputy driver was invited back to the room, and those drivers who had stood firmly beside the deputy driver returned to the room together. Now that only his own people were left around him, Jacques had time to look at the confused people of Sherhang's family. He said, "Sherhang's family, bring 2 cars, go back with me to see what else can be recovered." In fact, everyone knows that this sentence is false. Challenge the world will recover any corpse, monsters, and humans. During this period of time, Sherhang Chuanjing, his men, and his car were probably dragged into the darkness. The most important reason why Jacques said this was to see it with his own eyes and prove his guess. The night was very dark. The wind and snow were very strong. The whirring sound was like the wail of the dead, vaguely coming from outside the car, making people's backs cold. Jacques stood at the coordinates of the ice and snow fortress, looking at everything empty in front of him, and this time he felt the cold and fear from his fingertips. He had won the world's first place, and the reward of the platinum treasure chest. He used his own ability to earn a level 5 chariot, and a level 5 professional level. He was a war expert on the battlefield. Although the group of old guys in Asham didn't like him always not listening to them, once there was any difficult task, they would arrange him to do it, and they were quite indulgent to him. For example, this time, he dared to change the plan privately, and chose to negotiate with Wei Huan instead of taking action. He was fully confident that those old guys still needed his combat effectiveness, and didn't dare to really punish him. He was really a very confident person. In the negotiation just now, although he showed enough courtesy and patience, he always believed in his heart that he had the ability to kill Wei Huan. Angel Spear Scroll can blow up Wei Huan's car, and his war expert skill can blow up Wei Huan's head from 50 kilometers away. No matter how many undeads Wei Huan has, it still cannot change the fact that he is just a fragile summoner. And his ability is aimed at the cloth clothes in the back row. But at this moment, when he really saw the platinum level ice and snow fortress disappear, Wei Huan took less than 20 minutes to kill the monsters in the castle, and took away the platinum equipment, and he was left with a head full of disbelief. Impossible? How did he do it? Even if he could live broadcast the development of the Platinum Treasure Underground Palace in the 3rd level world for 20 minutes, this is a 4th level world. The monsters are much stronger. No, wait, is it true that the Treasure Underground Palace he developed in the 3rd level world is only a Platinum level one? Why is it that there is no live broadcast of the same Platinum level ruins in the 4th level world? Did Wei Huan give up the live broadcast? Or is the level of that underground palace far more than Platinum? Could it be? Chapter 158. Get Platinum Strength Potion X1. Get Platinum Wisdom Earring X1. Get Platinum Agility Mask X1. Get Vehicle External Protective Cover Blueprint 6X1. Get. Wei Huan ordered the butler to drive the vehicle and pass directly by the side of the Jacques convoy at full speed. He had a lot of things to do, and was too lazy to stop and have a verbal battle with these people. This kind of thing would take a day or 2 to finish. Killing the dark beast and completing the assessment was the most important thing at the moment. Mu Zhong didn't say it, so Wei Huan didn't know how much pressure his order had put on Jacques and his alliance convoy. Jacques in front of the camera just showed his bottom line in advance and let out a trap in his words. If Wei Huan's car had connected to other alliance cars at that time, he would have found that the generals sent by those countries to embarrass him would have a pale and trembling face when they really faced him. The female prophet from the Bang country even hugged her head and screamed. Wei Huan didn't pay attention to the ugly behavior of these people. He was more concerned about the platinum materials dropped from this relic. No one was able to exchange the strength potion for the time being, so Wei Huan took it away. The appearance of Jacques also reminded Wei Huan that there are many capable people who challenge the world, and the bullets hiding in the corners may shoot at his forehead at any time. We must persist in pursuing our own strength. The platinum wisdom earrings undoubtedly belonged to Mu Zhong. He had always worn silver-level earrings. The earrings were pierced by his own hands when he was on the primary assessment road and faced the siege of dark beasts. He hung them up with blood. The style of the earrings is more suitable for a woman. The green color is very swaying. Mu Zhong wore them on his ears, but because of his upright and clean aura, he did not look feminine at all. Now, it is finally time to take off this pair of earrings and replace them with something better. The reason why Mu Zhong decided to choose this pair of earrings is because it is also an earring style. For him, who has already adapted to using earrings to perform blessings, this is the best substitute so far. The exquisite and beautiful earrings are as pure blue as the sea, and the shape of water drops hangs on both sides of the cheeks. The platinum filigree craftsmanship is very delicate. There are fine bubbles floating in the blue earrings, which shimmer with dazzling brilliance as Mu Zhong walks. On the left ear bone, there is a platinum ear clip, which is neat and tidy. Wei Huan's eyes fell on the earrings. One piece of equipment increases more than 400 points of spiritual power, and there is also an entry to keep calm and increase the speed of spiritual power recovery. In addition, every platinum equipment will have gift from the stars. In addition to bringing a lot of spiritual power, the best thing about this equipment is the entry to increase the speed of mental recovery. The faster the spirit speed recovers, the more energy you will have. For Mu Zhong, who has two professions, his biggest headache is not how to make his spiritual power more, but how to make himself able to improve both professions at the same time. Shaman priests are important to the team, and drivers are important to all mankind. It is difficult to choose. Do Lin did not get on the car before. Considering the difficulty of the 4th level world, Mu Zhong focused his training on the dancer sequence. Now he can only continue to persevere. He can't do whatever he wants and end up with neither side. The platinum earrings were directly exchanged by Mu Zhong with DKP, and others didn't have to worry about it. Then his eyes fell down. Platinum agility mask is a good thing. His eyes fell on Su Qingqiang's face, but he soon realized that Su Qingqiang wanted this and that, and it might be unrealistic to exchange them all. Su Qingqiang also knew that there were several pieces of equipment waiting in line, waiting for him to visit, and he was powerless to use this platinum agility mask. However, being stared at by everyone, he suddenly asked Wei Huan, "Did you give my buffet to that Sam as a hostage?" Wei Huan thought for 10 seconds before he fully understood this sentence. Buffet and proton both refer to the magic flute, right? Wei Huan was amused by this. "I thought you had buffet every day." "I was just saying, but that thing is interesting, so I still have to take it back." "What do you mean?" "That group of people used that thing to summon the white rhino. Do you think it would be awesome if it was given to hunters?" Ding Qi was still struggling for the platinum bow, and asked, "Brother Chang, is that thing for hunters?" "But I remember it is limited to the dark profession?" Su Qingqiang said, "It's not difficult to use it, just become a fallen black elf." Su Qingqiang saw that Ding Qi really didn't understand, and the others also looked ignorant, only Wei Huan was thinking. He lit a cigarette for himself, and said solemnly, "Were we not going back to the ruins? We happened to meet the group of warriors, who were trying to tame the white rhino. Among them was a dark-skinned hunter holding this magic flute." Ding Qi blinked. "Could you be talking about someone from Africa?" Su Qingqiang rolled his eyes. "I'm not stupid. That's a secondary highway. Where did the foreigners come from? And can't I recognize whether they are Africans?" Ding Qi listened to the explanation and laughed as he thought, "I was just imagining. What are the dark fallen elves? I know elves are good at shooting, but elves are a race, right? Can you change your race?" Su Qingqiang said, "I don't know either. It seems that the spirit which has this ability. Sleepless Requiem Master Spirit, which Fallen Spirit, which Disaster Spirit, which Dark Knight Apostle. Yes, this is the advanced sequence of the Dark Knight Apostle." Speaking of this sequence, Wei Huan's first reaction is Agri's Frankling of Asham, the Dark Knight Apostle with Night Wound. As the profession that involves the most dark magic among the 3 major dark professions in the 12 sequences, Wei Huan is also very secretive about this sequence, and he is not clear about the extent of their real means. But the spirit which is also called a witch, a profession from the legend, which itself has the elements of temptation, disaster and depravity. If they say that they can make other professions degenerate, he believes it. Su Qingqiang was still saying, "That's it anyway. The magic flute has so many restrictions, so its power won't be bad. Besides, how bad can the equipment be that can even recruit platinum monsters?" Ding Qi nodded. Of course she was a little reluctant, but soon relieved. First of all, her DKP was not enough, and it was already difficult to save a platinum bow, and the second equipment was even more distant. Besides, how could she fall? She didn't want to fall, and it was good now. Wei Huan thought about it. That Jacques was a hunter, and Agri's was also an Osamite. But soon confirmed that Jacques, as a genius of Osam, was a leader on the front line of Osam in his previous life. He persisted to the end, and was deeply respected and loved by Osamites and Blue Star humans. After waiting for these words, the butler reminded, "Captain, we only need a small amount of materials to upgrade the level 6 protective shield. Do you want to upgrade?" Wei Huan didn't expect that he could upgrade to level 6 components so soon, but there was no need to hesitate. He nodded. "Upgrade?" Then, the points on Wei Huan's car decreased by 40,000 points, and the protective shield was also upgraded to level 6. Too fast. In fact, the later it gets, the faster Wei Huan will catch up with the main force, and he may even be far ahead. He opened too many high-level treasure chests, which contained many drawings and core materials above level 6. The next step was his burst of surpassing. It took a day to upgrade the level 6 components. Wei Huan was not in a hurry. The chariot rushed back at full speed, passing by 2 marked Dark Beast territories, stopped for 10 minutes, and then continued to move forward. Finally, before dawn, he returned to the army. The Legion, which had been tense all night, relaxed. Although only 1 car and a few people left, it seemed to take away the backbone of everyone, and their souls became light and unfocused. Now that the leader's car is back, they also have the sea-suppressing stone. The 2 escort vehicles that were assigned to serve as temporary leader vehicles parked in the parking spaces of the war platform. The first thing Li Shui did after getting off the car was to look at the warehouse of the main vehicle, and then shouted, "Wow, was it a platinum treasure chest that was open last night?" The others hurried to look at the warehouse of the main vehicle. Yes, I am sure there is an extra platinum equipment. An extra platinum agility mask. Gamblers and hunters are blessed. Does Lieutenant Su not want it? He must have the most DKP. I heard that Lieutenant Su is eyeing a pair of agility pants, and is about to change them. That means we can all fight for this platinum equipment, isn't it? It has to be Major Wei's car. What kind of invincible strength is this? 1 car goes out every night, and platinum monsters can be easily pushed away. Come on, everyone. With Boss Wei leading us, we will become stronger in the future. There were also careful people who found out that the platinum magic flute that was hidden in the bottom of the box was missing and said it. But everyone generally didn't think it was an important matter, and they talked about it for a few words, and then turned the page. The focus of the topic was just one: the warehouse of this car is so beautiful, it's more upscale than the Legion's. You have to work hard and fight hard. I don't know who proposed the DKP system, but it really solved the problem of equipment distribution. A fair system, everyone has a chance, and everyone is motivated. The most important thing is that this kind of thing doesn't need to bother Wei Huan. He only needs to be responsible for getting the equipment back, and everyone will naturally follow the rules. The army moved forward, and the territories of the Dark Beast Lords became more and more, but they could not cause any impact on the convoy led by Wei Huan. They pushed the territory all the way, and in a blink of an eye, it was the 8th day of challenging the world. Generally speaking, if they travel 1 more day on the 8th day, they can reach the 80th line almost the next day, and Wei Huan's leader duties will be completed. The remaining 20% of the journey is when he rushes to the rankings for himself. The territory of the Dark Beast Lord will definitely block the clearance checkpoint. As long as they defeat the Dark Beast Lord, they can complete the assessment. In previous years, this level of assessment road can be a dog fight. It is the first time that challengers from all countries of Blue Star gather together in the world. It is not uncommon to compete with each other and kill each other for ranking. This road assessment, everyone clearly predicted that it would be a big chaos. Wei Huan announced the date of the assessment in a high-profile manner. I wonder how many countries and organizations will be interested in him. Some people speculate that Wei Huan will be subjected to joint actions by the Alliance convoy, and he may be killed here. Isn't this the reason why Yen country sent 2,000 convoys to protect Wei Huan's safety? But what is the fact? Today is the 8th day, and the world of highway assessment can be said to be calm and peaceful. Many people found that at the beginning, challengers from all over the world were still quarreling and cursing. But later the hostility in the chat room disappeared at some point, and challengers from all countries were unprecedentedly peaceful. When did this happen? It was probably when Wei Huan led the convoy to push forward all the way, and no Dark Beast territory appeared on the road, and none of them could stop them for more than 20 minutes. Sometimes Wei Huan even ran to the route of other countries, seeking help with 1 car, and also wiped out the Dark Beast territory with great force. Once or twice, there may be people who feel sour, and say a few words in a sarcastic tone. Later, after 3, 4, 5, and 6 times, the sarcastic voices disappeared. The gap was too big. Wei Huan's strength was just like common sense. If I continued to be sarcastic, I would be embarrassed. 2 days ago, there was news in the chat room that Wei Huan killed the generals of Mulberry Kingdom this year, killing hundreds of people. But there was no splash at all, and the topic passed. Many people said, "What kind of person is Wei Boss? He is a great hero who has made great contributions to mankind. Let's not talk about whether he killed the generals of Mulberry Kingdom. Even if he did, I know with my ass that it must be the leader of Mulberry Kingdom who is wrong." That's right, it's so biased, so unreasonable and unfair. But this is the impression Wei Huan gives people, powerful, kind, and fair. The general of the Mulberry Kingdom must have deserved to die, and those Mulberry Kingdom people who were killed by Wei Huan must have helped the tyrant, and they deserved to die. This common thought made the remnants of the Shi Hung family very disappointed. After Shi Hung Chuanjing died, they knew that the Shi Hung family was finished. Of course, the Shi Hung family still has a second generation, but even if someone is still alive, it is meaningless. Shi Hung Chuanjing took away all the remaining power and materials of the family, and the desperate attack on Wei Huan directly sucked out the Shi Hung family's marrow. From now on, it will be difficult for them to stand up. The remnants of the Shi Hung family, who felt sad and wronged, exposed this matter not to denounce Wei Huan, and they did not dare to provoke Wei Huan. They just hoped that Wei Huan would feel a little guilty and sympathetic, and that they would let a little leak out from their fingers to compensate for their losses, so that their future life would not be too difficult. But the situation was over. Before they could do more, Jacques Warning came, warning them not to stir up emotions and provoke Wei Huan again, and said that if there was a next time, he would not protect Shi Heng's family. In this way, it was not a big deal, and Shi Hung Chuanjing's death was even quieter, and it was just turned over. After all, it was a well-known and powerful force in the Sangshu Kingdom, but it ended up like this. Not only did he die in pieces, but he was also talked about, and couldn't even live in the spiritual world of others. A leader who can't even judge the situation is better off dead. The journey was very peaceful. At noon, Jacques contacted and gave another coordinate. This is the last high-level ruins predicted by Jin Shangqian. I was asked to send it to you as soon as possible. Mu Zhong looked at this move of showing weakness and asking Wei Huan, "Are you going?" "Yes," Wei Huan replied. Mu Zhong said, "It's already this time. Aren't you afraid that they will do something again?" Wei Huan shook his head. "I have already figured out their strength, and they will not be my opponent if they do something. So there is no need to do something. Both sides know that the gap in strength is huge. If they continue to be stubborn, Shi Heng Chuanjing will be their lesson. Who wants to die if they can live? Besides, Jacques is right. Instead of taking huge risks and continuing to argue with Wei Huan, it is better to cooperate with him to get a way to unlock the abandoned mobile phone. The real benefits are in front of him. Isn't it better than a handful of dirt from Shi Heng Chuanjing? But talk is talk, action is action." When he went out that night, Wei Huan still borrowed the abilities of Su Qingqiang and Do Lin to predict the good and bad luck of this trip. When they heard great victory and tasteless, everyone clearly saw the regret on Wei Huan's face. "No, you are looking for trouble, you know." Mu Zhong smiled and said, "It seems that it is not a diamond, but even if it is just a gold treasure chest, it is worth a trip." Wei Huan nodded. The march of the day had just ended, and the convoy was stationed in the heavy snow for rest, and Wei Huan's car left. But if it hadn't been for this trip first, Wei Huan would not have thought that the situation would be so bad. A large number of Dark Beast Lords were stationed in the second half of the assessment road, and the density was more dense than the territory encountered in the random challenge. Just a rough estimate, at least 20,000 to 30,000 Dark Beast Lords have flooded in, and there are also many high-level territories of level 4. Then the final boss of the final level is almost certain to be a level 5 royal family. Only the royal family can mobilize so many Dark Beasts to obey orders, and there are also 8-star royal family members of the Thought Beast, who sacrificed their lives to test Wei Huan's ability. Wei Huan went all the way there, and originally tried the previous method, first bypassed to open the treasure chest, and then killed it when he came back. Then he found that he couldn't stop on the way forward. The Dark Beast territories were one after another, almost connected into a piece. Everyone discussed it, and decided that the ruins could be explored when they were free, but the Dark Beast territories must be destroyed. The Dark Beasts that could be arranged to kill Wei Huan would not be too bad Dark Beasts, and they were all similar to the level of the Blue Star Special Forces. Usually these Dark Beasts hide, as the main combat force on the battlefield, or they are challengers who sneak in and out to attack humans participating in the assessment. It is very difficult to catch them. Now the relationship is good, and they are all in front of us. If we don't kill a few of them, it would be a shame for us to come here. Su Qingqiang rubbed his platinum claws and said, "I want to earn DKP." The others were also in a state of high morale. However, Mu Zhong reminded, this place is not far from the convoy. We need to inform other crew members before we take action. Everyone wants to go to the front line, so we still have to make proper arrangements. The DKP for staying behind to perform tasks and going out to develop the ruins is the same, only the fight against the Dark Beast territory is different. The human race and the Dark Beast have a deep hatred, so there will be extra DKP rewards. The new crew members want to perform more. Wave 1 always takes the old team members out, which is indeed not conducive to unity. Mu Zhong's reminder was right, so Wave 1 nodded. You make arrangements, and kill all night tonight. Mu Zhong smiled. Okay. When the people who stayed behind heard that there were dark beasts to kill, they screamed with excitement, and ran away with their pants in their hands. The people who stayed on duty bit their handkerchiefs, and were extremely envious, but fortunately Major Mu said that they would kill all night tonight, with one group of Team Shui, one group of Mu Zirwei, and one group of veteran drivers taking turns to go to the front line, and to the rear to guard. This arrangement was not only for fairness, but also because there were people in the team, so if there was any accident, Wei Huan could rush back faster. As for Wei Huan, Mu Zhong, Su Qingqiang and Dou Lin, they always stayed in the front. The two attribute-adding ones were crucial, and Su Qingqiang was the strongest combat power on the car. Although he also needed DKP to get equipment, providing him with more fighting opportunities, and changing to good equipment faster would be of great use to the improvement of the team. This battle was very enjoyable. It reminded me of the experience of killing through the Dark Beast assessment in the random challenge. It was also like this, killing non-stop, and smearing the earth with the blood of the Dark Beast. It was so refreshing, especially the two teams that had just joined Wave 1's team. For the first time, they found that fighting with the Dark Beast Lord was so enjoyable. The undead provided them with a huge sense of security. They could help them block bullets, and help them finish off the enemy. The undead were absolutely reliable in advance and retreat. It was as if they were surrounded by powerful teammates, and they could attack wantonly. What surprised Captain Shui the most was the teleportation technology of the dog-headed people. At that time, he had just arrived at the battlefield with his team. Wei Huan did not wait for them. The undead army was already attacking the territory wall. In the dark night, the situation in front could not be seen clearly. Only the tall walls could be vaguely seen, and the light that suddenly appeared in the darkness illuminated by shells and magic. The majestic behemoth bombarded the ground in light and dark, stirring the world as if the end of the world was coming. Such a battlefield is a nightmare for melee professions. No matter how strong the combat power is, once it is involved in the war front line, like a meat grinder, a stray bullet may kill the high-level melee. Therefore, melee professions can only drive to the front line. The car is there, the people are there, and the car is destroyed, and the people are dead. It is difficult to play the advantages of their profession. But now, when they came, Wei Huan asked to form a melee special attack team without saying a word, and cooperate with Su Qingqiang to carry out the order of targeted elimination in the city. There are tactics, and tactical command headphones have been issued. The fully armed Captain Shui left the chariot for the first time to perform a mission, and he was nervous, and didn't know what to do. He saw Mu Zhong smiling at him, raising his hand, and tapping the blue earrings with his fingers. In the dong-dong sound, his strength and endurance have greatly improved. Then, he saw the child in the car holding a scale, moving the stars, and shouting, "Great victory!" His already super high attributes were doubled directly. In addition to the title rewards that every member of Wei Huan's car had, he felt that he was so powerful that he was about to become a Superman. Then, 5 palm-sized dog-headed people appeared in front of him, hooking their hands, smiling with their eyes wide open, and the way they lined up was very funny. Mu Zhong finally asked, "Are you ready?" Captain Shui replied, "Ready?" He was ready to take a huge risk to attack from the front, cooperate with the undead army to break through the city wall, and then enter the city to eliminate important buildings at a fixed point. He must complete the task. But who knew that as he finished his answer, he saw those dog-headed people open their mouths, and the mouths suddenly became infinitely large, as if covering the entire world. A white light flashed in front of him, and before he could stand firm, he heard another tue. And he was spit out. He looked around in confusion. This is actually inside the wall of the Dark Beast territory? The battle outside the city is still fierce, but I have already penetrated deep into the enemy's belly? Wei Huan's voice came from the tactical headset. You have successfully entered the designated drop point. According to the tactics, kill. Kill. Looking at the defenseless hero temple not far ahead, Captain Shui suddenly became excited. Yes, kill. Kill. Gaga. Chapter 159. Wei Huan destroyed 83 cities in one night, and went more than 3,000 kilometers deep towards the end. When it was almost dawn, they ended the battle and returned to the convoy. The main combat forces, who had fought all night, all returned to the car to rest and recuperate. There will be a hard battle today during the day. Mu Zhong said to the other drivers, who had not yet boarded the car. The Dark Beast Lords blocked our way forward, and the density was beyond our expectations. They did not want to intercept us at the end of the pass, but to intercept all of us within the 80-degree line through human sea tactics. As Mu Zhong's words fell, everyone's face changed. This was indeed an unprecedented tactic. They had underestimated the dark beasts before. These beasts did not want to keep Wei Huan, but wanted to kill all of them in one go. If they had known that they were using this tactic, Wei Huan would not have been tied up in the convoy and moved forward slowly. I'm afraid he would have rushed to the front and killed all the way. It is already the 9th day of the challenge world, and I found that the dark beasts have changed their tactics. If Wei Huan had not killed a section of them last night, I would never have thought that this would happen. At that time, maybe they would really be left within the 80th line. By then, even Wei Huan would be judged as a failure by the challenge world and swallowed by darkness. All is fair in war, and the battlefield of civilization is indeed only cruel. The assessment of a full 90,000 people, the key is that they are all the backbones of various countries, the 3rd and 4th level challengers. If they are all killed by the dark beasts in one breath, let alone the human race falling behind in 1 or 2 years, I am afraid that the outcome is already determined. The dark beasts' wolfish ambitions have caused the human race to denounce, and the atmosphere is tense. Compared with Wei Huan, who commanded the frontline operations, or Su Qingqiang and others, who went to the frontline themselves, Mu Zhong was relatively relaxed. So when Wei Huan and others were resting, Mu Zhong held an emergency wartime meeting with the generals of each legion. During the meeting, Mu Zhong also announced a piece of news. His Iron Star AI calculated a set of data for him. According to the current progress, the whole army concentrated its firepower to open a line, and they should be able to reach 80 lines within the time. But it is impossible to break through the bottom of the level. If no one breaks through the bottom of the level, the challenge list will not issue supplies. The gold treasure chest awarded for the first place is of course dispensable for Wei Huancha, but it is still of great value to the human race as a whole. But to say that it is more valuable, the silver to bronze treasure chest rewards that will be issued to the first 10,000 challengers after passing the finish line are more important. A dozen bronze treasure chests are nothing, but what if there are 7 or 8,000 bronze treasure chests? This is also a huge fortune. Every time humans pass the assessment and receive rewards, the overall combat power of humans will be improved a little bit. If this a little bit is lost, it means that the dark beast is a little stronger. Each pursuit of victory or defeat is crucial. It must be said that the dark beast's strategy is really poisonous. If it weren't for the sudden message from Jacques, they would have been trapped to death this time. At this time, the butler sent a message to notify, Deputy Captain, Colonel Jacques wants to talk to you. Mu Zhong nodded. Please answer it. In the video screen in front of Mu Zhong, Jacques' face with a solemn expression appeared. He said, Excuse me, there is something I want to confirm with you. Is the road ahead blocked? Mu Zhong sighed and nodded. Yes, I was just about to contact you. Wei Huan took a simple 2-hour break, mainly to organize the troops in the tomb. The worst thing about such a continuous battle is the weak state after the shaman's blessing, which is definitely a huge weakness of the shaman. Mu Zhong can advance to sequence 4, High Priest, and then he can extend the blessing time according to the progress of cultivation, and at the same time shorten the weakness penalty. Now Wei Huan's undead have not died many, but most of them can no longer be used because of weakness. It will take 24 hours to summon them again. It will be difficult for the remaining troops to support the entire battle. So after Wei Huan opened his eyes, he was relieved when he heard Mu Zhong say that Jacques and other convoys would join their convoy and were willing to accept Wei Huan's unified dispatch. Then he said that in ordinary routine battles during the day, he might not be able to continue to use Mu Zhong's attribute blessing. Not only the army of undead, but also Captain Shui and others were experiencing the weak negative state torture. Su Qingqiang was the only one who was not affected. Although he could offset it by eating a lot, he was probably not suitable to continue fighting this morning after fighting all night. Mu Zhong frowned with a complicated expression. He would not belittle himself and think that he was dragging down Wei Huan. After all, in the past battles, it has been fully proved that the Gravekeeper and the Shaman are really a good match. He was just helpless. The dual profession did not bring him real strength. In front of the fast-growing Wei Huan, he fell behind. Wei Huan raised his hand and brushed Mu Zhong's eyebrows, saying, Okay, don't think too much. It should be said that we underestimated the cunning of the Dark Beast. This move was indeed unexpected. Mu Zhong took a deep breath, nodded, and separated himself from the negative emotions. He regained his fighting spirit and said, For a regular territory battle, Do Lin's judgment should be enough. You also have Fei Ho to increase your status. Now you have the support of Jacques and others, so there should be no problem. Then Mu Zhong said, if possible, it is best not to use my attribute blessing again. Our information is being transmitted through the thought beasts, and they must know that we are the weakest moment after the blessing ends. We must always be in the best condition to meet the war that may break out at any time. And you? Mu Zhong said, arranging the corner of Wei Huan's clothes, it will be hard for you. Wei Huan nodded, and his heart was warm as if it was filled with all the sweet and soft things, making him want to hold this person's face and kiss him. Finally, he just restrainedly touched his forehead, brushed his hair, and said, it's okay, don't worry. And all the communication with the outside world will be handed over to you. Some guys have impure thoughts. Don't let this kind of rat shit affect us. Yeah. After a short intimacy, the two soon plunged into a tense battle again. Wei Huan now has less than half of the troops, but this is only the part that the undead army can mobilize. But in terms of total combat power, the human combat power that Wei Huan can mobilize can also crush the Dark Beast Lord. The undead army was sent out as cannon fodder, followed by the 2,000 convoys of Yin country. Not only was the number sufficient, but there were also level 4 leader vehicles and road guard vehicles, all of which were good at attacking. The Dark Beast Lord on the opposite side was only level 4, and was no match for such intensive artillery attacks. The city was soon destroyed, and the beasts died. Until the attack on the second territory, Jacques and his men hurried over. There were more than 20,000 people, all of whom were members of the assessment and official guards from Osum, Tula, Fence, etc. In addition, when Yin country was pushing forward, some challengers from other small countries, many of whom were close to Yin country, had already been incorporated into Wei Huan's convoy. Now that Jacques came with the convoy, all 90,000 challengers were present. Mu Zhong opened the wartime system, and the faces of the leaders of the convoys of various countries appeared on the big screen, but only countries with strong enough combat power could appear at this meeting, and other small countries would be required to be incorporated into the legions of a certain country for easy command. There is one thing worth praising. That is, in the years since the advent of the challenge world, there have been many temporary alliances due to various reasons, so all countries have the same complete and consistent special plan, including how to establish the highest command, how to arrange the troops of various countries, and how to gather the combat power of small countries to form a force, which is very complete and efficient. This temporary wartime alliance has been popularized among ordinary challengers, not to mention challengers from various legions. A few days ago, they were fighting openly and secretly, full of calculations, but now they are united in the face of a great enemy. Human beings have many bad and dark sides, but they also have many shining sides. Those brilliances are as bright as the stars in the universe, illuminating the light for human progress. There are generals from 16 countries in total, and their faces appear on the screen. The faces of Yin country are Wei Huan and Mu Zhong. Wei Huan has the highest command authority. When selecting this identity, others thought Jacques would compete, but Jacques also chose Wei Huan. In the end, Wei Huan was elected as the temporary commander-in-chief with a high number of votes. Because it was a secret ballot, no one knew who did not support Wei Huan. Wei Huan glanced at every face on the screen and looked calm. But in a place they could not see, that is, below each person's screen, their voting choices were displayed. Bangwa, Sangwa, Tula, and 2 other countries all chose Jacques. But Jacques voted for Wei Huan, and the leader of the Fence country unexpectedly voted for Wei Huan. The voting system was a plug-in program generated later by the Challenge World. The authority of Wei Huan and Mu Zhong's intelligence system was far higher than this program, which exposed everything hidden under their seemingly calm faces. Wei Huan remained calm, and Mu Zhong was also very cunning, but the other people in Wei Huan's car were not like this. They cursed and swore, but fortunately they did not appear in the camera. Su Qingqiang pointed at the female general of the Bang country and said, when she called your name just now, she winked at you. She smiled so gently, but the knife in the back was really stabbed. Cousin Mu said, she has a good fortune-telling ability. The most lacking people on the bus are people with this ability. It's a pity that her character is not good. If such a person is allowed to get on the bus, I'm afraid he is worried that he will die too soon. Su Qingqiang tilted his head to light a cigarette, looking down on this woman with white skin, beautiful face and thick lips, who best suited his aesthetic taste. The countries didn't know that their underwear had been stripped off. When the group of people who supported Jacques saw that Wei Huan was selected, they immediately smiled and congratulated Wei Huan on taking office. The war situation was tense, and time was not waiting for anyone. As soon as Wei Huan was elected, Jacques and others hoped that Wei Huan would issue orders immediately. Dark Beast's move can be said to be a stroke of genius. If Wei Huan hadn't been here, I'm afraid everyone here, including Jacques, would have been trapped. Jacques didn't deliberately boost others' morale and destroy his own prestige, but his rich experience told him that only Wei Huan's efforts at all costs could save everyone this time. This is also the reason why he handed over the temporary leadership during the war without even arguing. But he never expected that it was these compromises made one after another for the sake of the living that became the mountain that constantly overwhelmed him, and led to a fall that shocked the world. Wei Huan said, "The main army will advance in a straight line and eliminate all the Dark Beast territories that appear along the way. But we must also be careful of attacks from both wings. The Dark Beast lords are not only on defense, but they will also leave their territories to fight at all costs when necessary. I will leave the guards on both wings to the convoys you brought with you, Jacques. When the nest is overturned, no eggs will be left intact. I think you all understand this sentence. Don't do unnecessary things unless you want to be swallowed by darkness yourself." Wei Huan's words were too direct, and it was obvious that he didn't trust them, which made some people in the video look very ugly. But then, Wei Huan said, "Follow me and listen to my orders. I can guarantee that not only will we take all the people here out of this assessment, but we can also try to get the treasure chest reward. They want to cut off a generation of our human race in this way, so they are also a group of their elites, and they are sent to our guns. I am Wei Huan, and I will do what I say. This time I will definitely crush the conspiracy of the Dark Beasts, and make them regret gathering so many high-level Dark Beasts here. The human race will win. The human race will win. The human race will win." When the slogan was shouted for the third time, the generals in the video were awakened by Wei Huan's confidence, and were inspired to fight by the slogan. The human race will win. The last sentence, everyone shouted at the same time. The belief in fighting was ignited through such a paragraph and a slogan, but the core was Wei Huan's "Follow me." The role of the leader was highlighted. When a person has this ability, and is willing to take this responsibility, people will give up thinking and believe in him, and then follow his footsteps, step by step towards victory. The people protecting the two wings were sent out, but Jacques was left behind. Wei Huan said, "I need your ability to break the city wall at a critical moment. My soldiers are too tired, and they need some time to rest." Jacques nodded, "Okay." Jacques' level 5 vehicle followed Wei Huan's level 5 vehicle, and walked at the front of the army. Soon, another wall of the Dark Beast Lord appeared in front of everyone. Wei Huan's undead army set out again. People who don't know Wei Huan will be surprised when they see more than 10,000 undead. They didn't expect that Wei Huan's ability has been sealed by half. In addition, Wei Huan's own nether power was not only gone after fighting all night, but one of his energy tanks was also consumed. Fortunately, he had 2 energy tanks. The undead army came out of the portal, and rushed towards the wall of the Dark Beast Lord fearlessly. There were also a large number of face huggers among them, playing the role of making up the numbers. But face huggers should not be underestimated. Who knows which face hugger may have a nether fire bomb hidden in its stomach. If it hugs him at close range, even an epic hero will have to confess on the spot. The army of the undead is in front, and the convoy of the Alliance army is behind. Wei Huan's vision flew to the highest point in the sky and looked down, as if God's eyes were looking down at the sand table. He moved the chess piece at will, and a chess piece was calmly dropped, which was a move to decide the outcome. "Colonel Jacques, prepare your ability. Colonel Jacques, please continue to accumulate power, and wait for my order. Colonel Jacques, now is the time, do it." With Wei Huan's order, the blood-remaining city wall welcomed a bullet falling from the sky. A small bullet, only the thickness of a finger dark gold, suddenly appeared from a height of 300 meters, and then fell vertically. It collided with the city wall, and then exploded. There was a loud boom. It was comparable to the full force of a level 5 vehicle, hitting the weakest part of the city wall. The city wall fell down. The undead army rushed into the territory quickly, and together with the chariots, they started a revenge-like massacre. Until the Lord's Hall finally collapsed, the entire battle took only 5 minutes from start to finish. During this period, except for some damage to vehicles, there were no casualties. Jacques stared at the battle that ended quickly. This was the first time I saw with my own eyes that humans won the territory of the Dark Beasts so easily. It was really crushing. On the way of the undead army, the Dark Beasts were like being spread with plague, and they could not resist at all, just like a natural disaster. Some information pointed out that the 8th sequence of the Great Keeper is natural disaster. How powerful is the natural disaster? Humans all know that it is impossible to resist. It is the wrath of nature. It is hard to imagine that a human can evolve to this level. But he didn't believe it before, But now, he has a concrete image in his mind. Forward. Wei Huan gave the order, and the army rushed to the next battlefield without stopping. This is a battle against time. Today is the 9th day of the assessment of the highway. According to the plan, they should reach line 80 at noon today. But the fact is that they only advanced 3,000 kilometers in one night, and there are still more than 5,000 kilometers to the destination. On the way ahead, the territory of the Dark Beast Lord is so dense that it is too crowded to develop, and it also wants to stop Wei Huan and his team. Fortunately, Jacques brought people here, and they cooperated well, and didn't waste time on letting anyone be the boss. As the only Sequence 5 in this assessment world, his joining has indeed greatly reduced Wei Huan's pressure. If the wall that was worn down by the continuous sacrifice of the undead is to be broken by the undead, the sacrifice multiplier of the undead must be at least 5 times. And there may be a large number of casualties. But now with Jacques, Wei Huan calculated Jacques' explosive power through the previous attack. As long as he can reduce the health of the city wall to below 60%, he can kill it with one blow. Terrible lethality. With proper coordination, his undead losses can be even less. Then, he can really hold on until the night, and wait for the big bears to return to the battlefield. With the addition of elite undead, the battle will be simple, and he can also store the power of the underworld to deal with a war that may occur at any time. Wei Huan took a deep look at Jacques, feeling regretful. He wanted talents like Jacques, and he also wanted the abilities of that Three Kingdoms woman. He didn't know if Yin Kingdom had similar abilities, and was willing to send them to his car. If his car developed to the top level, a chariot that was more advanced than the space fortress, would it be possible for all these talents to come to his car? The battle was very tight, with a battle almost every 10 minutes. The battle lasted about 10 minutes at most, and 5 minutes at least. Then everyone had to step over the ruins that the challenge world had not recovered in time, and rush to the next battlefield. All the way forward. At the same time, the intelligence about the human convoy was also gathered in the mind of a Dark Beast royal family at the bottom of the level like snowflakes in the continuous probing of the Dark Beasts. Unlike the royal Dark Beast that Wei Huan killed in the random battlefield last time, this Dark Beast was obviously an adult, more powerful, and had a strong prestige. The Dark Beasts gathered beside his throne were not only the noble-blooded Jisai beasts and the two-headed hidden demons, but they had also reached the 5th level. Moreover, the 5th level Dark Beasts in their prime are different from the young 5th level Dark Beasts. They are often wiser and smarter, and they also have the powerful strength that only grows to this age. For example, this royal Dark Beast is now lying on its throne with a 3-headed and 6-armed body like a lion. This body that looks like Shiroma is obviously because it thinks this is a more suitable posture for fighting, and it looks much stronger than Shiroma. Not only is the body more sturdy, and the muscles more developed, but also his head. The head is not fierce enough, which is probably the biggest weakness of war weapons like Shiroma. This Dark Beast royal family uses the ability unique to the royal family to replace itself with shark-like teeth and upper and lower jaws. It can be said that it shows brutality and violence from head to toe. As it closed and opened its eyes, the wars that Wei Huan had experienced were sent to its brain by the Thought Beast. This feeling was like the inheritance from ancient blood, deeply engraved in every cell. Then, a snoring sound came from its throat, with a bit of comfort like a cat catching a mouse, and said lazily, "I found his weakness." The Thought Beast closest to it twisted a puff of black smoke and looked at it silently. The voice rang directly in his mind, "Then you can kill him, my king. The Emperor will be happy, and you will become the heir." No, we have no chance. Who knew that in the face of this sentence, the Dark Beast royal family with 3 heads and 6 arms and shark teeth shook their heads. No matter how many Dark Beasts there are, they can't stop them. We can't kill him before night. This war is doomed to fail. Then it asked the Thought Beast, "Do you know why we lost to the human race before this?" The Thought Beast said, "It's all because of a human race. His name is Wei Huan." The royal family said, "Yes, that's right. It's all because of him, but you only got half of it right. The most important thing is that our race is too confident. While crushing humans, we underestimated the emergence of their younger generation. The emergence of any genius is not without reason. It was a sign, but he has done so much, and we only take him seriously now." "What does this mean?" The Thought Beast suddenly realized. "It's because..." The royal family said, "It's because there is no intelligence. His appearance and the challenge world have already reminded us, but we have zero intelligence about him. Your people are stubborn and self-righteous, and that cub is stupid. Before knowing that he has the ability to sweep across the world, you should have passed on the information in advance, so as not to catch us off guard." Finally, the royal family looked into the distance and said, "My strategy is very effective, and it forced out the biggest weakness of the human race. Next, we only need to arrange the right tactics in the right battlefield and encircle and suppress him with all our strength when he is at his weakest. The final victory will belong to our dark beasts." Chapter 160. Around 12 noon, the continuous and intensive wars made everyone exhausted, but when it was time for lunch, no one dared to take off their armor and rest. Lu Qingji, in the name of the leader's car, sent out logistics invitations to all challengers and formed a team of cooks. Wei Huancha took the supplies, and the participating logistics members made 3 meat and 1 vegetable fast food in their own cars after receiving the supplies. The strong and heavy dishes were to facilitate users to eat rice in the shortest time. In addition, there were bean sprouts, kelp, pork rib soup and pickled vegetables specially prepared for people with light taste. At noon, as long as you open the auction house, you can see tens of thousands of boxed lunches inside, all of which can be collected for free. The purchase limit of 3 boxes per person is to take into account some big appetites. This time, Lu Qingji did a good job, showing that the leader's car has excellent quality even in logistics, so that the soldiers fighting in the front have no worries about food. Lunch was distributed, but the war did not subside. Wei Huan, who had just dealt with a bite of Chufeng half an hour ago, once again focused on the territory battle ahead. It was not until the Lord's Hall collapsed and a large area of territory turned into ruins that Wei Huan took the water cup at hand and drank it all in one breath. He was very tired. Even with the addition of Jacques, he no longer needed to revive so many undead, and his dark power still remained, but the continuous battle made his forehead ache, and he felt that his soul tentacles were escaping from the beginning. He was a sequence 4 psychic. The core of his cultivation was to spread his soul tentacles, go deep into the soul fire of different undead, and adjust different data, just like cultivating life, and finally obtain the undead that met his best expectations. During this period, Wei Huan vaguely felt that the point beast was about to advance, evolving from an elite unit to a hero unit, and then the dog would most likely evolve into a hero unit. So Wei Huan, who was familiar with the state of soul tentacles, did not expect that he would also be in a state of growing brains in reality. This is certainly not a good thing. The people around him are not undead. It is impossible for his soul tentacles to stir randomly in the spiritual world, which would cause a big accident. What caused it? Is it really because of being too tired? Or does the dark profession have a negative impact on practitioners? Su Qingqiang's madness, Agri's depraved temptation, and his own state of impending frenzy. Wei Huan suppressed his discomfort, put down the water cup, and ordered the undead to continue moving forward. The undead were in front, Wei Huan was behind, and there was a 90,000-man convoy behind them. There were also sacrifices along the way, but since the war between humans and dark beasts, it has been a very small number. The sacrificed soldiers will be engraved on the monument. Not only will the army give compensation, but Wei Huancha will also get an extra one. He will never let the soldiers bleed and cry. So far, Wei Huan, the leader, has done a good job. Under his prestige, even with a convoy of 90,000 people, no major problems have occurred. Even some hostile forces are bound to Wei Huan for life and death at this moment, and are actively fighting. When the iron hoofs of the Blue Star Army stepped over the ruins and challenged the world's recycling process, it was like flattening the last brick and tile of the enemy. The flying snowflakes rolled up the belief that mankind must win. But Wei Huan, who walked to the front, hesitated. This time, he walked more than 100 kilometers, but he didn't see any dark beast territories on the road ahead. If it were the same distance before, there would be at least 5 dark beast territories blocking the way, waiting for them to flatten it. Wei Huan's speed became slower and slower until he finally stopped. The car behind him didn't know the truth and was still discussing. Another war? Eat quickly, the war is about to start again. Wei Huan said to the escort car, "You go around and report back if you find the enemy." As the escort car left, Wei Huan, Mu Zhong, and the generals in the temporary combat meeting room looked at each other. Then, Mu Zhong talked about the current situation. So we not only need to find out whether the dark beasts blocking the road have left the challenge world, but also investigate why they left. Everyone had nothing to say and nodded. It's time to investigate. The dark beasts are cunning, be careful. This may be their deliberate attempt to confuse the enemy. They must have gathered more dark beast lords and adopted a joint battle formation on a large battlefield to concentrate their forces to block the 80th line. Don't be careless. This is indeed possible, but there are also reasons to oppose it. It takes time to develop the dark beast territory. It is useless to transfer the territory at this time. I think they should have decided on this strategy from the beginning. All is fair in war. In addition, we must be careful of sneak attacks from both wings. The dark beasts are just as strong without their territories. At this time, the escort car that went out to investigate reported back that there was no trace of the dark beast lord within a 300-kilometer radius centered on this place. Wei Huan frowned and ordered, "Keep exploring." Then, there was a long period of silence. The escort car would report every 100 kilometers. As they drove out to 1,500 kilometers, the combat meeting room was heated again. There must be a conspiracy. From last night till now, we have advanced 5,000 kilometers and pushed down nearly 180 territories. Their strategy is clear, which is to slow us down and drag us to death. It is impossible for them to give up at this time. I have a different idea. The straight distance to line 80 is less than 2,000 kilometers. Even if there are dark beasts blocking the road, with our current efficiency, we should be able to be safe if we push forward for half a day after dark. Since they can't stop us, it's useless for them to continue using the same strategy. So I said before that they will definitely make new arrangements on line 80. It is also possible that the dark beasts will sneak attack. In short, be careful. What is the dark beast doing? Everyone is arguing constantly, and all kinds of speculations are flying frequently. When one person has a new idea, someone will immediately stand up to oppose it. It's just like a defense. Although it looks a bit funny and unprofessional, this is indeed the most common state of the temporary alliance army. After all, no one is convinced by anyone, and there are clear hostile countries. You may not win the war, but you can't lose the war of words. Until Wei Huan looked up. He didn't look at anyone, but just moved a little, making a gesture of speaking, and everyone stopped talking, as if listening carefully. Wei Huan said, "Go forward, the escort cars will be dispersed, and we will know what the dark beast is planning when we see it." This time, someone obviously had a different opinion, or maybe it was just a habit of arguing, but the words went around in his mouth and were swallowed back. Some people can be easily criticized, but some people can't. Wei Huan is indeed young, and everyone here is older than Wei Huan. When some people were leading the army to challenge the world, Wei Huan might still be a middle school student, but at this moment no one dared to stand up and express opposition. Because, if you speak, you must take responsibility, and almost all of them dare not take the responsibility of these 90,000 people. They don't have the ability. Then, Wei Huan's words must be listened to. This is the meaning of the leader's existence. He must have the ability to resolve disputes and execute correctly. Wei Huan said a word, and everyone followed it. Those who should go out to explore the way do so, and those who should stay behind stay behind. This time, the speed of the army's departure increased to 1,000 kilometers. The worst here are all level 3 vehicles, and they can reach 1,000 kilometers per hour at full speed. The convoy was passed, and the ghost crows flew in the front, and even cooperated with the pathfinders in front. The drivers of the pathfinders knew that the status of the ghost crows meant that there were enemies ahead. But along the way, they drove for more than 2 hours in a row, and they were almost reaching the 80th line in the distance, but the imagined interception from the dark beasts still did not appear. Some generals in the alliance team had relaxed their tense nerves and joked, "It seems that these dark beasts know that they can't stop us and give up." But some people said, "If there are no dark beasts on the 80th line, are they all concentrated at the bottom of the level? In this case, should we still fight?" But Wei Huan and Mu Zhong had a different idea. Because they knew best that the dark beasts were so abnormal this time, they were coming for them. Along the way, they met many thought beasts. As the royal family of dark beasts, thought beasts are rare and have special abilities. Even on the battlefield, thought beasts are not common. But this time, they often encountered territories where thought beasts existed, and even territories where thought beasts served as lords and were flattened and killed by them. The abnormal number of thought beasts that appeared only represented one answer. They were collecting information about Wei Huan. Now, the densely surrounded dark beasts have disappeared, and it is more likely that they have obtained the required information and left. This is the most terrifying thing for Wei Huan. The dark beasts that leave here will show all his strength in the brain of each dark beast, as if they were directly engraved in DNA. From that moment on, Wei Huan completely came out of the dark and into the light, and any dark beast he faced next would know his abilities well. And probably because the matter concerned him, Mu Zhong was very perceptive. He left his video camera and said to Wei Huan, "We just talked about our weaknesses this morning. Do you think they have discovered them too?" Wei Huan pondered for a few seconds and nodded affirmatively. It should be correct. The intelligence of the dark beasts is beyond our imagination. They must have discovered this, and left here, and rushed to transmit the information. Mu Zhong asked, "Since they know that we are in a weak period now, why don't they just take action or wait for the next opportunity?" Wei Huan said, "This is where the dark beasts are smart. They can also calculate how likely they are to win. Considering that the Dark Beast King may be at the bottom of the level, they may have calculated that it would be difficult to defeat Wei Huan before dark. By then, Wei Huan's undead will come out of weakness, and it will be a new hell." As for waiting for the next opportunity, Wei Huan and Mu Zhong both agreed that the Dark Beast King should not want to take risks, and even consider the possibility that Wei Huan would detect abnormalities, and not only not give them a chance, but even leave them alive. The Dark Beast tribe now does not want to take any more risks. Wei Huan's intelligence is more important than the outcome of a small war. Moreover, this Dark Beast King is very smart. He not only explored Wei Huan's intelligence, but also stopped the loss in time and took away a large number of elite Dark Beasts, preserving the integrity of the Dark Beast tribe's echelon. The more Wei Huan thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was right. But the Alliance team also had very good reasons to refute Wei Huan. Of course, it was not a direct refutation of Wei Huan, but in a debate with others, Wei Huan saw a new reason. If it was just to pass on intelligence, they only needed to leave those dark beasts and not provoke us at the beginning. For example, those dark beasts that establish territories in remote areas. We can't kill all the dark beasts in the next few days. As long as there are dark beasts alive, all the information of this battle can't be hidden. Yes, this is also a direction. Wei Huan thought, so there is still a battle at the end of the level. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, as the first car drove through a certain area, a dazzling golden medal jumped out of everyone's car. Gold medal challenge has begun. It also foreshadows that they have passed the 80th line and everyone is safe. Wei Huan cannot leave this time. There is still a lot of follow-up work to do. In particular, whether the Alliance army will disband or follow Wei Huan to fight at the bottom of the level will require a meeting to decide. It is not official, which means they are willing to take risks. In fact, most people here prefer to stay at the 80th line. As long as they pass the level, they will slowly develop in the advanced world. After all, they can't compete with a genius like Wei Huan. But some people must go. They have greater ambitions, and are eager to make achievements in such a chaotic world. They follow Wei Huan to show their talents. If they can catch Wei Huan's eye and get on Wei Huan's car, they will rise to the top in one step. Everyone has different desires and different choices. Except for the 2,000 convoys arranged by Yin State for Wei Huan, they will definitely follow Wei Huan. The other cars and people were in a mess at the beginning. The people who stayed behind were not completely safe. The Dark Beast Lord was missing but watching covetously. There were also wandering monsters that could appear at any time because of the large number of people gathered. They all needed someone to organize forces to resist. In addition, there were many civilian forces following Wei Huan. For example, the convoys from all directions who came to Qianmen to introduce themselves to Wei Huan during this period said that they would always follow Wei Huan. When Wei Huan needed them, he would just command them. Wei Huan himself was powerful and had 2,000 chariots to serve him. How could he use civilian forces? But it must be said that this gesture was a good one. At least when Wei Huan was disgusted by Peng Hai on the third-level highway, the grudges between the two sides were completely written off, and there was still some sympathy. This whole process took 2 hours, and the housekeeper took a break to remind Wei Huan, "Captain, there is a chariot moving forward." Wei Huan was reorganizing the team for the final boss, and he was quite anxious. Hearing this, he just hummed to show that he understood. After another 2 hours, when it was almost dark, Wei Huan finally finished his work and prepared to set off. The housekeeper reminded him again, "Captain, the champion chariot has completed 86% of the journey." This time, Wei Huan frowned when he heard it, remembering that there was also a group of people in the third-level world who sneaked forward thinking they had taken advantage, but they could not move when they reached the end of the level. The Dark Beasts would definitely build a city before the final checkpoint to stop the human race's progress as much as possible. But what if all the Dark Beasts retreat this time? What if there is no boss at the end of the level? Wei Huan's face turned colder when he thought of this possibility. He didn't care much about the reward of the golden treasure chest, but he couldn't tolerate someone stealing his peaches. He had protected the challengers all the way here. Not to mention what kind of loyalty he got, but at least he should have the most basic respect for him, right? When Wei Huan was already wondering who could do such a thing, the next sentence of the housekeeper made Wei Huan completely angry. The housekeeper said, "The top 5 are all drivers from the Mulberry country, and the first, second and third are all from the Shiheng family." Wei Huan's face turned cold, and he raised his hand to open the championship list. Sure enough, the people in the front were all from the Shiheng family. While he was watching, the first place had completed 87% of the journey. Shiheng organization. It's no wonder, this is a fight to the death, and they don't care about offending Wei Huan or the Yin country. In fact, the new leader of the Shiheng family team is a smart one. He knows that it is useless for him and his family to continue to hide. Even if Wei Huan does not trouble them, the money that Shiheng Chuan borrowed before his death is enough to make the Shiheng family live in poverty and unable to turn over. So the only way to make the Shiheng family, which has no value, valuable again is to get the gold treasure chest. He is not sure whether there is a boss at the end of the level, but he always has to fight before he is willing to die. So when he arrived at the 80th line for everyone to rest, he ordered the family team to continue to set off at full strength. Every second of rushing forward is torture, and the champion list is constantly updating the progress. Perhaps they will be caught by Wei Huan in less than an hour. However, as time went by, after exceeding their bottom line, the imagined tracking team still did not appear. Until dark, the group of people in Shiheng's family could not believe that they had completed 87% of the exploration. Have they given up? With this full speed, we can pass the bottom of the level at midnight. Is it just our illusion that we are actually dead? This journey was too smooth. Not only were we not discovered by Wei Huan, we didn't even encounter stray monsters. It's dark, should we continue? What are you afraid of? Sooner or later, we will die, whether we are caught and killed by Wei Huan, or killed by the monsters that challenge the world, or even the boss at the bottom of the level can kill us at will. But even if there is only a little hope, we can't give up. For your children, for your parents, fight to the last moment. The hearts of the people who had just been scattered became firm again, and everyone moved forward with a tragic face. Until someone first discovered the abnormality and shouted in horror, "They are leaving, they are leaving." The champion list is changing. Wei Huan's name appears at the top. He is chasing us. My God, I can already smell the stench of the dead. It is difficult to describe the extreme fear everyone felt when they saw the long-awaited name finally appear on the list. Some people were even scared to tears. But probably because they were really afraid of death. When they found that Wei Huan was really chasing them, the Shiheng family, who had some thoughts of surrendering at first, were so scared that they fled for their lives like mice seeing a cat. Run and run. Faster. Faster. An hour later, Wei Huan's progress reached 83%, and the fastest car of Shiheng's family had reached 89%. The ultimate speed is the most challenging thing for different cars, and the upgraded parts. Even if the upgrade of a small part can only bring a 50-mile speed increase, it is useful at this moment. The leading car ran faster and faster, and its back could no longer be seen. The people left in the car behind seemed to be chased by the darkness and swallowed by great terror. At a certain moment, the Shiheng's car that fell behind suddenly said, "Family, I wish you all the best." No. What are you going to do? You can go ahead. For the revival of the family, please take good care of my parents. It was a very tragic scene. From the standpoint of this group of people, they did not think that they had provoked Wei Huan first, which led to such an ending. They only felt that Wei Huan was chasing them closely, and hated Wei Huan deeply in despair. If it weren't for Wei Huan, Shiheng's family would still be the largest organization in Mulberry Country. If it weren't for Wei Huan, I would still be enjoying delicacies and beautiful women. If it weren't for Wei Huan, how could I be so miserable? It's all because of Wei Huan. It's all because of Wei Huan. Wei Huan caught up with the last car of Shiheng's family 2 hours later. It's just a level 3 car. If it hadn't been 4 hours in advance, it wouldn't have taken so long to catch up. Wei Huan didn't want to pay attention to him. This kind of chariot that fell behind was only the lowest level in any force. Killing it would be useless except to vent anger. But Wei Huan was not a person who couldn't control his emotions, and he didn't have the habit of taking out his anger and killing people at will. He was not afraid of killing, but he chose to restrain himself and never kill indiscriminately. Only by seeing the destruction of the human race with one's own eyes can one know the preciousness of life, the preciousness of every life. He chose to ignore it, but the other party did not intend to let him go. The sudden approach attracted the attention of the housekeeper, and then a missile flew from a distance. Wei Huan showed the protective shield, and the missile landed on the protective shield. The blue light flashed by, and the missile was like a misfire, with a small spark, and then it went out with a puff. But Wei Huan's car, which was moving at full speed, also stopped because of this. Of course, it was not because the opponent's fierce fighting was forced to stop, but simply because it was forced to enter the combat mode from the rushing mode, which led to the program reaction when switching to the defensive posture. Then, almost all the energy supplied to the rushing mode came to the defense and combat modules, and then Wei Huan's protective shield shone brightly. The level 6 protective shield is no longer a protective shield, it is just like an offensive weapon. As it opens, all existences that are not recognized by it will be defended outside and carry out devastating attacks. Crack! Blue lightning jumped out of the protective shield and landed on the third-level chariot that launched the attack first. The huge power was like a spear falling from the sky, instantly piercing the chariot, slashing from the top to the bottom, and then thunder burst out. Boom! The sparks from the chariot explosion rolled up the flying snow on the ground, and the high temperature burned the thick fog, until a new round of blizzard came, swept away the deadly flames, and a broken chariot was charred and scattered in the middle of the snow. From beginning to end, Wei Huan watched all this indifferently. He could have stopped it, and he could have called a halt before the protective shield launched the attack. But he didn't. Everyone must pay the price for the decision they made. If you wave your weapon at him, you must be prepared to die.